I disappeared for 3 whole years after a brutal quarrel when Lin Qingshu told me she hated me. It was just an argument, but her words cut deep, and I decided to leave without telling anyone. Lin Qingshu tried to find out where I had gone. She asked our classmates, but they knew nothing. She asked our teachers, but they couldn't help her either. Then she went to my house, but she was told that my family had moved away, and no one knew where. Lin Qingshu was in despair. She begged her father, who had many connections, to contact the police to find out where I was. But the police couldn't find anything either. In her despair, she began to think that I was dead. Over these 3 years, I became a different person, immersed in my research and work, but every day I thought of Lin Qingshu. I didn't know that she thought I was dead and that these 3 years had been pure torment for her. For Lin Qingshu, it was 3 years of pain and longing. Every new admirer reminded her of me, but no one could take my place. Her love for me remained steadfast, even though she didn't know what had happened to me. Every day she lived with hope and despair, trying to understand why I had left without an explanation. Lin Qingshu was the most popular girl at the university, and she had many admirers, but she couldn't forget me. She remained true to her love for me, not knowing what had happened to me. I returned, ready to do everything to be with her again. Dust rose everywhere, carried by the relentless wind, creating a hazy veil over the arid landscape. The flying sand and rolling stones added to the harsh environment. A green military jeep sped down the rough road. Inside the vehicle, Chu Yang lounged casually in the back seat. The bright sunlight highlighted his sharply defined features, casting shadows that accentuated the fatigue etched on his young face. Despite this, his deep eyes sparkled with joy and anticipation. The excited voice of an elderly man echoed from the phone in his hand. "Xiao Chu, the chip test results are in. Everything is going exceptionally well. You've truly worked hard these past 3 years, solving a huge problem for our country and making a significant contribution." Chu Yang's grip on the phone tightened as he listened. "From today onwards, we will no longer be dependent on foreign countries for high-precision chip production." The news came from the top. The old man continued, his voice filled with pride. "A month from now, after the final work at the research base is completed, the Ministry of Science and Technology will hold a celebratory banquet in Kyoto. The chief elder himself will attend to present you with China's highest scientific and technological award, and the National Scientist Medal." However, the old man's tone grew somber. "In accordance with confidentiality principles, this award and medal will not be made public, and your name will not appear in the news. This is undoubtedly unfair to you. Tell me, do you have any thoughts or wishes? I'll do my best to help you with it." Chu Yang listened calmly to the elderly man's excited voice on the phone, a hint of pride in his eyes. "Dean Wang, the development and production of the lithography machine were not my efforts alone. These past 3 years, the academicians and professors at the base also worked hard, collaborating with a young guy like me to complete the research and development of the lithography machine in this desolate desert. I will attend the celebratory banquet. As for wishes, I do have a small personal request. I wanted to ask for your help, but you called me first." As he spoke, Chu Yang carefully looked at the A4 paper in his hand, his gaze lingering on the printed stunning face. The old man joyfully said, "Tell me, if it's not a major issue, I will definitely help you." Chu Yang nodded slightly. "Isn't the university admission deadline over? Kyoto University starts in 2 weeks. I need an admission notice for the first-year economics and management program at Kyoto University." What hearing this, the old man on the other end of the phone immediately laughed. "Xiao Chu, you're not joking with me, are you? Entering the first year at Kyoto University, with your research level, what more can those teachers teach you? Didn't old Zhang invite you to become an honorary professor at Huaxing University? You declined, and now you want to attend Kyoto University. Moreover, you are on this year's list for the Chinese Academy of Sciences academicians. There's no need to attend Kyoto University. Even if you go, shouldn't you study a major related to electronic information? Why suddenly study economics and management?" Chu Yang laughed. "You don't need to worry about that. Even if I go to Kyoto University, if the country needs me, I'll return immediately. I'm going to Kyoto University to fulfill an old promise." Saying this, he again looked at the photo on the A4 paper in his hand. "All right." Seeing Chu Yang's insistence, the old man said no more. "The country has detained you for 3 years. It's only right for you to experience life at Kyoto University. You're only 19 years old, spending all day with old men. It makes you old-fashioned. Feeling the youthful atmosphere at the university is good. I will send the admission notice directly to your parents. You have some time before school starts, so spend it well with your parents. But even before family, remember the confidentiality rules. What can and cannot be said, the old man won't nag you on the phone. In the future, when you have time in Kyoto, you can visit the old man. I know you like tea. Last time a partner gave me a lot of top-grade Mingqian Longjing. I'll wait for you to come and try it. Chu Yang nodded slightly. I know, I'll definitely come to drink your good tea when I have time. After hanging up the phone, Chu Yang slowly picked up the A4 paper, nostalgically examining each line and column. Lin Qingshu, female, native of Qunyang City, Xianan Province. Attended Qingyang No. 1 high school. A year ago, she became the top science student in Xianan Province on the college entrance exam, scoring 703 points. She is currently a second-year student in the Economics and Management program at Kyoto University. After reading the information on the A4 paper, Chu Yang closed his eyes with a hint of fatigue, scenes from the past beginning to flash through his mind. At this moment, in the self-study classroom of Qingyang No. 1 high school, Lin Qingshu, sitting next to Chu Yang, passed him a note. Chu Yang, when do you plan to start dating? Probably when I turn 18. How about you? Then I'll probably start at 18 too. Which university do you want to go to? I want to go to Kyoto University, to the Economics and Management program. I want to manage my family's finances well. How about going to Kyoto University with me? Okay, I noticed you have really good handwriting. Really? Want to see it up close? I'll show you after class. After a long time, Chu Yang slowly opened his eyes, an unconscious smile appearing on his lips. Kyoto University, Economics and Management program, second year. It's been 3 years. Lin Qingshu, I'm here to fulfill our old promise. 14 days later. Kyoto University, freshman orientation at the School of Economics and Management. Lin Qingshu, dressed in a long white dress, sat peacefully on a chair at the orientation event. Her long silky black hair cascaded over her shoulders, slightly rippling in the sunlight. Her eyes, clear as a lake, always held a faint smile, and her long eyelashes gently fluttered. Her delicate, fair oval face exuded a pure and youthful aura. Just sitting quietly there, she attracted admiring and captivated glances from many passing freshmen. Seeing this, a girl with a delicate appearance standing next to Lin Qingshu smiled at her and said, Qingshu, you truly deserve the title of Kyoto University's #1 beauty. Look at these new freshmen. They can't take their eyes off you. I bet that as soon as the freshman registration is over, many of them will be trying to find out more about you. Lin Qingshu remained indifferent. Let them be. I'm not interested in dating. Instead of dating these people, I prefer spending time with good friends like you, feeling the evening breeze by Wyoming Lake, or having late-night snacks at the food street near the north gate of the campus. That's much more romantic than love, isn't it? However, after she finished speaking, a shadow of sadness appeared in Lin Qingshu's eyes. She recalled moments when they strolled around Wyoming Lake, had barbecues at the food street near the north gate, read books in the library, and skipped classes to watch school-organized basketball games. That's exactly what she used to say to that boy back then. But now, among the many students coming and going on this campus, although some had eyes like his, noses like his, and even some spoke like him, none of them were him. Seeing the clouded expression in Lin Qingshu's eyes, the girl immediately asked with concern, Qingshu, are you still thinking about your boyfriend who passed away 3 years ago? Lin Qingshu's roommates knew her story. Innocent high school love. Whether it was first love or a crush, everyone had such experiences in their youth. But even though she had mourned him for 3 years, those 3 years had passed. Why not try to start anew? Lin Qingshu understood her roommate's thoughts, and said with a carefree smile, Actually, it's not that I can't forget him. It's just that right now I can't fall in love with anyone else. Then Lin Qingshu took her roommate's hand and urged, Alright, don't just stand here. The freshmen should be arriving now. You should go to the school gate to welcome them. Who knows, you might find some handsome junior boys. Her roommate's eyes lit up. You're right. She then quickly left the reception area and headed to the school gate to welcome the freshmen. Seeing this, Lin Qingshu finally breathed a sigh of relief. How can one easily forget the joy of youth? His gentle smile had taken away all her youth. Her slightly reddened eyes blinked rapidly, and she seemed to return to those days of napping during math class, passing notes during Chinese class, copying song lyrics during self-study, and dreaming of a good sleep during the 10-minute breaks between classes. Soon, a gust of summer wind blew, ruffling the long hair at her temples. Lin Qingshu slightly raised her head, looking at the vast sky and the flying birds, quietly sighing in her heart. If only you were here, how wonderful it would be. At the gate of Kyoto University, Chu Yang, with a suitcase in hand, looked at the 4 large golden characters in front of him, feeling a surge of emotions in his usually calm heart. His sudden departure back then must have broken her heart. However, he took a deep breath, grabbed his suitcase, and slowly entered the campus. As Chu Yang entered the campus, his pure white t-shirt paired with light blue jeans and black canvas shoes without any patterns or logos, combined with his extraordinary and ethereal aura, instantly made him the center of attention for many girls around. "Sisters, look at that handsome freshman," exclaimed one of them. "Is he the legendary handsome guy with an aura?" chimed in another. "Today's volunteer work wasn't in vain. I need to get this guy's contact information," added a third. Chu Yang was confident in his appearance. From a young age, one of his best skills was communicating with girls. Ignoring the noise in his ears, he walked straight to the registration area inside the campus. After a few steps, a delicate-looking girl wearing a volunteer armband quickly approached him and asked with a smile, "Junior, which department are you in?" "I'm a volunteer for freshman registration, and I can take you to the registration area." "Economics and management," Chu Yang replied with a smile. "I'm not very familiar with the way, so I'll trouble you." "No problem," the girl laughed. "What a coincidence, I'm also from the School of Economics and Management. So you're my direct junior." She then reached out to take Chu Yang's suitcase. "Let me take your suitcase, I'll take you to the registration area." Chu Yang slightly pulled the suitcase back and smiled. "No need, the suitcase is quite heavy, I'll carry it myself." "It's all right," the girl didn't insist and smiled freely, then led him to the registration area. After a few steps, Chu Yang slowly raised his eyes and asked with a smile, "Senior, since you're from the School of Economics and Management, do you know Lin Qingshu?" "Of course I do," the girl nodded and turned to him with a playful smile. "You're well informed, Junior? You just arrived at school and already know about the most beautiful girl in our department. But that's expected. Given Qingshu's fame, very few freshmen don't know about her." She winked at Chu Yang and smiled. "Don't worry, you'll see her soon at the freshman orientation. We went to the same school. It's because of her that I decided to enroll in the Economics and Management program at Kyoto University," Chu Yang said. Li Qian looked at him in surprise. "So you two are friends from your hometown? You came here because of her, right? Young people these days are something else. But since you went to the same school, you must have heard about her achievements, right?" Achievements? Chu Yang was a bit puzzled. In high school, Lin Qingshu was always a good student. Besides being known as the school beauty and top student, he didn't know of any other achievements. Does being second in class every time count? He was the top of the class. At this moment, Chu Yang's phone suddenly rang in his pocket. "Excuse me, I need to take this call," he apologized and picked up the phone. "Professor Liu, this is Chu Yang." Professor Liu was a professor at Kyoto University. Though not very old, he had already become one of the leading professors in the field of microelectronics and solid-state electronics in China. Currently, he was the dean responsible for scientific research at the School of Electronic Information at Kyoto University. Over the 3 years at the research base, Chu Yang's professional knowledge had earned him the favor of many authoritative professors in the country, and numerous professors in various fields. This also helped him build a significant network of contacts. A hearty voice of a middle-aged man came from the phone. "Chief Engineer Chu, I'm very sorry. According to the original plan, I should have met you at the school gate, but an urgent project came up, and I had to go help, so I'm not in Kyoto right now. I apologize." Chu Yang smiled and nodded. "The project is more important." "It's all right. I'm just getting ready to complete the registration process." Professor Liu continued to ask. "After 3 years away from school, are you adapting well?" "Quite well," Chu Yang nodded, looking at Li Qian, who was walking ahead. "The seniors and juniors here are full of enthusiasm." On the other end of the phone, Professor Liu repeatedly nodded. "That's good. I was worried that you might not adapt well to school life. I'm also well acquainted with Dean Zhang from your School of Economics and Management. How about I talk to him and arrange a professor's apartment for you? That way, it would be convenient for you to work on other research projects as well. What do you think?" Chu Yang immediately shook his head with a smile. "No need. I came to the university to study, so there's no need for any special treatment. I'll just be an ordinary student." "All right," said Professor Liu, understanding Chu Yang's character but still feeling regretful. "I still don't understand. With your level of research, you could be mentoring graduate students. Why did you suddenly want to enroll in a university?" "I still say the same thing, Chief Engineer Chu. As soon as you change your mind, then I can immediately notify the authorities and make you an honorary professor at Kyoto University. If you want to teach, we can even create a special teaching program for you. I guarantee that the conditions we offer will be better than those at Huaxin University." When Chu Yang was at the research base, he was a valuable talent in the eyes of many deans from various universities. But back then, Chu Yang was focused on achieving a breakthrough in lithography machines, so these deans didn't pursue him. Wherever he went, he was a highly sought-after talent. Now that Chu Yang had come to Kyoto University, they naturally couldn't let him slip away. Chu Yang replied with a smile. "We'll talk about it later. First, you should let me have a good rest." "All right, I'm about to register now. You must be busy, so I won't keep you." All right, Professor Lu repeatedly nodded. "Go and register. Although I'm not at the university right now, if you encounter any problems in your daily life, just give me a call." "Thank you, Professor Lu." "You're too kind." Chu Yang smiled and nodded, then hung up the phone. By this time they had already reached the freshman registration area. Li Qian looked around and noticed that Lin Qingshu, who had been sitting at the registration desk, was suddenly gone. She quickly approached a few others and asked, "Where's Qingshu?" "I brought a junior from her hometown," someone replied. "The school beauty said it was too hot to stay here all day, so she went to get us some milk tea. She should be back soon." Li Qian felt a bit disappointed and turned to Chu Yang. "Sorry, junior. Your senior Lin had to take care of something, so you won't be able to see her right now." Chu Yang smiled and nodded. "It's all right. We'll have plenty of time to meet in the future." "Which class are you in?" asked Li Qian. "First year, Class 1 of the School of Economics and Management," Chu Yang answered honestly. Li Qian immediately smiled. "That's great. Qingshu and I are teaching assistants in your class. You'll see her at the freshman meeting tomorrow." She led Chu Yang to the registration table. "All right, go ahead and register." Chu Yang nodded slightly. He approached the small registration table for the School of Economics and Management. After his information was verified, he signed his name on the freshman list and received his dormitory key and student ID card. At this moment, not far away, Lin Qingshu, with two male students carrying several cups of milk tea, slowly walked towards him. At the freshman reception, a senior approached Chu Yang. "Junior, now that you have everything, I'll take you to the dormitory. Once you've placed your luggage, you can go to the dormitory office to get your bedding and other essentials." Chu Yang nodded slightly. Then he followed the senior to the boys' dormitory of the School of Economics and Management. Shortly after, Chu Yang left the registration area with his milk tea. Li Qian excitedly rushed towards Lin Qingshu. "Qingshu, you came at the perfect time. I have to tell you, our department has a super handsome and super charismatic new student this year. He was stunningly beautiful. And he said he went to the same high school as you. I think this student came here specifically for you." Lin Qingshu helplessly smiled. "If he's so handsome, did you get his contact information?" Her roommate was great in all aspects, except that she had something of a face fraud. Simply put, when she saw a handsome guy, she couldn't control herself. "Well," Li Qian paused for a moment, "he was on the phone the whole time, so I forgot to ask. But it's not a problem. Although I didn't hear who he was talking to, I'm sure it wasn't his girlfriend. And I saw his registration name. His name is Chu Yang. Once we know his name, finding him won't be difficult." Lin Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. "What did you say his name was?" "His name is Chu Yang. Is there a problem?" Li Qian asked puzzledly. "No, nothing." Lin Qingshu shook her head slightly disappointedly. "Which direction did he go?" Li Qian pointed in the direction Chu Yang went, and Lin Qingshu looked back, for a moment catching a glimpse of the boy's silhouette from that time, but quickly shook her head. "No, it can't be. It's probably just a coincidence. 3 summers ago she had a falling out with Chu Yang. She told him that she would never speak to him again. But after calming down 2 days later she wrote to him again. But from that day on Chu Yang seemed to have disappeared from her life. Classmates, teachers, no one knew where Chu Yang had gone. She even went to Chu Yang's house, only to find that his family had moved. Eventually, she cried and begged her father to use his connections to check Chu Yang's identification at the police station, only to find out that Chu Yang's records had been erased. At this moment, a thought flashed in Lin Qingshu's mind that Chu Yang had been dead for 3 years. So for her, this silhouette could never be Chu Yang. At best it was just someone with the same name and a similar appearance from behind. Finally Lin Qingshu, trembling, suppressed her desire to chase after him. After escorting Chu Yang to the dormitory building, the sophomore who had been leading the way completed his task. Following the number indicated on his dormitory key, Chu Yang pushed open the door of the dormitory where he would live for the next 4 years. Dormitory 319, Building 3. Sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the dimly lit dormitory room. Dust particles floated in the air. A visible layer of dust covered the floor. Obviously, Chu Yang was the first to arrive at the dormitory. Finding his bed, he placed his suitcase down, then walked to the dormitory balcony, opened the large windows to let in some fresh air. From his backpack he took out a mask. Putting it on, he grabbed a broom and started cleaning. Within just half an hour, Chu Yang thoroughly cleaned the dormitory. Shortly after, a burly boy walked into the room, looked at the clean floor, then at Chu Yang resting at the table, and immediately smiled. "Bro, did you clean all this by yourself?" Chu Yang nodded slightly. "It was just cleaning, nothing to boast about." "Thank you so much, I really appreciate it." The burly boy walked up to Chu Yang, laughing. "My name is Zhu Pengfei, I'm from the northeast, and this is also my dormitory. Now we're roommates." Chu Yang stood up slightly. "I'm Chu Yang from Jianan." Soon after, the other two roommates arrived. One was a slim boy with black framed glasses. Like Chu Yang, he was from Xianan province, and his name was Wang Lei. The other was a local from Kyoto named Zhang Mingyang. The four of them lined up their ranks by birth date. Zhu Pengfei was the oldest, Zhang Mingyang was second, Chu Yang was third, and Wang Lei was the youngest. To thank Chu Yang for cleaning the dormitory, the other three unanimously decided that Chu Yang wouldn't need to handle any daily chores. Except for fetching water and some toiletries, all the bedding and other items were delivered by Zhu Pengfei and the others. After everyone made their beds, Zhu Pengfei asked, "Brothers, how did you all get into Kyoto University? What were your entrance exam scores?" Zhang Mingyang answered first. "Entrance exam? I didn't take the entrance exam. I was admitted at the beginning of my second year in high school." Wang Li adjusted his glasses. "I didn't take the entrance exam either. I was in the national IMO training team and got direct admission to Kyoto University after the competition." They looked at Zhu Pengfei. "And you? How did you get here?" Zhu Pengfei scratched his head awkwardly. "I got a bit lucky. I had brain surgery as a child, which made me smarter. I scored 694 on the entrance exam and became the top student in science, then got into Kyoto University." Then all three looked at Chu Yang. "Third brother, how did you get into Kyoto University?" Chu Yang thought for a few seconds. "I didn't take the entrance exam either. I got direct admission because I didn't want to go to Huaxin University, so I came to Kyoto University. Huaxin University wanted him to be a professor and supervise doctoral students. He didn't go, so he came to Kyoto University." His explanation made sense. Chu Yang had mentally prepared himself for the fact that there wouldn't be any ordinary students in their dormitory. Kyoto University, as the country's top educational institution, admitted only about 20 students each year through entrance exams. Each one was exceptional. The remaining 80 mostly gained admission through direct enrollment or participation in leading national or international competitions. Zhang Mingyang laughed. "It's not easy for us all to gather from across the country. I'm a local, so I know this area well. How about I treat everyone to dinner tonight?" Zhu Pengfei quickly responded. "Treating us is too much, let's go Dutch. But you picked the place since you know the area well." Wang Lei and Chu Yang nodded in agreement. At that moment, Wang Lei's phone chimed with a notification. He quickly glanced at it, then raised his phone to show the others. "Guys, have you joined the class group chat? The advisor created the group and announced that Lin Qingshu will be our teaching assistant this year. You know who Lin Qingshu is, right?" Zhu Pengfei and Zhang Mingyang reacted first. "Lin Qingshu is our teaching assistant." Chu Yang raised an eyebrow. From the information he had found, he already knew that Lin Qingshu was quite popular at Kyoto University. But he didn't expect her to be this popular. Reading the messages in the group, Chu Yang pondered the future. Zhang Mingyang sighed. "What a pity, she's the #1 beauty in our university. Our senior Lin is still mourning her boyfriend who died 3 years ago. Otherwise, considering her position as our teaching assistant, I would definitely try to get her attention." Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat. He looked up and asked, "Boyfriend? From 3 years ago?" Lin Qingshu had a boyfriend. "Yeah, exactly." Zhang Mingyang nodded repeatedly, full of gossip. "From what I heard, her ex-boyfriend was her desk mate in the first year of high school, but later he died in an accident. It's a shame. If she had just broken up with him, it would have been easier. But since he died, it's likely Lin Qingshu will have a hard time forgetting him for the rest of her life." Desk mate in the first year of high school? Chu Yang was momentarily stunned. He remembered that Lin Qingshu's desk mate in the first year was him, wasn't it? Since when had he become her ex-boyfriend? He admitted he had a crush on her back then. But before he could do anything, he was taken away for research. What happened in the 3 years he was gone? No, he needed to find out. Chu Yang suddenly stood up from his chair, immediately drawing the attention of his roommates. Third brother, where are you going? Chu Yang took a deep breath. I just remembered I need to buy some essentials, so I'm going to the supermarket near the school. He couldn't exactly say he was the deceased ex-boyfriend of Lin Qingshu from 3 years ago. Zhu Pengfei laughed. Great timing. I'm also short on school supplies. I'll go with you. Wang Leiai and Zhang Mingyang stood up simultaneously. Let's go together. We need to buy some things too. Xu Yang sighed inwardly, but then smiled calmly. All right, let's go together. 3 years had passed. Another day wouldn't make a difference. Registration was in the afternoon. After the 4 of them finished shopping at the nearest supermarket, they returned to school around 7 p.m. After unpacking and washing up, Zhang Mingyang looked at the others and said, Brothers, how about we take a walk around the school and have a late-night snack? Everyone agreed. Let me dry my hair first, Zhang Mingyang said, laughing. Guys, let me warn you. There are many more beautiful girls in Kyoto University than in Huaxin University. Dress up a bit, and who knows, you might attract the attention of a beautiful girl. Zhu Pengfei's eyes lit up. Why didn't you say that earlier? I need to change. Wang Liai adjusted his glasses and shouted. Second brother, I'm not good with my hair. Help me style it later, okay? Xu Yang's lips twitched, and a hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. Maybe this was the essence of youth. He took a mirror and looked at his reflection. Everything was fine. No need to change. He wasn't that superficial. In the girls' dormitory, Li Qian approached Lin Qingshu with a smile. Qingshu, what are we having for dinner tonight? Lin Qingshu calmly replied. Let's go to the cafeteria. I think the recently introduced braised pork with dried tofu in the first cafeteria is quite good. Li Qian immediately protested. We just came to school, and you want to go to the cafeteria? We've been busy all day. Let's go to the north gate and see what's good there. On the way, we can buy some fruit. Lin Qingshu rolled her eyes. I think you just want to check out the new junior boys. Don't be so harsh, Li Qian sighed. Lin Qingshu turned to look at their 2 other roommates. And you guys? Want to take a walk? The 2 other girls quickly nodded. No problem. Lin Qingshu glanced at Li Qian. All right, we haven't had a walk together in a while. Let's go. Soon, the 4 from dormitory 319 finished getting ready and quickly left the boys' dormitory, heading to the food street at the north gate. Almost simultaneously, Lin Qingshu and her friends also left the girls' dormitory and headed to the food street at the north gate. Zhang Mingyang, with his hands in his pockets, looked at the others and said, Guys, the food street at the north gate is well known here at Kyoto University. Several barbecue places on this street are quite good. Pick one. Zhu Pengfei and Wang Leiai exchanged glances, then looked at Xu Yang. Third brother. Where do you want to go? Xu Yang casually glanced at the nearby barbecue places and chose the closest one. The others nodded in agreement. Zhang Mingyang quickly led the way. All right, let's go. Meanwhile, Li Qian, holding Lin Qingshu's wrist, looked around and asked, Girls, where do we want to go? Anywhere is fine, the other 2 girls nodded. Li Qian then looked at Lin Qingshu. Lin Qingshu slightly raised her head, quickly scanning the surroundings, and suddenly froze. At the entrance to the barbecue place stood Xu Yang next to Zhu Pengfei and the others. Lin Qingshu felt her mind go blank, her eyes fixed on the place where Xu Yang had entered. Holding her breath, she couldn't take her eyes off him. He looked so much like Xu Yang. Unlike the view from behind earlier, this time she truly saw a boy who looked almost exactly like Xu Yang. Dressed just as she remembered, a plain white shirt, long jeans and messy yet neat black hair. For a moment, Lin Qingshu felt like she was suffocating. No matter how much she wanted to believe it, Xu Yang was already dead. Li Qian shook Lin Qingshu's wrist. Qingshu, what are you dreaming about? Lin Qingshu came back to her senses, looked at Li Qian and the others, and said, Let's have barbecue. Barbecue and beer are perfect for summer. The others had no objections. Then Lin Qingshu led Li Qian and the others to the barbecue place where Xu Yang had just entered. Was it really possible for someone to look exactly the same? Or was it just her imagination? At that moment, Lin Qingshu's heart, which had been dead for 3 years, mysteriously started to come alive again. Was it wishful thinking or not? She had to face this boy who looked exactly like the Xu Yang she remembered. Zhang Mingyang and the others found a private room and sat down. Xu Yang casually picked up the menu, scanned it, and said, I'm going to the restroom. You guys go ahead and order. On the other side, Lin Qingshu, Li Qian, and their friends also entered the barbecue restaurant and found a corner to sit in. Lin Qingshu said, Guys, go ahead and order. I think I saw someone I know. I'll go look for them. Li Qian's eyes lit up. Someone you know? A handsome guy. Lin Qingshu rolled her eyes. Go on, just order the food. Then Lin Qingshu started scanning the barbecue restaurant. Seeing only unfamiliar faces, her expression became slightly disappointed. She took a deep breath and quickly opened the doors of the private rooms one by one. Not finding any familiar faces, she exited each private room with an apologetic look, saying, Sorry, wrong room. Finally, Lin Qingshu opened the door to the room where Zhang Mingyang and the others were. Senior Lin, seeing Lin Qingshu enter, Zhang Mingyang and the others widened their eyes in surprise. Hi, Lin Qingshu awkwardly smiled, then looked at the table set for 4 and curiously asked, Do you have another person? Zhu Pengfei quickly answered, Our third brother went to the bathroom. Oh, Lin Qingshu nodded and apologized to them. Sorry, I thought I saw someone I knew. Wrong room. She quickly exited the private room. As soon as she turned around, she saw a boy in a white short-sleeved shirt passing by. At that moment, Lin Qingshu's heartbeat suddenly sped up. She took a deep breath and quickly followed the boy, tapping him on the shoulder. The boy quickly turned around. Seeing Lin Qingshu, his eyes lit up, and he asked excitedly, Classmate Lin, are you looking for me? Lin Qingshu's expression became awkward. Sorry, I mistook you for someone else. The boy immediately looked disappointed. Lin Qingshu continued to apologize. Sorry, very sorry. After a few quick apologies, she quickly disappeared from the boy's sight. She returned to Li Qian and the others, looking lost. Li Qian quickly asked, What happened? You look like you've lost your soul. Nothing. Lin Qingshu forced a smile, then looked at the beer on the table. Let's drink to celebrate the start of the semester. I'll take the first toast. She quickly opened a bottle of beer with an opener. Pouring herself a full glass of beer, Lin Qingshu tilted her head back and drank the entire glass. On the other side, Xu Yang slowly exited the restroom. Without glancing at the main hall, he immediately opened the door and entered the private room. The table was already filled with chilled beer. Seeing Xu Yang enter, Zhu Pengfei and the others immediately laughed. Third brother, you took so long in the bathroom. We've all been waiting for you. Let's drink to all of us gathered here from across the country. Xu Yang didn't hesitate. Sitting down, he picked up his glass and smiled at the others. To our gathering. Half an hour later, after several rounds of drinks and dishes, Zhang Mingyang, his face flushed, held his glass and smiled at the others. Guys, Lin Qingshu, our senior, is also here. How about we go and drink to her? After all, she will be our teaching assistant during our studies. Xu Yang's expression froze. Lin Qingshu came earlier. Wang Li quickly replied. You were in the bathroom. Senior Lin probably went to the wrong room, so she came in here. I saw her and her roommates drinking outside when I went to the bathroom. Zhu Pengfei nodded in agreement. Yes, I saw her too. I must say, Senior Lin deserves to be the top beauty in our university. Even when she drinks, she's impressive. Drinking. Xu Yang frowned slightly. The Lin Qingshu he knew never touched alcohol. Scrape came the sound of a chair moving as Xu Yang suddenly stood up. Zhu Pengfei and the others immediately looked at Xu Yang. Third brother, where are you going? Worry reflected in Xu Yang's eyes, and he smiled. I need to step out for a bit. You guys continue drinking. With these words, Xu Yang opened the door and entered the main hall. He quickly noticed Lin Qingshu still drinking. Li Qian and the 2 other roommates looked at her worriedly. Qingshu, you shouldn't drink anymore. You're already drunk. Ever since Lin Qingshu started wandering around the barbecue restaurant, her friends noticed something was wrong with her, as if she had lost her soul. She continued drinking one glass after another. At first, they thought Lin Qingshu was in a bad mood and drank a few glasses with her. But they didn't expect her to drink so much. No problem. I'll just finish this last glass. Lin Qingshu's eyes were already a bit blurry, her hand trembling slightly as she held the glass, her face flushed. At that moment, a familiar face appeared before her, though it seemed a bit hazy. But Lin Qingshu was sure. It was Xu Yang. Stop drinking. Xu Yang snatched the glass from her hand and drank it himself. Li Qian looked at Xu Yang in surprise. Junior, is that you? Hello, Senior. Xu Yang greeted Li Qian, then looked at Lin Qingshu with concern and asked how much did she drink. Li Qian pointed to 4 or 5 beer bottles on the floor. All of those were drunk by our school beauty. Lin Qingshu suddenly looked up, tears streaming down her red eyes. Did I drink too much? Xu Yang, is it really you? You finally come back. Then she hugged Xu Yang tightly, crying. I promise I won't fight with you anymore. Please don't disappear suddenly again. Chu Yang's expression was complicated. He gently patted Lin Qingzhu's trembling shoulder and said to Li Qian, "Senior, where is your dormitory? I'll help you take her back." All right, Li Qian was momentarily stunned, then said excitedly, "We couldn't move her ourselves." "Thank you, Junior." "No problem." Chu Yang shook his head and gently held Lin Qingzhu's slender waist, lifting her into his arms. With steady steps, he slowly walked out of the barbecue restaurant. Inside the private room, Zhu Pengfei and the others stuck their heads out curiously. Seeing Chu Yang carrying Lin Qingzhu away, they were stunned. It was so unexpected. They had just been considering whether to go and drink with Lin Qingzhu, but Chu Yang had entered and taken her away. What was happening? Lin Qingzhu's two other roommates were also confused. During their first year at university, many boys had pursued Lin Qingzhu, some driving luxury cars, others being entrepreneurs, but Lin Qingzhu had rejected them all. She never paid attention to any of the boys on campus. But now this junior had just entered, and she jumped into his arms? Li Qian was also surprised. It seemed there might be some history between these two. However, as far as she knew, Lin Qingzhu only had a history with one boy. And that was her boyfriend who had died 3 years ago. Could it be Chu Yang? Thinking about this, Li Qian couldn't help but shiver. Could this be a resurrection scenario? But now she didn't have time to think too much about it. She quickly ran to the barbecue restaurant's cashier. After paying the bill, she and Lin Qingzhu's two other roommates followed Chu Yang. Outside the barbecue restaurant, many Kyoto University students were walking back and forth. When Chu Yang came out holding Lin Qingzhu, he immediately attracted a lot of attention. "Look, a Princess Carrie. Are they filming a drama?" exclaimed one girl. "This guy is so handsome, especially his legs. They're so long," added another. "I wish I were the girl in his arms," sighed a third. Some sharp-eyed boys recognized Lin Qingzhu in Chu Yang's arms and exclaimed, "Oh my god, isn't that Lin Qingzhu from the second year? TSK, what a beast. Let go of my goddess, let me do it. Damn. Did my goddess just get into a relationship? My youth is over." Lin Qingzhu lazily opened her eyes, gazing at Chu Yang right in front of her. She wrapped her arms around his neck, clinging to him like a squirrel hugging a tree, and quietly whispered with a hint of alcohol, "Chu Yang, is it really you? You've finally come back. Promise me, don't leave me again, okay? I promise I won't fight with you anymore." The gentle fragrance of a young girl, mixed with the faint smell of alcohol, and Lin Qingzhu's constant movement, her dreamy eyes in his arms. How could a hot-blooded young man, only recently come of age, resist this? Lin Qingzhu's actions made Chu Yang's blood boil instantly. He couldn't help but swallow, looking at her with a helpless smile and a hint of indulgence in his eyes. "I promise, I won't leave you again, okay?" Lin Qingzhu contentedly snuggled into his arms like a child and said, "You promised, right? If someone disappears again without saying a word, they'll be a little dog, woof woof." Chu Yang nodded repeatedly. "I promise, the one who disappears will be a little dog, woof woof." With these words, Lin Qingzhu finally calmed down. She quietly snuggled into Chu Yang's arms and slowly fell asleep. Chu Yang turned to Li Qian, who was walking beside them. "Does she often get like this after drinking?" Li Qian quickly shook her head. No. Although we occasionally go out for a drink, Qingzhu has always been very restrained. She has never gotten drunk before." Then she couldn't help but laugh. "This is the first time we're seeing Qingzhu drunk. Who knew someone so aloof could act like a child when drunk?" The other two girls nodded in agreement. I see Chu Yang nodded slightly, then looked at Li Qian and the others, who were holding their phones all the time, and curiously asked, "Are you recording this?" Li Qian's expression froze, and she awkwardly smiled. "We're just recording some good memories. We thought we'd show them to her tomorrow when she sobers up to help her remember what happened tonight." Chu Yang's lips twitched. He hesitated for a moment, then casually said, "Record if you want, just make sure you capture my good side." "Got it." Li Qian and the others laughed loudly. After taking a few more steps, Li Qian looked at Chu Yang curiously. "Junior, are you the guy she mentioned who died 3 years ago?" Chu Yang thought for a few seconds. "If there are no surprises, that should be me." Then she said, "You." Li Qian and the others were confused. "Are you wondering why she thinks I've been dead for 3 years?" Chu Yang glanced at the peacefully sleeping Lin Qingzhu, a faint smile curling his lips. "I also want to know why she said that." After a few seconds of silence, Chu Yang's smile became more playful. "My ex-girlfriend." Leading Li Qian, Chu Yang carried Lin Qingzhu to the entrance of their dormitory. He carefully set her down and said to Li Qian and the others, Seniors, please take care of her tonight. No problem. Li Qian and the others quickly nodded. Then they stood beside Lin Qingshu, supporting her. Step by step, they entered the girls' dormitory. After they disappeared from view, Chu Yang finally left the entrance of the girls' dormitory. When Chu Yang returned to the barbecue restaurant, Zhu Pengfei and the others were still comfortably sitting in the private room. Seeing Chu Yang enter, they immediately stood up. One person moved a chair for Chu Yang, another made room on the table, and a third brought hot skewers and beer. Once Chu Yang was seated, they all sat down, looking like they were about to conduct an interrogation, their faces full of gossip as they asked, "Third brother, tell us the story. It's only the first day at university, and you already have the most beautiful girl in our school? What do you mean by have?" sighed Chu Yang, looking at them. "I knew her from high school. When I heard you say she was outside, I went to greet her. I didn't expect her to be drunk, so I helped her back to the dormitory. Are you speaking with a clear conscience?" Zhu Pengfei rolled his eyes. "Third brother, don't take us for fools. If she were just an ordinary friend, would you have carried her back to the dormitory like a princess? Her roommates were there, weren't they? Besides, I clearly saw the school beauty Lin jump into your arms." Wang Lei's eyes lit up. "Third brother, could you be the ex-boyfriend Lin Qingshu mentioned? The one who supposedly died 3 years ago? Did you break up 3 years ago, break her heart, and she told everyone you died out of spite?" Zhang Mingyang also jumped up, dramatically slapping his thigh. "Third brother, I get it. You're not being honest. You left Lin Qingshu, the school beauty, in trouble, making her tell people you died?" Wang Lei, already engrossed in the story, exclaimed. "Damn, if that's the case, then during the next half-month of military training, Lin Qingshu, as our teaching assistant, will definitely give us trouble. You need to sort this out, third brother." Chu Yang was thoroughly exasperated. "Stop jumping to conclusions. I didn't do anything to her, and we were never in a relationship. As far as I know, she never dated anyone in high school." "Got it." Zhang Mingyang grinned. "So, the school beauty Lin made up this story about an ex-boyfriend who died 3 years ago as an excuse to fend off other suitors. Does this mean I have a chance? Come on." Zhu Pengfei glared at Zhang Mingyang. "Don't get any funny ideas. Third brother is here. I swear with my sharp sixth sense, there's definitely some untold story between third brother and the school beauty Lin." Zhu Pengfei and the others immediately focused their gaze on Chu Yang. "Senior brother, please tell us." Chu Yang sighed helplessly. "We were never together, and there was no breakup. We were just ordinary classmates." "So, you didn't have any feelings for her?" Chu Yang paused for a while, then admitted. "Yes." All three burst into laughter. "Third brother, you should have said that earlier. You like her but you're shy. Haha. But remember, a good junior should always aim high. We support you." Support. "Third brother, go for it. If you date the school beauty, our whole dormitory will bask in the glory." Chu Yang's lips twitched. His dorm mates were quite the characters. Who said all top university students were nerds? Meanwhile, at a large aerospace engine research base in the northern desert, in a conference room, a middle-aged man around 40, but with graying hair, wearing a lab coat, looked at a stack of top-secret design documents in front of him, feeling overwhelmed. This was Professor Lu, the same person who had spoken with Chu Yang on the phone earlier. Lu Yun, the deputy dean of the School of Electronic Information at Kyoto University. The lithography machine project that Chu Yang worked on had attracted top professors and experts from various fields across the country. However, they had only completed part of the project. Once they finished their part, they quickly returned to their other research projects. Lu Yun was one of them. As part of the lithography machine project, he spent a month at the research base, completing the assigned module before leaving. This achievement had earned him the position of Deputy Dean of the School of Electronic Information at Kyoto University before he turned 50. However, 3 months ago he was urgently transferred to a top-secret research base to develop the 4th-generation combat aerospace engine. This project had been ongoing for almost 10 years. Aerospace engines are considered the crown jewel of modern industrial manufacturing because a country's aviation prowess is reflected in its ability to independently produce high-performance aerospace engines. But China's aerospace engine research started too late, lagging 30 years behind other leading countries. Although subsequent projects had made progress, they lacked technical and experimental experience. China's most advanced aviation engines were still imported, hindering the mass production of top-tier domestic fighter jets. Essentially, they were held back by foreign suppliers. 10 years ago, the 4th-generation aerospace engine project was launched. Lu Yun was brought in to address specific issues related to the design of the engine's integrated circuits. After nearly 3 months of work, they had finally completed the circuit design and overall assembly of the engine. The first prototype of a fourth-generation combat aerospace engine, fully developed by China, was created. On that same day, under favorable weather conditions, their newly developed engine entered the flight test phase. But for unknown reasons, the test flight failed, causing a flurry of activity at the research base. An elderly man in his 60s stood at the front of the conference room, seriously looking at the gathered researchers and scientists. "Ladies and gentlemen, what do you think about today's failed test flight? Were any issues identified?" One researcher immediately responded. "The test results are in. Several areas need attention, starting with the precision of the turbine blades, which are still slightly behind, and also." The room remained quiet as the report continued. After the report ended, the elderly man, Chief Engineer E, coldly snorted. "Let's put aside other aspects for now. How many times has the precision of the turbine blades been checked and still not met the standards? What are the suppliers going to do? They want us to change the design." Other research bases opened around the same time as theirs. Some had already developed engines for fifth-generation transport aircraft, others various models of drones and missiles. Yet their aerospace combat engine research had lasted a whole 10 years, only to show such results during the test flight. At this moment, Lu Yun raised his head and addressed Chief Engineer E. "Chief Engineer E, I know someone who could help us solve these problems." He meant Chu Yang. During the lithography machine research, they encountered numerous problems, but once these problems were handed to Chu Yang, they were quickly resolved. Moreover, Lu Yun had previously discussed the design of combat aerospace engines with Chu Yang, who had unique insights in this area. For those involved in the lithography machine research base, Chu Yang had almost reached a mythical status in their eyes. Hearing this, Yi Jianguo, the chief designer of the fourth-generation combat aerospace engine, immediately turned his gaze to Lu Yun. "Who is this person you think can solve the problem?" "Chu Yang," Lu Yun slowly said. As soon as he uttered these words, the entire conference room buzzed with murmurs. "Who is Chu Yang? What field does he specialize in? Why haven't I heard of him in our circles? Is there an expert in aerospace research named Chu Yang?" Chief Engineer E is the vice president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. If even he can't solve the problem, can this Chu Yang really help us? The projects that they and Chu Yang participated in were classified at the highest level. Not to mention Chu Yang's current status, his identity in China was protected by SSS-level secrecy. So most of the people present didn't recognize Chu Yang's name. Only Yi Jianguo, standing at the front, showed a slight reaction. He looked at Lu Yun and asked, "Do you mean the chief designer of the project you once participated in?" As the vice president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, he had access to a vast amount of information. Moreover, back then, they held a meeting to nominate Chu Yang for the position of senior academician of the academy. He had a certain understanding of Chu Yang's achievements. "Yes, that's him," Lu Yun firmly nodded. Yi Jianguo asked doubtfully, "Can you get him to come?" From what he knew, this young man was currently neglecting his duties to study at Kyoto University. Yes, neglecting his duties. They all knew about Chu Yang's research talent. In 3 years he went from zero to developing a lithography machine with a 1 nm norm. This achievement brought Chinese chip development to the pinnacle of the world. They all wanted him to work at the research base 24/7. Lu Yun nodded. "I can't guarantee it, but it's worth a try." Yi Jianguo pondered for a few seconds, his eyes gradually showing a look of anticipation. Finally he nodded. "Then give it a try. I also want to meet this interesting young man. We are getting old. The future of Chinese scientific research will eventually have to be handed over to the younger generation." The next morning Chu Yang was packing his clothes in the dormitory, talking to Lu Yun on the phone. "No problem. I'll buy the earliest plane ticket and come. I should arrive tonight." Then Chu Yang hung up. Just getting out of bed, Zhu Pengfei, sleepily scratching his head, looked at Chu Yang packing his suitcase and asked, "Third brother, what are you doing so early in the morning?" "I have some family matters, and I need to go back for a while," Chu Yang said solemnly. He had just received a call from Lu Yun, inviting him to participate in the design and research of the fourth-generation combat aerospace engine. This task originally didn't belong to him. But he understood that once he devoted himself to scientific research, he no longer belonged to himself. As he wrote in his application after completing the coming-of-age ceremony at the research base a few months ago, "I am ready to dedicate myself to scientific research, use knowledge and technology to serve my country, and strive for this all my life." Some things had to be done by someone. Going back? Zhu Pengfei instantly woke up. Damn, you're not going to participate in military training? I've already informed the school, Chu Yang replied. Oh. Zhu Pengfei nodded, half understanding. Informing the school meant he didn't need to participate in military training. Then he asked, how long will you be gone? If quickly, a week. If slowly, maybe by the time military training ends, Chu Yang replied. Zhu Pengfei was now fully awake. Damn, you're just trying to avoid military training? Chu Yang slowly raised his head. Don't complicate things, boss. Zhu Pengfei waved his hand several times. Okay, just kidding. If you have family matters, go take care of them. Then he laughed. If you don't participate in military training, that's good. Otherwise, with your face, who will look at the rest of us in the dormitory during training? Disappear for half a month, and we might have a chance to get girlfriends first, haha. Chu Yang smiled slightly. Hope so. In the girls' dormitory, the morning sun shone through the window. Lin Qingzhu, rubbing her aching head, lazily stretched and asked Li Qian, who was already up. Xiao Qian, what time is it? It's 7. Still early, Li Qian replied with a smile. I'm not sleeping anymore. Lin Qingzhu quickly got out of bed, rubbed her sleepy eyes and asked, Did I get drunk last night? I vaguely remember hugging someone. Oh, I thought you passed out. Li Qian laughed, pulled out her phone, and showed the video she recorded last night. Want me to help you remember? You recorded a video? Lin Qingzhu exclaimed in surprise. I really admire you. Li Qian handed the phone to Lin Qingzhu. See for yourself. Do you recognize the person carrying you? Lin Qingzhu quickly took the phone. Seeing the video on the screen, she was stunned. The video showed Chu Yang carrying her back to the school, and you could even hear him say, if you're recording, make sure to capture my good side. Tears streamed down Lin Qingzhu's face in an instant. Afraid that Chu Yang might disappear again, she watched the video once more, then quickly ran to the edge of the bed, looking at Li Qian with wide eyes. Xiao Qian. How do you know Chu Yang? Where is he now? Li Qian replied. He's a freshman in our economics and management department. He showed up after you got drunk last night, and you jumped into his arms. Then he carried you back. She cautiously asked. Qingzhu. Is he the guy you said died 3 years ago? I have to find him. Lin Qingzhu didn't even answer Li Qian's question. She quickly changed her clothes, grabbed a baseball cap, and ran out in her slippers. Li Qian called after her helplessly. Hey, do you even know where his dormitory is? Send me the dormitory assignments for the freshmen. As a teaching assistant, she had the dormitory assignments for each student in their class. There weren't many people at the entrance to the boys' dormitory, just a few passing by. Chu Yang was slowly walking, heading to the school cafeteria for breakfast. Suddenly Lin Qingzhu's trembling voice came from behind him. Chu Yang. Chu Yang looked up sharply. Lin Qingzhu's face was tear-streaked. She stood there, her eyes calm as she looked at Chu Yang. 3 years had passed. Chu Yang's appearance hadn't changed much, though he seemed taller. His eyes had lost their youthful innocence, replaced by maturity and composure. His demeanor hadn't changed. She always thought Chu Yang had an old-fashioned look, like an old scholar. The way he spoke so seriously was amusing. Now he still had that scholarly aura. Even in the simplest, plain clothes, he looked so gentle and elegant. Though Lin Qingzhu saw Chu Yang in the video last night, now that they were face to face, she felt her heart almost stop. A heavy silence hung between them. Neither of them spoke, just like when she angrily told Chu Yang, I never want to see you again. But that was out of spite then. Now it was more out of curiosity, confusion, and resentment. She hated him for leaving without a word. Even if they were never together, friends needed to say goodbye, didn't they? Chu Yang also froze in place. He looked at Lin Qingzhu for a long time. She looked the same as 3 years ago, still so beautiful. Her unadorned face remained pure and lovely. In fact, when he left the research base, he had thought about various opening lines when meeting Lin Qingzhu. Are you 18 now? Do you have a boyfriend? How have you been these past few years? Congratulations on getting into Kyoto University. But he really didn't know how to face Lin Qingzhu. 3 years ago, he inherited the eternal knowledge repository from a super civilization. Although with his current level of understanding, he still couldn't fully grasp the concept of the eternal knowledge repository, it existed deep in his consciousness. It was through studying the contents of the eternal knowledge repository that he finally developed the technology for the 1-nanometer lithography machine. And this was only a low-level technology in the eternal knowledge repository. Because of this technology, he decided to test the waters and handed it over to the state, leading to his sudden disappearance 3 years ago. The two of them looked at each other for a few seconds. In those few seconds, memories of their school days filled their minds. The applause of their classmates when they were both called to solve problems on the board. Cheering each other on during the 1,500-meter run at the school sports meet. Secretly eating spicy snacks during classes. And the crimson sunset in the evening sky. In their youth, their names were intertwined in each other's lives. But she never managed to hold his dirty hand after a basketball game, and he never smoothed her wind-blown hair. Chu Yang hesitated for a long time before finally looking up and asking, "I heard I was considered dead?" Lin Qingshu's eyes sparkled, her tears on the verge of flowing again. It seemed like 1,000 words were stuck in her throat. She bit her lip hard, almost screaming. "Yes, Chu Yang, weren't you dead? Why did you come back?" For 3 whole years she genuinely believed that Chu Yang was dead. But now he was standing in front of her again. Chu Yang's voice trembled. He wanted to explain everything that happened over the past 3 years, why he left, what he had been doing. But given his current status, he couldn't reveal anything. Countless explanations were swallowed. What he had done over the past 3 years, even his closest people couldn't know the details. His contributions could only be made public after his death, allowing him to be fully revealed. Finally, Chu Yang just quietly said, "It doesn't matter, a lot of time has passed. I don't want to see you." Lin Qingshu's expression turned cold. "I just came to confirm if you were really dead. Now that I know you're alive, I'm leaving." She turned to leave. "Lin Qingshu," Chu Yang called out. "What?" Lin Qingshu quickly turned back. Chu Yang slowly said, "I just wanted to tell you that I haven't forgotten our promise." "Our promise?" Lin Qingshu laughed coldly, struggling to contain her anger as she looked at Chu Yang. "Chu Yang, who do you think we are to each other? You come and go as you please. For 3 years I sent you so many messages, and you never replied. You disappeared without a trace. Do you think this makes you cool, makes you happy? Do you think I'll remember you for life? You disappeared, didn't you? Since you disappeared, why did you come back?" The last sentence was almost a scream. It seemed she poured out all the sadness, resentment, and dissatisfaction of the past 3 years. At first, she sincerely hoped that Chu Yang was just playing a prank and would return by the end of summer. She even thought about scolding him thoroughly when she found him. But later she gave up. For 3 years there was no news of Chu Yang. She almost forgot the stories they shared 3 years ago. But now he suddenly reappeared. Chu Yang was at a loss for words. What could he say? A person of honor may serve his country but may fail his loved one. Finally he sighed helplessly. "I'm really sorry. I shouldn't have left without saying anything." "No need, you don't need to apologize to me." Lin Qingshu quickly shook her head, a self-deprecating smile appearing on her face. "Who are we to each other? You come and go as you please. You don't need to explain to me, and I don't want to hear it." "Then let's talk about something else," Chu Yang said, looking at Lin Qingshu apologetically. "I have to go. There's an emergency at home that I need to take care of. But I'll be back as soon as the military training is over." "What kind of emergency?" Lin Qingshu's expression tightened, but then she quickly became cold again. "Just leave if you need to. I'm nothing to you, so you don't need to explain." Chu Yang smiled. "Despite informing the school, you're still the teaching assistant of our class. It's proper for a new student to inform the teaching assistant if they're going to miss the military training, right?" As he spoke, Chu Yang took a few steps closer to Lin Qingshu, slightly bending to look her directly in the eyes, smiling. "But your expression when you heard something happened at my home was so tense. You care about me?" Lin Qingshu looked at Chu Yang nervously. "I don't care about you at all." After a brief pause, she pretended to be calm. "Do you have anything else to say? If not, I'm leaving." "No, that's all," Chu Yang chuckled. He slightly raised his hand, as if to smooth Lin Qingshu's slightly messy hair. But just as his hand was about to touch her, he restrained himself, quickly straightened up, and gently said, "This time I won't disappear without a word, okay? I don't want to be a little dog. I can't worry about you." Lin Qingshu remembered what she said last night when she was drunk, her face blushing as she looked at Chu Yang. "If you have an emergency, just go already. You're so annoying." With these words, Lin Qingshu turned and quickly walked away. Chu Yang stood, not following her, his lips curling into a faint smile. Is this what they call a hasty retreat? After leaving the boys' dormitory, Lin Qingshu slowly walked along the main road of the campus, her chaotic thoughts gradually calming down. Then she suddenly felt angry with herself, muttering, "Lin Qingshu, can you be a bit more decisive? And you still care about what's going on at his house." She took several deep breaths to calm down. Lin Qingshu quickly made a decision. Although Chu Yang was also attending Kyoto University now, she wouldn't let the past 3 years go so easily. From now on he would go his way, and she would go hers. Yes, that's right. Lin Qingzhu, you need to stand tall. Talking to herself mentally, Lin Qingzhu decided to return to her dormitory. Just then, a boy suddenly approached her. Seeing Lin Qingzhu, his face lit up with excitement, and he quickly walked up to her. Good morning, Qingzhu. Have you had breakfast? Would you like to have breakfast together? Lin Qingzhu's voice turned icy. I'm busy, I don't have time for breakfast. And Wang Zhuji, although we're in the same class, we're not that familiar. Either call me class president, or just by my name. The boy's expression turned awkward. Qingzhu, I've been pursuing you for a whole year. Can't you give me a chance? That's just your one-sided wish, Lin Qingzhu coldly said. In our first year I told you that I'm not interested in you. Stop wasting your time on me. We will never be together. She emphasized. Not before, not now. Around noon, Chu Yang appeared at Kyoto International Airport with his suitcase. He said into the phone, Professor Liu, I'm currently at Kyoto International Airport. I should arrive at the research base in the northern desert around 4 p.m. Please arrange for someone to pick me up at the airport. No problem, Professor Liu replied gratefully on the other end of the phone. Chief Engineer Chu, I'm very sorry to disturb your rest. Yes, rest. In Professor Liu's and other researchers' view, attending school for Chu Yang was just a break. As long as Chu Yang, with his talent, had enough rest, he would definitely return to the forefront of research. No need to apologize, Chu Yang replied with a smile. National matters take priority. Let's discuss the details when I arrive. I'm about to enter the departure hall now. After the conversation, Chu Yang hung up. Pushing his suitcase, he slowly walked towards the departure hall. At the same time, not far from Chu Yang, frenzied screams of girls echoed through the terminal. Among these girls stood a man with heavy makeup and a pale face. His demeanor was incredibly feminine. Even his walk had a hint of femininity. This was a recently risen star on the domestic scene. 2 years ago he completed a 3-year internship abroad, returned to China, signed with an agency, and quickly starred in a film dedicated to the National Day, directed by a renowned domestic director. Although his acting skills were low, he became extremely popular in China almost overnight due to his attractive appearance, becoming the dream man for countless young girls. He repeatedly topped the trending lists on Weibo, and was the talk of the town for a while. Everyone, step aside, don't get too close. The celebrity's security and assistants shouted, pushing through the crowd with an arrogant demeanor. The celebrity walked proudly, his eyes full of arrogance. This feeling of fanatical adoration, the sense of superiority, it was something he could never experience during his internship abroad. Soon, he and his entourage reached the elevator entrance. Chu Yang had just entered the elevator leading to the departure hall and stopped. At that moment, the celebrity's assistant barged into the elevator and loudly ordered, Everyone, get out, quickly get out. In the elevator, a young man felt irritated. This elevator is a public place. We entered first. Why should we get out? The others in the elevator nodded in agreement, but remained silent. The celebrity's assistant was displeased. Can't you see how many of us there are? Chu Yang glanced at the large crowd outside, noting the numerous fans holding support signs and cameras. He couldn't help but laugh. If there are so many of you, why not wait for the next elevator? Was this airport built by your family? What do you mean by that? The assistant's face darkened. Do you know how tight Hanhan's schedule is? We can't afford to miss the flight. Move out of the way. How is your missed flight our problem? Chu Yang remained calm. Is this your first time flying? Passengers should arrive at the airport 2 hours before departure. And ask the people in this elevator. Don't they have their own business? Do celebrities have special privileges? Hearing this, some of the crazed fans couldn't stand it. Our Han is busier than anyone else. He's the top star in the country, his daily schedule is tight. Can't you let him go first? What's wrong with this guy? If it were me, I would have given up my spot to Han Lego. Letting Han use the elevator is an honor. Hurry up and move. If Han misses the flight and his schedule is delayed, can you take responsibility? The celebrity's face also looked awkward. In the years he had been popular in the country, he was pampered and enjoyed privileges. Forget about giving up the elevator. Even if he was 2 hours late for a shoot, the entire crew would wait for him. Why should these ordinary people worry about giving way in an elevator? However, as a celebrity he was cautious in certain aspects. As a public figure, he never knew how many paparazzi might be secretly filming. Any excessive behavior could easily provoke a public backlash. Although he had many devoted fans, he still didn't want to lose some followers. He glanced around and saw numerous cameras and phones pointed in his direction. In the next second, he forced a smile, waved away his assistant and bodyguards, and looked at Chu Yang and the others in the elevator, saying, "It's all right. Although I'm in a hurry, let them go first. Everyone is busy." Chu Yang's lips twitched. The time wasted here was enough for the elevator to go up and down again. The fans became even more enthusiastic. Our Han Han is so kind. Even though he's busy, Han Han still understands them. I knew I chose the right idol. Han Han is so cultured. It's about using the elevator first. These people are just jealous that he's a big star. Han Han is still the best. Chu Yang shook his head helplessly and didn't respond to the celebrity. Once the bodyguards and assistants stepped back, he pressed the close button and waited for the elevator to go up. He was struck by the thought of how little attention was given to true heroes while the entire country discussed the private lives of actors. Even a trivial incident like this could incite fan fury. He genuinely pitied these people. Of course, Chu Yang couldn't judge their actions as right or wrong, he just felt a sudden sadness about the world he lived in. He didn't deny the value of celebrities. As public figures, they could promote positive behavior and have an educational impact, which was commendable. But in his opinion, such people were rare. The progress and strength of a nation should come from the pursuit of new knowledge and the exploration of new technologies. If entertainment became the focus of people's attention, the nation would stagnate. Who knows, while countless morally dubious celebrities are celebrated and adored, how many anonymous researchers live among formulas and blueprints, exhausting themselves and losing hair to improve the nation's technological prowess? How many border guards endure endless cold and risk their lives defending the frontier? Do not forget the efforts of those who truly understand the importance of serving the nation. Of course, these were just some of Chu Yang's sudden reflections. The elevator reached its destination. He pulled out his suitcase and headed to the departure gate. However, Chu Yang's actions enraged the famous man. Since becoming a celebrity, no one had dared to ignore him this way. He turned to his excited fans and assistants, a cold glint flashing in his eyes, and smiled. All right, everyone calm down. It was just a small misunderstanding. Please don't spread this online. We need to start right away. Let's disperse." The assistant quickly understood this, smiling at the crowd. "Everyone, please disperse. Remember, don't spread this online." Of course, while saying this, they were already planning to post the incident online for publicity. Devoted fans are the easiest to manipulate public opinion. The fans might not understand the true intentions of the celebrity and his assistant, but Chu Yang's actions genuinely angered them. Earlier, they didn't even think about it, but once it was mentioned, the celebrities' fan groups quickly ignited. For them, Han Han was their world. Offending their brother was worse than killing their parents. There were rational fans who tried to analyze the situation. But in the next second, they were kicked out of the group chat. Han Han had millions of fans in the country. Among them were countless staunch fans with extremely strong combat abilities. Within minutes, Han Han's fans began posting messages online. Through various maliciously edited videos and calls to condemn Chu Yang, even big data searches for Chu Yang's identity began. A post titled "Chu Yang, come out and apologize to Han Han" quickly made it to the trending list. Its ranking continued to rise rapidly. But at that moment, in a special office, emergency red lights began flashing. A man in a green military uniform and glasses immediately stood up from the computer. Report immediately. A large volume of user data revealing the identity of a top secret member is being posted online, which may lead to a leak of confidential information. I am ready to intercept, awaiting further instructions. On Weibo, the posts attacking Chu Yang not only quickly made it into the top 3 trending topics, but some of his personal information was also posted online. Name: Chu Yang. Age: 18. Education: freshman in the Department of Economics and Management at Kyoto University. Home address unknown. Contact number unknown. Personal history: attended elementary school at. Although much of the key information was encrypted at the SSS level, making it inaccessible without a high-level clearance, photos of Chu Yang still leaked online. Notably, his personal history had a 3-year gap with no available information, which only fueled the internet frenzy. After this, countless devoted fans of Han Han began their keyboard campaign online. Is it that easy to get into Kyoto University now? Can anyone get in? He's trying to use Han Han's fame. We can't find his college entrance exam results or any records of his participation in major international competitions. How did he get into Kyoto University? I suggest the relevant authorities investigate this. Ministry of Education. What is Kyoto University thinking? Don't they consider the character of their students? How did they admit such a person? I bet he bought his diploma. And Kyoto University should start military training for new students now. Why is he at the airport? Why can he skip training? Of course, some rational fans, after watching the posted video, commented, "Wow. The person who posted this video is really biased. This video is obviously edited to defame someone. Is this really okay? Why does he need to apologize to Han Han? This guy rightly pointed out that the elevator is a public space. Why should people just get out? Do celebrities have special privileges? Let's be rational and not make other comments." However, such rational comments were in the minority. Under the influence of Han Han's devoted fans, online public opinion overwhelmingly turned against Chu Yang. In Kyoto University's dormitory, Li Qian was calmly browsing Weibo and enjoying the latest gossip when she saw the quickly trending topic. She quickly called Lin Qingzhu. Qingzhu, look at this. Isn't this your little junior? So many people are cursing him online." "What do you mean?" My little junior Lin Qingzhu was stunned. She quickly took Li Qian's phone and browsed the relevant videos and comments. A celebrity forces people out of the elevator, and now their fans are blaming the victim online. Are these fans idiots? Then she pulled out her phone. Logging into Weibo, she immediately dove into the trending topic to defend Chu Yang. Seeing Lin Qingzhu's righteous indignation, Li Qian couldn't help but laugh. Qingzhu, who said she would never see Chu Yang again, that they would cut all ties and start over. Looks like you still have feelings for him. Not at all. Lin Qingzhu blushed, glancing sideways at Li Qian before righteously declaring public is public, private is private. Chu Yang went home to deal with family matters, and now he's being unfairly attacked online by brainless Hanan fans. Can you just stand by and watch this? I'm just standing up for what's right. You're just stubborn. Li Qian laughed and quickly typed on her phone, posting more than 10 comments defending Chu Yang in an instant. However, online public opinion was overwhelmingly against Chu Yang. No matter how many comments Lin Qingzhu and Li Qian posted, they were quickly buried under malicious comments. Li Qian became worried. "Qingzhu, this looks bad. Han Han's crazy fans don't seem to want to let your little junior off the hook. He's in big trouble this time." "I told you. I have nothing to do with him anymore," Lin Qingzhu immediately replied, but worry was reflected in her eyes. Her fingers quickly swiped across her phone screen. Finally, she stopped at Chu Yang's profile in WeChat, deep in thought. 3 years ago, she had sent Chu Yang countless messages, but none were answered. She even thought about deleting his contact out of anger, but in the end, couldn't bring herself to do it, quietly leaving him in her friend list. Wang Weiman at the Chinese Academy of Sciences looked at the hateful comments on his computer screen, his anger boiling over. He slammed his hand on the desk. Outrageous, simply outrageous. He had also been informed of Chu Yan's involvement in the aerospace fighter engine project. He highly valued and understood Chu Yan's character. As the developer and creator of the 1nm lithography machine, Chu Yan was undoubtedly a pillar of the nation. China's current achievements were largely due to talents like Chu Yan, who quietly made their contributions. The lithography machine project had been completed almost a month ago. There would be a celebratory banquet later. Chu Yan and his team's contributions would remain top secret. Their efforts would be sealed in national confidential archives for life. Yet, this selfless, patriotic young man was now being viciously attacked online by a celebrity's fans. If this wasn't handled properly, it would dishearten many dedicated, unsung heroes in the scientific community. This issue could not be taken lightly. Wang Weiman immediately called Chu Yan. Chu Yan, resting in the departure hall, answered the call with a bitter smile. "Director Wang, you're calling about the situation online, aren't you?" He wasn't disconnected from modern technology. He knew about the online outrage caused by Han Han's fans. Wang Weiman quickly inquired about the details from Chu Yan. Chu Yan explained everything truthfully. Understanding the situation, Wang Weiman roared over the phone, assuring Chu Yan, "Leave this matter to me. Focus on your flight. Don't let this nonsense distract you. I promise to resolve this issue within the day." Chu Yan quietly replied. "I don't mind," he added. "Sorry to trouble you." He hadn't expected his small gesture to cause such a big uproar. "It's all right. Just wait for my news," Wang Weiman snorted. Hanging up, he immediately scrolled through his contacts and dialed the head of the security bureau. "Hello, this is Wang Weiman." At the Security Bureau, the highest body for internal counterintelligence and domestic security in China, Director Liu Changqing was furious, reviewing the information received from his staff. "What are you doing? Immediately remove all information about Chu Yan from the internet, and find out if any foreign intelligence organizations are behind this. You have 10 minutes. If I still see any information about Chu Yan online after that, you'll have serious problems. Chu Yan, the 18-year-old scientist who designed the 1nm lithography machine for China, was an asset the country couldn't afford to lose. His personal file was heavily encrypted by the Security Bureau. Any attempt to access his information triggered security alerts. Liu Chengqing hadn't expected such a situation. It wasn't just one person or one organization trying to access Chu Yan's identity. Countless internet users were spreading his information online. Any harm to Chu Yan would have serious consequences. Scolding his staff, Liu Chengqing muttered angrily, "These celebrities and their fans are getting more and more out of control after the incident." All surveillance records from the airport elevator and surrounding areas were sent to the Security Bureau's Data Analysis Department. The footage showed the group behaving arrogantly towards a national treasure, demanding Chu Yan to leave the elevator for the celebrity. However, Liu Chengqing's personal phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, he took a deep breath and nervously answered, "Director Wang. This is Liu Chengqing." Wang Weiman immediately scolded him over the phone, "Liu Chengqing, what are you doing over there? This issue with Chu Yan is escalating online. What is your bureau doing about it? And what are you going to do about this celebrity? If Chu Yan's identity is exposed, I'll personally come to your office and make a scene." Liu Chengqing grimaced. "Director Wang, please calm down. I'm already handling the situation. All online information will be removed within 10 minutes. And what about the celebrity? I'll arrange a meeting with the head of the Cultural Development Administration immediately. Rest assured, I'll give you and all our scientists a satisfactory explanation." "All right. I'll be waiting for your news," Wang Weiman grumbled before hanging up. Liu Chengqing took a deep breath, gritting his teeth. "Damn, I've been working at the Security Bureau for years, and this is the first time I've been chewed out like this." Then he grabbed his work phone and informed the head of the Cultural Development Administration. "He should be in my office within half an hour, or I'll go find him myself." In the airport lounge, Chu Yan had just finished his conversation with Wang Weiman when a group of brightly dressed girls approached him. "Are you Chu Yan?" Chu Yan looked up, slightly puzzled. "Yes. Do you need something?" One of the girls sneered, sizing him up. "You look decent. But why didn't you let our Han Han use the elevator earlier if you're just sitting here waiting for your flight?" The other girls chimed in. "So disgusting. I think you're just trying to ride on Han Han's fame. If you want to become famous, we'll help you get famous properly. You're just asking for trouble. Go home and create problems for your parents, not here. You're just a worthless person." One of the girls, holding a bottle of water, suddenly poured it on Chu Yan. Chu Yan, caught off guard, was drenched, but remained calm, looking at them with a hint of pity. "Are you finished? If so, you can leave right now." Despite being adults, they lacked the independent thinking and judgment of adults. How sad. Airport security quickly rushed over, seeing the commotion. "Hey, what are you doing?" The girls exchanged glances and quickly ran away. A security officer approached Chu Yan, who calmly wiped the water off himself with a pack of tissues. "Are you all right, sir?" the security officer asked, concerned. Chu Yan shook his head. "I'm fine. You can return to your duties. Thank you." At that moment, Chu Yan's phone screen lit up. Lin Qingzhu, who hadn't written to him in years, sent a simple message, "Are you all right?" Chu Yan paused his wiping, set the tissue aside, and was about to reply to Lin Qingzhu's message when a call came in from his dorm mate, Zhu Pengfei. Seeing this, Chu Yan answered the call first. "Hello, Pengfei, it's Chu Yan. How's it going?" "Bro, you're in real trouble," Zhu Pengfei exclaimed excitedly. "We just woke up, went to the cafeteria for breakfast, and saw that crazy fans of Wuhan are roasting you online. How are you holding up?" "I'm fine," Chu Yan replied, looking at his already almost soaked clothes. He felt a warm sense of camaraderie that his dorm mates cared so much for him on their first day together. With a calm demeanor, he continued, "But you guys shouldn't get involved in this online mess. Leave it to me. It will be resolved soon. It's not just us," Zhu Pengfei continued. "Lin Qingzhu is also in trouble. She's been defending you like crazy on Weibo, but someone dug up her school connections and even posted her picture. Now she's being attacked by fans accusing her of trying to ride his fame." "What?" Chu Yan exclaimed, immediately worried. "I'll take care of it. Don't get involved. I'll handle it." Hanging up, Chu Yan quickly logged into Weibo. The issue had blown up, and various marketing accounts were fanning the flames. He quickly found the posts attacking Lin Qingzhu, where her candid photo was edited next to his black and white photo. The comments were full of vitriol. "You bitch, acting all high and mighty. You think you'll get famous this way? You and your loser boyfriend should just die. I bet you're trying to get our Han Han's attention. Don't worry, he won't look twice at a slut like you. God help us, this fame-seeking whore and her shitty boyfriend can go to hell together. Let's see them debut in hell tonight. Initially, Chu Yan had tried to be understanding towards Wu Han's overly zealous fans, but now he could no longer tolerate it. Some of these fans had already personally harassed him. Who knows what kind of online violence Lin Qingshu was facing that he couldn't see. Taking a deep breath, Chu Yan felt a pang of guilt reading Lin Qingshu's concerned message. Despite everything, she still cared about him. How foolish. Chu Yan opened the chat with Lin Qingshu, and her cute profile picture brought a slight smile to his face. Then he initiated a voice call. The call quickly connected, and after a moment of silence, Lin Qingshu spoke first. Hello, Chu Yan. How are you at the airport? Are you alright? I heard Wuhan's fans can be pretty crazy. Did they do anything to you? I'm fine, Chu Yan reassured her, shaking his head slightly. Taking another deep breath to calm his anger, he continued in a gentle tone, don't worry about it. I'll handle it. In the meantime, just stay in the dorm and try not to check Weibo. Watch a fun movie or read a book. By the time the movie is over, I'll have everything sorted out. How can you handle this alone? Lin Qingshu's voice trembled with emotion. There are so many people attacking you online. How can you fix this by yourself? By the end of the sentence, she was nearly crying. If she hadn't argued with Chu Yan that morning and instead escorted him, maybe none of this would have happened. Trust me, Chu Yan said soothingly. I'll take care of it. Just believe in me. There was something in Chu Yan's words that seemed to have a calming effect on Lin Qingshu. Finally, she asked, how will you handle it? Don't worry about the details, Chu Yan replied. Some things were better left unknown to Lin Qingshu for her own sake. Trying to lighten the mood, Chu Yan added playfully, Lin Qingshu, are you worried about me? Does that mean you've forgiven me? Not at all, Lin Qingshu quickly retorted, her tone becoming haughty. Let me make it clear that I'm helping you online only because I don't want Wuhan's fans to slander you. That's it. Don't get any ideas. I definitely won't forgive you. Hanging up, Lin Qingshu muttered to herself, at least not that easily. She was hopeless. Even after 3 years of no contact, the moment Chu Yan appeared, her defenses crumbled. No matter how angry she was, seeing him washed away all those negative feelings. Alright, Chu Yan smiled quietly. Time is still on our side. Once I take care of the family matters, I'll come back to school and properly apologize to you. From the moment he saw Lin Qingshu again, he realized she was still the same as before. Back then, he had been too obtuse and rigid, never noticing her subtle hints or understanding her feelings. But luckily, they hadn't missed their chance completely. Lin Qingshu, I missed 3 of the best years of your youth. I'll spend the rest of my life making it up to you. In the girls' dormitory, Lin Qingshu blushed, fanning her face with her hand after hanging up. Sitting next to her, Li Qian teased. What happened? Not crying anymore? When Lin Qingshu's photo was posted online, she received numerous hateful messages from Wu Han's fans. Although she usually appeared cold and aloof, deep down she was still a 20-year-old girl. Not crying anymore, Lin Qingshu replied firmly, shaking her head. She took her phone and started posting comments. I'll ignore the private messages, but I have to stand up for Chu Yan's honor. She didn't doubt Chu Yan's words, but how could one person handle such a huge problem alone? For now, she could help by alleviating some of the pressure on him. Once Wuhan's fans calmed down, this storm would naturally pass. Beijing International Airport. In the VIP lounge, Wuhan comfortably settled into one of the luxurious massage chairs, casually browsing the hot discussions on Weibo. His eyes were full of contempt and smugness. Stupid fool. You're just an ordinary person, but you think you can go against me. I can ruin you with a flick of my finger. In fact, he wasn't in a hurry to catch the flight earlier. He just didn't want to deal with those brainless fans at the airport. Even a slight smile made them act as if he was closer to them than their own fathers. Spending any time with them was a huge favor from him. His assistant sneered. Han, your fans are truly something. In less than half an hour, this topic almost topped the trending list on Weibo. Your fame has significantly increased. That's not enough, Wu Han smirked, casually instructing. Although the video online was edited, there are still some shots that don't suit my image. Arrange with some marketing accounts to say the guy in the video was actually a paparazzi, so the security drove them out of the elevator. Brilliant. The assistant laughed, immediately understanding the plan. Whether the information published in the marketing reports was true or not didn't matter to them. Controlling the online narrative was easy. It would make Wu Han's fans quickly believe the story, further boosting his popularity. In this narrative, he would become the victim, justified in his actions. Marketing reports acted quickly. At Wu Han's hint, they began spreading this story. Within minutes, the story about Xu Yan being a paparazzi spread online. Wuhan's fans quickly picked up the topic, and its popularity soared. Many people started defending Wuhan online. I knew Han Han's staff wouldn't be so rude without reason. They must have acted harshly to drive away the paparazzi. Damn paparazzi, trying to exploit our Han Han's fame. He should just die. Paparazzi are the worst. Poor Han Han didn't do anything wrong but got criticized online because of these rumor-spreading accounts. National Security Bureau. At the National Security Bureau, Liu Changqing stood in the big data office, frowning as he watched the still rising topic on Weibo. What is happening? I thought we were already deleting comments. Why is the heat still so strong? An employee helplessly replied, there are too many of Wuhan's fans. We delete one batch of comments, and another appears immediately. What about the Weibo team? Liu Changqing roared. What are they doing? If they don't stop this soon, do I need to invite their boss for tea at the National Security Bureau? The head of Weibo didn't answer the call, but my friend who works there said that Big Capital is currently backing Wuhan, trying to boost his popularity even more because of his commercial value. To hell with his commercial value. Liu Changqing couldn't hold back his curse. I don't care what capital supports Wuhan. The internet is not a lawless land, and public opinion cannot be manipulated at will. Immediately ask the technical team to shut down all Weibo servers. Block anyone posting inappropriate comments about this incident. Summon the instigators for questioning and inform other departments. Within 2 minutes, I want all information about Xu Yan gone from the internet. After giving the orders, Liu Changqing asked, where is the head of the Cultural Development Department? Has he arrived? He's on his way. About 10 minutes from the National Security Bureau. Send him directly to me when he arrives. Understood. Dan? Tencent headquarters, Shenzhen. In the office of Tencent CEO Ma Teng, his secretary had just delivered a confidential file. Opening the file, Ma Teng's brows furrowed as he read the contents highlighted in red letters. He immediately summoned the head of the technical department. Immediately bring the head of the technical department to me. The file contained an order to ban all information related to Xu Yan on social media. Although the file did not specify Xu Yan's identity, the fact that it bore the National Security Bureau's seal meant it couldn't be taken lightly. Various police stations and military bases. Each relevant agency received a red document from the National Security Bureau requesting cooperation in handling the case. A deputy director at a police station, puzzled by the document, asked, who is this Xu Yan? Why is there such a commotion around him? The document had 2 main points: prohibit internal discussion of Xu Yan's case and arrest individuals based on IP addresses provided by the National Security Bureau. The instructions were clear and simple, but every official knew that such a brief document with a red header indicated a serious matter. Don't ask questions, the police chief frowned. Immediately deploy all off-duty personnel. Follow the National Security Bureau's information and make arrests. Military base. An elderly commander with a worried expression on his face stared at the document in his hand for a long time before calling Liu Changqing. Old Liu, what's going on? Why are the military involved? As a guardian of national security, the military would not be mobilized unless it was a matter of utmost importance. Amidst the chaos, Liu Changqing quickly explained, Old Zhao, I got a call from the top. Due to confidentiality, I can only say that the young man mentioned in the document is a critical scientist. His value can be compared to that of Qian Lao. What? The commander's expression turned serious. Understood. We will fully cooperate. Qian Lao's contribution to the nation's strength and confidence was unprecedented. To learn that someone of comparable importance was the target of online slander was unacceptable. After hanging up, the old commander's face flushed with anger. Communications officer, deploy a regiment to assist the police in making arrests. Meanwhile, back at the airport, in the VIP lounge, Wu Han was lying on a luxurious massage chair, browsing Weibo and smugly observing the trending topic. His assistant was busy spreading rumors that Xu Yan was a paparazzo, further solidifying Wu Han's victim status and boosting his popularity. The wheels of disinformation spun rapidly, often to the detriment of truth and justice. But behind the scenes, forces much larger than any marketing campaign were quickly moving to protect a national treasure like Xu Yan. While the online drama unfolded, the real story was the nation's resolve to protect its future by any means necessary. National Security Bureau. In the director's office, Liu Changqing put down the phone with a look of calm authority, but his eyes were cold as he looked at the head of the Cultural Development Department sitting across from him. The department head couldn't help but flinch. The Cultural Development Department and the National Security Bureau usually operated independently, only occasionally collaborating on high-profile promotional projects. A call from the National Security Bureau had deeply shaken him. Among all the country's administrative agencies, the National Security Bureau was the least desirable to provoke, given its extensive powers. Involvement with them often meant you were lucky to come out unscathed. When he received the call, he was so agitated that he immediately canceled an important business dinner and rushed to the bureau. From the moment he entered, he noticed the strange looks from everyone he passed. Some seemed annoyed, but most seemed to pity him. He couldn't understand why. After a moment of contemplation, he finally mustered the courage to speak. "Director Liu, what matter requires the cooperation of our Cultural Development Department?" "Cooperation?" Liu Changqing smirked. "I wouldn't dare ask for your cooperation. It seems any celebrity can stir up their fans and create chaos online. Your department wields great influence." "Director Liu, what do you mean?" The department head's voice trembled as he nervously swallowed. He cautiously asked, "You called me regarding the online incident, didn't you?" One of the functions of the Cultural Development Department was to manage the entertainment industry. The issue with Wuhan had indeed blown up. He marveled at the power of the internet, and how it took less than an hour to dig up and spread personal information about two people. He never expected to be drawn into it himself. "You already know," Liu Changqing said in a cold tone. "Although the laws of our country may not fully regulate the internet, it is not a lawless land. Over the years, many have suffered severe depression or even committed suicide due to online harassment. Don't think for a second that the National Security Bureau is unaware." Liu Changqing's voice grew louder as he slammed his hand on the table. "Do you have any idea who this young man, viciously attacked online, is? Is he a descendant of one of the senior state officials?" The department head was sweating heavily. If a direct descendant of a high-ranking official was involved, it was a huge problem. But he couldn't recall anyone like that in Beijing. "Not exactly," Liu Changqing said bitterly. "But the situation is more serious. Due to confidentiality, I can't disclose much about the young man's identity. My main reason for calling you here is to discuss the entertainment industry's involvement in this matter." Liu Changqing threw a document onto the table in front of the department head. "Wuhan is suspected of defamation against a national security asset and attempting to disclose classified information. He will be charged with treason. His assistant, Sun Bin, is also charged with defamation and incitement to publicly disclose classified information, as well as treason." The document listed 17 or 18 names, including Wu Han. The rest were celebrities who supported Wuhan or tried to ride the wave of the incident. Among them were even a few top-tier stars. "This is just the first step," Liu Changqing continued. "The specific handling of these individuals will depend on your department. However, let me be clear, this is a serious matter, and it may involve foreign organizations stirring up trouble. Subsequent actions will include oversight from various departments, including tax and economic sectors." The department head felt his knees go weak and was grateful for the chair supporting him. He realized this was no small issue. Chu Yan must have an exceptional status. For the National Security Bureau to involve itself in entertainment, directly accuse someone of treason, and prepare to coordinate actions with multiple agencies indicated extreme seriousness. He stood up resolutely. "Director Liu, rest assured, we will fully comply with the instructions of the National Security Bureau. All involved individuals will be subjected to appropriate measures, whether it be removing their works or blacklisting them. We will ensure full cooperation." "That's for the best," Liu Changqing sighed, rubbing his forehead in frustration. This was a complicated situation. He wasn't exaggerating the potential involvement of foreign organizations. The Bureau had dealt with numerous cases of groups funded by foreign entities inciting internal discord. He could only hope this wasn't another such incident. Otherwise, keeping Chu Yan's identity a secret would be much more challenging. Meanwhile, unaware of the behind-the-scenes actions, Chu Yan, after finishing his call with Lin Qingshu, pondered for a moment. Then he took out a secure phone from his luggage. Scrolling through the contacts, he dialed a number. "This is Chu Yan, secret code XXXXXX. I request to speak with Director Liu Changqing of the National Security Bureau." Back at the National Security Bureau, Liu Changqing was taken aback when he received the call. Recognizing the classification code, he immediately answered. "This is Liu Changqing." "Director Liu, this is Chu Yan," came a calm but firm voice. "I understand that an online incident has gotten out of hand. I appreciate the Bureau's support, but I have a request." "Go ahead," Liu Changqing responded, intrigued. "I ask that the focus be shifted away from me personally. Target the actions and misinformation of the involved parties, but please avoid further exposing my identity. I am willing to fully comply with any directives to ensure national security, Liu Changqing smiled. Your concern is noted, Chu Yan. Rest assured, we are taking comprehensive measures. The situation will be resolved swiftly and discreetly. Your identity will remain protected. Thank you, Director Liu, Chu Yan said with relief. I leave this in your capable hands. Hanging up, Liu Changqing immediately issued further orders to ensure the thorough resolution of the situation, knowing that protecting a national treasure like Chu Yan was of utmost importance. At the National Security Bureau, Liu Changqing answered the call on his desk phone, listening to Chu Yan on the other end. He quickly responded. Academician Chu, I deeply apologize for the inconvenience. Rest assured, our National Security Bureau has already taken action. Your identity will remain protected, and all involved parties will be thoroughly investigated. Thank you, Director Liu. I apologize for causing extra work due to my personal affairs, Chu Yan said with a smile. It seemed the Bureau had already taken all necessary measures even before he made this call. After a moment of hesitation, he added, however, I have one more request. Please look after the girl from Peking University who supported me on Weibo. I don't want this incident to affect her further. Protecting the data and information of our scientists is our duty. This incident is our failure, and I hope you won't blame us for it, Liu Changqing replied with a smile. After a brief pause, he asked, Academician Chu, may I ask, is Lin Qingzhu, the girl mentioned online, your girlfriend? If so, we have taken appropriate security measures. For leading scientists like Chu Yan, the National Security Bureau had a set of security protocols. For example, when Chu Yan joined the research base 3 years ago, his parents were relocated to a secure residential area in Beijing. Their daily activities were monitored to ensure their safety. Chu Yan was silent for a moment, then said, Not yet. I see. Liu Changqing nodded several times. Rest assured, I will take care of it. I have some additional work here, so I'll let you get back to your tasks. Hanging up, Liu Changqing muttered to himself, I see. That's why he went to Peking University. It was for his beloved, he chuckled to himself. That's what I call youth. He was familiar with some stories about Chu Yan. This guy was incredibly dedicated to his research, even more stubborn than some of the veterans in the Academy of Sciences. Academician, the head of the Cultural Development Department, sitting across from Liu Changqing, couldn't contain his curiosity. He recalled that the online information about Chu Yan stated that he was under 20 years old. What is happening? He leaned closer to Liu Changqing and nervously asked, Director Liu, what do you mean? Is this Chu Yan an academician? Though it sounded incredible, since when did the Academy of Sciences have academicians younger than 20? But this came from Liu Changqing, a high-ranking official of the National Security Bureau, so it couldn't be a lie. Don't meddle in matters that don't concern you, Liu Changqing snapped at him. If you have nothing more, you may leave now. I have work to do. Yes. I'll leave you. The head of the Cultural Development Department nodded repeatedly. But as he left Liu Changqing's office, he thoughtfully rubbed his chin. Interesting, Director Liu is very mysterious with his expression. Why are you still standing there? Liu Changqing yelled. I'm leaving. The man quickly turned and left. Meanwhile, Wuhan was busy spreading rumors online that Chu Yan was a hired extra. He looked at the photo of Lin Qingzhu from Peking University and told his assistant, after all this is over, find out more about this girl, Lin Qingzhu. Get her contact information. If she's willing to cooperate, offer her money or help her break into the industry. With these words, Wuhan relaxed in his massage chair. Thanks to his influence, he had encountered many girls trying to gain fame by interacting with him online. Most of the prettiest ones ended up in his bed, and when he got tired of them, he either gave them a large sum of money or some resources in the entertainment industry as a token. He had this routine down to a fine art. His assistant knew exactly what Wuhan meant. But just as he was about to browse Lin Qingzhu's Weibo, the platform suddenly crashed. Almost simultaneously, every Weibo user experienced brief delays on their devices. Weibo displayed a server issue message and quickly logged everyone out, but it took only about 30 seconds for the servers to come back online. Everyone from Wuhan's fans to other users noticed that all information about Chu Yan had disappeared from Weibo. Popular search queries about Chu Yan were deleted. Many of Wuhan's fans' accounts were blocked or deleted. Even on other social media, the phrase Chu Yan was blocked, as if the entire incident had never happened. What the hell is going on? Wuhan's assistant exclaimed. He immediately called his high-level contact at Weibo and asked, Hey, what's happening with Weibo? Why is everything about that kid disappeared? They frequently bought trending posts on Weibo and were well acquainted with many executives there. The executive angrily replied, It's because of that idiot Wuhan and his brainless fans. You've caused a huge mess. Here's some advice: either run now or get ready to face the consequences. Do you know how much trouble this has caused us? Right before your call, people from the National Security Bureau stormed into our headquarters, shut down our servers, and confiscated most of our equipment. And I bet after this call, all Weibo top management will head to the National Security Bureau for questioning. He continued furiously, "You idiots have really messed up this time. If I see you again, I'll make sure to remember this." At the National Security Bureau, as the call ended and the line went dead, cold sweat broke out on Wu Han's assistant's forehead. "My God," he exclaimed. "How did this escalate so quickly? In less than half an hour, all information about this guy was wiped from the internet. How powerful can he be?" Wu Han, still unaware of the severity of the situation, asked, "What's going on?" He was daydreaming about getting Lin Qingshu's contact information and figuring out how to make her willingly end up in his bed. "All news about this kid has been erased from Weibo," the assistant said in a trembling voice. "I also heard that all Weibo executives are being summoned to the National Security Bureau. This involves the National Security Bureau. When the National Security Bureau gets involved, it's no longer just about money." What Wu Han snapped out of his daydreams, but quickly regained his composure and smirked. "So what? I didn't start the trending topic. It was the fans. The actions of fans don't reflect on the idol. If it comes to that, I'll just blame the fans. Does this guy really think he can go against someone with my connections?" Wu Han's arrogance was well-founded. As one of the most popular stars in the country, he had influential backers in the industry. If it wasn't a serious crime, who could touch him? "Yes, you're right," the assistant's eyes lit up. Blaming the fans would easily prevent any backlash. Elsewhere in the country, in several prosperous provinces and cities, police cars with blaring sirens sped through the streets. The storm had begun. Chaos erupted within Wu Han's fan groups. "What's going on? All news about this man and woman on Weibo has disappeared. This is ridiculous. I can't even type their names anymore. Yeah, I tried to post their photos, but they won't upload. Even the trending topics are gone." As discussions heated up, a newly joined account in the group chimed in. "Maybe the guy at the airport has connections. Or maybe the girl from Peking University has an influential family who paid to cover up the news." The group exploded with speculation. "Yeah, that woman must be kept by some rich guy. She tried to steal our Han's fame and then begged her sugar daddy to cover up the news. Weibo is so corrupt. Money can do anything. Poor our Han." Fuel was added to the fire by new accounts claiming that Weibo wouldn't do this unless a larger force was behind it. "I heard that several departments got involved, abusing state resources and wasting taxpayers' money. It's disgusting. In our country, such collusion is often seen. Poor Han." These comments stirred even more anger and mistrust among Wu Han's fans. In an ordinary urban area, a peaceful family of 3 sat at the dinner table, enjoying their meal. The woman addressed the man across from her in the local dialect. "What do you think about this situation with Wu Han? This kid Chu Yan must be special. From what I heard, this time Wu Han really stirred up a hornet's nest. Should we take this chance to incite anti-government sentiment? Forget it. It's time for us to prepare to leave the man's side. This is the work of several departments. It involves the National Security Bureau, the police, and even the military. This is not a simple matter. Trying to incite anti-government sentiment now is suicide. At best, it will cause some chaos but won't affect trust in the government." He put a piece of braised pork in his mouth. This time, the National Security Bureau is serious. Some spies might not return. Then he took a piece of fish. "But this Chu Yan must be significant. His 3-year gap speaks volumes. Wu Han's fans unknowingly dug up a big story for us. If the information we gather this time proves useful, we can retire after this. An ordinary person doesn't just disappear for 3 years and cause such a large-scale reaction from the authorities upon reappearing. Chu Yan's identity must be extraordinary." In an elite residential complex, police and military vehicles arrived at the gates of an elite residential complex. Armed police and soldiers flooded the area, heading straight to a specific floor. Tracing the network's IP address, the soldiers broke down the door and quickly apprehended everyone inside. Police technical experts searched the computers for a few minutes before reporting to the senior officer. Confirmed. "We found all information about Chu Yan stored on a special hard drive. We also discovered photos of military bases, but it seems they hadn't been transmitted yet." The technician added with a strange expression, "We also found that they had joined some of Wu Han's fan groups and were inciting fans." The senior officer's face darkened. Looking at the men cowering on the floor, he coldly declared, By the authority of the People's Republic of China, you are under arrest for international espionage. He turned to his subordinates, take them away. Marketing firms across the country, and Wuhan's fanatic fans who had fanned the flames found themselves under close police scrutiny. The police visited numerous marketing companies and questioned many employees. Many of Wuhan's ardent fans and fan group leaders were also summoned for questioning by the National Security Bureau. Within Wuhan's fan groups, members noticed that many little sisters who had been very active suddenly stopped responding. Coordinators who had planned new attacks on Xuyan disappeared. However, the real shock came when several new trending topics appeared on Weibo. Wuhan arrested at the airport. Cultural Development Department orders the removal of several celebrities' works. Wuhan's agency under investigation for tax evasion. All operations halted. Wuhan slept with fans and didn't pay. Wuhan accused of coercing minors. These trending topics flooded Weibo, and Wuhan's account was immediately deleted. At the airport, Wuhan and his assistant, their faces pale, were escorted away by National Security Bureau agents. Every step felt like dragging a lead weight. In less than half an hour, they faced a whirlwind of cancelled contracts, breach of contract demands, and company investigations. Given the ruthless nature of the entertainment industry, competitors would undoubtedly seize this opportunity to push them even further. Wuhan muttered, "It was just a damn elevator. I didn't even get to use it. Who is this guy?" Desperate for answers, Wuhan turned to the National Security Bureau agent standing beside him and asked, "Can I at least know who Chu Yan is?" "You are not worthy of knowing his identity," the agent replied with disdain. "If you and your fans hadn't created trouble, we wouldn't have had to deal with this mess. Just know that when the court's decision is handed down, you will be stripped of political rights for life. If you need further clarification, let me know." Wuhan felt a chill run down his spine. "Are you trying to scare me?" he thought. If it was about tax evasion, he could admit to it and pay the fines. Even if his other shady activities were exposed, he still had money and could make a comeback in 20 years. But what did deprivation of political rights for life mean? He hadn't studied law, but he knew that if he were sentenced to this, it would be the lightest of his charges. Before he could regain his composure, he looked up and his gaze immediately fixed on someone. Xu Yang was quietly sitting in the airport lounge, and his eyes slowly met Wuhan's. Shortly after, the previously overbearing security personnel approached Xu Yang. Two of them stood on either side of him, respectfully saying, "Mr. Chu, the online issues have been mostly resolved. However, our security bureau needs about another hour to wrap up some other actions. In an hour, this matter will be fully settled. Mr. Liu sent us here because of your status. We're concerned someone might try to harm you en route, so we'll be escorting you to ensure your safety. Arrangements have been made at Mobay Airport. Once you disembark, the military will escort you to the research base." "Thank you," really Chu Yang said, quickly standing up to thank the security bureau staff. He then looked at Wuhan with a playful smile. "Good luck in the coming days, superstar." Wuhan was instantly agitated. However, as soon as he moved, the two security personnel restraining him pressed him down. "No tricks. Just come with us quietly." With that, the remaining staff nodded to Chu Yang and escorted Wuhan and his assistant out of the lounge. The internet was still abuzz. How could our Han evade taxes? Someone must be framing him. I demand an official investigation. The girl claiming Han slept with her should take a look in the mirror. Our Han would never go for someone like her. Why are they arresting our Han? There must be some misunderstanding. Han must have offended someone. It has to be that wretched man behind this. Countless scandals about Wuhan surfaced, causing his fans to go into an uproar. But just 10 minutes later, an even bigger bombshell dropped. The tax authorities have confirmed that Wuhan evaded taxes amounting to 1.43 billion yuan. This revelation sparked public outrage. With only 1.4 billion people in China, this guy's tax evasion is outrageous. Good riddance. Such irresponsible celebrities should have been dealt with long ago. The entertainment industry needs a thorough cleanup. I'm sure he's not the only one. This is so satisfying. I always felt he was up to no good. His peers called him a loose cannon, and now we see he's a tax evader too. Only his brainless fans support him. Where are the Han fans now? At major entertainment companies across the country. Why? I just shared some information about Wuhan, and now my work is being taken down and I'm getting blacklisted. Damn you, Wuhan! If you're going down, why drag us with you? Damn it, Wuhan. You'd better hope I never see you again, or I'll make you pay. Wuhan's scandal was like a bomb, sending shockwaves through the industry. A top star evading over 1.4 billion yuan in taxes was bound to prompt an official crackdown. At this point, paying back taxes wouldn't be enough. These thoughts made other celebrities wish they could tear Wu Han apart. Wu Han sat, eyes vacant, in the security bureau's vehicle. Even before meeting Chu Yang, he had some hope. He had so many powerful backers. He couldn't believe they wouldn't protect him. But now, all his hopes were shattered. The security bureau personnel were personally escorting Chu Yang, with military protection arranged upon arrival. Who on earth was this person with such influence? But he still thought he could be saved. Once detained, he immediately turned to a security bureau officer beside him and said, "Brother, could you give me my phone so I can make a couple of calls? I'll give you 5 million privately after this is over." "Wow. You really have money," the officer sneered, pointing to the body camera on his chest. Well, attempting to bribe an officer just added another charge. If you're thinking of calling for help, forget it. Everyone around you is too busy protecting themselves to bother with you. Do you still think you're the untouchable superstar? The officer pulled out his phone, opened Weibo, and handed it to Wu Han. "You can't make calls, it's against the rules, but you can see the latest news." Wu Han immediately leaned in to look. Seeing all the scandals and the news of multiple departments investigating his company, he even found his Weibo account suspended. It was over. Must love her. Everything was truly over. Wu Han collapsed in the transport vehicle, a strange smell permeating the air. "Damn," the officer cursed. "Hey Lao Wang, stop the car, I need to sit up front." What happened? This kid wet himself. Half an hour later, near Chu Yang's boarding gate, several official Weibo accounts reposted the following. "The Tax Bureau has issued a document announcing a joint crackdown with 18 other departments on major issues like tax evasion in the entertainment industry. Our Judicial Bureau has introduced a new regulation under the Internet Union Convention of China, adding a law to regulate online violence. Those primarily involved in online violence will face severe criminal penalties." Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory at Kyoto University, Li Qian excitedly called out to Lin Qingshu, Qingshu, see. The authorities have taken action. Your Chu Yang is really lucky, and now there are laws against online violence. I bet no one will dare to talk recklessly online anymore." I saw Lin Qingshu nodded repeatedly. The next second, her phone rang. "What's happening?" Li Qian asked. Lin Qingshu made a shushing gesture and whispered, "Don't make a noise, it's Chu Yang calling." Li Qian and the others immediately burst into laughter. "And you say there's nothing between you and Chu Yang? Look at how nervous you get when he calls." "Get lost." Lin Qingshu rolled her eyes at them, her heart racing as she looked at the incoming voice call from Chu Yang on her phone. Taking a deep breath to calm herself, she answered, "Chu Yang, what's up? Is there something you need?" Sitting in the airport lounge, Chu Yang paused for a few seconds before saying, "I'm about to board the plane. Just wanted to let you know." Oh, Lin Qingshu nodded thoughtfully, then immediately pouted. "There's nothing between us. Why would you need to tell me you're boarding a plane? It has nothing to do with me." After hesitating for a few seconds, Lin Qingshu couldn't help but ask, "Did you see the news on Weibo? Wu Han has been arrested, and all the negative posts about you have disappeared." "You're really lucky this time," Lin Qingshu remarked, "to have coincided with the country's crackdown on the entertainment industry." She didn't think Chu Yang could have orchestrated all of this. Mobilizing several administrative agencies to delete various online posts, and even sending Wu Han to jail, this was definitely beyond what an ordinary person like Chu Yang could do. "Yes, we should be grateful to the country. They've indirectly helped us a lot," Chu Yang said with a smile. "But it doesn't really matter. If we are upright, we have nothing to fear. Justice will always be on our side in the end." He didn't explain further. It was best if Lin Qingshu thought along these lines, saving him from having to say more. Just then, an announcement rang in Chu Yang's ear. "Passengers on flight XXXXX2 Mobay, please note that boarding will close in 15 minutes. If you haven't boarded yet, please proceed to the gate." Hearing this, Chu Yang quickly said, "All right, since this matter is resolved, there's no need to worry about it anymore. I need to board the plane now. I'll come find you when I return." He paused for a few seconds before smiling and asking, "By the way, what did you mean by dead ex-boyfriend?" "My ex-girlfriend." "What ex-boyfriend? I don't know what you're talking about." Lin Qingshu's face turned red instantly. "Go board your plane. I'm hanging up now." After ending the call, Lin Qingshu felt a wave of nervousness. Why did he bring that up? She genuinely thought Chu Yang had died back then. How could she have known he was still alive? How could she explain this? What now? She couldn't possibly say that she had liked him so much that she gave the dead him the title of ex-boyfriend to mourn the relationship that never started, could she? But then she became puzzled. Passengers on a flight from Kyoto to Mobei? When did Chu Yang move to Mobei? Before she could think further, Li Qian came up to her with a grin. Little King Zhu, do you know what you looked like just now when you were on the phone? What did I look like? Like a little cat about to go into heat, Li Qian teased. Be honest, you still have feelings for that junior, don't you? Get lost. Lin Qingzhu shot her a look, then smiled at the others in the dorm. Thank you all for spending the whole morning helping me out with this. I owe you lunch, you picked the place. The others shook their heads with a smile. No way. If anyone should treat us, it should be your junior. Lin Qingzhu's mouth twitched. That's too much. But joking aside, one of them looked at Lin Qingzhu with concern and asked, Qingzhu, do you think this incident will affect your role as the host for the freshman welcome party after military training? After the military training, each college hosts a welcome party for new students. Lin Qingzhu was one of the hosts for the Economics and Management College. I don't think so. Lin Qingzhu shook her head. I haven't received any messages from the student council, and even if they do revoke it, so be it. I wasn't too keen on partnering with Wang Zhuji anyway. Poor Wang, Li Qian said with a bit of helplessness. Honestly, except for Chu Yang, Wang is pretty amazing. His family has assets worth at least 4 or 5 billion yuan, and he can inherit the family business after graduation. He's also a good student, treats people well without the airs of a rich second generation, and is the vice president of the student council. He'll probably be president in the 3rd year. Though he doesn't look as good as Chu Yang, he's still a quality guy any girl would love to date. It's a pity he met you. If he pursued me, I'd have said yes long ago. Li Qian laughed. Lin Qingzhu quickly replied, then go confess to him. After that, her expression became complicated. It's not that Wang Zhuji is bad. He's excellent. But in relationships, sometimes it's about who comes first. She glanced at the phone screen where she had just talked to Chu Yang. Some people have an indescribable charm. But in her heart, no one could replace him. After a few seconds of thought, she smiled brightly. All right, enough about that. Let's decide what to eat. It's not often I treat, so take advantage. I want barbecue. I want hot pot. I want hot pot too. 2-1, hot pot wins. Let's go for hot pot. 2.5 hours later. Mobei Airport. The plane from Kyoto International Airport landed smoothly. As soon as Chu Yang disembarked, he was taken to a special airport passage by the security bureau personnel. Through the special passage, a black sedan came into view. Around it were several military green jeeps. As Chu Yang approached, the leading man came up, gave a standard military salute, and said seriously, Mr. Chu, I am Shay Lang, captain of the Wolf Special Squad under the Mobei Military Department. I am ordered to take you to the Mobei research base. Thank you for your hard work. Chu Yang nodded slightly and got into the black sedan. Then, another hour-long drive followed. From the bustling high-rises, the further they went northwest, the fewer buildings there were. Eventually there was only a lonely road stretching through the deserted desert. At 4:30 p.m., after passing the military zone's iron fence, the convoy finally stopped in front of a yellowish building. In front of the building stood a group of researchers waiting. At the center of the group was the head of this research base, Yi Jianguo. As the car door opened, Chu Yang slowly got out. Yi Jianguo immediately stepped forward, gripping Chu Yang's hand tightly. Professor Lin, it's an honor to meet you. I am Yi Jianguo. Thank you for your efforts in this matter. Chu Yang laughed. Director Yi, you overestimate me. I'm not a professor yet. I'm just here to see if I can contribute to our national defense technology. Not for long. After the celebration banquet, you'll surely be a professor. Yi Jianguo laughed, then asked with concern, the online incident has been resolved, right? Half an hour before Chu Yang's arrival, they were still working on research projects. It was only when they left the lab and checked their phones that they learned about the internet storm. It's resolved. Chu Yang smiled. That's good. Yi Jianguo nodded with relief, then said sternly, I think the entertainment industry needs a thorough cleanup. Too many scoundrels. All right, let's not get upset over this. Director Yi, if it's convenient, I'd like to see the lab now. Chu Yang, wouldn't you like to rest a bit? Yi Jianguo asked. Traveling all the way from Kyoto to Mobei was quite exhausting, both mentally and physically. No need. Chu Yang shook his head vigorously. The sooner we solve the engine problem, the sooner it can contribute to our national defense. Excellent, very good. Yi Jianguo nodded with satisfaction. China is fortunate to have young researchers like academician Chu, dedicated to the country's progress. Our scientific development has a bright future. Lu Yong approached Chu Yang with a smile. Academician Chu, you're eager to solve this problem so you can return to school and see your sweetheart, aren't you? Although they had only just learned about the situation, they had already pieced together most of the details. Lu Yong continued, but it's good for young people to be in love. I've heard of Lin Qingzhu. She has a sharp talent for finance. Several academicians in our economics and management college are eager to have her work in their studios when she reaches her third year. In academia, it's well known that if an undergraduate starts working with professors in their third year, they can either secure a spot for postgraduate studies directly or easily pass the graduate exams to become one of the professor's graduate students. Chu Yang laughed. I'll thank the directors on her behalf. With that, they headed into the research base. After handing over all electronic devices, Chu Yang put on a lab coat and walked into the research lab. In the large laboratory, a central engine designed by Yi Jianguo and his team was displayed. Various parameter charts and diagrams were spread out on worktables around the room. Although Chu Yang had spent the past 3 years researching lithography machine technology, he had also studied engine-related content in the Eternal Knowledge Treasury during his spare time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to discuss engine concepts with Lu Yong earlier. After quickly browsing the blueprints and various formulas and parameters, Chu Yang understood everything instantly. He turned to Yi Jianguo and asked, Director Yi, according to these parameters, this 5th-generation engine should be benchmarked against the U.S. F-135 fighter engine, right? The core structure consists of the compressor, high-pressure turbine, and low-pressure turbine. If we solve the operational issues, the single unit thrust can theoretically reach 190 kilonewtons. Exactly. Yi Jianguo's eyes lit up when he heard that Chu Yang was well versed in the parameters. He then looked at Chu Yang with some regret. Unfortunately, our domestic fighter engine industry started too late. Even though we've designed an engine that theoretically meets this standard, the manufactured industrial components still fall short of expectations. Chu Yang smiled. Director Yi, I don't need to look at the internal structure of the engine any further. Even if we disregard the industrial elements, this engine would only just meet the standards of the US. Why don't we abandon the old approach and aim to create an even higher standard engine? Wow! Chu Yang's words left everyone, including Yi Jianguo, stunned. Abandon the old approach and create a new high-standard engine? What was he talking about? It was known that their 5th-generation engine was optimized based on the structure of domestic 4th-generation engines, which themselves were innovations on the former Soviet Union's R-79 engine. To overthrow all existing concepts and create a brand new engine was akin to reaching for the stars. Researchers around Chu Yang and Yi Jianguo began to murmur. Wow, who is this guy? He wants to overthrow all our research results right off the bat. That's some arrogance. Well, arrogant or not, he does have the credentials. Didn't you hear Chief Engineer Yi say that this guy is about to be named an academician? A 20-year-old academician? If I were an academician at 20, I'd probably be even more arrogant than him. Only Lu Yong and Yi Jianguo had serious expressions. Yi Jianguo quickly asked, Academician Chu, are you serious? Do you already have a plan? If so, I'm willing to go crazy with you one more time. Others might not know, but he did. 3 years ago, it was Chu Yang who overthrew all domestic lithography machine research frameworks and led a team to develop a new generation of domestic lithography machines with 1 nm precision. I have some confidence. Chu Yang nodded slightly, then smiled at Yi Jianguo. Director Yi, please don't call me Academician Chu. I'm just a junior. If you don't mind, just call me Little Chu. Chu Yang continued, I do have a plan, but to make it a reality, I'll need your and our colleagues' help. No problem. Yi Jianguo nodded repeatedly. If you need anything, just tell me. I'll do my best to solve it for you. There is one thing. Chu Yang nodded. The equipment at the base is insufficient. I need a large device capable of emitting lasers and... Are you saying with his extensive knowledge, Yi Jianguo quickly understood Chu Yang's idea after hearing about the required equipment? Are you talking about a warp drive engine? Theoretically, regardless of technological advancements, engines must adhere to the laws of the universe. This means that whether it's a fighter jet or other aircraft, they can only achieve speeds up to 10 times the speed of light, which is the limit, unless space-time rules are utilized. These space-time rules involve general concepts of time and space rather than reversing or controlling time. The concept of warp drive was proposed in 1994. Space in the universe isn't flat but has curvature the inverse of the radius of curvature. The greater the curvature, the more it bends. Imagine the entire universe as a large membrane with a curved surface, possibly a closed soap bubble. While the local area of the membrane may appear flat, spatial curvature is omnipresent. If a spaceship in space could flatten the space behind it, reducing curvature, the ship would be pulled forward by the higher curvature space ahead. This is warp drive. This concept goes beyond traditional engine propulsion, involving space folding. In recent years, the feasibility of warp drive has been studied. By using laser energy, negative energy can be generated in space, altering spatial curvature. However, this has only been achieved in ideal laboratory conditions, showing that warp drive is theoretically possible. But the theories are complex, and enormous energy consumption is required for warp drive engines. To apply warp drive practically, a complete warp drive model must be constructed, significantly reducing energy loss and creating a device that can control spatial curvature. Warp drive research has only been around for a few decades globally, with feasibility confirmed only a few years ago. Practical application might take 50 to 100 years to develop. And Chu Yang wanted to create a warp drive engine? Shocked, Yi Jianguo quickly asked, "Little Chu, are you sure? If we can develop a warp drive, I don't mind giving you my position as chief engine designer and vice president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. I'll assist you in the research all the way." This was groundbreaking research. One successful study could make Chu Yang's name globally renowned for all time. Chu Yang nodded slightly. "I do have some ideas, but they require a lot of research data to prove their feasibility." Yi Jianguo immediately responded firmly, "That's not a problem. If you need people, I'll provide people. If you need equipment, I'll provide equipment. This time, I'll be your assistant." With these words, the matter was settled. Soon, the other staff in the research institute began to hustle, clearing the area and maintaining the equipment. In the meantime, Chu Yang returned to the dormitory that Yi Jianguo had arranged for him. It was a small room of nearly 40 square meters, equipped with all the essentials. His suitcase had already been delivered to the dormitory by the reception staff. After organizing some clothes and hanging them on the room's rack, Chu Yang leaned back in the chair and closed his eyes. While it appeared he was resting, in a unique black space, an identical version of Chu Yang formed. After surveying his surroundings, Chu Yang willed the space to transform into a laboratory. Seated at the lab table, he said, "Please bring up the current design schematics and related theoretical materials for the warp drive engine technology that Earth can achieve." In the next moment, the table was filled with research materials on the warp drive engine and a stack of detailed design schematics. Seeing this, a smile appeared in Chu Yang's eyes. The eternal knowledge treasury contained a wealth of advanced technology from the universe, and the warp drive was just a small part of it. However, to access these schematics and fundamental principles, his personal knowledge had to meet certain standards. Only when his knowledge base matched the required level could he access the relevant materials. For example, without his prior study of warp drive-related materials in his spare time, he wouldn't have been able to obtain the schematics for the warp drive device. He still had a long way to go. "Let's do this." After giving himself a pep talk, Chu Yang began to quickly go through the theoretical materials on the warp drive engine. He had promised Lin Qingshu that he would return to school after the military training ended. Once he fully understood the theories and tested the relevant data, his task would be complete. He didn't want to spend another 3 years at the research base. Of course, he could choose to directly disclose the design schematics for the warp drive device. But without being able to explain the design principles, it would be impossible to convince others at the research base. Building a warp drive device wasn't a trivial matter. Various data and parameters needed extensive human and material resources to be validated in the real world. And most importantly, he feared being dissected for his knowledge. At 11 p.m., Chu Yang went to Yi Jinguo's dormitory and handed him a USB drive. "Director Yi, these are some ideas and design schematics for the warp drive device. You can review them and assess their feasibility, but the specific data will require professional personnel and equipment for testing." "All right, I'll take a look." Yi Jianguo nodded, although he didn't have high expectations for the theoretical concepts Chu Yang had provided. After all, as Lu Yong mentioned, Chu Yang had some insights but hadn't specialized in this field. Scientific data requires time to accumulate. However, as he reviewed Chu Yang's feasibility theory for the warp drive device, his expression grew increasingly serious. He quickly asked, "Little Chu, did you come up with this content today after arriving at the base?" "Not quite," Chu Yang replied with a smile. "I researched some specialized materials out of curiosity while working on the lithography machine, and added my own ideas to derive this." "I see." Yi Jianguo nodded slightly, understanding better. Chu Yang's provided data was highly detailed, but many specific figures needed practical testing to confirm the theory's accuracy. Based on Chu Yang's comprehensive theory of the warp drive, he estimated a 70% feasibility rate. For the next half hour, Yi Jianguo focused on the materials Chu Yang provided, even personally calculating some formulas and data. Chu Yang's phone suddenly rang, interrupting Yi Jianguo's concentration. Chu Yang apologized. "Sorry, Director Yi." Yi Jianguo chuckled. "No worries. It's late, it's probably your girlfriend from Kyoto University messaging you. Young people in love, I understand. Feel free to respond." He was aware of some details about Chu Yang and Lin Qingshu. Chu Yang nodded, picked up his phone, and saw a message from Lin Qingshu. "Are you home?" He smiled and quickly replied, "I'm home, talking to someone." "What's up?" Talking to someone. Lin Qingshu's frustration grew. Unaware of Chu Yang's circumstances, she had been worrying about him all day alone in her dorm. Even during the freshman meeting, she had been preoccupied with thoughts of his arrival. Finally, setting aside her pride, she initiated contact, only to be told he was chatting with someone else? 3 years without a word, and now this? In the past, even when they were desk mates and he went to shower, he would inform her if he suddenly stopped replying. And now this? Men do change. Feeling disheartened, Lin Qingshu sent a string of messages. "Oh, it seems I picked a bad time. If I knew you were busy, I wouldn't have bothered. I'll talk to you another day." So as not to interrupt. "All right. Good night. I'm going to sleep." Seeing the sudden barrage of messages from Lin Qingshu, Chu Yang was puzzled. What's going on? And what's with this tone? Yi Jianguo, noticing, asked, "What's the matter?" Smiling, he added, "When I was courting my wife, I made her so happy. If it's a relationship issue, maybe I can help." Chu Yang handed his phone to Yi Jianguo. "Director Yi, do you understand what this means?" Well, Yi Jianguo was also puzzled by Lin Qingshu's messages. "This tone reminds me of Lin Dayu from Dream of the Red Chamber. It seems she's upset that you didn't proactively message her, and she's telling you she's going to sleep." But then his eyes brightened. "Reply like this in summer. When the dorm has air conditioning, make sure to cover up with a blanket to avoid catching a cold. Good night, you little rascal." That's what people say online. "You little rascal." Chu Yang was stunned. He had been engrossed in research for 3 years, and wasn't up to date with current internet slang or phrases. "Yes, reply exactly like that," Yi Jianguo encouraged. "Trust me." Chu Yang, still uncertain, typed. "All right then. You go to sleep first. In summer, when the dorm has air conditioning, make sure to cover up with a blanket to avoid catching a cold. Good night, you little rascal. Cover up well. You little rascal." Lin Qingshu's expression froze as she read Chu Yang's message. She gritted her teeth and quickly typed on her phone, "Chu Yang, I haven't hit you in 3 years, and now you're itching for trouble, aren't you? Cover up well, you little rascal. I'll cover you up, you scoundrel." Chu Yang was stunned. Wasn't it supposed to be "cover up well? You little rascal"? After a few seconds of hesitation, he sent another message asking, "Isn't that what people say online?" "That's Wuxidixi Zhu Yang. Are you a caveman?" Lin Qingshu was really annoyed. "Qingshu, I'm a bit hungry. Want to grab a late-night snack?" Li Qian, sitting on the other side, asked at that moment. "No," Lin Qingshu refused flatly. "I'm full of anger. He did this on purpose." Chu Yang definitely did it on purpose. Did he really have to act like this today? "What's wrong?" Li Qian and the others in the dorm looked over at Lin Qingshu with curious eyes. "Did your Chu Yang upset you?" "I've decided I won't talk to him for at least 3 days." Lin Qingshu clenched her phone tightly. Li Yan said quietly, "I bet it'll be just 1 day. Definitely 3 days." Back in Yi Jianguo's dorm. Seeing Chu Yang's dazed expression, Yi Jianguo asked again, "So is she happily off to bed now?" Yes, she's gone to sleep." Chu Yang thought for a few seconds and then changed the subject, smiling at Yi Jianguo. "So Director Yi, what do you think of the materials?" When it came to scientific research, Yi Jianguo's expression turned serious. "So far, I don't see any issues. It's very insightful and highly feasible." He took a sip of his goji berry and chrysanthemum tea and continued, "But I need to thoroughly examine the data. It's late now, you should go back to your dorm and rest. You've had a long day traveling and organizing materials. We'll discuss any questions tomorrow." "All right." Chu Yang nodded slightly, seeing that Yi Jianguo seemed ready for an all-nighter. He couldn't help but remind him, "Director Yi, take it easy and get some rest." Yi Jianguo immediately raised his cup of goji berry and chrysanthemum tea. "Don't worry, I've got this. Now go, get some rest." "Sleep? Not possible." The more Yi Jianguo read Chu Yang's materials, the more intrigued he became. He wouldn't rest until he fully understood it. Chu Yang nodded slightly and left the dormitory. As soon as he left, Yi Jianguo's expression grew sharper and more focused as he delved back into the documents. At 7 o'clock the next morning, Yi Jianguo, looking slightly tired, removed his glasses and rubbed his sleepy eyes. However, his eyes soon gleamed with excitement. His primary expertise was in aerospace engines. He had been involved in the development of every generation of domestic aerospace engines, including fighter and space engines. Although some of the formulas and content in the document were beyond his expertise, he was confident enough to make a judgment. If Chu Yang's predicted data could be validated in real-world tests, there was at least a 70% chance of creating a warp drive engine for fighter jets. This achievement would far surpass any 5th or 6th generation fighter engine. Even partially realizing the warp drive's capabilities could push engine speeds several times beyond supersonic, approaching or even reaching light speed. This would be a milestone in the global engine field. And as for the person who provided this theoretical data, he didn't even know how to describe it. The materials covered numerous disciplines, including physics, quantum physics, materials science, and electronic information science, requiring deep knowledge in each area. How old was Chu Yang? How did this kid manage to research all this? Yi Jianguo immediately picked up his phone and called an old friend. Kyoto, Huaqing University's Warp Drive Research Institute. Early in the morning, a white-haired old man entered his office and had just made himself a cup of goji berry and chrysanthemum tea when his secure phone rang. The old man, named Wu Lai, was also an academician at the Chinese Academy of Sciences. He had started in applied physics and, after the warp drive theory was proposed, had quickly established a research project and institute for it. Seeing the caller ID, Wu Lai chuckled. "Old Yi, isn't he working on the 5th generation fighter engine? How does he have time to call me? Did the test flight succeed?" Answering the call, he immediately heard Yi Jianguo's hearty laugh. "Old Wu, guess what good news I have for you? If it's about your project, I don't want to hear it." Wu Li laughed. Both the warp drive project and Yi Jianguo's 5th generation fighter engine project were top secret in the country. "I have to tell you this, and no matter what you're doing today, you must come to our research base," Yi Jianguo insisted. The warp drive engine data was too specialized for him to handle alone. He needed top experts and professors from various fields. This was too important. "What do you mean? What requires me to come?" Wu Lai was curious. "Even though we're both from the Academy of Sciences, I need to file a report to visit your base." "I've expedited the report, and it's already approved," Yi Jianguo said urgently. "I'm telling you, if you don't come today, you'll regret it for the rest of your life." "What do you mean?" Wu Lai's expression grew serious. Yi Jianguo might joke around, but he was serious about important matters. Right now, he wouldn't be bluffing. "I'll send you some documents on the Academy's internal network. Look at them right away," Yi Jianguo continued. "What documents are so urgent?" Wu Lai was curious. "A complete, operational warp drive engine document. Do you want to see it?" "Is it real?" Wu Lai stood up, then quickly sat back down. "Send it over quickly. I'll check it right away." Their institute had been studying the warp drive engine for nearly 20 years without achieving operational capability. Now, a complete document. Alien technology? Wu Li quickly ended the call, turned on his office computer, and accessed the Academy's secure site. Once Yi Jianguo sent the document, Wu Li focused intently on the content, theoretical and conceptual design of the warp drive engine. 2 hours later, Wu Li had finally skimmed through the entire document. Although he hadn't meticulously calculated many of the formulas, the initial segment describing the design theory of the warp drive device alone was enough for him to understand the document's authenticity. Silence. The office was plunged into a deathly silence. Wu Lai's face was filled with shock. Where on earth did this document come from? To put it bluntly, he had requested nearly 10 billion yuan in research funding to study warp drive. Although they had developed some practical military patents along the way, they were still far from actually developing a functional warp drive device. But now, if the content of this document were entirely accurate, using it as an engine for domestic fighter jets would be an understatement. It could potentially serve as an interstellar-class aerospace engine. Overwhelmed, Wu Lai quickly grabbed his secure phone and called Yi Jianguo. "Old Yi, tell me where this document came from. Don't tell me it was produced at your research base. I won't believe it, even if you beat me to death." While the design of aerospace engines relates to warp drive design, much of the knowledge falls within specialized quantum fields. This definitely wasn't something Yi Jianguo, an engine designer, could have researched. "How feasible is it?" Yi Jianguo asked. "Extremely high," Wu Lai asserted. "I'm not exaggerating. With this theoretical content, if we actually create a functional warp drive engine, it won't just be used for your fighter jets. The Southgate project proposed in our last comprehensive meeting at the Chinese Academy of Sciences could make a significant leap forward. Wu Lai's expression was exceptionally excited. Years ago, the United States and the former Soviet Union had a space race, but it ended up as a political maneuver due to technological constraints. In recent years, during collective meetings of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, the future Southgate project was proposed and even listed as a scientific direction for the next century. This is a necessary stage for the future. Once Earth's technology enters the interstellar era, the shortcomings of traditional human weaponry will be magnified in space. Thus, humanity needs to establish a new combat theory and a new set of weapons. This includes a large strategic aerospace platform and its affiliated aerospace fighters and tactical mechs. The primary focus is the design and research of the large strategic aerospace platform. In their vision, this platform would be a multi-layered weapon system composed of energy weapons and guided weapons. While it would have enhanced firepower, its propulsion system would also need a large-scale force field drive array to ensure rapid movement in space. The reason this project was just a vision is that current human technology can't develop a large-scale force field drive array. However, this warp drive device's design makes this vision a potential reality. Seeing the possibility of the Southgate project in his lifetime, Wu Lai's excitement was palpable. He quickly told Yi Jianguo over the phone, "Old Yi, who gave you this document? Is he at your research base now? Wait for me, this document's feasibility is too high. I must join this warp drive engine project, even if just as an assistant." Yi Jianguo was taken aback. "Old Wu, are you serious?" Considering that Wu Lai's Warp Drive Research Institute was renowned both domestically and internationally, his reaction indicated that Chu Yang's document might truly lead to a functional warp drive device. As for being an assistant? Sorry, but Yi Jianguo wanted that role himself. If they succeeded in creating this, it would be a monumental achievement. As a Chinese, who could resist the honor of such an accomplishment? He quickly said, "Then stop wasting time and come over. I can't wait to verify this document's feasibility." "No problem," Wu Lai nodded quickly. "But I still want to know, when did our country produce such a genius? I thought only a few old-timers and I were researching warp drive. Their scientific skills are lackluster. This document definitely isn't their work." "It's Chu Yang," Yi Jianguo said with admiration. "This young man is incredible. If we succeed with this warp drive device, coupled with his previous achievements, I think the title of academician is too modest for him." That kid Wu Lai was stunned. After a moment he muttered, "In that case, it's no surprise. That kid can't be compared to ordinary people." The name Chu Yang wasn't unfamiliar to the academicians at the Chinese Academy of Sciences. A person who developed a 1nm lithography machine before turning 20. Forget the warp drive device. If he later researched controllable nuclear fusion, it wouldn't be surprising. "Wait for me at the research base. I'll call the military to get a plane with that." Wu Li hung up, didn't even bother to pack his luggage, and directly called the commander of the Kyoto garrison. "Old Yang, urgent. Arrange a helicopter for me immediately. I need to go to Mobei." Kyoto University. School sports field. Under the scorching sun, countless freshmen in green military training uniforms were standing at attention on the field. Assistant Counselor Lin Qingshu sat under a large canopy on the opposite side, keeping cool. The table in front of her was cluttered with water bottles brought by the freshmen, along with 2 large jugs of mineral water, glucose for energy, and Huaxiang Jingqi liquid to prevent heat stroke. Seeing Lin Qingshu constantly glancing at her phone, Li Qian, who was sitting next to her, quickly asked, "Qingshu, do you have a man hidden in your phone? You keep checking it every few minutes. What's going on?" "It's about Chu Yang." Lin Qingshu pouted, her tone full of frustration. Last night, after deciding not to talk to Chu Yang for 3 days, he sent her a good morning message today. Out of courtesy, she replied with a good morning, but now it was almost noon, and he still hadn't replied. "I said I wouldn't talk to you for 3 days, but I didn't say it directly to you." She even posted a photo on her WeChat moments of the military training under the blazing sun, hoping Chu Yang would message her and ask about it. Maybe if he asked about the training, she might soften up and talk to him. Who knew he'd miss the chance? "This isn't like you," Qingshu. Li Qian said quickly. "You never paid any attention to boys before. Why do you act so differently with Chu Yang? Besides, didn't you say yesterday you wouldn't talk to him for 3 days? Can't he at least send me a message?" Lin Qingshu pouted again. Seeing this, Li Qian couldn't help but pinch Lin Qingshu's still slightly chubby cheeks. "Please, Qingshu, don't be so cute. If the freshmen see your adorable face, how will they focus on their training?" After some thought, she continued, "If he doesn't message you, then ignore him. There are plenty of men out there. You don't need Xu Yang. We'll see, Lin Qingzhu replied, pouting. She checked her phone again but saw no new messages. At that moment, a commotion arose on the field. A boy with a delicate face approached them, carrying several cups of iced milk tea. You must be thirsty after supervising the training all morning. I brought some iced milk tea to help you cool off. The boy handed the milk tea to Li Qian and the other assistant counselors. Thank you, Wang. Li Qian said cheerfully as she accepted the milk tea from Wang Zhuji. Finally, he handed a cup to Lin Qingzhu. Class monitor, this one's for you. Thanks, Lin Qingzhu said, looking up briefly before accepting the milk tea. She then looked at Wang Zhuji and said, how much was the milk tea? I'll transfer the money to you. There's no need. It's my treat, Wang Zhuji replied with a casual smile. No work, no reward, Lin Qingzhu insisted. Either tell me how much it costs, or I won't accept it. Wang Zhuji was momentarily stunned but quickly regained his composure. 19 yuan. You can transfer it to my WeChat. Thank you, Lin Qingzhu nodded, transferred the money, and then looked at him. Anything else? No, nothing, Wang Zhuji said, a bit deflated. He glanced at Lin Qingzhu one last time before silently leaving. After he left, Li Qian immediately leaned closer to Lin Qingzhu. Qingzhu, you're really not giving Wang any face, are you? Not even a chance. Why should I? Lin Qingzhu shook her head. If there's absolutely no possibility between us, why should I let him hold on to false hope? Oh, you, Li Qian said helplessly. Besides being good-looking, what's so special about that junior? I used to think you were a hard-to-catch fish, but now I see you're a stubborn mule. Soon it was break time during the training. Zhu Pengfei and others quickly ran to the canopy to get their water bottles. Lin Qingzhu spotted Zhu Pengfei and asked, Are you Zhu Pengfei from Xu Yang's dormitory? Yes, that's me. Zhu Pengfei nodded with a grin. Anything you need, senior. Did Xu Yang tell you why he went back? No, Zhu Pengfei scratched his head and grinned. But he left in a hurry, taking only a few changes of clothes. He said he'd be back by the end of the training. I see. Lin Qingzhu thought for a moment, and then said, All right, keep up the good work with the training. Zhang Mingyang chimed in, Don't worry, sister-in-law. We'll do our best. Sister-in-law. Lin Qingzhu was stunned. What did you just call me? Nothing, nothing. Zhang Mingyang laughed. Senior Lin, do you miss our third brother? If you do, why not send him a message? He's pretty dense sometimes, so please bear with him. Lin Qingzhu couldn't help but laugh. So, you think you know him well? Just a little, Zhang Mingyang said, smiling sheepishly. Mind your own business. Little kids, Lin Qingzhu said, rolling her eyes. Take your 10-minute break and get some rest. Now go away and stop bothering me. Got it. Zhang Mingyang nodded quickly and dragged Zhu Pengfei and the others away from the canopy. Once they were a distance away, Zhu Pengfei and Wang Lei couldn't help but ask, What are you doing? Senior Lin and third brother aren't together yet. It's just a matter of time, Zhang Mingyang said confidently. You can tell they both have feelings for each other. They're just one step away. Haven't you ever been in a relationship? I'm helping them. He then added with a cheeky grin, I know I have no chance with Senior Lin, but I've heard her dorm mates are all very pretty and single. If I help her and third brother get together, maybe she'll introduce me to one of them. Zhu Pengfei and Wang Yilai were shocked. Wow, second brother, you really thought this through. Stop calling me second brother. Zhang Mingyang waved his hand. That nickname is too ambiguous. From now on I'll call you big bro and little bro, and you can call me daddy. Everyone calls their own. Zhu Pengfei and Wang Lei immediately started playfully hitting him. You're asking for it. Research base. By the afternoon, nearly all the top domestic experts and professors involved in warp drive research had arrived at the base. Conference room. In the conference room, top experts and professors from numerous fields, including applied physics, mechanical engineering, and materials science, had gathered. The room buzzed with chatter among the familiar faces. Professor Liu, were you also invited by Director Yi? Old Wang, did that old rascal Wu summon you too? What's the big deal to gather so many experts from different fields here? Most of the people, except Wu Li, had been urgently summoned to the Mobei research base without any explanation of what was happening. However, some senior academicians of the Chinese Academy of Sciences had some insights. Old Yi was doing well with the 5th-generation fighter engine project. Why suddenly call so many people? Is there a new breakthrough, or is it another engine project? But even if it's a new engine project, it shouldn't warrant such a large gathering of experts and scholars, many of whom are Changjiang scholars and academicians. This is not a trivial matter. I don't know what this old guy is up to, but from what I've heard, it's a new project that, if successful, could shake the global scientific community. As everyone was speculating, Yi Jianguo finally entered the conference room with Chu Yang and Wu Lai. Who's that young guy? Is he a participant in the project? Seeing Chu Yang, some people in the room were puzzled. They didn't know about Chu Yang's achievements, and the research personnel at the base were generally at least in their 30s, with many of the senior ones being in their 70s or 80s. Chu Yang looked barely 20. Only some academicians of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, upon seeing Chu Yang, showed a serious expression. If this kid was here, the project must be significant. The success of the 1nm lithography machine project, which Chu Yang led, had a profound impact on China, almost on par with the contributions of Mr. Qian, who led Chinese scientists to create the atomic bomb. It solved the issue of foreign constraints on domestic chip technology, representing a major technological leap. Yi Jianguo surveyed the room. Everyone, please quiet down. His authoritative voice silenced the room immediately, even the senior academicians. After clearing his throat, Yi Jianguo continued, "There's a reason why we've gathered you all here today, but before we proceed, I need each of you to sign a confidentiality agreement. Once those are signed, we'll discuss the project further." Staff members handed out confidential file folders to each person. When the experts opened the folders, they found documents marked top secret. Top secret. Pipe? 1 star, 2 stars, 3 stars. 5-star top secret agreement. What kind of project is this? There have been very few 5-star top secret projects since the founding of the country. Everyone in the room had participated in confidential projects before, but many were experiencing a 5-star top secret project for the first time. The excitement was palpable. Being part of a 5-star top secret scientific project was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for many researchers. After everyone signed the confidentiality agreements, Yi Jianguo continued, "Now that the agreements are signed, I can introduce the project. We are working on the design and development of a warp drive device, and standing next to me is Chu Yang, the project leader." Warp drive project. Such a young project leader. What's going on? Is the 5th-generation fighter engine project over, and we're moving to warp drive, or have there been significant breakthroughs in warp drive? Who is this young man? Is he here for decoration? I've never heard of him. These top experts knew the significance of warp drive. If the project was officially established, its feasibility must be high. But Chu Yang looked too young. Someone asked, "Director Yi, are you serious? Can this young man really lead the project?" Others chimed in. "Exactly, if he's just here to learn, fine, but making him the project leader seems too hasty. He looks under 20. Can he handle this? This is a 5-star top secret project. Director Yi, this is no joke." Their skepticism was understandable. The news was shocking. Many of them had joined top research institutes or the Chinese Academy of Sciences in their late 20s. But a project leader under 20? That seemed impossible. Yi Jianguo looked at Chu Yang, who understood the cue and stepped forward. He cleared his throat and addressed the crowd, "Experts, professors and academicians, I know my age is a concern, and you may wonder why I'm leading this project. If you choose to leave, I won't stop you. I'll give you 3 minutes to decide whether to stay or leave. After 3 minutes, I'll explain the reasons. You can ask any questions or raise any doubts." The room fell silent. Some experts looked at Chu Yang with curiosity. Regardless of his scientific capabilities, his confidence to speak before so many seasoned experts was impressive. 3 minutes later, no one left. A 5-star top secret project was too significant to miss. Seeing this, Chu Yang began. "The idea for the warp drive engine was mine. I've already achieved some theoretical results and research data. I'll explain the research direction and the roles each of you will play. If you have questions, feel free to ask. I want to make it clear that I'm not here to seek glory. I genuinely want to work with you to fully develop this project." Did he develop it? Is it really a warp drive device? Are we getting old, or are young people really this capable now? The room buzzed with astonishment. However, after Chu Yang's declaration, they began to accept that he was indeed the initiator and primary researcher of the project. If it weren't true, Chu Yang wouldn't dare to make such bold claims in front of them. In the field of scientific research, there's no room for deception. After coming to terms with this reality, the group held a brief introductory meeting. That evening, after dinner at the guest house, Chu Yang gathered everyone for a meeting. The meeting lasted nearly 6 hours, wrapping up around 2 a.m. During the meeting, Chu Yang focused on explaining the theoretical aspects of implementing the warp drive device. Many experts and scholars raised various questions, all of which he addressed effortlessly. After the meeting, Chu Yang addressed the gathered crowd. Colleagues, I don't need to emphasize the significance of bringing a warp drive engine into existence. Our country needs us now, and the time has come for our engine technology to lead the world. In the upcoming period, I hope we can all work together to develop and implement our warp drive device as quickly as possible. Do you understand? Yes. Thunderous applause and enthusiastic cheers echoed through the conference room. Sitting in the crowd, Yi Jiangguo also clapped and then turned to Wu Lai, saying, I told you this kid had something special. When he shouted just now, it felt like the days when we were building the atomic bomb. I was young then, working with professors to calculate formulas. Every time the political commissar gave a speech like his, my blood would boil with excitement. Indeed, Wu Lai nodded slowly, his eyes slightly moist. Initially he had his doubts. After all, Chu Yang was young. Despite his achievements with the lithography machine, the field of warp drive was entirely different. Yet, after just one explanatory meeting, Chu Yang used his extensive professional knowledge to win over everyone present, including Wu Lai. It was clear they were getting old. But fortunately, the future of Chinese scientific research was in good hands. Long live our great China. One generation surpasses the previous one. After the meeting, the experts and professors returned to their respective dormitories. Yi Jiangguo and Wu Li stayed behind with Chu Yang. Yi Jiangguo smiled at Chu Yang. Little Chu, I've submitted the project for the research and design of the warp drive engine. The Chinese Academy of Sciences has approved it, and the initial funding is set at 1 billion yuan. The appointment letter has also arrived. You're the chief designer for this project. Old Wu and I will coordinate resources and assist you. Whatever you need, we'll handle it. Chu Yang was taken aback. He looked at the two and laughed. Director Yi, Director Wu. It's right for me to be responsible since I proposed the project, but I think it's enough for me to be a consultant. By seniority, you both are more qualified. Director Yi, you're the chief designer of the 5th generation fighter engine, and Director Wu, you head the country's top warp drive research institute. One of you should be the chief designer. After a brief hesitation, Chu Yang continued, besides, I'll only be here for 2 weeks. After the military training at Peking University, I have to return to school, otherwise, they'll deduct my credits. Who dares to deduct your credits? Yi Jiangguo straightened up. I'll call Lu Yang and see if Peking University dares to deduct your credits. Wu Lai also pleaded, Little Chu, the research theories and design plans are yours. You must be the chief designer. Why do you insist on attending Peking University? What can those teachers teach you? It's different, Chu Yang said, feeling a bit embarrassed. Yi Jiangguo quickly understood. Is it because of your girlfriend at Peking University? Little Chu, you can't put this project aside for that. Girlfriend Wu Li was curious. Yi Jiangguo explained, he likes a girl at Peking University, so he decided to study there. What? Wu Li couldn't believe it. Little Chu, if you want to date, tell me. I have 2 granddaughters. After some thought, he continued, my older granddaughter is married, but my younger one is a junior at Peking University. She's only 3 years older than you. As the saying goes, an older woman is like holding gold. I can show you her photo. If you're interested, I'll call her over tonight. We can arrange for you two to get married tomorrow. Being the chief designer of the warp drive engine project, directly linked to the military, even without real power, you'd at least have the rank of deputy military officer. And he's willing to give that up for a relationship. Moreover, this project was Chu Yang's initiative, with many crucial research materials coming from him. If any issues arose during the research and Chu Yang wasn't around, who would solve them? Understanding their concerns, Chu Yang quickly reassured, don't misunderstand. Before I leave, we'll have the initial model ready. Even when I'm in Beijing, I can handle the base's data remotely. It's all good. Hearing this, Yi Jiangguo and Wu Lai were somewhat relieved. However, Yi Jiangguo quickly asked, but completing the model in 10 days, isn't that rushing it? Chu Yang nodded slightly, I'm confident. I won't do a shoddy job. With that, Chu Yang and the others left the research base. After retrieving his phone from the secure box at the entrance, Chu Yang powered it on and returned to his dormitory. Once his phone was on, he saw a stream of messages. The first was from Lin Qingzhu, sent around 11 p.m. It was a simple goodnight message. After a few seconds of thought, Chu Yang replied with a smile, good night, sweet dreams. To his surprise, Lin Qingzhu responded almost instantly. Lin Qingzhu, oh wow, our big busy man finally has time to reply. Chu Yang paused for a moment before responding. You woke up. Lin Qingzhu gritted her teeth. She hadn't slept at all. Chu Yang hadn't sent her any messages all day except for a good morning, leaving her feeling restless. She sent a good night message just to get a response, but ended up waiting until now. Taking a deep breath to calm herself, Lin Qingshu finally replied, I didn't sleep. I was chatting with my roommates. Is that a problem? No problem, no problem. Chu Yang quickly sent a few messages back, asking, when do you plan to sleep? Don't know. Lin Qingshu pouted. After a few seconds of hesitation, she asked, is everything at home so busy? Busy enough that you couldn't spare a moment to message me all day? It is quite busy, Chu Yang replied quietly. He had spent the morning perfecting his materials, the afternoon hosting various experts and professors, and the evening holding meetings. It had indeed been a busy day. That's good, Lin Qingshu quickly replied, biting her lip. If you're so busy, why not just stop messaging me altogether and focus on your work? But she didn't send these thoughts. Instead, she asked curiously, I was too stunned to ask last time. Chu Yang, you disappeared for 3 years without a word. Don't you think you owe me an explanation? After some thought, worried she might seem too eager, she added, of course, if you think it's unnecessary to explain, that's fine too. After all, we have no special relationship. Stupid Chu Yang. Disappearing without a word for 3 years. The fact that I'm still willing to talk to you now is already a stroke of luck for you. You'd better give me a good explanation for why you left without saying anything 3 years ago. Chu Yang hesitated, then replied, Qingshu, can we not talk about that? Son of a Lin Qingshu was so angry she wanted to hit something. But she took another deep breath to calm down and quickly replied, fine, whatever. I'm going to sleep now. Chu Yang, not completely oblivious, saw this message and quickly asked, are you mad? Hey, you actually realized I'm mad? Progress. Lin Qingshu laughed bitterly, then replied, no, I wouldn't dare be mad at you, Mr. Busy. If you got mad and disappeared for another 3 years, what would I do? Why do I feel a sarcastic tone? Chu Yang was puzzled. He hurriedly replied, it won't happen again. There were reasons for what happened 3 years ago, but I promise, it won't happen again. I'm nobody to you. You don't have to say this to me. Aren't we good friends? Just good friends. Could it be more? No, it can't. Lin Qingshu pouted, quickly sent the message, and then rubbed her forehead in frustration. Hopeless. Just hopeless. He really doesn't get it. After a sigh, Lin Qingshu quickly replied, fine. I'm going to sleep now. Good night, good friend. Okay, sleep well. Good night. Lin Qingshu. Good night, whatever. In the following days, their conversations remained sparse. Chu Yang would send a good morning, and Lin Qingshu would reply with a good morning. Lin Qingshu would send a good night, and Chu Yang would reply with a good night. Apart from that, there was no other communication. At the research base, various projects were rapidly advancing. Days passed by. 10 days later, the military training at Peking University was nearing its end. At the Mobai research base, everyone seemed more motivated than ever, busily working with various precision instruments. Chu Yang stood among them, dressed in a dust-free lab coat. In front of him was a 1/10 scale model of the warp drive device, with researchers doing the final assembly. Beside Chu Yang stood countless experts and professors, all watching the warp drive model with intense interest. In these 10 days, utilizing Chu Yang's theories and design plans, and with Chu Yang practically living in the lab, they had quickly developed a theoretical model. They had increased the laser power, reduced energy consumption, and built a complete warp engine chamber to contain the high-energy warp plasma generated by negative energy. The key components were the special dilithium crystals for generating warp plasma and the warp coils for converting warp plasma into a warp field. These components were finalized after nearly 10 days and nights of repeated failures and corrections. Seeing the final piece of the warp drive model being assembled and the researcher nodding in confirmation, Chu Yang excitedly turned to everyone, ladies and gentlemen, I am proud to announce that our first prototype of the warp drive device has been successfully assembled. Cheers and applause erupted in the base. 10 days. They had spent 10 days and nights in the research base, all for this model. If this model could operate successfully, it would validate Chu Yang's theory, making today a historic day. Countless people began to whisper among themselves. To see the potential realization of a warp drive in my lifetime is incredible. If this model operates successfully, it will be a monumental advancement in global propulsion technology, a day that will go down in history. During this period, Chief Engineer Chu has worked tirelessly. It's the first time I've seen someone so dedicated to research. I truly admire him. With these words, everyone looked at Chu Yang with respect. If 10 days ago, Chu Yang had won them over with his theoretical knowledge. Now it was his intense dedication to research that earned their admiration. The concept of warp drive had been around for nearly 20 years. The country had invested substantial funds in research with little progress. Yet Chu Yang, in just 10 days, led them to build a complete warp drive device model. Even though it's just a model, if it works, they could proceed with Chu Yang's theories and design plans to create a fully functional warp drive device. Chu Yang smiled. Let's not celebrate too soon. Prepare for the first ignition test. Yi Jianguo looked at Chu Yang with concern. Chu Yang, why don't you rest for a day and conduct the ignition test tomorrow? He had witnessed Chu Yang's relentless hard work over the past few days. During lunch today, Yi Jianguo noticed a few more gray hairs on Chu Yang's head. Chu Yang had barely slept in 10 days, only catching a few hours of rest in his dormitory before returning to the research lab. Even an Iron Man couldn't endure such a schedule. No need, I can hold on, Chu Yang reassured, giving Yi Jianguo a comforting glance. Let's proceed with the ignition test. Knowing he couldn't persuade Chu Yang, Yi Jianguo sighed softly and stepped aside. Others might not understand why Chu Yang was pushing himself so hard, but Yi Jianguo did it was for love. Better not to mention it. Chu Yang led everyone to a safe distance. A researcher handed him a red ignition button. Chief Engineer Chu, please initiate the ignition. Chu Yang took a deep breath, ready to press the button, then turned to Yi Jianguo. Director Yi, why don't you do it? I'm a bit nervous. Despite accepting the title of chief designer, Chu Yang knew that Yi Jianguo was the most senior member of the team. Get on with it, Yi Jianguo waved dismissively. No need for formalities. You're the chief designer, so you press it. The others chimed in. Yes, Chief Engineer Chu, you should press the button. Don't be modest, just do it. Chu Yang smiled. All right, I'm pressing it now. Do it, the crowd was eager. Chu Yang nodded, then solemnly pressed the button. Everyone held their breath. The warp drive model began to operate, powerful electric currents flowing through it. The research base lit up with red lights, and continuous notifications filled the air. Ignition successful. Initiating warp engine chamber. Warp engine chamber initiation successful. Negative energy generator preheating complete. Laser firing. Negative energy detected. Collecting high energy warp particles. Warp energy level 0.01. Warp energy level 0.02. Warp field forming. Warp field level 0.01. Warp field level 0.02. Warp field established successfully, currently at warp level 0.1. Preparing to deploy test object. 1, 2, 3. With the final countdown, a 100-pound metal sphere was dropped into the warp field. Instead of falling straight down, the sphere shot forward as soon as it entered the warp field, slamming into a large iron door 100 meters away. Seeing this, everyone let out a collective sigh of relief. The next moment, the entire base erupted in cheers. We did it, we did it. The warp drive works, the warp drive works. Haha, Mom, I've made it. I witnessed the success of the warp drive, ha ha ha. People hugged each other, crying tears of joy. They had conducted a preliminary study, setting the warp speed at a much lower level -1,000 meters per second. Warp level 0.1 corresponded to 100 meters per second. In the next 5 to 10 years, China could surely showcase a fully functional warp drive on the world stage. Yi Jianguo's eyes were moist. He had spent his life working with engines, witnessing China's aviation engine technology grow from nothing. He had experienced the struggles and hardships, and now, he saw the hope of China standing at the pinnacle of aerospace technology. He then looked at Chu Yang with a grateful heart. Thank goodness such a talented researcher was born in China, and thank goodness Chu Yang had such patriotic fervor. Chu Yang's presence would surely become a nightmare for many adversarial nations. This was China's blessing. As everyone celebrated, Chu Yang's voice calmly cut through the noise. Everyone, now that the warp drive device's theory and model are proven, my task here is complete. After many miles, we must part ways. The further research and development of the warp drive device now rests on your capable shoulders. I believe in your scientific capabilities. Even without me, you can bring the warp drive device to full operational status. Everyone was stunned. What did he mean? The ignition test had just succeeded, and Chu Yang was already talking about leaving? People began to urge him to stay. Chief Engineer Chu, aren't you going to stay with us? What do you mean? Chief Engineer Chu, are you stepping back from the project? Chief Engineer Chu, even though the theory is proven, there's still a lot of work to do. Without you, we lack confidence. Yi Jianguo smiled. Everyone, don't worry. Chief Engineer Chu is not like us old folks. He is young and has limitless potential. We can't let him be tied down by just one project. His future holds the vast cosmos. The 1nm lithography machine was just the beginning for Chu Yang. Yi Jianguo didn't believe the warp drive device would be his end. Chu Yang's future was boundless. Moreover, young people should also have time for romance, right? Yi Jianguo's words made everyone realize. Yes, with Chief Engineer Chu's talents, we shouldn't confine him to just this project. With his abilities, he has much more to achieve beyond the warp drive. If there's a new project, go for it, Chief Engineer Chu. We'll support you and complete the warp drive project. Chu Yang bowed slightly. Thank you for understanding. The rest of the journey is in your capable hands. But as Chu Yang bowed, he felt his head grow heavy. Oh, he thought. His body was exhausted from overworking. Dizziness overwhelmed him, and his body began to sway involuntarily. Yi Jianguo was the first to notice Chu Yang's condition, because he had sensed something was off with Chu Yang's energy level since the morning. Chu Yang had been holding on just to complete the assembly of the warp drive model. Now that the model testing was finished, Chu Yang's last bit of energy was spent. Chu Yang forced a smile. His physical endurance was still lacking. Just 10 days of strain had taken such a toll on him. He knew his current state was due to exhaustion and overexertion, but he didn't know how long he would be unconscious this time. He hoped it wouldn't be too long, otherwise, Lin Qingshu would worry again. Using the last of his strength, Chu Yang glanced at Yi Jianguo. This time, I'll have to trouble you all again. The next second, Chu Yang closed his eyes and his body began to tilt forward uncontrollably. Fortunately, Yi Jianguo and several other researchers reacted quickly, rushing to support him and catching him before he fell. Yi Jianguo immediately shouted towards the door, "Quick, someone get here. We need to send him to Mobei Military Hospital immediately." Over the skies of Peking University, 4 of China's most advanced fighter jets roared past, with an armed transport plane flying steadily at their center. The students, who were on break, looked up at the sky, their expressions filled with curiosity. Wow! 4 fighter jets escorting a transport plane? Who's on that plane? Or what critical cargo are they transporting? Even deploying fighter jets, what kind of major event is this? Do you think there's some big shot on that helicopter? Judging by the escort, these must be some of our country's advanced fighter jets on an important mission. It wasn't unusual to see fighter jets over Beijing, as there was an airbase on the outskirts of the city. But this formation was exceptional, indicating the transport plane carried a significant person or crucial cargo. Some students began taking pictures with their phones. Seeing this, the military training instructors, who had been resting and chatting with the students, suddenly stood up. Everyone, put your phones down, no photos allowed. Delete any photos you took immediately. No photos, put your phones away, delete all pictures. Their shouts were echoed by the chief instructor over the loudspeaker. Everyone, break time is over. Put down your phones and end your break. These instructors were local armed police officers, invited by Peking University to lead the training. Having transitioned from the military, they were well versed in confidentiality protocols. Though they didn't know why so many jets and a transport plane were deployed, they knew it was a major event. Elsewhere in Beijing, few managed to capture this scene. Those who did found their videos either couldn't be sent or were deleted within a minute of being posted. Lin Qingshu glanced up at the roaring jets, feeling a sudden unease. Li Qian, noticing her distress, asked, "Qingshu, what's wrong? You look pale." "It's nothing, just feeling a bit unwell," Lin Qingshu replied weakly, forcing a smile to reassure Li Qian. "I'll be fine after a rest." Yet her eyes remained fixed on the quickly disappearing jets. 3 days later, at the military hospital's special care unit in Beijing, Wang Weiman and Yi Jianguo sat on a sofa in the hospital room. Wang Weiman sighed. It's been 3 days. Today was supposed to be the celebration for the successful development of the 1nm lithography machine, and Chu Yang should have been the star of the event. Now he's lying in a hospital bed. What kind of situation is this? Yi Jianguo consoled him. At least Chu Yang is safe. There will be more celebrations in the future. After Chu Yang collapsed, the research base had urgently flown him to Mobei Military Hospital. The diagnosis was clear: Chu Yang was exhausted and mentally overstrained, causing a temporary blackout. After confirming his condition was stable, and with the tests at Mobei concluded, they had him transferred to the military hospital in Beijing for better care. You know that Wang Weiman snapped angrily. Yi, I agreed to let Chu Yang help with your project to solve problems, not to overwork him to this state. If anything happens to him, I'll hold you accountable. Outside the room, 2 doctors in white coats exchanged glances. Looks like they're arguing again. Even so, they didn't rush in to intervene. This was a special care unit, and anyone in here was no ordinary person, especially these two, both of whom were academicians. One of the doctors sighed. It's been 3 days. He should wake up soon. After Chu Yang was transferred to the military hospital in Beijing, top experts were summoned for his examination, keeping everyone on edge. The confirmation that Chu Yang merely needed rest had been a relief. After a moment's hesitation, the two doctors walked into the room, coughing lightly. Gentlemen, what's going on here? The two academicians fell silent immediately. Wang Wyman coughed and laughed. Nothing. Just a bit of old man's banter. Doctor, do you think I believe you? At the Peking University sports field, Li Qian turned to Lin Qingshu. Qingshu, want to grab some milk tea? No, Lin Qingshu replied distractedly. I'm in a bad mood, don't feel like eating anything. What's wrong with you? Li Qian asked curiously. You've been out of sorts for 3 days now, what's going on? Lin Qingshu sighed. It's not mainly because of Wang Zhuji. I heard he's planning to confess to you tonight at the welcome party. Are you worried about that? That's not the main reason, Lin Qingshu sighed. Since 3 days ago, after Chu Yang sent her a good morning message, he seemed to have vanished again. Despite sending him multiple messages, she received no response. It felt like Chu Yang had disappeared once more. On the sports field, Zhu Pengfei and his friends sat under the shade of a large tree, glancing at Lin Qingshu from afar. They whispered to each other, "What's going on with Lao San? It's been almost 3 days without a single message. Doesn't he know Lin Shuji is about to be stolen away?" Not necessarily. I heard Lin Shuji has never paid attention to Wang Zhuji. His confession probably won't work. I don't know about that. Wang Zhuji is the vice president of the student council, comes from a wealthy family, and is genuinely devoted to Lin Shuji. If he confesses in front of so many people in our department, she might be moved and accept. Did you send the news of Wang Zhuji's confession to Lao San? Yeah, I did. Now we just have to wait for his reply. At the Beijing Military General Hospital, as the two senior academicians were bickering, Chu Yang, lying in bed, slightly moved his fingers and slowly opened his eyes. He glanced at Yi Jianguo and Wang Wyman and weakly asked, "Where's my phone?" "Xiao Chu. You're awake." Yi Jianguo and Wang Wyman immediately stood up from the sofa, overjoyed, and rushed to Chu Yang's bedside. They shouted towards the door, Doctor, come quickly. The patient is awake." Chu Yang glanced at their excited expressions. "I just took a nap. No need to get this excited." He repeated, "Can one of you get my phone? By the way, how long was I unconscious this time?" 3 days, Yi Jianguo replied, nodding as he retrieved Chu Yang's phone from the table with his personal belongings. 3 days. Chu Yang was taken aback, then he turned on his phone. "It's dead," he muttered, realizing the battery was empty. "No one charged it. Do you need it for something urgent?" Wang Wyman asked. "No, it's fine." Chu Yang shook his head and asked Yi Jianguo to find the charger and plug in his phone. His muscles felt weak from the extended rest, making his movements sluggish. Just then, several doctors entered the room, checking Chu Yang's pupils and blood pressure. After a while, the head doctor said, "Mr. Chu, your physical condition is stable now. However, I recommend staying in the hospital for a few more days to fully recover and engage in light exercise. You've been unconscious for 3 days, so your muscles may feel weak and need rehabilitation." "How long will the recovery take?" Chu Yang asked. "It depends on your physical fitness. For some, it could take half a day to a day, while others might need 2 to 3 days," the doctor explained. 3 days without movement would cause some muscle atrophy, despite the hospital staff's efforts to prevent it through massages. "I see." Chu Yang nodded thoughtfully. Seeing no further questions, the doctors left the room. As Chu Yang's phone finally powered up, he quickly checked his messages. A flood of notifications from Lin Qingshu greeted him. "Lin Qingshu, good night." "Lin Qingshu, did you not sleep at all last night?" "Lin Qingshu, where are you?" "Chu Yang, are you planning to disappear again? Why aren't you replying?" "Chu Yang, I'll give you half an hour. If you don't reply, I'll never speak to you again." "Chu Yang, you jerk. Chu Yang, this is your last chance. Reply to me. Chu Yang, where are you? Chu Yang, I hate you." He also saw messages from his roommates. Zhu Pengfei, Lao San, urgent news. In a couple of days at the welcome party, the vice president of our student council is going to confess to Lin Shuji. Are you done with your family issues? Zhang Mingyang, Lao San, hurry back. Someone's about to steal your girl. Wang Lei, Lao San, come back. Your girl is being taken. He also checked the class group chat. Counselor at everyone, all students must enter the auditorium with their tickets for tonight's welcome party. Don't lose your tickets. And good luck to those performing, make our class proud. Quickly digesting all this information, Chu Yang raised his head and called out to the doctors who were about to leave the room. Can I be discharged today? What did you say before the doctors could respond? Yi Jianguo and Wang Weiman both turned to Chu Yang. Xiao Chu, the doctor said you need rest. Why are you in such a hurry to leave today? If it's for the celebration tonight, we can arrange for someone to bring you there in a wheelchair. Or better yet, you don't need to go at all, Wang Weiman added. The doctor stepped closer. Mr. Chu, discharging today is possible, but can you guarantee your body will recover in half a day? I can guarantee it. Chu Yang nodded firmly, and then asked, what's the plan for the celebration tonight? The celebration is at the Great Hall, starting at 7. The main event, with the awards and speeches, is from 7:30 to 8. After that there's a banquet at Jiangshan Pavilion, Wang Weiman explained. Chu Yang checked the time for the welcome party at his university, which also started at 8. How long does it take to get from Jiangshan Pavilion to my school, he asked. About 10 minutes, Wang Weiman replied casually. Yi Jianguo was shocked. Xiao Chu, are you planning to go back to school? In your condition, are you sure you can manage? A man can't say he can't. Chu Yang gave Yi Jianguo a determined look. Please help me up and get me some food. After I eat, I'll start my rehabilitation. Once the celebration ends tonight, I won't join the banquet. Just arrange a car to take me back to school. Yi Jianguo was puzzled. Why the rush to get back today? The doctor said you only need a couple more days to recover. Why push it? Chu Yang sighed. My home is being stolen. Yi Jianguo raised an eyebrow. Oh, I get it. You've been replaced. Chu Yang felt a few black lines form on his forehead. You're really keeping up with the times, aren't you? And what do you mean by being replaced? That's absolutely not the case. The nearby doctors couldn't help but stifle their laughter, holding it in when they saw the look Chu Yang gave them. Wang Weiman cleared his throat and looked at Chu Yang with a mix of pity and amusement. Xiao Chu, you've really had it tough. Chu Yang was exasperated. No, I haven't been replaced. I just need to go back to school for something. We understand, Yi Jianguo said quickly. Xiao Chu, you don't need to explain. We get it. What do you want for lunch? Chu Yang, too tired to argue, said, anything that can fill me up. The doctor interjected, given Mr. Chu has just woken up, our recommendation is congee with some vegetables. Nothing too greasy. All right, Yi Jianguo nodded. Xiao Chu, wait here. I'll go to the hospital cafeteria and get you something. The doctors in the room were surprised. They knew Chu Yang must be an important figure, but seeing an academician personally fetching his meal was something else. Soon Yi Jianguo returned with the meal. It was simple: a bowl of millet congee, a pumpkin soup, some green vegetables, and some lettuce. Chu Yang looked at the spread and his mouth twitched. All vegetarian, he glanced up at Yi Jianguo. Old Ye, I really haven't been replaced. You don't need to do this. What do you mean? Yi Jianguo asked, puzzled. Everything here is either green or yellow. What's the deal? Oh, that Yi Jianguo laughed awkwardly. The doctor said you shouldn't eat anything too greasy right now. I just told the cafeteria to make something light. I didn't think about the colors. And why is the congee covered in scallions? The cook said it adds flavor and is more appetizing. I remember you eat scallions, right? I do. Chu Yang sighed. After eating, Yi Jianguo and Wang Weiman had to leave to attend to the celebration preparations, leaving Chu Yang in the care of 2 medical staff who helped him walk along the hospital corridor for some light exercise. A sharp scream echoed in the corridor, almost making Chu Yang lose his grip on the railing. What's going on? Chu Yang asked, puzzled. One of the medical staff explained. That's a soldier who was brought back from the border recently. He's about your age. He was involved in a skirmish with Indian troops who crossed the border. He chased them while injured by grenade shrapnel in his leg and was sent here for treatment. He's quite brave but has a fear of injections, especially shots in the buttocks. The scream probably came from him getting a shot. An owl followed by a pew pew. Chu Yang imagined the scene and asked, how's he doing now? Unfortunately, due to the inadequate medical conditions at the border, we couldn't save his injured leg. It had to be amputated to prevent infection. The medical staff replied with a sigh. Can I visit him? Chu Yang asked. We can help you get there, the medical staff said, cautioning. But be prepared. The floor below houses many severely injured soldiers. Chu Yang nodded and slowly made his way down, holding onto the railing for support. As Chu Yang walked through the lower floor, he saw many young faces in the open doorways of the hospital rooms. Some had bandages wrapped around their heads, some had lost limbs, and others were in a coma, relying on medical equipment to sustain their lives. Seeing this, Chu Yang's eyes reddened, and he asked, "How did they get injured?" The medical staff explained, "Some were injured while defusing mines, others are firefighters burned while saving lives, and some were injured in skirmishes at the border." They stopped in front of a room. "This is the young soldier's room." Chu Yang looked inside. There were 2 beds. On one lay an older man with an empty sleeve, and on the other lay the young soldier who had screamed earlier, his right leg amputated. He was grimacing from the pain of a recent injection. "Ouch, these shots hurt. I need to ask the nurse to be gentler next time." When the young soldier saw Chu Yang, he immediately stopped complaining and looked curiously at him. "Can I help you with something?" The medical staff replied, "This is a patient from the special care ward upstairs. He wanted to visit you." Hearing this, the young soldier's expression tightened. Despite his injury, he used a crutch to stand up and saluted Chu Yang. "Hello, sir. The special care ward upstairs is reserved for high-ranking officials," the soldier explained. "No need to stand, no need to stand. I'm not an officer," Chu Yang said, smiling, as he walked over with the help of the rehabilitation rail and sat beside the young soldier. The soldier scrutinized Chu Yang and nodded. "You do look quite young to be an officer." Given Chu Yang's age, he was probably about the same age as the soldier. "So, who are you?" the young soldier asked. "I am." Chu Yang paused for a few seconds before replying. "A researcher, I suppose." He continued, "Can you tell me about what happened to your leg?" "Sure," the young man smiled proudly. "I can't disclose my military unit, but basically, those Indians were getting bold. They were pushing the boundaries while we were on patrol, some even crossing the border. Our captain saw this and couldn't tolerate it, so we confronted them, and a fight broke out. Do you think they could take us on?" The young man's face was full of pride. "We made them flee in no time. But some of them were quite bold and fought back. I wasn't going to let them get away with it. While our captain provided cover, I charged ahead with my rifle. Unfortunately, I wasn't so lucky and got my leg injured by a grenade. But I'll work hard in rehab, and once I get a prosthetic, I'll be back in action." Chu Yang asked, "Why did you join the army, especially the border patrol?" The young man scratched his head sheepishly. "I didn't specifically aim for the border patrol. After high school, some friends and I signed up on a whim during a recruitment drive. As for joining the army, it's a family tradition. My grandfather fought in the counterattack war. Serving in the military is our family tradition." "And do your parents know about your condition?" "They do." The young man nodded. "They came to see me. My mom just asked if I was brave, and of course, I told her I fought bravely. No way I'd bring shame to the Yang family." Perhaps he hadn't chatted with a peer in a long time. The young man seemed to open up more and more as he talked with Chu Yang. "Aren't you afraid of dying?" Chu Yang asked. "Running into a hail of bullets takes courage." "Of course I am. Who isn't afraid of death?" the young man said quickly, then smiled sheepishly. "But at that moment, I didn't think about it. Plus, this is a first-class merit. It's an honor for my family. My family has served in the military for 3 generations. We just needed this first-class merit plaque, and I finally earned it. Losing a leg was worth it." "Incredible." Chu Yang gave him a thumbs up, and then asked, "Do you still want to go back to the border?" "I dream about it." The young man's eyes reddened. "But the orders are in. Even with a prosthetic, I'll either be transferred to a desk job or discharged. I can't go back." Chu Yang smiled gently. "Maybe, I can help you." "Really?" The young man was skeptical. "Can you really do that?" Chu Yang replied, "Why else do you think I'm staying upstairs? If you trust me, I promise I'll find a way to get you back to your border patrol." Chu Yang glanced at the older veteran missing an arm. "And all of you," he said seriously, "I promise, within a year, you will be able to return to your units, as good as new." Where is the tranquility in life? It's due to these soldiers, firefighters, and police officers who work tirelessly in the shadows, protecting everyone else. They are the ones who make life peaceful for others. Those who bring warmth to others should not be left to freeze in the cold. After descending to the lower floor and seeing the conditions of the soldiers, Chu Yang made a silent vow. He had to do something for them. The medical staff beside him were taken aback, finding his words hard to believe. How could it be possible? Could he regrow limbs? Or create perfectly functional prosthetic limbs? Even the most advanced bionic prosthetics today cannot match the functionality of natural limbs. But they didn't argue. Maybe, just maybe, while Chu Yang was talking to the patients and trying to regain his strength, a significant event was unfolding on social media. People's Daily posted a notice at 7 p.m. the Chinese Academy of Sciences will announce major news. People's Daily will provide live coverage of the press conference, and the broadcast will be synchronized on TV. Please stay tuned. This announcement caused an uproar. Whoa, People's Daily is hyping this up. What did the Chinese Academy of Sciences discover? Oh no, brothers, our secret from 99 is out. The fewer the words, the bigger the news. Waiting for the 7 p.m. live broadcast. Whoa, this news is going to be huge. What's happening? Comments flooded in. The official media rarely tease news like this. Something big was definitely happening. As time ticked closer to 6:30 p.m., Xu Yang changed into a black suit in his hospital room. It was an important occasion, and a suit was fitting. Yi Jianguo and Wang Weiman, waiting by the door, were stunned when they saw Xu Yang in a suit. Xiao Chu, it's our first time seeing you in a suit. You look quite dashing, almost as good as I did in my youth, Yi Jianguo said quickly. Wang Weiman laughed. You look great. Remember, you're the star today. Even if you don't appear on TV, you'll leave a good impression on the leaders. Xu Yang nodded. He understood Wang Weiman's words well. They chatted a bit more before the three of them left the hospital and got into a black Hongqi car headed for the celebration and press conference. In about 10 minutes, the car arrived at Jiangshan Pavilion. Security was tight, with black-suited guards checking their invitations before letting them in. Walking into the grand hall on the top floor of Jiangshan Pavilion, the atmosphere was unusually solemn, without a hint of unnecessary noise. Even the various media outlets, after setting up their cameras and tripods, quietly waited for the press conference to begin. Nearly 100 white chairs were arranged around the hall, each marked with a person's name. Wang Jianmin and Yi Jianguo's name tags were placed at the front, while Xu Yang's was also in the first row, albeit off to the side. Seeing this seating arrangement, Xu Yang immediately asked Mr. Wang, Mr. Yi, isn't my name here a bit out of place? All the names in his row belong to top academicians from the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Why would it be out of place? Wang Weiman laughed. You deserve to sit in this row with us. Besides, not allowing you to show your face at this event is already an injustice. We can't mess with the seating arrangement too. And don't worry, all the media here are internal. They've been instructed not to film you, so at most, you might appear in the background. After saying this, Wang Weiman sighed. Times have changed. Back in the day, we all worked in anonymity, diligently researching. But now, things are different. When the time is right, your name, Xu Yang, will undoubtedly shine in the global scientific community as a representative of Chinese research. This was the confidence brought by China's rise, and Xu Yang's contributions played a significant part in it. Alright then, Xu Yang hesitated for a few seconds before finally sitting in his designated seat. Seeing this, the media personnel in the back rows were taken aback. Most of the attendees at this Chinese Academy of Sciences press conference were seasoned researchers in their 30s and 40s. When did such a young person get mixed in? Moreover, he was seated in the front row, which was reserved for top officials from the academy or high-ranking administrative figures. Some media personnel tried to direct their cameras towards Xu Yang, but any slight movement immediately drew the watchful eyes of the internal guards standing beside them. Many who didn't know Xu Yang's identity were astonished to see him seated in the front row. However, knowing the importance of this press conference, they refrained from approaching him with questions. Soon, as everyone took their seats, the countdown to the Chinese Academy of Sciences press conference reached the final 5 minutes. The live broadcast room of People's Daily on Weibo had already gathered nearly 1 million viewers, with comments streaming rapidly. Whoa! It's finally starting. I didn't even treat myself after dinner, just waiting for this. Hey, can someone share the link? Same here, please share. This lineup looks impressive. I can't wait to find out what breakthrough they're announcing. At the auditorium of Beijing University, the new and returning students from the School of Economics and Management gathered together, filling the seats. Lin Qingxiu stood backstage in the auditorium's waiting room. Tonight, she wore a stunning red gown, her slightly curled black hair cascading in waves, with glittering silver earrings dangling from her ears. Her lips, painted a fiery red, enhanced her elegant aura. Not far from Lin Qingxiu stood Wang Zhuji, dressed in a black suit, fixing his tie in front of a makeup mirror. After adjusting his tie, Wang Zhuji walked over to Lin Qingxiu with a smile. How are you feeling, class monitor? Nervous. I'm fine, Lin Qingxiu replied coolly, then sat down in her chair and casually started playing with her phone. Wang Zhuji was taken aback for a moment, but then his determination only grew stronger. Tonight he was determined to succeed. Zhu Pengfei and his roommates were seated in the auditorium. The three roommates murmured among themselves. "Do you think old Third will be late tonight? He said he'd come to the party. He shouldn't be. He just messaged saying he's on his way and should be here before 8:30. That's good to hear." Back at the Chinese Academy of Sciences, as the minutes ticked by, the countdown reached its end. At precisely 7 p.m. Beijing time, the long-awaited press conference began, streaming live to countless viewers. The broadcast started, showing a hall filled with attendees and cameras flashing as the spokesperson, a gray-haired man named Wang Bin, took the stage. "Good evening, viewers and media friends. Welcome to this press conference by the Chinese Academy of Sciences. It is 7 p.m. in Beijing, and I am Wang Bin, your spokesperson for this event." The camera flashed continuously, capturing Wang Bin's image. This press conference has one major announcement: a significant breakthrough by the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Led by academician Wang Weiman, our research team has successfully developed and advanced the 1nm lithography machine technology. The advent of the 1nm precision lithography machine will greatly enhance our technological capabilities. This achievement signifies that our research team has broken through numerous technological barriers set by foreign tech giants, independently developing chips that are among the best in the world. In the field of lithography machines, we have achieved world-leading status. I am proud to announce that in this field, no other country has outdone us. With Wang Bin's declaration, the audience was stunned. The live chat exploded with comments. "Oh my God, our country actually has its own chips now. Are we really world leaders now? Does this mean future phones will have domestically made 1nm chips, making gaming super fast? There's more to it than that. With these 1nm chips, our medical equipment, cars, and even some military hardware will see significant improvements. Most importantly, we won't be reliant on others. So, no more paying patent fees to foreign companies." On stage, after delivering his statement, Wang Bin continued, "Next, let's welcome academician Wang Weiman to the stage. He will present the detailed parameters and performance data of our domestically produced Qinglong No. 1 chip, created using our 1nm lithography machine. On the other side of the Pacific Ocean, inside an exquisitely decorated palace in the United States, the director of the intelligence agency stood beside the president's office. In front of them, a live broadcast of the Chinese Academy of Sciences press conference was playing on an Apple computer. "Is your intelligence department useless?" the president, an elderly man with white hair, roared angrily. "Why weren't we the first to know about such a monumental event? Why are we finding out only when China officially announces it? Don't you pride yourselves on having the best intelligence capabilities in the world?" The president's face was livid with rage as he berated the intelligence chief. Years ago, they had successfully suppressed China's domestic lithography research by collaborating with various overseas lithography companies to provide only low-end technology. This forced China to rely heavily on foreign tech companies for their chip industry. But now, in just a few short years, China had secretly developed a 1nm precision lithography machine. This breakthrough had completely disrupted their strategic plans for China, turning their previously advantageous position into a reactive one. China had already started producing and using 1nm chips, while they were still boasting about their 3nm technology. If they couldn't catch up in the lithography field within the next 3 years, China's chips would dominate the global market, leaving them with no means to compete. "Mr. President, I admit our department has severely failed in this intelligence matter," the intelligence chief said, bowing his head in shame. "However, their security measures were extraordinarily tight. I suspect that only a few high-ranking academicians in the Chinese Academy of Sciences were aware of this project. Otherwise, our intelligence network would have detected something. And another point is, their speed was simply too fast. The development of a lithography machine is no small feat. Moreover, they bypassed numerous foreign patents, developing new lithography technology from scratch. This isn't something that can be achieved quickly. If given enough time, our intelligence department would have infiltrated their operations. But who could have expected that it would take only 3 years from the project's inception to completion? It's truly astonishing." "I didn't call you here to hear excuses," the president retorted. "I called you here to find out if there's any way to salvage this situation. Can you find the details on those responsible for China's 1nm lithography technology? You need to use any means necessary. Either bring those scientists to work for us, or make sure they disappear permanently. We cannot allow them to continue developing new technologies for China." Hearing this, the intelligence chief's eyes lit up. "Mr. President, there might be some hope. Things may not be as dire as they seem." "You better have good news," the president replied. "Or else you'll find your head in a toilet." "Mr. President, take a look at this file," the intelligence chief said, handing over a document. The president quickly skimmed through the file, frowning. Why are you showing me information on a 20-year-old kid? The chief explained, this young man, Chu Yang, disappeared 3 years ago. Our overseas agents reported that no information could be found on him during this period, as if he vanished into thin air. It wasn't until a month ago that he reappeared in the public eye. Moreover, the Chinese government conducted a thorough purge of their internal network around the same time, rooting out many of our spies. And most crucially, just a month after his reappearance, China announced the success of their 1nm lithography machine. We believe this young man was heavily involved in the development of the 1nm lithography machine, possibly playing a key role. You're saying a kid did this? The president was skeptical. Oh, Mr. President, we must accept the reality that other countries can also produce prodigies, the chief insisted. Don't forget, we have many young geniuses in our own research departments holding significant positions. The president's eyes turned cold. Find him. If you can, great. If not, this young man must be eliminated. We need to give the legislature an explanation. Understood. I'll arrange it immediately. Back at Jiangshan Pavilion, Wang Weiman stood at the podium, explaining the technical parameters of the Qinglong No. 1 chip. I'll keep it simple. Compared to the 5nm of 14 chip in current popular smartphones, which can fit 170 million transistors per square millimeter, our Qinglong No. 1, with its 1nm process, can fit nearly 700 million transistors per square millimeter. This means our processing power is more than 4 times that of the A14 chip, and while providing such supercomputing power, the energy consumption of the Qinglong No. 1 chip is only 1/3 that of the A14 chip. This statement caused an uproar online. Wow, these specs are out of this world. I bet the Academy of Sciences president simplified it for us. There must be more impressive features. For us regular users, high performance and low power consumption are already incredible. But the real advantage won't just be in smartphones. Who knows, they might already be secretly working on the second generation. Exactly. China always releases one generation while developing the next. They might already be working on the third generation. Wang Weiman couldn't see the online reactions but noticed the shock on many faces in the audience, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. Stunned, right? Unbelievable, isn't it? Feels like a dream, doesn't it? When he first met Chu Yang and heard these chip specifications, he was equally astonished. But now, 3 years later, Chu Yang had made it a reality. He did it. And so did China. At the end of his speech, Wang Weiman once again picked up the microphone. After glancing at Chu Yang, who was seated in the corner, he began to speak slowly. Finally, I want to share with you that although I am listed as the principal investigator of this project, the chief designer is someone else. However, due to confidentiality regulations, we cannot reveal the name of this outstanding scientist, nor will any photos of them appear on camera. It was this individual, who 3 years ago, at the prime of their life, resolutely left home and led our research team through numerous challenges. Because of their efforts, we now possess our own lithography machine technology and have developed the Qinglong No. 1 chip. This person is truly a national treasure of China. As the director of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to this exceptional scientist and to all the other researchers who have worked silently and tirelessly behind the scenes. Their contributions to our country's scientific endeavors are immeasurable. The honor we celebrate today belongs to them. Following Wang Weiman's words, the comments section of the live broadcast exploded with activity. Whoa! Does that mean the person who developed the lithography technology is someone else? That's normal. The identities of key scientists are usually kept secret, especially when it involves technology as critical as lithography, which can influence the fate of the nation. 3 years of silent dedication, and they will continue to remain anonymous. These are the real stars we should be celebrating. Respect to those unsung heroes in the scientific community. Nothing more to say. Just respect for the researchers. A particular comment scrolled across the screen, catching everyone's attention. I have no regrets being born in China. I want to come back as a Chinese in my next life. Seconds later, countless similar comments flooded the live stream. I have no regrets being born in China. I want to come back as a Chinese in my next life. I have no regrets being born in China. I want to come back as a Chinese in my next life. I have no regrets being born in China. I want to come back as a Chinese in my next life. The press conference concluded quickly and efficiently, without excessive formalities. The internal media packed up their equipment to rush back and write their reports. Other attendees moved to the banquet hall of Jiangshan Pavilion for the celebratory feast. Wang Weiman approached Chu Yang. Little Chu, let's go. The premier is waiting for you in his office. Xu Yang was momentarily stunned, his heartbeat quickening. Despite having met several high-ranking officials during his 3 years at the research base, he had never met the premier. Am I really about to meet the person who appears on the news every day? He smiled, nodded, and followed Wang Wyman out of the banquet hall to an office on the top floor of Jiangshan Pavilion. This was the premier's temporary office in Beijing. The large room was carpeted in a vibrant red. The furnishings were simple: a tall bookshelf, a desk, and an old set of guest sofas. The elderly premier sat behind his desk, with a red certificate of honor and a delicate sandalwood box in front of him. When Wang Wyman and Xu Yang entered, the premier stood up. Seeing how young Xu Yang was, he hesitated briefly before smiling warmly and extending his hand. Academician Xu, it's true that meeting you in person is better than hearing about you. The future of China's scientific community rests on the shoulders of young talents like you. Though he had seen Xu Yang's profile, he was still struck by how young he looked in person. First the 1nm lithography technology, and then the theoretical design of the warp drive. Frankly, there were few within the Chinese Academy of Sciences who could surpass Xu Yang's achievements. Thank you. Premier Xu Yang nodded slightly. I'm just doing what any citizen of China should do. The premier laughed heartily. What a commendable attitude for a Chinese citizen. This time you've made a great contribution to our country. The premier released Xu Yang's hand, smiling kindly. Your work on the 1nm lithography technology has freed us from dependence on foreign technology. This is all thanks to you. Xu Yang replied modestly. The success of the lithography project was a team effort. Without the research team, I couldn't have achieved this alone. You're too modest, the premier chuckled. Returning to his desk, the premier's demeanor became serious. Comrade Xu Yang, on behalf of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, I am here to present you with an award. Xu Yang immediately straightened up. For your role as chief designer, leading our research team over 3 arduous years to develop the 1nm lithography technology, I hereby present you with the highest scientific and technological award of China and appoint you as a senior academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. The premier walked over to Xu Yang, holding a red certificate of honor. Little Xu, accept this. It's well deserved. Thank you. Xu Yang took the certificate solemnly with both hands. The premier then picked up a medal from the box. The medal had a red background, a golden star in the center, and a red section depicting a hammer and sickle, glowing brightly under the room's light. Furthermore, in recognition of your outstanding contributions to China, I hereby present you with the National Scholar Medal. I hope you will continue to strive and elevate our scientific endeavors to new heights. The premier pinned the medal onto Xu Yang's left chest. After adjusting Xu Yang's collar, he said earnestly, Little Xu, this award ceremony might seem humble now, but the day will come when we can publicly celebrate your achievements. I promise you, that day will come soon. After leaving the top floor of Jiangshan Pavilion, Xu Yang glanced at his phone and noticed it was just a little past 8. Wang Wyman smiled at Xu Yang and said, Xiao Chu, are you really not going to stay for the celebration banquet? You're the star of the event. Mr. Wang, you know I'm not fond of these social gatherings. As long as you all enjoy the meal, that's enough for me. Xu Yang replied with a wry smile. He then asked, Is the car ready? I'm planning to head back to the university now. Jiangshan Pavilion was currently under tight security, and no cars without proper clearance could enter. It's all set. Wang Wyman chuckled. I've arranged for someone to take you directly to your university's main hall. But remember, your body hasn't fully recovered yet. Don't get too worked up tonight. Even if the confession doesn't go as planned, stay calm. My phone is on 24/7. Call me if you need anything. Xu Yang scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. Mr. Wang, you know about this too. Of course. Wang Wyman laughed. While we're very concerned about your research achievements, we also care about your personal life. At your age, it's perfectly normal to start thinking about relationships. The girl from your high school at Peking University seems really nice. You should cherish this chance. As one of the hottest young talents in the research field, the Chinese Academy of Sciences was quite attentive to Xu Yang's personal affairs. When they learned he wanted to leave the hospital early to return to school, they quickly figured out the reason. All right then, if you need to go ahead. Wang Wyman urged. Next time we meet, I hope you can introduce your girlfriend to us. Absolutely. Xu Yang nodded firmly and swiftly left Jiangshan Pavilion. He got into the black car waiting at the entrance, which then sped towards Peking University. Inside the main hall of Peking University, Zhu Pengfei was getting restless. What's going on with old 3? He said he was on the way, but the event has already started, and he's still not here. But just then, Wang Lei checked his phone and said, he just messaged the dorm group. He said he'll be here in 10 minutes. Zhu Pengfei sighed in relief. 10 minutes, that's not too bad. However, Wang Li suddenly cursed, damn, what's going on now? Check the class group chat. The counselor just said that the girl who was supposed to perform our class's piano piece suddenly fell ill and went to the infirmary. They're asking if anyone can play the piano. Can any of you play? Zhu Pengfei and Zhang Mingyang both shook their heads. Nope, can't do that. In the next moment, Chu Yang sent a message to the class group chat, I can play the piano. I can substitute for her. Then he quickly messaged the dorm group how much time is left before our class's performance. After thinking for a few seconds, Zhu Pengfei replied about half an hour. Great, I'll be there soon. A few minutes later, the black car stopped at the entrance of the main hall of Peking University. Thank you so much, Chu Yang thanked the driver, and then hurried to the main hall entrance. Seeing Chu Yang, the student council members at the door were momentarily stunned before blocking his way. Excuse me, which department are you from? This is the welcome party for the School of Economics and Management. If you don't have an invitation, you can't enter. I'm from Class 1 of the School of Economics and Management, Chu Yang quickly explained. But I left my invitation in the dorm. Can you make an exception? One of the female students, her eyes sparkling, stepped forward and smiled at him. How can you prove you're from our school? Do you have a student ID? Yes, Chu Yang quickly nodded and, after sending a message for Zhu Pengfei and the others to meet him at the entrance, pulled out a photo of his student ID from his phone. The girl took his phone, carefully comparing the photo with Chu Yang, and then murmured, Chu Yang, huh? You look better in person than in the photo. Alright, you can go in. Thank you, Chu Yang nodded and hurried inside. A few male students watched the scene unfold and asked the girl, Leader, you just let him in like that. What else was I supposed to do? She shrugged and smiled. That guy's really handsome. How did we not notice such a good-looking guy in the School of Economics and Management during military training? You guys need to help me get his contact information by tonight. Well, there was no denying it. Chu Yang, still in his suit, looked incredibly dashing. His sharp features complemented by the formal attire made him quite a sight. The boys? Is this guy really that handsome? After a few seconds of internal struggle, they gave up. Alright, he's kind of handsome. Damn, old three. You're finally here at the entrance of the main hall, Zhu Pengfei and the others exclaimed in surprise when they saw Chu Yang in his suit. Zhang Mingyang looked him up and down. Where'd you get that suit? You look quite dashing, almost as good as me. As for the National Scholar Medal pinned on Chu Yang's suit, it was completely overlooked. Having a lapel pin on a suit wasn't unusual. Chu Yang, Zhu Pengfei, and Wang Lei all looked at Zhang Mingyang. He immediately shrank back. Alright, pretend I didn't say anything. Chu Yang didn't have time to chat. Where's Lin Qingzhu? Wang Lei responded casually, where else? She's in the backstage rest area of the main hall. Take me to her. We can't go there, Zhu Pengfei said helplessly. Only performers are allowed backstage. Wait, Zhang Mingyang smirked. We can't, but Chu Yang can. He's now our class's piano performer. Old three, I didn't know you could play the piano. I learned when I was young. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. In the dressing room. Zhang Mingyang approached the senior student in charge of the program with a friendly smile. Senior, I'm really sorry, but could you let us change the song? The senior student instantly became a bit impatient. What's going on with you guys? First, you changed the performer last minute, and now you want to change the song. If every class did this, how could we even hold the welcome party? Senior, I'm really sorry. Zhang Mingyang repeatedly bowed and smiled apologetically. The new performer isn't very familiar with the original piece. Could you please allow us to change it? The senior student replied coldly, where's this new performer? Let him come over and talk to me himself. Zhang Mingyang scratched his head. Our dorm mate is a bit shy and not very good at talking. Look, he's right there. Senior, please just give us a break. The senior student glanced at Chu Yang and was instantly taken aback. You mean the one playing the piano is him? After a few moments of hesitation, she slowly asked, is A Maiden's Prayer the piece he wants to play for his girlfriend? Zhang Mingyang was momentarily stunned but quickly recovered. No way. Our dorm mate hasn't even held a girl's hand from primary school until now. He continued. But you know, since we had to change the performer last minute, and he wasn't prepared, he chose a piece he's more familiar with to avoid making mistakes. Is that so? The senior student smiled. I'll allow the change, but I'm taking a risk here. As a favor in return, you have to do me a small favor. Sure, just tell me what it is. After the welcome party, I want his contact information. No problem. When Zhang Mingyang returned, Zhu Pengfei and the others immediately asked, "Did you manage it?" Zhang Mingyang smirked. Of course, it was a piece of cake for brother Zhang. The others were curious. "How did you do it?" Zhang Mingyang shrugged. "We made a deal. The senior took a liking to our old three. In return, I have to give her his contact information after the party." Zhu Pengfei and Wang Lei looked at Chu Yang in surprise. "Wow, just like that? Is it really that easy to get things done just by giving out contact information? Is being good-looking really that advantageous?" Chu Yang smiled slightly. "Probably. I got into the hall without an invitation just by showing my face." The three rolled their eyes. "Ugh, as if being handsome is everything." Then Zhang Mingyang asked, "Old three, why did you choose this piece?" Chu Yang replied softly, "I once promised someone I'd play it for her at our high school's art performance during the school sports day. But I transferred before it happened. This person is Senior Lin Qingzhu, right?" "Yes." "Impressive, old three. You really live up to your reputation." Half an hour quickly passed. Lin Qingzhu and Wang Zhuji received the revised announcement cards. "Next, let's welcome a performance by Lin Qingzhu." Paused as she read the name on the card, her mind going blank. "Class president, what's wrong?" Wang Zhuji glanced at her. Taking a deep breath, Lin Qingzhu's voice trembled slightly. "Next, let's welcome Chu Yang from Class 1 of the School of Economics and Management to play A Maiden's Prayer on the piano." As she finished speaking, staff members moved a piano from the side of the stage. The senior student in charge backstage approached Chu Yang and his friends. "All right, Chu Yang, it's your turn." She gave him a supportive smile and a thumbs up. "Good luck." Chu Yang nodded and slowly made his way onto the stage, glancing deeply at Lin Qingzhu, who stood expressionless on the other side. He bowed to the audience before sitting at the piano. The spotlight focused on him, and the big screen at the back displayed his handsome profile. The audience, especially the girls, erupted in excitement. "Look, that guy on stage is so handsome. Is he really a freshman at our university? Oh my god, how can he be so good looking? I need to know everything about him within 3 minutes. Wow, is he a celebrity? He's way too handsome." Zhu Pengfei, Zhang Mingyang, and Wang Lei, having returned to their seats, listened to the girls' whispers around them and felt speechless. Seriously, even the girls at Peking University are this shallow? It's all about looks. As the soft notes of the piano filled the air, Wang Zhuji noticed Lin Qingzhu's emotions and asked, "Class president, are you all right?" Since Chu Yang had stepped on stage, Lin Qingzhu had seemed off. Shaking her head, Lin Qingzhu said, "I'm fine." As she glanced up, her eyes met Chu Yang's gaze. She instinctively looked away. Chu Yang sighed inwardly, but refocused on his performance. After finishing the piece, Chu Yang stood, bowed to the audience, and glanced at Lin Qingzhu once more before stepping off the stage. Lin Qingzhu quickly composed herself. After announcing the next act with Wang Zhuji, she said to him, "I need to go backstage for something. If I don't come back in time, announce the next act alone." She hurriedly followed Chu Yang, her red high heels clicking against the floor as she moved swiftly in her vibrant red dress. As Lin Qingzhu stepped off the stage and into the dressing room, she hadn't even spotted Chu Yang before he grabbed her right hand. "Come with me for a moment," he said. Without struggling, Lin Qingzhu allowed herself to be pulled into the corridor outside the dressing room. Once the door was closed, she forcefully shook off Chu Yang's hand and glared at him coldly. "Chu Yang, have you had enough? You disappear without a word for 3 days, then suddenly show up to perform on stage. What are you trying to do by dragging me out here? Do you think this is fun? Or are you just curious to see how miserable I've been these past few days?" "Qingzhu." Chu Yang looked guilty, unable to find the words to explain himself. He couldn't exactly tell her he'd been unconscious in a hospital for 3 days. "What? You what?" Lin Qingzhu's cold laughter cut through the tension. "Chu Yang, I admit that I liked you in high school. When I found out you were still alive at the start of the semester, I was genuinely happy. I still had feelings for you, which is why I rushed to the boys' dormitory early in the morning to see you. But that doesn't give you the right to keep playing with my feelings. The last time you disappeared without a word, I didn't ask why. But now, you vanish again for 3 days. What were you doing? You didn't answer calls or messages. Do you think that just because I like you, you can do whatever you want?" "Qingzhu, I really didn't mean to," Chu Yang hurriedly explained. "There's a reason I didn't reply these past 3 days. It wasn't intentional. And I came to Peking University for you. Please give me another chance. I promise I'll never disappear without a word again." Lin Qingzhu scoffed. That's your explanation. Something really did come up. Then say it. No matter how busy you were, you could have sent a message, right? Chu Yang couldn't find the words. Lin Qingshu looked utterly disappointed. Forget it, no need to explain. Chu Yang, I don't care why you disappeared 3 years ago, or why you're at Peking University now. None of that matters to me anymore. In these past 3 days, I've had time to think. You can ignore my messages, go wherever you want, live however you want. From now on, your life has nothing to do with me. This way, I won't have to constantly worry about you disappearing without a word again. I'm tired of it all. Chu Yang, I never want to like you again. By the end, Lin Qingshu was almost shouting. Let's end this. From now on, we're strangers. We'll act like we never met with that. Lin Qingshu walked past Chu Yang without a second glance, pushing open the dressing room door and stepping inside, drawing the curious eyes of everyone there. She continued walking until she reached the other side of the stage. Only then did a single tear escape her eyes, which she quickly wiped away. Taking a deep breath, she forced a smile and hid her pain. Her indifferent demeanor was a facade. The story had to end here. Maybe only by completely letting go could she stop worrying about when Chu Yang might disappear again. Her youth, it seemed, had come to an end. Chu Yang watched Lin Qingshu's departing figure, wanting to call her back but hesitated for a long time. In the end, he silently turned around and left the backstage corridor. After messaging Zhu Pengfei and asking for their class's location, he returned to his seat. As soon as he sat down, Zhu Pengfei and the others gathered around, eager to know, Old 3, did you confess to Lin Qingshu? Chu Yang was taken aback. Confess? What confession? Isn't that why you performed tonight? To confess to Lin Qingshu backstage, Wang Li asked, confused. No, Chu Yang shook his head. So, you failed to confess. She was mad because I didn't reply to her messages for 3 days. Zhang Mingyang nodded thoughtfully. Old 3, that was your fault. There's a saying online, if you don't reply for 3 days, it's an automatic breakup. You didn't even catch her heart yet, and you disappeared for 3 days. No wonder she's angry. Zhu Pengfei asked, so, what happened these past 3 days? You just vanished. Chu Yang pondered for a moment before deciding, let's just forget about the past. Let's watch the show. Due to confidentiality regulations, he couldn't share the real reason with unrelated parties. Zhang Mingyang patted Chu Yang's shoulder reassuringly. No worries, man. As long as she doesn't accept that Wang Zhuji's confession tonight, you'll still have a chance. The fact that she gets mad at you means she cares. If she stops getting mad, then you're in real trouble. That's true, Zhu Pengfei nodded. But if she does accept his confession tonight, what then? Doesn't matter, Zhang Mingyang quickly replied. People divorce even after getting married, this is just a confession. As long as you keep trying, no wall can't be breached. Zhu Pengfei and Wang Lei were speechless. Chu Yang smiled, alright, I'm fine. Let's just enjoy the night. We'll see what happens in the future. That's the spirit, Zhu Pengfei laughed. Since you're back, our class is going to a karaoke party tonight. We've already booked a room. Let's go sing and drink. There's nothing we can't get through. Chu Yang thought for a moment, and then nodded. Alright. But he added after a pause, I won't drink. My stomach's been acting up lately. I'll just join you guys to hang out and get to know everyone. If there were no major projects in the future, he planned to stay at school. Getting to know his classmates was essential. I got it. Tonight, you'll see what a real karaoke king sounds like on stage. Wang Zhuji quickly approached Lin Qingshu, concern etched on his face. Class leader, what's wrong? Did something happen? Nothing, Lin Qingshu replied, her expression blank. She turned away from Wang Zhuji, her eyes unfocused as she watched the ongoing performances on stage. She recognized the piano piece Chu Yang had played earlier. However, a piece delayed by 3 years no longer held any meaning for her. Time flew by. The freshman welcome party lasted for 2 hours. When the final performance concluded, Lin Qingshu and Wang Zhuji went on stage to deliver the closing remarks. As they wrapped up, the audience began to disperse. Perhaps prepared in advance by Wang Zhuji, the spotlight suddenly focused on him. A student nearby handed him a bouquet of roses. Seeing this on the big screen, students who were about to leave sat back down, ready to witness the unfolding drama. Wang Zhuji took the microphone and addressed the crowd. Please bear with me for a few more minutes. I hope everyone can witness this moment. Holding the bouquet, he turned to Lin Qingshu and said, Lin Qingshu, from the moment I first saw you in our freshman year, I've deeply admired you. Today, in front of all our peers, I want to confess my feelings. I've liked you for a year and pursued you for a year. I want to know you better, to see the world through your eyes. I've realized I can't be without you. So today, I hope you will give me a chance to stand by your side." His words left the auditorium in silence. The next second, the students started murmuring. "Oh my God, confessing in front of the entire school? That's so romantic." Romantic? It feels more like emotional blackmail. No wonder she hasn't responded to him in a year. He's putting her on the spot. "Lin Qingshu is the most beautiful girl at our university. But I heard that guy has been pursuing her for a year and comes from a wealthy family. Will she accept?" Zhang Mingyang muttered, "What a jerk. Putting her on the spot like this. Is she supposed to accept or reject him now?" Turning to Chu Yang, he asked, "Old 3, say the word. Do you want us to step in? I can't stand guys like him." But before Chu Yang could respond, Lin Qingshu spoke to Wang Zhuji. "I'm sorry, but to be with someone, I need to really like them. Unfortunately, I can't reciprocate your feelings the way you want me to. So I can't accept your confession." Her expression turned cold. "Wang Zhuji, I've told you clearly before, I don't like you. This is the last time. There won't be another. Here's some advice: if you keep pushing against a closed door, it stops being love. It becomes harassment." Her voice, though not loud, echoed through the auditorium via the microphone. With that, she handed back the microphone and walked away without hesitation. Zhu Pengfei muttered, "Wow, this guy just won't take no for an answer, will he?" Chu Yang felt a sense of relief. Exhaling deeply, he said, "All right, the party's over. Let's head back to the dorm, shower, and change. Didn't we plan to go to the karaoke bar later?" "Yeah, let's go," Zhang Mingyang and the others agreed. Chu Yang glanced once more at Lin Qingshu's departing figure. Sighing, he followed Zhu Pengfei and the others out. Love and ambition didn't have to be at odds. He wouldn't give up so easily. On the school's main road, Li Qian, standing beside Lin Qingshu, marveled, "Qingshu, you were so cool rejecting Wang Zhuji like that. It's a shame for our poor Wang though. Are we really just going to leave like this?" "You should be his girlfriend then," Lin Qingshu retorted, rolling her eyes. "I don't like him. He chose to confess in front of everyone, so what could I do? Not liking someone means not liking them, no matter how touching the gesture is. If he confesses so publicly, he should be prepared for rejection. I won't indulge his bad behavior." Li Qian nodded. "So, what happened with that freshman Chu Yang backstage? What did you two talk about?" Lin Qingshu's expression instantly turned cold. "Don't mention him to me. From now on he has nothing to do with me. To me he died 3 years ago." Li Qian hesitated for a few seconds. She could see that Lin Qingshu was deeply upset, especially when it came to Chu Yang. It was as if mentioning his name triggered a murderous intent. "Let's talk about something else," Li Qian said, awkwardly smiling as she raised her phone. "Look at this, some big news online. Our National Academy of Sciences has developed 1nm precision lithography technology and even produced 1nm chips. Soon we might be using our own domestic chips. This time, I'm definitely supporting domestic products." "But not interested," Lin Qingshu replied, her mood clearly low. She glanced at Li Qian's phone dismissively, then looked away. But the next second, she grabbed Li Qian's phone. "Wait, let me see that." Staring at the screen, Lin Qingshu zoomed in on a photo from the Academy's press conference. Li Qian, puzzled, asked, "It's just a picture from the press conference. What's so interesting?" Lin Qingshu froze. "Is that Chu Yang?" Though it was just a back view in the photo, the person in the front row, wearing the same clothes and having a similar build, looked exactly like Chu Yang. She might mistake other things, but she would never mistake Chu Yang's back. Coupled with the badge he wore earlier, which resembled a youth league emblem. Initially she hadn't given it much thought. But seeing this photo made a bold idea pop into her head. Chu Yang's disappearance. Could it be because he was attending this press conference? Am I seeing things wrong? Lin Qingshu felt uncertain. How could Chu Yang at such a young age have the capability to attend a high-level press conference? The attendees were likely to be top-tier figures in the scientific community. Moreover, Chu Yang was seated in the front row, which seemed even more implausible. But she was sure she wouldn't mistake Chu Yang's back. Was it just her imagination? "Qian, let's head back to the dorm," Lin Qingshu said, shaking off her thoughts. She slipped off her high heels and ran barefoot along the main road of the campus. Back in the dormitory, Lin Qingshu immediately looked up the large image released by People's Daily. After scrutinizing it for a while, she turned on her computer and quickly searched the internet. Red background, golden 5-pointed star, crossed hammer and sickle in the center, What kind of medal is this? The search engine quickly returned numerous images. There were the August 1st Medal, the Independence and Freedom Medal, the Heroic Honor Medal, the Victory Meritorious Honor Medal, and various other first and second class military medals. Many of these medals resembled the one Xu Yang wore, but none were an exact match. Li Qian, curious, asked, King Zhu, what are you searching for online? Lin Qingshu quickly closed the browser. Nothing. Just looking up some information. I'm done now. She then asked, Qian, what kind of people attend the Academy of Sciences press conferences? Li Qian thought for a moment. Probably academicians from the Academy of Sciences, senior researchers, or some leaders from the Science and Technology Administration. That's right, Lin Qingshu nodded slowly, and then laughed self-deprecatingly. What had she been hoping for? That Xu Yang had been unable to message her for 3 days because he was attending a confidential press conference. How could that be? And even if it were true, what did it matter? She and he were already a thing of the past. After returning to his dormitory, Xu Yang changed out of his suit and carefully removed the national medal, placing it in his desk drawer. He then grabbed some clean clothes and went to the dormitory bathroom to shower. At 10:30 p.m., Xu Yang, Zhu Pengfei, and the others arrived at a KTV in downtown Kyoto. Their acting class leader, who organized the event, lifted a glass and smiled at everyone in the room. Military training is finally over, and we have a day off tomorrow. Let's not go home sober tonight. Everyone else laughed and chimed in. Thanks for footing the bill tonight, class leader. The acting class leader nodded repeatedly. No need to be so formal. Alright everyone, pick your songs and let's have some fun. People began picking songs, drinking and chatting. The acting class leader approached Xu Yang and his friends with a drink, carefully observing Xu Yang before smiling. You must be our class's last student to arrive, right? Hello. Xu Yang nodded politely. The acting class leader raised his glass. Since we're classmates now, let's have a drink. Xu Yang shook his head. I've been feeling unwell these past few days and can't drink. I'm sorry. Zhu Pengfei lifted his own glass. Here, class leader, I'll drink with you on his behalf. Our old three hasn't been feeling well. The acting class leader's expression faltered, but he forced a smile. Alright, let's drink then. After finishing his drink, the acting class leader turned away. Xu Yang pondered for a moment, and then asked Zhang Mingyang, what's up with that guy? Isn't he being a bit too enthusiastic? What else could it be? Zhang Mingyang chuckled. You weren't there for military training, so you wouldn't know. This guy has a strong desire to show off. On the first day of the freshman meeting, he volunteered to be the acting class leader. He organized this gathering, probably hoping to remove the acting from his title. University is pretty much like a small society. And getting into Kyoto University means there are no fools here. Being the class leader in a university like this is a significant position. Having that title in his student record would give him a considerable advantage after graduation. I see. Xu Yang understood. He then told his friends, I need to step out for a moment and use the restroom. However, Kyoto being Kyoto, and this being a downtown KTV, Xu Yang couldn't find the restroom after wandering around for a while. Just then, a group of people rushed out of a nearby hallway. Instinctively, Xu Yang started to back away. What was going on? Was there a fight in the KTV? He was about to leave when he heard someone shout, Stop! Don't run! Turning around, Xu Yang saw several men chasing after the group. He quickened his pace. Before he could get far, one of the men grabbed his collar. Don't move! Xu Yang stopped and looked at the man. Excuse me, friend. What's going on? I'm a police officer, the man snapped, pulling Xu Yang back. Be smart and come with me. We'll take you to the station later. Why? Xu Yang felt wronged. He hadn't even found the restroom yet, and now he was being taken to the police station. What had he done? What do you think? The man retorted. We're conducting a raid. Damn! Xu Yang couldn't help but curse. Why are you grabbing me in a raid? I haven't done anything wrong. I'm innocent. Everyone we catch says they're innocent, the man replied coldly. If you're innocent, why did you run? Save your breath and come with us. The man led Xu Yang to a dimly lit room where 7 or 8 men and women were already detained. More people were brought in one after another. Seeing this, Xu Yang explained, Officer, I'm really not with them. I just came here with my friends to sing. I can call them to vouch for me. The man scrutinized Xu Yang, then nodded. All right, make the call. Xu Yang quickly dialed his dorm group chat. Unfortunately, either due to the noise in the KTV or because everyone was too drunk, no one answered. Do you remember your room number? The man asked. Xu Yang thought for a moment. He rarely went to KTVs and had been led to the room by Zhu Pengfei and the others. He scratched his head. I forgot. The man frowned. Then stay here for now. When we get to the station, if everything checks out, you can leave. The station isn't far from here. You can call your friends to pick you up. Call my friends. Chu Yang's eyes lit up as he glanced at the group. He seemed to be considering something. Just then, the door opened. Two men in black uniforms walked up to the plainclothes officers, showing their IDs. Comrades, we can vouch for him. He's not part of this group. We need to take him with us. Who are you? The lead officer took their IDs and turned on the room's lights to examine them. Seeing the IDs, his expression changed, and he saluted. Greetings, comrades. These were Security Bureau IDs. Chu Yang looked up and asked, Are you from the Security Bureau? The two Security Bureau agents saluted back and nodded to Chu Yang. Mr. Chu, we've been assigned to ensure your safety. Chu Yang's expression turned sour. Do I know you? I suggest you stay out of this. The two Security Bureau agents were puzzled. Not knowing them was understandable. But what did "don't meddle in my affairs" mean? Dude, we're here to help you. At that moment, Zhu Pengfei called from the private room. Chu Yang answered, and Zhu Pengfei's voice came through. Old 3, what's up? Why did you call? Chu Yang replied, Nothing much, just handling something. You guys go ahead and have fun. Are you coming back later? Zhu Pengfei asked. That depends on the situation. Alright, you do your thing. The room fell silent. The men and women squatting on the floor looked utterly confused. What's going on, dude? People are here to bail you out, and you're not leaving. Your dorm mates are calling to vouch for you, and you're still not leaving. What's the deal? Do you really want to spend the night in the station? Then, a guy squatting in the corner stood up. Officer, I can vouch for this guy. He's really not with us. Please let him go. Stay out of this, Chu Yang said, giving the guy a look. He then turned to the lead officer. Officer, once I'm brought in, you'll verify I'm innocent, and then I can have someone pick me up, right? The officer looked puzzled. Yes, that's correct. Good. Chu Yang nodded. When are we heading over? If it gets too late, my dorm might close, and my friend won't be able to pick me up. Who are you planning to call? The officer asked, exasperated. My friend. Chu Yang replied calmly. What's the reason? Isn't it obvious? I got caught in a raid. The two Security Bureau agents' mouths twitched. Is this really the national pillar and scientific genius they were assigned to protect? This kid must have some screws loose. Chu Yang then turned to the Security Bureau agents. Have you two been following me all along? The agents exchanged glances. One of them typed on their phone and showed it to Chu Yang. Due to the leak of your identity online and the risk of foreign organizations targeting you, we are assigned to protect you. Chu Yang's expression grew serious. Thank you, I appreciate it. He then looked back at the police officer. Officer, isn't this KTV legitimate? Why were you conducting a raid here? One officer explained, we received information that while this KTV appears legitimate, it secretly caters to special requests for certain clients. We've been watching it for days and only moved in today. Chu Yang nodded. Got it. So, when are we heading to the station? Right away. Soon, the police had gathered all the involved individuals, including Chu Yang, who had voluntarily joined this social group, and loaded them into the police van. Chu Yang didn't have much to be questioned about. With the Security Bureau agents vouching for him, and surveillance footage confirming he was mistakenly caught, he was quickly released after giving a brief statement. The Security Bureau agents disappeared once more. They were assigned to protect Chu Yang from the shadows. Seeing it was only 11:20 p.m., with 40 minutes left until the dorm curfew, Chu Yang decided to send a message to Lin Qingshu. Qingshu, save me. Lin Qingshu's heart skipped a beat when she saw the message. She replied with a question mark, then asked, what happened? Chu Yang, I got caught in a raid and need someone to bail me out. Lin Qingshu was stunned. She texted back, Chu Yang, are you crazy? After sending the message, she felt a surge of anger. Caught in a raid? The Chu Yang she knew 3 years ago was so pure, and now he was caught in a raid. What had he been through these 3 years? She immediately sent a 60-second voice message, filled with rage. Chu Yang opted not to listen to it. Lin Qingshu then messaged, can't your dorm mates come and get you? Why do you need me? What's our relationship? Chu Yang ... Their phones aren't reachable. I don't know what they're doing. Please, just help me out for old time's sake. You wouldn't leave me hanging, would you? I was wrongly caught. Just come and sign me out. Lin Qingshu sighed but, after a moment's hesitation, replied, wait there. She was exhausted from hosting all evening. She didn't want to run around. But, It was Chu Yang. Half an hour later, wearing flared jeans and a white t-shirt, with her hair in a high ponytail, Lin Qingshu arrived at the police station where Chu Yang was held. "Miss, how can I help you?" the officer at the front desk asked. Lin Qingshu sighed. "I'm here to bail someone out. Is there a Chu Yang here?" "Ah, you must be his girlfriend," the officer smiled. "Had a fight with your boyfriend? Just take him home." "He's not my boyfriend," Lin Qingshu replied coldly. "But what do you mean, take him home?" The officer chuckled. "Your boyfriend's story has spread throughout the station. He was singing at a KTV with his dorm mates, got mistakenly caught in our raid, but insisted on coming to the station to wait for you. Couples fight, but it's nothing that can't be resolved. Take him home and give him a good talking to. Even married couples fight and make up. Your boyfriend really went all out to see you." In all his years on the force, the officer had never seen someone voluntarily request to be brought to the station just to see their girlfriend. Lin Qingshu immediately forced a smile. All right, I'm really sorry for the trouble." Following the directions of the officer on duty, Lin Qingshu soon found Chu Yang sitting in the waiting room. After the officer left, her expression turned cold. She walked quickly to Chu Yang. "You dare to lie to me? Chu Yang, you're in big trouble now." Standing in front of Chu Yang, Lin Qingshu immediately said coldly, "Chu Yang, are you out of your mind? Didn't I tell you that we should stay out of each other's way? Do you not understand what that means? I've seen narrow-minded people, but not like you. Calling me all the way here just to scold you? Really unnecessary. You got yourself into trouble and ended up in the police station. Why didn't you let the officers keep you here for a few days to cool off?" Chu Yang looked up slightly. "But even being locked up is better than you not wanting to see me again." Lin Qingshu was momentarily taken aback. Have you ever seen a tall guy over 6 feet tall looking pitiful? Especially with a face as striking as Chu Yang's. Are you trying to act cute? Lin Qingshu's face hardened. Don't pretend to be pitiful. Stand up quickly, or I'll knock you out so hard your insurance won't cover it. Chu Yang looked up defiantly. I had a rabies shot. Do you think I'm scared of you? Lin Qingshu almost laughed in exasperation. Right? You're not even afraid of going to the police station. What would you be scared of? If you're so brave, why did you call me to pick you up? Chu Yang shrank back a bit. I'm not that brave. Looking both serious and submissive. Lin Qingshu sighed and rubbed her forehead. Let's go. Do you want to spend the night here? Oh, Chu Yang stood up quietly, like a scolded child, and stood beside Lin Qingshu. As they left the police station, Lin Qingshu stopped and looked up at him. Want to talk? Sure. Chu Yang nodded slightly, but his stomach growled loudly. Hungry? Yes. Then let's get something to eat. They walked in silence, occasionally stopping, until they finally found a barbecue restaurant at the corner of a street. After ordering some barbecue, Lin Qingshu asked the owner for 2 bottles of chilled beer, opened them, and poured one for herself and one for Chu Yang. Raising her glass, she looked at Chu Yang. Shall we have a drink first? Chu Yang glanced at the beer. Remembering the doctor's advice when he was discharged, you must eat lightly for the next 2 days, avoid alcohol and cigarettes, understand? But in the next moment, he nodded without hesitation, raised his glass, clinked it with Lin Qingshu's, and downed the beer in one gulp. The icy sensation gave him goosebumps all over. But in the next moment, he glanced secretly at Lin Qingshu. Lin Qingshu noticed immediately. Why are you looking at me? Chu Yang shrank back. Nothing. Then why keep looking? Can't help it. Lin Qingshu's heart softened a bit. She put down her glass and looked at him. All right, tell me. Why did you go through so much trouble to call me out here? Chu Yang looked at Lin Qingshu and asked, can't you be a bit less cold? No. All right, Chu Yang pouted, then looked at her again. I called you out because I wanted to apologize properly. 3 years ago, I had a very special reason for leaving without saying goodbye, and the past 3 days, something unexpected happened, so I couldn't message you. I'm sorry for making you worry. Oh, you know how to apologize now. Lin Qingshu was a bit surprised and couldn't help but laugh. When you left without a word 3 years ago, did you think you'd have to apologize for it someday? And I'm not angry about the past 3 days anymore. You don't need to apologize for that. Chu Yang shook his head stubbornly. Look at you now. I can tell you're still angry about it. No, I'm not, Lin Qingshu said firmly. You are. I said I'm not. Okay, Chu Yang nodded weakly. If you say so. Silently, he muttered to himself. Damn it. I didn't even feel this frustrated in the research base. What is this? This woman's temper has grown over the past 3 years. Lin Qingshu looked at Chu Yang. Are you cursing me in your mind? How did you? Chu Yang quickly raised his head and then, realizing, shook it. No, I wouldn't dare. Still saying no, Lin Qingshu pouted. I can tell from your guilty look that you were definitely cursing me. Chu Yang raised his head stubbornly. And you said I was dead before. Lin Qingshu was exasperated. So, you called me out to argue? No, Chu Yang quickly shook his head. To apologize sincerely. How? Or should I write 1,000-word reflection? Lin Qingshu shook her head. Not sincere enough. 1,500 words. Not enough. 3,000 words. Still not sincere. How about 2,000? Chu Yang, are you bargaining with me? Lin Qingshu rolled her eyes at him. Then tell me, how can I get your forgiveness? Lin Qingshu thought for a few seconds. It's simple. Either you tell me honestly what you've been doing these past 3 years, and why you suddenly didn't reply for 3 days. Tell me these, and I'll forgive you immediately. We can still be friends. Otherwise, we can't even be friends. She looked at Chu Yang expectantly. Come on, say it. I've given you a way out. Just say it, even if you lie to me. And maybe I'll forgive you. Chu Yang pondered for a few seconds before responding. Why do you keep bringing up what happened 3 years ago? Can't I? No, you can't. Does that mean there's nothing more to discuss? No, we can discuss it. A thin layer of sweat began to form on Chu Yang's forehead. It's no wonder people say women are hard to appease. He'd rather return to the research base to work on the curvature drive, or even tackle one of the 7 Millennium Prize problems. That would be easier than trying to appease a woman. Then why can't you talk about it? Because of regulations. What regulations? Confidentiality regulations. Chu Yang bit his lip. He decided to take a risk today. He hadn't explicitly said what he was doing, so it shouldn't violate any rules, right? Lin Qingshu was momentarily taken aback. What kind of confidentiality regulations? Just confidentiality regulations. I can't say anything more. Chu Yang exhaled deeply. What about 3 days ago? Lin Qingshu hesitated for a moment. I can't talk about that either. Lin Qingshu nodded. Alright, then I won't ask anymore. Let's eat. She picked up the skewers the waiter had just brought and placed them in front of Chu Yang. Chu Yang was slightly taken aback. You're not going to ask anymore? Aren't you afraid I'm lying to you? No, I'm not asking anymore. Lin Qingshu shook her head, her tone suddenly more relaxed. So, does that mean you've forgiven me? No. Then what do you want me to do? Tonight's supper is on you. After they finished eating, Chu Yang paid the bill and walked out of the barbecue shop with Lin Qingshu. Where are we going now? Chu Yang asked Lin Qingshu. Lin Qingshu nodded slowly. To a hotel. Chu Yang hesitated for a few seconds. Isn't that a bit too fast? Should we wait a bit longer? Lin Qingshu rolled her eyes. Don't get any ideas. It's already late, and the dormitory is closed. Do you think you can still go back? What I meant was to get 2 rooms at a hotel. You don't expect me to sleep on the street with you, do you? That's fine. Chu Yang nodded silently. At that moment, a cold breeze blew through. It was already early morning, and the chilly wind made Lin Qingshu shiver. She quickly brought her hands to her mouth and blew on them. Are you cold? Chu Yang moved closer and reached out to hold Lin Qingshu's hands. Lin Qingshu immediately stepped aside. Hey, what are you doing? I see you as a friend, and you're trying to take advantage of me. Chu Yang scratched his head awkwardly. I just saw your hands were cold and wanted to warm them up for you. Men and women should keep their distance, Lin Qingshu said, her cheeks slightly flushed. But aren't I your ex-boyfriend? That was just for show. Okay, then. Chu Yang felt a bit disappointed. But then Lin Qingshu suddenly extended her hand to Chu Yang. Warm them. Chu Yang smiled. Can't you be a bit more reserved? Take it or leave it. Lin Qingshu was about to pull her hand back. But in the next moment, Chu Yang quickly took her hand, and they walked slowly along the streets of Kyoto. Finally, they walked into a hotel together. Hello, we'd like to book 2 rooms, please, Chu Yang said. The man at the hotel reception glanced at their clasped hands and hesitated. We only have deluxe couple rooms left. It's 400 yuan a night, with a 200 yuan deposit. Do you want it? Chu Yang hesitated for a few seconds and looked at Lin Qingshu. Should we find another hotel? Lin Qingshu searched on her phone and found that there were no available rooms in nearby hotels. Does the room have a sofa? Yes, the man nodded slightly. Then we'll take 1 room, Lin Qingshu said. She turned to Chu Yang and explained, there are no available rooms within a kilometer. We'll just take 1 room. You sleep on the sofa, and I'll take the bed. Okay. Soon after using their electronic IDs, the receptionist booked a room for them. As they entered the room, they saw a large bed in the center with a heart shape made of rose petals. Lin Qingshu's face instantly turned red. Xu Yang was also taken aback. Should I clean this up? Okay. I'll go to the bathroom, Lin Qingshu said quickly, escaping to the bathroom. She turned on the faucet and splashed cold water on her face, then looked in the mirror and gave herself a pep talk. Lin Qingshu, you need to keep it together. When Lin Qingshu came out, Xu Yang had swept all the rose petals into the trash. Do you want to take a shower before sleeping? Xu Yang asked, feeling a bit awkward. To be honest, this was his first time booking a room with a girl. I already showered before coming out, Lin Qingshu replied quickly, then asked, what about you? I did too, Xu Yang said, equally awkward. Then let's sleep, Lin Qingshu said, taking a deep breath. She sat on the bed, took a pillow, and tossed it to the sofa. You'll have to sleep on the sofa tonight. Okay. No problem, Xu Yang nodded and lay on the sofa. At that moment, strange noises started coming from the room above. Both their faces froze. Feeling awkward, Xu Yang quickly said, let's turn off the lights and go to sleep. Okay, Lin Qingshu nodded, not even bothering to change clothes. She jumped into bed and turned off the lights. Finally, after about 20 minutes, the noises above quieted down. Moonlight shone through the window. Lin Qingshu suddenly opened her eyes and asked softly, Xu Yang, are you asleep? No, Xu Yang's voice trembled. It was summer, but the air conditioning was quite cold, making him shiver a bit. Lin Qingshu thought for a few seconds. Are you cold? After a few more seconds of hesitation, she said, why don't you come up here and sleep? But there's a boundary. No crossing the line. Xu Yang's eyes brightened instantly. If you say so, then I'm not sleepy anymore. Worried that Xu Yang might misunderstand, Lin Qingshu added, I just don't want you to catch a cold. Don't get any ideas, and definitely don't. Before she could finish, Xu Yang jumped from the sofa onto the bed. In the dark, their trembling eyes slowly met. As Xu Yang swiftly jumped into bed, Lin Qingshu's eyelashes trembled slightly. You better not move. I absolutely won't, Xu Yang nodded vigorously. But the next second, Lin Qingshu exclaimed, didn't you say you wouldn't move? Why are you holding my hand? I'm afraid of the dark. If I believe your nonsense, it will really be the end of me. However, she squeezed Xu Yang's slightly cold hand tighter and hummed lightly, just hold it like this, no more moving. Xu Yang nodded. The room gradually fell silent, leaving only the sound of their breathing. Half an hour later, Xu Yang suddenly opened his eyes. This is ridiculous. He might as well sleep on the sofa. The bed was warm, but he couldn't fall asleep at all. He sneaked a glance at Lin Qingshu next to him and saw her breathing evenly, as if she had fallen asleep. The next second, Xu Yang quickly closed his eyes and his consciousness entered the eternal knowledge library. As he entered, the dark space around him transformed into the familiar sight of a laboratory. Please bring up information on technologies related to human limb regeneration, Xu Yang requested. A synthesized voice responded, there are two main categories of limb regeneration technologies. One is the gene enhancement technology of the initial generation of cosmic super soldiers, and the other is a purely biological gene serum that promotes limb regeneration. Which one do you need? What are cosmic super soldiers? Xu Yang was puzzled. This was the first time he had heard of cosmic super soldiers. The synthesized voice explained, cosmic super soldiers are the first generation of extraordinary soldiers developed by advanced cosmic civilizations. This technology successfully optimizes an individual's genetic makeup to perfection, maximizing the biological body's regenerative ability, reaction speed, and overall strength to its peak potential. Mastering super soldier gene enhancement technology is also a prerequisite for learning the super god gene technology. Super god gene. Xu Yang was taken aback. He had only intended to settle down in the knowledge library and find a way to help the injured soldiers recover. But now, he seemed to have stumbled upon something extraordinary. Show me information on the super god gene, Xu Yang said softly. The next moment, a book detailing the super god gene technology appeared in his hand. The book began with an explanation of the super god gene. The Tao has 3,000 paths, all derived from nature. The universe has its own operational rules, and the essence of these rules lies in the life gene chain and the ubiquitous dark matter energy. The gene chain and dark matter energy are essentially evolutionary products of the fundamental rules of the universe's underlying data. Mastering the universal data enables the creation of super god genes, allowing mortals to communicate with the power of the universe. After thoroughly reading the entire book, Xu Yang was drenched in cold sweat. What had he encountered? Is this the so-called universal code? The super god gene's origins lie in a high-level civilization's gene optimization technology. Through specific techniques, it can stimulate mutations and evolution within the organism's genes, ultimately maximizing the organism's speed, reflexes, and regenerative abilities to their peak genetic potential. Further advancement involves gene fusion. Incorporating essential gene segments from other species into the primary organism's genetic makeup allows it to acquire abilities from those other species. For example, the ability to perform photosynthesis. Integrating such a gene segment enables the organism to enhance its overall strength by harnessing stellar energy. This is just the initial level of power. The higher level involves dark matter codes. By delving into the field of dark matter and fully understanding its composition and operational codes, one can incorporate the cosmic data of dark matter into the organism's genes, granting it the power to control dark energy. With the power to manipulate dark matter energy, one could open wormholes, perform space jumps, and even teleport, akin to divine acts. Moreover, mastering the data of dark matter energy fluctuations during natural phenomena allows one to simulate these fluctuations, thus gaining control over elements like fire, hurricanes, and lightning. These thoughts sparked Chu Yang's imagination. In ancient Chinese mythology, there were stories of various divine powers and magic. Shrinking the earth to a footstep, the three-flavored true fire, the universe in a sleeve, etc. All these could be explained by dark matter energy. Shrinking the earth to a footstep could be seen as a high-level form of curvature drive. The three-flavored true fire could be formed by manipulating dark matter energy to simulate the dark matter data of a special cosmic fire. The universe in a sleeve could be constructed by mastering the data of cosmic space with dark matter energy to create a personal mini-universe. Just as ancient people would view modern technology as miraculous, ancient myths could very well be realities. Realizing this, Chu Yang quickly closed the book on super god genes. Thinking any further, he felt like his worldview might collapse. Such advanced technology was beyond his current reach. Setting aside these thoughts, Chu Yang asked, how much material and time would it take to master the biological gene serum for limb regeneration? Since you haven't studied all the basics of genetics, obtaining the technology for a biological gene serum for limb regeneration would require reading nearly 500 books on genetics and 100 books on medicinal herbs. Forget it, Chu Yang shook his head. Even with his photographic memory and the special state of enlightenment he entered in the knowledge library, allowing him to quickly comprehend and remember content, it would still take him almost a year of non-stop reading to finish over 600 books. That speed was too slow. But without any other options, he decided to switch to mechanical technology. Please bring up information and designs for bionic prosthetics. In the hotel room, Lin Qingshu had no idea that Chu Yang's consciousness was in the eternal knowledge library. She stared at him for a while, noticing that he seemed to be in a deep sleep, and finally relaxed. However, the next moment, she inexplicably glared at him again. I'm such a beautiful girl sleeping next to you. And you actually fell asleep just like that. Are you even a man? Women are indeed the most adorable yet complicated beings in the universe. At this moment, she didn't want him to make a move but also didn't want him to stay still. The next day, near noon, sunlight filtered through the window, casting a warm glow on the bed. Lin Qingshu's phone suddenly rang, jarring her from her sleep. Who is it? She grumbled, feeling around for her phone beside her pillow. Squinting at the screen, she saw it was Li Qian calling. She swiped to answer. Li Qian's gossip-filled voice came through immediately. Qingshu, what's going on? It's almost noon and you're still not back at school. This was the first time in over a year that Lin Qingshu hadn't returned to her dorm for the night. It's noon already, Lin Qingshu mumbled groggily. But then, her face froze. Why did it feel like something heavy was pressing on her chest? The next second. Ah, Chu Yang, get up, Lin Qingshu screamed. Chu Yang? What Chu Yang? Li Qian sounded shocked. Qingshu, you didn't come back last night. Don't tell me you spent the night with Chu Yang. Qian, I have something to deal with. I'll explain later. Lin Qingshu quickly hung up the phone. Chu Yang, disturbed by the noise, slowly opened his eyes. Feeling something soft under his hand, he instinctively gave it a squeeze. Stop moving, Lin Qingshu blushed furiously. Chu Yang, still drowsy, sat up and rubbed his eyes. Qingshu, what's wrong? The next moment, he saw a palm coming closer before it slapped him hard across the face. How could you? Lin Qingshu shouted angrily. What did I do? Chu Yang felt aggrieved. He didn't do anything wrong, did he? Lin Qingshu's face was flushed with embarrassment. Your hand was on my. Chu Yang instantly woke up, quickly apologizing. Qingshu, I didn't mean to. Enough. Lin Qingshu jumped out of bed and gave Chu Yang a fierce glare. Don't ever mention this again, and don't tell anyone. Chu Yang nodded quickly. Understood, understood. Then he winced, rubbing his cheek where the slap had landed. Lin Qingzhu didn't hold back. Are you okay? Lin Qingzhu, now worried, moved closer and reached out to touch his cheek but ended up grabbing his hand. A spark seemed to pass between them. Lin Qingzhu quickly pulled back her hand, avoiding eye contact. I'll get up now. She hurried to the bathroom. Chu Yang sighed, rubbing his cheek. That slap was no joke. He grabbed his phone and used the camera to check his face. A bright red handprint was clearly visible. Chu Yang winced. Great, how am I supposed to go out like this? He got out of bed and knocked on the frosted glass door of the bathroom, hearing the sound of running water. Lin Qingzhu opened the door, her blush fading. She avoided Chu Yang's gaze. What do you want? Chu Yang pointed to his cheek, now marked with the handprint. Qingzhu, look at my face. Don't you think you should take responsibility? Lin Qingzhu froze, then burst out laughing at the sight of the handprint. I'm sorry, I tried to hold back but couldn't. The handprint looked so comical. Chu Yang's mouth twitched as he stepped closer. Also, you slept with me last night. Shouldn't you take responsibility? What do you mean I slept with you? Lin Qingzhu's eyes widened. We didn't do anything. She then smirked. So what if we did? We're clear as day. Why should I be responsible? She looked up at Chu Yang. Also, you're a freshman. Call me senior. Senior. Chu Yang's expression turned playful. In this intimate setting, calling her senior seemed quite stimulating. Chu Yang, now playful, walked up to Lin Qingzhu, cornering her by the sink. Senior, you know, you're making me feel like committing a crime. Lin Qingzhu was taken aback, retreating until she couldn't back up anymore. She then looked up defiantly. What crime? Lin Qingzhu was nearly 1.75 meters tall, but standing against Chu Yang, who was over 1.8 meters, she had to look up at him. Chu Yang leaned down, his face close to hers. In this position, Lin Qingzhu's defiant look seemed even more adorable. Chu Yang whispered in her ear. 3 years of profit, a death penalty is worth it. Don't you dare! Lin Qingzhu tried to back up but couldn't. Chu Yang was so close she could smell his scent. Chu Yang smirked playfully as he slowly leaned closer to Lin Qingzhu. What if I want to misbehave? You pervert! Lin Qingzhu immediately closed her eyes tightly, her heart pounding. No way, no way. Is he really going to kiss me? If he does, should I resist, or just let it happen? She held her breath, nerves and anticipation making her heart race. Fine, just let it happen. It's just a kiss, after all. It won't kill me. But what if he wants more after the kiss? What should I do then? Should I agree or refuse? Chu Yang quietly observed Lin Qingzhu's tense expression, a mischievous glint in his eyes. He raised his hand and flicked her forehead. Silly, I'm just teasing you. Lin Qingzhu slowly opened her eyes. She saw Chu Yang beside her, setting up the bathroom's toiletries. He had taken out a toothbrush, squeezed toothpaste onto it, and filled a cup with water. Handing her the prepared toothbrush, he said, brush your teeth first. After that, I'll take you to lunch, and then we'll head back to school. Lin Qingzhu, still half asleep, took the toothbrush and began brushing her teeth quietly. Chu Yang continued, but before lunch, I need you to do something for me. Lin Qingzhu looked puzzled. What do you need? Go downstairs to the convenience store and buy me a mask. This handprint isn't going away anytime soon. How am I supposed to face people without a mask? True. Lin Qingzhu couldn't help but laugh, nodding. I'll make sure to get you a stylish mask. Okay, brush your teeth now, Chu Yang said affectionately, ruffling her hair before leaving the bathroom. Lin Qingzhu blinked in surprise. Did he just pat my head? Then she pouted, feeling a bit disappointed. All that anticipation for nothing? I was even ready to let him kiss me, but he did nothing. Chu Yang, are you even a man? She slammed her toothbrush cup on the sink, feeling frustrated as she brushed her teeth. When Lin Qingzhu finished brushing her teeth and came out, she still looked grumpy. Chu Yang paused, confused. What's with the long face? Who upset you? She had seemed fine just a moment ago. Nothing. Lin Qingzhu pouted, grabbing her phone and heading out the door. Where are you going? To buy your mask, duh. Chu Yang scratched his head in confusion. What's going on? Did I upset her? After a moment, he nodded to himself. Women really are unpredictable. When Lin Qingzhu returned, Chu Yang had finished getting ready. Seeing the 2 masks in her hand, he asked, why did you buy 2? One should be enough. Because I wanted to. Lin Qingzhu put on one of the black masks and handed the other to Chu Yang. Put it on. It should cover the handprint. Chu Yang looked deeply at Lin Qingzhu, took the mask, and put it on. What do you want for lunch? Anything. Not anything. You decide. Guess where I'm taking you for lunch? Hot pot. You guessed it. Outside the hotel, as Chu Yang and Lin Qingzhu walked down the street, two men quietly followed them. They were the security officers from the previous night. Watching the pair walk together, one officer scratched his head. I can't believe his plan actually worked. The other officer laughed. Thinking of getting yourself into trouble to get a pretty girl to bail you out? Maybe a little. Are you as handsome as he is? No. Then stop dreaming. What do you mean by that? We've been partners for years, and now you're insulting me. I'm just being honest. As they joked around, one of their secure phones rang. Answering the call, the officer nodded seriously. Understood. Don't worry, even if it costs my life, I'll protect him. What happened? The other officer asked, concerned. Is there trouble? The first officer nodded. We just got word that someone is targeting Chu Yang. Likely someone from across the Pacific. He cursed under his breath. All thanks to those fans of Wuhan. Why did they have to expose him online? It's causing us no end of trouble. Chu Yang's record was clean, he was just a student. But now, with his 3-year gap in history being noticed, especially with the buzz around the 1nm lithography technology, it was inevitable he'd attract attention. These coming days were going to be tough. Meanwhile, Chu Yang and Lin Qingzhu found a hot pot restaurant for lunch before catching a bus back to school. On the bus, Lin Qingzhu took a window seat, and Chu Yang sat beside her, pulling out his phone and a pair of earphones. Plugging in the earphones, he offered one to Lin Qingzhu. Want to listen to some music? Sure. Lin Qingzhu took the earphone, settled in beside him, and started browsing short videos on her phone while listening to the music. After a few songs, Lin Qingzhu looked at Chu Yang in surprise. Why are all the songs in your playlist exactly the ones I like? Really? Chu Yang smiled. Maybe because every song in this playlist is from your recommendations on social media, from 3 years ago until now. Seriously? Lin Qingzhu felt a surge of joy. So Chu Yang had been paying attention to her all this time? Yes. Chu Yang nodded, then hesitated for a moment, his heartbeat quickening. He turned to look into her clear eyes. Qingzhu, there's something I want to tell you. Actually. Lin Qingzhu was the first to raise her phone and smiled at Chu Yang. Chu Yang, look at this. How did they capture such a moment? On Lin Qingzhu's phone screen was a short video of a child in class trying to learn Mandarin. The teacher was teaching the phrase big lion, but the child hilariously mispronounced it as big sausage with a funny expression. Seeing this, Chu Yang laughed. They probably just wanted to film a regular teaching video but ended up capturing the kid's mistake. Do you think it's staged? I've seen a lot of funny videos like this, and I can't figure out how they record them. Chu Yang nodded. Let me take a closer look. Lin Qingzhu scooted closer, putting the phone in front of Chu Yang. Here, look, it's really amusing. Chu Yang watched the video carefully, then said, this one might be a coincidence. But many other funny videos on the internet are likely staged with actors. Lin Qingzhu nodded, then quickly looked up, her bright eyes sparkling as she smiled and asked, by the way, what were you going to tell me earlier? Chu Yang froze, his heart rate quickening. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Qingzhu's phone rang. Hold on, let me take this call. After answering, Li Qian's voice came through. Qingzhu, when are you coming back to school? Our dormmates are starving, waiting for you to bring us food. Lin Qingzhu quickly replied, I'm almost there. I'll get food from the cafeteria as soon as I arrive. Hanging up, she turned back to Chu Yang. So, what were you going to say? Chu Yang sighed inwardly. The moment had passed. Well, I was just going to ask, the Mid-Autumn Festival is coming up. Are you going home for it? Lin Qingzhu shook her head. No, it's just a 3-day holiday. It's too much hassle to go back and forth. She sighed. Since starting university, this will be the second Mid-Autumn Festival I haven't spent at home. I really miss the fireworks show at Zhuangyuan Island. Their hometown had a scenic spot, a small island formed by silt deposits in the middle of a river. During festivals, especially the Mid-Autumn Festival, there would be fireworks displays on the island. But in Beijing, fireworks were banned, and she hadn't seen any in a long time. Do you really miss it? Chu Yang asked, turning his head. Since joining the Chinese Academy of Sciences and leaving Jiangnan, he hadn't seen the fireworks at Zhuangyuan Island either. Just a little, Lin Qingzhu replied casually. Chu Yang nodded silently, not saying more. Back at school, Chu Yang accompanied Lin Qingzhu to the cafeteria, got food, and saw her back to her dorm before heading to his own. In his dorm, Zhu Pengfei and the others hadn't returned, likely spending the night out. Chu Yang took out his phone and opened a special app he had created back at the research base. The screen turned blue. This small software didn't have many functions but could detect all signal sources within a 20-meter radius. After confirming there were no monitoring or listening devices, he took out his secure phone and called Wang Weiman. Wang Weiman answered quickly, laughing heartily, "Xiao Chu, we just met yesterday. What do you need today?" Chu Yang hesitated for a few seconds. "Mr. Wang, I'd like to apply for a lab at Peking University and might need you to allocate some materials and equipment for me." Wang Weiman's eyes lit up. "Got a new idea?" "Yes," Chu Yang nodded. "I'll send you a list of the materials I need in an email." Compared to biotech, developing a gene therapy to regrow limbs was unachievable in the short term. But mechanical technology was simpler. Creating advanced prosthetics was straightforward with a good understanding of human anatomy and mechanical design. He already had the necessary foundational knowledge. However, after learning about the super gene technology, his standards had risen. So, he had some new ideas for this prosthetics project. Wang Weiman laughed. "All right, just give me the project name and send the material list. I'll get everything you need, including funding and materials." Given Chu Yang's demonstrated research abilities, as long as the project didn't require excessive national resources, they'd provide whatever he needed. Because anything he worked on was bound to be valuable. Chu Yang thought for a moment. Let's call it the Individual Mechanical Exoskeleton Armor Project. In his office, Wang Weiman almost choked on his tea. "You want to work on exoskeleton armor?" The military and the Chinese Academy of Sciences had been researching exoskeleton armor for nearly a decade with little success. Even the countries at the forefront of this research could only produce prototypes, not practical combat gear. Energy supply was a major issue. Current exoskeleton suits couldn't sustain power for long. The overall strength and maneuverability were also problems, and designing a suit that mimicked human motion with high precision was incredibly challenging. The research involved in human ergonomics, multi-degree freedom, and strength verification was immense. Not to mention the control programs required for such a suit. This field had a long way to go. But Wang Weiman quickly smiled. "Sure, I'll get everything ready for you by tonight, including the lab at Peking University and the equipment you need. If you need more personnel, just call me. I can get related researchers from the Chinese Academy of Sciences." Chu Yang nodded. "I'll start with some initial research. I'll call if I need more hands." After discussing some details, Chu Yang hung up and quickly opened his computer to compile a list of required materials. Half an hour later, Wang Weiman received the list: CNC machines, linear control CNC machines, open loop servo system CNC machines, gold, titanium alloy. Seeing the end of the list, Wang Weiman's mouth twitched. So many small circuit boards, LED lights, and small motors. These looked like parts for a drone. Some unusual items indeed. But compared to the earlier listed materials, these were insignificant. He didn't know what Chu Yang planned, but approved. Chu Yang's contributions to China were worth far more than this. Nearing 3 p.m. Zhu Pengfei and the others finally returned to the dormitory. Seeing Chu Yang busy scribbling at his desk, Zhu Pengfei laughed. "Old 3, you sure slipped away fast last night. Did you get wind of something and make an early exit?" Not long after Chu Yang left, the karaoke bar they were at got raided by the police. The group had to leave and ended up drinking at a nearby spot. Afterward, they found a place to stay for the night. Zhang Mingyang curiously asked, "But where did you go last night? Skipping military training is one thing, but missing our class gathering? You owe us an explanation." Missing the first class event had certainly annoyed the temporary class monitor who organized it. Chu Yang had anticipated this and smiled. "Last night, a professor from the university needed me for something urgent, so I had to return. Sorry about that. I'll make it up to you guys tonight with a meal." A professor needed you. Zhu Pengfei and the others were stunned. They hadn't even started their first lecture, and Chu Yang was already in with the professors? Yeah, Chu Yang nodded. "Didn't I tell you before? I got direct admission to Peking University because I invented some gadgets that received patents. An old professor noticed me, so I got into his lab for an integrated bachelor's, master's and Ph.D. program. Knowing that his future research on the mechanical exoskeleton would take him away from class frequently, it was better to explain now to avoid suspicion later." "Wow, old 3, you've been hiding your talents." Zhu Pengfei and the others were surprised but not overly shocked. At a top university like Peking, nothing seemed impossible. Wang Lei asked, "So what project are you working on? I thought our economics and management department didn't have any big research projects." "It's with another department," Chu Yang explained. I asked my mentor to transfer me here privately. Why? Zhu Pengfei was puzzled. Jiang Mingyang suddenly laughed and nudged Zhu Pengfei. You don't get it, do you? Old Three's got ulterior motives. What could possibly attract a genius like him to our department? Lin Qingzhu. Exactly. Evening. As promised, Xu Yang treated Zhu Pengfei and the others to dinner, but they stayed on campus, eating at the cafeteria. After dinner, they walked out together, and students on the main road turned their attention to the center of the street. A line of military green transport trucks was driving into the campus, heading toward one of the independent labs. Jiang Mingyang, wide-eyed, exclaimed, "What's going on? Aren't those military vehicles? Is some special equipment being delivered to our school?" Wang Lei speculated, maybe one of our labs made a significant breakthrough, and they're transferring the technology under heavy security to prevent leaks. Zhu Pengfei turned to Xu Yang, Old Three. You're involved in research, do you know anything about this? Xu Yang guessed it was the equipment Wang Weiman had arranged for him. Smiling, he replied, I'm not sure, but it looks like a state secret. Let's not pry and just head back to the dorm. Hearing this, and since the trucks were out of sight, the group dropped the subject. Early the next morning, Zhu Pengfei and the others got up for their classes. Xu Yang, however, was already gone, leaving a message in the group chat that he was heading to the lab. In the lab, Lu Yong was back at Peking University, showing Xu Yang around. Professor Chu, this lab is newly built and hasn't been formally used yet. It's all yours now. Your equipment was delivered last night. There are also other staff here, but don't worry, they're from the military. They're here to ensure your safety and to fill the place. It would look suspicious if you were alone in such a large lab. After the tour, Lu Yong grinned. So, Professor Chu, do you need any assistance for your project? I have a few sharp graduate students who could help, and I'll cover their stipends. Or I could lend you a hand myself whenever you need. This was Xu Yang's project, and being part of it would be beneficial. Xu Yang smiled and shook his head. I'm just tinkering around for now and don't need much help. But if I need assistance, I'll let you know. Alright, Lu Yong was a bit disappointed but didn't press. Having Xu Yang stay at Peking University for his research was already a good sign. After leaving the lab, Lu Yong pondered for a while, then clapped his hands. That's it. To keep Xu Yang at Peking University, Lin Qingzhu had to stay too. They couldn't let her graduate after her undergraduate studies, she'd have to stay until her doctorate if necessary. With Lin Qingzhu here, Xu Yang would stay too, eventually benefiting the university. After Lu Yong left, Xu Yang looked around the spacious laboratory filled with various precision instruments. Clapping his hands to motivate himself, he said, Alright, let's get started. The next moment, he walked over to the central computer in the lab. From his pocket he pulled out a silver USB drive. Plugging it into the computer's USB port, the screen instantly turned blue, displaying a white progress bar. 0%, 10%, 20%, 100%. In just a few seconds, the program inside the USB drive had bypassed the lab computer's firewall. After removing the USB drive, the computer's desktop displayed an icon resembling a tortoise. Seeing the icon appear, Xu Yang smiled. Zhuanwu, from now on, you will manage all the connected devices in this lab. Understood, a synthesized voice replied from the computer's speakers. Hearing this, Xu Yang nodded in satisfaction. This was a weak AI program he had developed using a programming language from the knowledge repository. It had basic independent thinking abilities and an impressive learning capacity. Once uploaded to the network, it would exist across the entire virtual network and respond only to him. After uploading Zhuanwu to the network, Xu Yang began modifying the various mechanical devices in the lab. The task of creating an exoskeleton suit was too large for him to handle alone. Rather than recruiting researchers, he preferred fully automated intelligent robots that could follow his instructions, work tirelessly, and require no rest. His goal today was to transform all the precision instruments in the lab into fully intelligent, automated devices. He would then link them into a complete production line to manufacture each component of the exoskeleton suit. This was just the first step. The design for the first-generation exoskeleton suit was already in his mind. Producing the parts would primarily address the issue of flexibility. For many research institutions, this alone would be a significant breakthrough. Existing exoskeleton suits were often cumbersome, feeling like a metal shell, making movements stiff and awkward. Xu Yang's design would completely solve the issue of flexibility. Next, he would tackle the power source and operational duration, as these were interconnected. A more powerful energy source would provide greater driving force and longer operational time. Once the basic structure of the exoskeleton was assembled, he would focus on the power core and potential weapon systems. In Chu Yang's view, the purpose of a mecha was for warfare and defense. Soldiers in exoskeleton suits needed to possess the strength to penetrate enemy lines and strike at the heart of the enemy. Of course, this also reflected a bit of a man's romantic fantasy. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory. In the girls' dormitory, Lin Qingshu and her roommates had no classes in the morning, so they weren't in the teaching building. Li Qian was resting, while the other two were at the library. Lin Qingzhu was monitoring the stock market. This sharp financial acumen was one reason why some professors at Peking University favored her. In her first year of university, she had turned 200,000 yuan of startup capital from her family into 300,000 yuan, achieving nearly a 150% return. As she was engrossed in her analysis, an email notification popped up on her computer screen. Lin Qingzhu clicked on it out of curiosity. The email was from the main office of Peking University. No way! Is this for real? After quickly scanning the email, Lin Qingshu screamed with joy in the dormitory. Oh my god, Professor Zhang wants me to be her direct masters in Ph.D. student. The Professor Zhang she referred to was a well-known finance professor at Peking University and one of the few authoritative figures in China's economics field, even having participated in drafting economic legislation. Initially, Lin Qingshu had hoped to take the entrance exam for Professor Zhang's graduate program. Now, she was being directly admitted as a combined master's in Ph.D. student. Once she finished her undergraduate degree, she would go straight into her graduate studies. Excited, she quickly messaged Chu Yang, Professor Zhang Chunlun from our school wants me to be her master's and Ph.D. student. She's a top authority in economics in China. Just then, Li Qian came over, curious. Qingshu, is this the same Professor Zhang who previously told you she'd welcome you to her graduate program? Yes, Lin Qingshu nodded enthusiastically. Call the other two back. Lunch is on me today, we're going out to celebrate. Becoming a student of Professor Zhang not only boosted her academic prospects, but also ensured that top-tier financial firms would be eager to hire her in the future. Itchins in the laboratory. While Chu Yang was busy modifying instruments, the voice of Zhuanwu came from the lab's computer. Boss, Lin Qingshu sent you a message. Read it. Chu Yang said. Chu Yang, Professor Zhang Chunlun from our school wants me to be her master's in Ph.D. student. She's a top authority in economics in China. Chu Yang paused for a moment. So soon? He recalled that when he was at the research base, Lu Yang had mentioned that Lin Qingshu was favored by several professors at Peking University. However, it seemed unusual that a professor would send out such an offer in her second year, as these selections typically happened in the third year. And on his first day in the lab, no less. While intriguing, Chu Yang didn't dwell too much on it. Focusing on his work, he sent a message back. Congratulations. To celebrate, let me treat you to lunch. You'll cover the bill. Shouldn't you be treating me? Lin Qingshu replied, amused. But I'm busy at lunchtime. Chu Yang was taken aback. So busy? Lin Qingshu clarified, I'm treating my roommates to lunch today, but how about dinner? You treat, I pay. Deal. Chu Yang replied with a smile. Evening. As the sun set, painting the horizon with a reddish glow, Chu Yang stood quietly outside Lin Qingshu's dormitory building. After waiting for a short while, Lin Qingshu emerged, hopping down the stairs in a white dress, her face beaming with a bright smile. Have you been waiting long? She asked cheerfully. Chu Yang shook his head. No, I just got here. He then took a closer look at her. Did you put on makeup just to go out for dinner? What's wrong with that? Don't I look good? Lin Qingshu immediately checked her reflection in her phone screen. No, you look great, Chu Yang hurriedly replied. I just thought putting on makeup might be a hassle, especially for a simple dinner. You straight man, you don't understand anything, Lin Qingshu scoffed, rolling her eyes. Girls wear makeup to feel good about themselves, not for anyone else. I'll do my makeup however I want. She stuck out her tongue playfully. Nya. Alright, I admit I don't understand, Chu Yang said, smiling. So, have you decided what you want to eat tonight? Lin Qingshu scrunched up her cute nose. Let's go to the second cafeteria. I heard there's a new spicy hot pot place there that's supposed to be really good. I haven't tried it yet. No problem, Chu Yang nodded, and they began walking towards the second cafeteria. Along the way, Lin Qingshu seemed very happy. You have no idea how thrilled I was when I got that email from the school. I was so excited that I nearly tripped over a stone on my way to class. I even laughed out loud during class while chatting with Li Qian, and the philosophy teacher gave me several stern looks. On the way back, I saw the ugliest stray cat on campus, that scruffy orange tabby. Then we went outside the campus, and I had a giant ice cream cone that nearly froze my teeth off. Shu Yang chuckled. You had quite a day, didn't you? Lin Qingzhu turned to him. What about you? What did you do today? Shu Yang thought for a moment. I had breakfast at the first cafeteria, then spent the whole day in the lab. It was busy, but productive. Lin Qingzhu paused. Another secret project. Yes, Chu Yang nodded. Aren't you still a freshman in our management department? Don't you need to attend classes? I don't have to, Chu Yang replied. Oh, Lin Qingzhu nodded thoughtfully and didn't press further. She was a girl who understood boundaries. Knowing that Chu Yang had reasons for his actions 3 years ago was enough for her. The specifics didn't matter as much. When Chu Yang was ready to share, she would be there to listen. After dinner. After their meal, the two strolled leisurely along the campus paths. As the sky darkened, a bright full moon rose high. Time flies, Lin Qingzhu remarked, glancing up at the moon. It's almost Mid-Autumn Festival again. She turned to Chu Yang. Do you have plans tomorrow? Mid-Autumn Festival? Yes. Chu Yang thought for a few seconds. The lab work is pretty demanding. I might not have time. Oh, Lin Qingzhu pouted slightly, then smiled. It's okay. Men should stay busy. Did you need me for something tomorrow? No, just asking. Okay. Chu Yang. Yes. I'm a bit tired. Can you walk me back to the dorm? The next day, Mid-Autumn Festival. At 8 p.m. in the girls' dormitory, Li Qian was bored, scrolling through short videos on her phone. She suddenly looked up at Lin Qingzhu. Qingzhu, this is so boring. Why don't we go out for a walk tonight? Before Lin Qingzhu could respond, another girl in the dorm laughed. What's there to see? Don't you know all holidays are now just excuses for couples to show off? If we go out now, we'll just be eating dog food. The other girl nodded in agreement. Yeah, let's not go. Out of sight, out of mind. Lin Qingzhu, however, sat quietly, fidgeting with her phone and frequently glancing at her WeChat messages. Since Chu Yang had sent her a good morning message, she hadn't heard from him all day. Not even a happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Could he really be that busy in the lab? And in the laboratory. Chu Yang wiped the sweat from his forehead, then glanced at the row of small drones on the table. Each drone had various colored LED lights attached. Satisfied, he asked Xuanwu, check the connectivity of these devices. The LED lights on the drones lit up one by one. Perfect. Xuanwu, initiate the fireworks program. Location: school playground. The small drones, controlled by Xuanwu, flew out of the lab window in a long line, heading towards the school playground. Chu Yang picked up his phone and quickly called Lin Qingzhu on WeChat. She answered immediately. Hello, Chu Yang. What's up? Chu Yang smiled. Do you want to see some fireworks? Fireworks? In Beijing? Are you serious? Yes. You can see them from your dorm's balcony. Look towards the playground. Curious, Lin Qingzhu rushed to the balcony with her phone. From there she could see the entire playground. Are you there? Chu Yang asked. Yes, Lin Qingzhu replied. The next moment, she stood frozen. Over the playground, 500 small black drones gathered and then flew upwards into the sky. As they disappeared into the night, a central point of light appeared, followed by a cascade of light spreading outwards like a blossoming firework. The drones formed various shapes, continuously changing and creating new patterns. Did you do this? Lin Qingzhu asked, her voice filled with awe. Yes, I spent the whole day on it. Chu Yang sighed. It was tougher than I thought to get all 500 drones working. Lin Qingzhu's voice turned eager. Wait. Let me make a wish. What will you wish for? Chu Yang asked. Guess, Lin Qingzhu replied playfully. Chu Yang chuckled. I have no idea. Surely you're not wishing for my long life and prosperity. Lin Qingzhu's eyes glistened with tears. What if my wish really includes you? Chu Yang paused for a moment, stunned by Lin Qingzhu's words. She looked up at the rapidly dancing drones above the playground, then silently closed her eyes as a tear slipped down her cheek. Thank you, Chu Yang, she whispered. She had seen fireworks many times before, each year more magnificent than the last. But this year's display, even though it wasn't real fireworks, was the most beautiful of all because it was created by Chu Yang just for her. This year surpassed all the previous years. After composing herself, Lin Qingzhu spoke softly into the phone. Chu Yang, can we meet right now? Still in a daze from her earlier words, Chu Yang took a while to respond, his voice a bit stiff. Sure, where? At the playground, Lin Qingzhu replied. Wow. This drone light show is incredible. If someone did this for me, "I'd definitely marry him," Li Qian exclaimed, eyes sparkling with envy. The other two girls laughed, equally amazed. Which wealthy CEO is spoiling his girlfriend this time? This is so enviable. But as they turned, they noticed Lin Qingshu's tear-streaked face. "Qingshu, what's wrong? Why are you crying all of a sudden?" Li Qian asked, worried. Lin Qingshu shook her head, wiping away her tears. Then, with a radiant smile she hadn't shown before, she said, "It's nothing. I need to go out for a bit." She quickly dried her tears, took a deep breath, and hurried out of the dorm. In the lab, Chu Yang removed his white coat, preparing to head to the playground. Just as he stepped outside, he encountered two security officers. "Mr. Chu, are you going out tonight?" one of them asked anxiously. "I'm just heading to the school playground." Why? Chu Yang asked, puzzled. "It's good you're not leaving campus," the officer sighed in relief. "We received intel this morning that your identity might have been compromised. Over the past 2 days, we've intercepted 8 spy operations around your school. If it's not necessary, try to stay on campus." Chu Yang was momentarily stunned. He had anticipated such a scenario. Once his identity was fully exposed, spy activities and possibly even assassination attempts would follow. Other nations would not allow a scientist of his caliber to continue his work. "I'm sorry for the trouble," Chu Yang said apologetically. "Don't worry, I'll stay within the school grounds for now." Internally, he resolved to expedite his exoskeleton research. If the enemy infiltrated the school, the lab might be his last line of defense. Fortunately, he had almost mastered the initial design of the exoskeleton. Once the energy issue was resolved, his prototype would be complete. After parting from the security officers, Chu Yang quickly headed to the playground. The path was lit with streetlights, and the field was bustling with couples, groups of students, and music club activities. It was lively. At their meeting spot, Chu Yang saw Lin Qingshu waiting. He jogged over, slightly out of breath. "Sorry, the lab is far. Hope you didn't wait long." "I just got here too," Lin Qingshu smiled, her eyes full of tenderness. Sometimes, a girl's happiness is simple. Just make her feel special at the right moment, and she'll be willing to give you her all. The key is sincerity. Without warning, she hugged Chu Yang, catching him off guard. "I just want to hold you for a moment," she said, burying her head in his chest before he could speak. Chu Yang hesitated, then gently placed his hands on her back, patting softly. After about a minute, Lin Qingshu pulled away, looking a bit flustered. "Don't get the wrong idea. I just wanted to thank you for tonight's special fireworks." She looked into his eyes, her heart pounding. "I probably won't forget this for the rest of my life." "That's it," Chu Yang chuckled. "I spent the whole day on those drones. Is a hug all I get?" Lin Qingshu playfully scolded him. "Don't think you can be forgiven so easily for leaving without a word 3 years ago. A hug is generous. What more do you want?" Chu Yang swallowed nervously, glancing at her. "Nothing more exciting." Exciting? Lin Qingshu pretended to be shocked. She noticed Chu Yang was growing bolder and more thick-skinned over the past few days. Chu Yang nodded earnestly. Lin Qingshu's smile brightened. "All right then, close your eyes." Chu Yang eagerly closed his eyes. Lin Qingshu giggled mischievously, taking slow steps toward him. "Remember, no peeking," she warned playfully. Once she stood right in front of him, she stomped hard on his foot, exclaiming, "You fool!" Chu Yang quickly opened his eyes. "You tricked me." Lin Qingshu stuck out her tongue and dashed off across the field. "Catch me if you can." "Stop right there," Chu Yang laughed, chasing after her. As the night wore on and the curfew approached, they finally ended their playful chase. Chu Yang escorted Lin Qingshu back to her dormitory. "I'm going up now." "Bye-bye," Lin Qingshu said, as she reached the entrance. "Go on," Chu Yang nodded. But then she stepped back out and waved him over. "Come here for a second." Surprised, Chu Yang walked over. Lin Qingshu leaned in close to his ear and whispered, "Thank you for making this mid-autumn festival so wonderful for me." Then, with a quick peck on his cheek, she turned and ran into the dorm. Chu Yang stood there, stunned. What just happened? Did she really kiss me? That's too much. No, next time I see her, I have to kiss her back. Back in his dorm, Chu Yang texted Lin Qingshu to say he had arrived safely. She replied almost instantly, "Don't overthink what just happened. It was just a friendly kiss. Good night." Chu Yang's lips twitched. "Good night? There's no way I can sleep tonight." 2 days later, in the lab at Peking University, various mechanical arms on a large work platform were busy assembling components into a 2-meter-tall steel man model. A massive power cable connected to its back. "Xuanwu, initiate joint movement test," Chu Yang commanded. "Boss, would you like some music? I can make it dance disco." Xu Yang nodded. Sure, go ahead. Having worked non-stop for 2 days, he could use a little fun. Understood. Eh? A lively tune filled the lab, and the steel model stepped forward with its left leg in sync with the beat. As the song continued, the model danced energetically, keeping pace with the rhythm. Hey, what's going on in the lab? Someone outside the lab exclaimed. Isn't this beat a bit too lively? It sounds like they're demolishing something in there, pounding away. Outside the lab, disguised security personnel and military guards strained to hear the noise. But the lab was sealed, and only Chu Yang had access. As the song ended, the steel man returned to its starting position. Xuanwu's cheerful voice echoed in the lab. Boss, how was the dance? Not bad. Chu Yang laughed, then gave the next command. The mobility is good. We'll call this the White Tiger armor. Save the design and create a 3D model on the computer. I need to decide on a color. The White Tiger armor was made of titanium alloy and looked too plain in its current state. Got it, Xuanwu replied. Moments later, a 3D model of the White Tiger armor appeared on a nearby computer screen. Try it in black, Chu Yang suggested. The model turned entirely black. No, that's too dark. Try something more colorful. The model shifted to a multicolored pattern. Too flashy, too ugly. Chu Yang frowned. Frustrated, Xuanwu pulled images of various armors from the internet. Boss, how about these designs? Chu Yang browsed through the options and finally settled on a fiery red armor with golden accents. This one. Send it for painting. After finalizing the design, Chu Yang checked the time. It was almost noon. He opened his social media and saw a recent post from Lin Qingzhu. She was wearing a red dress, enjoying the sun with her roommates by the football field. Caption: Today's sunshine is perfect. Hesitating for a moment, Chu Yang sent her a message. I noticed your dress today looks great. I'd like to take it out for dinner. If you're free, you can come too. Since that night, Lin Qingzhu had been avoiding him, only exchanging morning and evening greetings. A few moments later, Lin Qingzhu replied, the dress? Oh, it's busy shopping with its lovely owner right now. Meanwhile, a black van parked in a secluded street corner. Inside, a few men watched Lin Qingzhu as she bought bubble tea with her roommates. Captain, do you think capturing the girl will draw Chu Yang out? A young man in the passenger seat asked. Absolutely, the older man at the wheel replied, his eyes cold. Chu Yang stays holed up in the lab all day, always surrounded by security. He must be hiding something big. Grabbing him directly is out of the question, but the girl is different. I've done my research. She and Chu Yang are very close. There are security measures around her, but she's our best chance. Once we have her, I have ways to make Chu Yang cooperate. She went shopping. Chu Yang was taken aback. All right, I guess I'll have to eat lunch alone. Xuanwu, get someone to bring me a plate of stir-fried tofu and pork from the cafeteria. After giving the order, Chu Yang looked up and asked, is the lithium air battery ready? This lithium air battery technology was something he had directly extracted from the knowledge repository. In fact, many people on Earth were researching lithium air battery projects, but a significant portion of them doubted its feasibility. Lithium is an extremely reactive metal element. It reacts with almost all gases in the air, except noble gases. The key challenge was creating a closed environment to separate oxygen from the air, allowing only oxygen to enter the reaction system constructed with lithium. The best way to achieve this was by using a special micromolecular physical membrane to isolate other elements in the air from the lithium battery. However, this is easier said than done. Currently, Earth's technology is not advanced enough to reach this level. From the knowledge repository, Chu Yang quickly found the manufacturing technology for a high transmittance oxygen separation membrane. But due to the limitations of current basic technology, he had to modify the laboratory equipment to assemble a device capable of producing this high transmittance oxygen separation membrane. Although this technology was difficult, the benefits it brought were substantial. Compared to traditional lithium-ion batteries, lithium air batteries don't need to consume cathode reactants, only oxygen from the air. Theoretically, the oxygen in the air is almost inexhaustible, so the energy capacity of lithium air batteries depends solely on the weight of the lithium electrode. In the same volume, the energy capacity of lithium air batteries can be more than 5 times that of ordinary lithium batteries. Hearing Chu Yang inquire about the lithium air battery, Xuanwu quickly responded, the lithium air battery is sealed and ready. Do you want to conduct an energy test now? Let's take a look. Chu Yang nodded, walking over to the instrument designed for energy intensity testing. A massive intelligent mobile forklift was moving towards the lithium air battery assembly workstation, lifting a newly sealed lithium air battery with its front fork. Weighing nearly 100 kg, the battery was designed in a backpack shape to fit the White Tiger Type 1 armor. ensuring it wouldn't hinder the armor's flexibility when mounted on the back. Placing the battery on the energy testing platform, several robotic arms descended from above, connecting data wires to the positive and negative terminals of the battery. Initiate energy testing, Chu Yang commanded. The lithium-air battery began to react internally. The display screen next to Chu Yang showed a data frame, with numbers rapidly increasing. Energy density 100 kW. Energy density 200 kW. Energy density 300 kW. After nearly a minute, the data stabilized. Energy density 13,200 kW. Satisfied with the energy density, Chu Yang nodded in approval. This density was comparable to that of conventional fuel cars. The next step was practical testing. Though this level of battery could certainly power a car, it was intended for use in mecha. While Chu Yang hadn't designed the corresponding weapon modules yet, he had included the drive module. The mecha's feet contained two miniature curvature drive devices, capable of reaching speeds of 100 meters per second at full power. 20 minutes later, Chu Yang received a plate of stir-fried tofu and pork delivered by a security personnel and began eating in the lab. Meanwhile, Lin Qingzhu and her roommates exited a shopping mall, each carrying bags of new clothes. Typical for girls, their shopping included both eating and buying new items. As they reached the roadside, a black van ran a red light, speeding towards them. Several strong men jumped out, forcefully pulling Lin Qingzhu into the vehicle. "Ha, we got her," one of the men laughed. "Stick to the plan, and get out of here," the middle-aged driver grinned. They had taken a huge risk, snatching her right under the security's nose, but the reward would be worth it. As long as they escaped Beijing, they could safely return home. "Damn. There's trouble." The security agents watching Lin Qingzhu from the shadows turned pale. "Notify the headquarters immediately. Lin Qingzhu has been kidnapped. Suspected foreign organization involvement." They were there to protect Lin Qingzhu due to her significant connection to Chu Yang, who was a key figure designated for close monitoring. If anything happened to Lin Qingzhu, no one could predict Chu Yang's reaction. At the Security Bureau office, Liu Changqing was having a good day. Chu Yang was diligently working in the lab at Peking University, and his job was to keep a watchful eye around the university. They had already uncovered several foreign espionage operations. But his phone rang suddenly, and upon answering, he heard the urgent voice of a security officer. "Director, Lin Qingzhu has been kidnapped." What? Liu Changqing jumped up from his seat. Just when things were settling down, this happens. Given Chu Yang's importance, if Lin Qingzhu was harmed, Chu Yang might go berserk. Chu Yang was one of the only two recipients of the National Scholar Medal, the other being the venerable Mr. Qian. Chu Yang's loss would be disastrous for everyone involved. Liu Changqing's face turned serious. "Issue an immediate lockdown in Beijing. No one is allowed to leave until Lin Qingzhu is found. Notify the security personnel at Peking University to inform Chu Yang and keep him calm. I'll give further instructions shortly." On the street. Li Qian and her two roommates were initially panicked by the sudden incident. "What just happened?" she exclaimed. Quickly regaining her composure, she pulled out her phone and dialed the emergency number. This was a situation that demanded immediate police intervention. In her 20-plus years of life, Li Qian had never encountered anything like this. The emergency line was answered swiftly by a calm female voice. "Hello, Emergency Center. How can we assist you?" Li Qian's voice trembled as she spoke. "I need to report a kidnapping. My roommate was taken by a group of unidentified men right off the street. We were near the Kaohsiung District Trade Building." She tried to recall the license plate of the van and continued. "It was a black van, and if I saw correctly, the plate number was Jing A XXXXX. The officer on the other end of the line confirmed. "Are you sure she was kidnapped?" Li Qian nodded vigorously. "Yes, I'm sure." "Understood," the officer responded promptly. "Miss, if you have time, please come to the police station. We need to record your statement in detail and understand if your roommate has had any conflicts with anyone recently." "No problem, we're on our way," Li Qian agreed, hanging up and immediately hailing a cab with her two roommates to head to the police station. Clearly, this kidnapping had been premeditated. But Li Qian couldn't fathom why someone would target Lin Qingzhu, who had no known enemies. At the Kyoto Police Station Director's office. The police director, wearing a white shirt, listened intently to a call from Liu Changqing of the Security Bureau, nodding repeatedly. "Got it, you can count on us. We will fully cooperate and do our utmost to find the kidnappers quickly." After hanging up, he glanced at a photo of a paper document Liu Changqing had sent to his phone. Lin Qingzhu. He was momentarily puzzled by the name and photo on the document. The call he had just received was about finding this girl named Lin Qingzhu, complete with a license plate number, due to a kidnapping. However, no other details were provided. Whose daughter could she be, he wondered. Given his position, he knew most of the elite families in Kyoto, at least by name if not personally. But Lin Qingshu didn't ring a bell. Nevertheless, this was a directive from the Security Bureau, and Lu Chengqing himself had called. It was clear that Lin Qingshu was someone of significant importance. Determined not to neglect this task, he gripped his phone tightly and dialed his desk phone. "Connect me with the head of the traffic department immediately." The call was answered by a middle-aged man. "Director, what are your orders?" The director urgently instructed, "Old Zhou, I'm sending a photo to your phone right now. From this moment, your department must mobilize. Use all resources, big data, roadblocks, whatever it takes to find the girl in the photo and the vehicle mentioned." He emphasized, "This is a directive from the Security Bureau, and I suspect there's foreign involvement. The kidnappers may be armed, so the girl's safety is paramount. Use lethal force if necessary, but ensure her safety. This operation must succeed. Failure is not an option." Soon, the police station established a temporary command center. The traffic, information, and special police departments collaborated on the case. Police cars zoomed through the main streets of Kyoto, while off-duty officers were called back. Armed with guns, riot police and armored vehicles, all with stern expressions, were deployed. Helicopters began aerial searches, drawing crowds of onlookers. Wow! Is this a drill? So many police vehicles. Even the special forces and helicopters are out. Something big must have happened, maybe foreign agents in Kyoto. This is massive. Who are they after with such a large-scale operation? People soon noticed changes in their surroundings. Police cars, one or two at each intersection, officers and special police standing ready, began checking every vehicle. Meanwhile, in an alley out of the surveillance camera's view. The kidnappers, having just grabbed Lin Qingshu, swiftly switched from the black van to a high-end car with tinted windows. Shoving Lin Qingshu inside, they sped towards the outskirts of Kyoto. Lin Qingshu's face was ashen. In her nearly 20 years, she'd never faced such a situation. She struggled to understand why she'd been taken. Calm down. Calm down. After several deep breaths, she forced herself to think clearly. They were likely in the escape phase, and she hadn't wronged anyone. Her family wasn't wealthy enough for ransom motives, so the kidnappers had another agenda. If that was the case, she might not be harmed immediately. Steeling herself, she asked, "Who are you? Why kidnap me? I haven't wronged anyone." Despite her attempts to stay calm, her voice shook. The driver laughed, "It's not about you wronging us. If you get the chance, ask your boyfriend. Blame him, not us. We're just following orders." Boyfriend. Lin Qingshu's heart sank. "Do you mean Chu Yang?" The mystery surrounding Chu Yang's sudden departure 3 years ago seemed to be clearing up. She found it hard to believe. What had happened? Why would these people use her to threaten Chu Yang? At this moment, Chu Yang's face in her mind began to feel strangely unfamiliar. Who exactly was he? The young man in the passenger seat looked at the middle-aged man beside him with concern. "Captain, we just received a message. The traffic police, special forces, and the Security Bureau in Kyoto have all been mobilized. We need to be careful. The city is under lockdown." "What are you worried about? Didn't we prepare for this?" the middle-aged man sneered. He glanced at Lin Qingshu through the rearview mirror and said mockingly, "Little girl, you really don't know what your boyfriend does, do you?" He continued, laughing appreciatively, "We should thank you. We couldn't confirm your boyfriend's identity before, but now we can. Your little boyfriend is far more significant than you realize. Did you hear? Because we kidnapped you. The entire city of Kyoto is under lockdown. Your boyfriend must be very influential." Lin Qingshu tried to move closer to find out more, but the young man beside her brandished a knife threateningly. The look on his face made it clear that he wouldn't hesitate to use it if she moved. The middle-aged man spoke again. "Lao Yu, with the city under heavy surveillance, prepare for lockdown. And to prevent her from calling for help, tape her mouth shut." Immediately, the man next to Lin Qingshu pulled out a roll of black tape from the backseat storage and tore off a piece, sealing her mouth. Kyoto University Laboratory. Chu Yang was busy working on the next weapon module for the White Tiger 1 mech when he heard a knock on the lab door. He quickly set aside his work and opened the door, finding the two familiar Security Bureau agents. "What brings you here at this hour?" Chu Yang asked, puzzled. Under normal circumstances, the Security Bureau wouldn't seek him out unless something had gone wrong. One of the men looked at Chu Yang nervously. "Mr. Chu, we need to inform you of something, but we hope you won't get too agitated." "What happened?" Chu Yang's expression darkened. "Lin Qingshu has been kidnapped." What Chu Yang's face turned grim. "When did this happen?" About half an hour ago, the man replied quickly. Our agents were protecting her in secret, but she was still taken by the kidnappers. He lowered his head apologetically. We're truly sorry, Mr. Chu. This is our failure. Do you have any leads? Chuayang's tone softened slightly. We found an abandoned van. They likely switched vehicles and are on the run, the man explained. But rest assured, Kyoto is on lockdown and we're working with the police to search the city. They won't escape. Is this because of me? Chuyang asked. There's a high probability that foreign organizations are involved. I see. Chuyang sighed, looking at the agents. Please keep me updated if you find anything. With that, he returned to the lab and locked the door behind him. Outside the door, the security bureau agents were confused. What just happened? Chuyang didn't seem panicked at all. Was he not worried? But inside the lab, Chuyang's face had grown dark. Unable to target him, those bastards had gone after Lin Qingzhu. Damn it. Did they really think they could mess with someone he cared about? Xuanwu. Prepare the mech for assembly, Chuyang ordered coldly. Yes, boss? Chuyang took off his lab coat and stepped onto the assembly platform. Mechanical arms moved swiftly, attaching various parts of the mech to his body. Once the final piece, the faceplate, was in place, he was fully encased in the White Tiger 1 mech. This time, the mech was powered by the lithium air battery rather than being tethered to a power cable. As the faceplate covered his eyes, the darkness was quickly replaced by a virtual display showing the mech's overall status and remaining battery power. Xuanwu, activate the operating system. Activating operating system. Internal circuits self-check. Curvature drive system check complete. Remaining battery 99%, sufficient power. Welcome, boss. With Xuanwu's voice guiding him, the White Tiger 1 mech was fully operational. Chuyang moved his limbs, finding them as responsive as his own. Xuanwu. Initiate a city-wide data search for Lin Qingzhu's current location, Chuyang commanded. Yes, boss. Moss. A massive data stream surged through the internet. Moments later, Xuanwu reported, Boss, I've located her. The vehicle carrying her is on a highway in eastern Kyoto, traveling at 120 km/h, about 80 kilometers from your position. Excellent, Chuyang nodded, his eyes growing colder. They wanted to find him? Today he would make sure they did. Activate the curvature drive system. In the next second, Chuyang, clad in his mech suit, shot up from his original position, smashing through the lab's ceiling and quickly flying outside. Inside the lab, the loud noise of the mech breaking through the ceiling and the falling debris immediately caught everyone's attention. What's going on? The two security bureau agents stationed outside the lab were stunned. In the next moment, they saw a mech, glowing with a fiery red and streaked with golden hues, appear. Holy crap, did I just see what I think I saw? What is that thing? Before they could get a clear look at the mech, Chuyang had already disappeared from sight. The two agents were bewildered. Did you see something fly past just now? Yeah, but maybe I was imagining things. There's nothing there. Did we just see a ghost? As they were discussing, their radios crackled with urgency. Emergency, something has happened in the lab. Their expressions changed instantly, and they rushed into the lab. Above Kyoto, Chuyang felt a bit uncomfortable. It wasn't the impact from smashing through the ceiling affecting him. His mech had internal cushioning that absorbed 99% of external force, as long as it didn't exceed the mech's tolerance. The main issue was that, while he had flown in planes before, this was his first time piloting a mech. He was a bit afraid of heights. He had never had the chance to familiarize himself with the mech's controls, so he flew erratically for a while before gradually gaining control. Once he felt more confident, he sped directly towards Lin Qingzhu's location. In the area near Kyoto University, while those in the lab didn't get a clear view of the mech, many others did. On the streets, a young man looked up and was stunned. Holy crap, what is that thing flying so fast? The girl next to him looked up slower but still caught sight of the mech. Her eyes widened, and she stammered, Is that a drone? But it looks too small. The mech was moving fast. In just a few seconds it disappeared from sight, leaving the pair to exchange bewildered glances. Baby, what was that red thing? Did I see that right? Honey, did something just fly overhead? Are we being invaded by aliens? Of course, they weren't the only ones who saw it. Countless people looked up in confusion as the mech flew overhead. Is that a UFO? How can it fly so fast? Is this some new domestic tech? I think I saw a person flying. What is that thing? Did some big shot just get caught flying? Many people took out their phones to capture the moment and quickly uploaded the footage online. Kyoto Military Base. In a radar detection office, a red alert suddenly sounded. Alert, alert. Unidentified flying object detected in our airspace. Almost immediately, a satellite surveillance feed showed Choyang's mech flying swiftly. Everyone in the office was stunned. What is that thing? Goodness, it's flying really fast. Is this some new equipment from the Science Academy? But we didn't get any notification about a test flight. Then one person exclaimed, results are in. Flying speed is close to 220 km/h. This speed might seem average in the air. Commercial planes can reach 900 km/h, and military jets are even faster. But this thing in the video was incredibly unusual. The office leader tightened his expression. Whatever it is, report it and prepare to shoot it down. Inside the lab. The security bureau agents knocked urgently on Chiang's lab door. Mr. Chu, is everything all right? Please respond. There was no response. Did something happen? They felt a sudden tightness in their chests. The lead agents exchanged glances and nodded. Break down the door. In the next second, they forced their way into the lab, setting off the security alarms. Ignoring the noise, they and their team rushed in. After passing through several doors, they finally reached the main area of the lab. Seeing what was inside, everyone was stunned. There were countless modified mechanical arms, a massive mech assembly platform, and even 2 assembled mech shells against the walls. These were prototypes Chuang had made while testing mechanical flexibility, later refined into the White Tiger 1 mech he was now wearing. Holy moly, what's he researching in here? Isn't this a bit over the top? Is this a sci-fi movie set? He's got mechs. Everyone was dumbfounded. The lead agent then turned to the group. Sorry everyone. From now on you cannot leave this lab. The security bureau will take over shortly. He then spoke to his partner, call the bureau. Inform the director that Chuyang has disappeared. Kyoto Military Garrison. In the hastily established wartime command center, over 10 senior military officials watched with serious expressions as the mech continued its rapid flight in the sky. When an intelligence officer entered the room, one of the senior officials immediately turned and asked, "Have you identified the origin of that unidentified flying object?" Not yet, the officer replied nervously. But I've contacted the Science Academy. They confirmed it's not their creation, and there haven't been any test flights for new drone models recently. Could it be an aircraft from another country? We're already in talks with neighboring nations, but we need more time for precise information. The senior official's face darkened. For now, let's not worry about that. Prepare 2 fighter jets to intercept it. First, determine if there's a person inside. If not, shoot it down immediately. In China, especially in the airspace over Kyoto, the presence of such an unidentified flying object was alarming. If it was foreign, and if it was mapping Kyoto's layout, the implications could be serious. Understood. An operator picked up the phone and issued the order. This is the Kyoto Garrison's temporary command center. We have identified an unidentified flying object over Kyoto. Immediate orders: dispatch fighter jets to intercept. Repeat, dispatch fighter jets to intercept the unidentified flying object over Kyoto. Over. Just as this order was given, a communications officer from another department rushed into the command center. After saluting the highest-ranking officer, he quickly reported, "Commander, the Science Academy has urgently requested that we deploy at least 1 company to Kyoto University's lab for armed security." What the commander felt a headache coming on. The unidentified flying object over Kyoto was still unresolved, and now there was an issue at Kyoto University. However, the military was already aware of the importance of the personnel in that lab. If the Science Academy was calling, something must have gone wrong. He then sternly ordered, "Approved. Dispatch a team immediately." Shortly thereafter, 2 advanced military fighter jets took off from Kyoto's airbase, swiftly tracking Chuyang's position. Meanwhile, in Kyoto University's lab, a group of academicians from the Science Academy arrived, all looking grave. Chuyang was now one of the most crucial researchers in China. If something happened to him, the consequences would be severe. Wang Weimin dialed Chuyang's phone while inspecting the lab's equipment. In the sky, Zhuanwu, the AI inside the mech, spoke. "Boss, Director Wang Weimin from the Science Academy is calling. Should I connect?" Director Wang Chuyang was surprised. "Switch to autopilot mode. I'll take the call." The mech switched to autopilot, continuing its rapid flight towards Lin Qingshu's location, while Chuyang answered the call with a smile. "Director Wang, what's up? Why are you calling me now?" Wang Weimin sighed in relief upon hearing Chuyang's voice. "Where are you? What happened to the lab?" "I've been in the lab too long, so I went out for a run," Chuyang chuckled. "As for the lab, I built the mech, but it's still in testing. I accidentally crashed through the ceiling. Testing. Wang Wyman seized on the key word. Chuayang, tell me, is that unidentified flying object over Kyoto your creation? Well, you found out, Chuayang replied nonchalantly. I'm conducting a flight test. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. After hanging up, Chuayang asked Chuanwu, how long until we arrive? 5 minutes. Full speed ahead. The mech accelerated swiftly. Soon, 2 Chinese fighter jets appeared alongside Xuyang. Boss, the pilots in the fighter jets want to communicate with us. Should I allow it? Fighter jets. Chuang glanced at the jets and nodded. Go ahead. Once the connection was made, Chiang heard the pilot's stern voice warning. This is the Chinese Air Force. You have entered our airspace. Identify yourself and land immediately, or we will engage. Over. Military's fast, Chuang mused. But he didn't have time to chat with them. Don't follow me. Report back to your commander. I'm Chuang, testing a new mech. Chuang, the lead pilot, was puzzled. They didn't know who Chuang was. In the lab, Wang Wyman, after being hung up on, quickly called the garrison commander. Commander Sun, that unidentified flying object is our researcher testing a new mech. You haven't taken action yet, have you? What? Commander Sun was speechless. Why didn't you say so earlier? My fighter jets are already en route. They might shoot it down any moment now. No, Wang Wyman shouted. You can't shoot it down. Our researcher is inside. Chuyang's mech descended rapidly. In his display, he saw a black sedan speeding down the road. He smiled coldly inside the black sedan. Driving down a desolate road with no other vehicles in sight, the middle-aged man at the wheel grinned triumphantly as he thought about reaching the outskirts. Once they got there, they would be whisked away by boat, leaving Kyoto behind. Alright guys, stay sharp. Once we pull this off, we're heading back home. Some of these operatives had been clandestinely inserted into China as early as 10 years ago. Their mission was to gather critical intelligence, create social unrest, and manipulate international narratives. Occasionally, they had to carry out assassination missions. Every day was lived in fear and anxiety. But now, with Lin Qingzhu as leverage, their endless days of dread were about to end. There was even a chance they'd return home as mid-level leaders, enjoying luxury and respect. Encouraged by their leader's words, the others in the car laughed. Finally, we can leave behind this nerve-wracking life in China. It's about time. Their laughter was abruptly cut off when the young man in the passenger seat looked up and gasped, stuttering, "See, Captain, look up. What is that in the sky?" The middle-aged man glanced up and saw Chuang descending rapidly towards them. His pupils contracted in shock. What the hell is that? He cursed and slammed on the gas pedal. Hold on tight, everyone. We're speeding up. His heart pounded furiously. Just when they were about to escape, something unexpected appeared out of nowhere. They had studied Chinese military technology extensively, but who could explain what was flying above them? A drone? Or a mech? He quickly dismissed the second option. Impossible. Even the most advanced exoskeletons from the United States could barely manage simple reconnaissance tasks in specific environments. But the thing above them was man-sized and flying. Meanwhile, the young man's phone rang with an unknown, garbled number. He turned pale. "Captain, should I answer it?" "Answer," the middle-aged man barked without hesitation. With something like that overhead and a call coming in, he could guess who it was. The young man answered the call, and Chiang's voice came through coldly. "You're surrounded. Exit the vehicle with your hands on your head, or face the consequences." The middle-aged man snatched the phone. "Surrounded? We have a hostage. If you've got the guts, come and get us." He then smashed the phone and floored the gas pedal. The car sped up even more. "Damn it," Chuyang muttered in frustration. He regretted not equipping the mech with weapon modules earlier. This massive suit had no weapons, reducing its intimidation factor significantly. "Yuanwu. Let's engage them directly," Chuyang commanded. Even without weapons, he wasn't helpless. As he descended to about 50 meters from the ground, Chuyang deactivated the curvature drive and landed with a thud, creating a deep crater 100 meters in front of the speeding sedan, like a deity descending from the heavens. "Captain, it's coming down. What do we do?" Panic gripped the others in the car. They would have been unfazed by a helicopter, as they had a hostage. But this unknown entity was terrifying. They had no idea how dangerous it could be. "Fear nothing," the middle-aged man yelled. "I'll ram it." Chuyang stood up from the crater and charged at the sedan. With a deafening crash, he grabbed the front of the car. Sparks flew from the friction as the car pushed the mech backward. "Zhuanwu. Increase curvature drive power." Chuyang gritted his teeth and ramped up the mech's force. Inside the car, Lin Qingzhu watched with wide eyes, stunned by the spectacle. What was this? How could it intercept a speeding car? If she wasn't being kidnapped, she would have thought it was a sci-fi movie. The middle-aged driver growled, "Damn it. What is this thing? Open fire." He drew a handgun and fired at the mech, but the bullets merely bounced off the reinforced armor. Chuayang bit down hard, increased power to 80%. No one gets away today. With a surge of strength, the mech stood firm. Chuayang then delivered a powerful punch to the car's engine, caving in the hood and emitting a plume of black smoke. The car sputtered and lost power. Damn it, the middle-aged man slammed his fist on the steering wheel in frustration. What was this thing? They were just kidnapping someone, why send something like this? Determined not to lose his chance to escape, he shouted, "Everyone out. Take him down." He kicked open the car door, grabbed a submachine gun, and opened fire on the mech. Inside the Kyoto police station. In the temporary command room where traffic police, special forces, and auxiliary police were coordinating, an unexpected sight appeared on the large command screen, an online map with a red marker. "What's happening?" The police chief's expression turned serious. This was their internal network with an incredibly secure firewall. Who could have hacked in and placed that marker? "Chief, we can't control the system." The ID officer frantically tapped at the keyboard but found they had lost all control over the screen. Then, a message appeared on the screen above the map's marker: "Lin Qingshu is here. Hurry." East suburbs. The chief's heart skipped a beat as he scrutinized the map's location. Could this be a distraction? Another senior officer suggested. "Call the nearby officers and send them there immediately." The chief gritted his teeth. "We can't afford to overlook any possibility." At Kyoto University, several armed helicopters appeared in the sky over the campus, and green military trucks loaded with soldiers swiftly drove into the university grounds, stopping around Chuayang's lab. The soldiers formed a tight perimeter around the building. "Whoa, what's going on? We had military trucks here just a few days ago, and now there are even more soldiers. Aren't those the new 95 type semi-automatic rifles? They look so cool. Am I the only one still thinking about the unidentified flying object from this afternoon? The videos online were incredible. Do you think it came from our lab? Why else would so many troops suddenly show up?" In the eastern suburbs. "Damn it. You bastard. Come on and fight," the middle-aged man screamed, firing his submachine gun wildly. The others followed suit, bullets flying toward Chuayang. But their efforts were futile. The bullets bounced off the White Tiger Mark I's reinforced shell. "Such weak attacks against a mech. Pathetic," Chuayang sneered. "Activate curvature drive." In an instant, the space within a 10-meter radius around Chuayang seemed to freeze. The powerful curvature field altered the bullets' trajectories, suspending them in mid-air. "What's happening?" The spies' faces were filled with shock. They couldn't even pull their triggers or open their mouths to speak. Utilizing the curvature drive, Chuayang had seized control of the surrounding space. "Load martial arts module," Chuayang commanded, and the mech's hydraulic system sprang to life. Although the mech wasn't armed with weapons modules, a Chinese mech couldn't be without martial arts. "Module loaded successfully," Xuanwu announced. Chuayang's figure blurred and disappeared, reappearing in front of one of the spies. He struck with an open palm, lifting the spy off his feet. As the curvature lock lifted, the remaining spies barely had time to react before Chuayang's mech moved between them with fluid grace, toppling them all. Finally, he turned to the middle-aged leader. "Come on, kill me if you can," the leader screamed, firing his gun in a final act of defiance. He didn't dare use Lin Qingshu as a shield or even think about escaping. Chuayang's earlier display had shattered his resolve. Chuayang walked through the hail of bullets, which bounced harmlessly off his mech, and seized the barrel of the leader's gun, twisting it into a knot with his enhanced strength. He then crushed the entire submachine gun into a ball of metal. "You shouldn't have touched Lin Qingshu," Chuayang said coldly, his face a mask of fury as he lifted the man by his neck. He briefly considered snapping it but decided against it. A quick death was too lenient. These men would face justice. Chuayang threw the man aside and approached the black sedan. Inside, Lin Qingshu was pale with fear, watching Chuayang warily, unsure if the mech was friend or foe. Chuayang's heart ached at the sight, but he couldn't reveal his identity. He casually retrieved a knife from one of the fallen spies using the curvature field, opened the car door, and gently cut the ropes binding Lin Qingshu's hands. Discarding the knife, he stepped back. Lin Qingshu's heart pounded as she realized there was someone inside the mech. Recalling what the kidnappers had said earlier, tears welled up in her eyes. "Chuayang." In that moment, time seemed to stand still. Chuayang stood inside the mech. Seeing Lin Qingshu crying her heart out, his chest ached deeply. He knew that sometimes, if he had been braver, the outcome could have been very different. He could have removed his mask, rushed to Lin Qingshu, and held her tightly, giving her the security she desperately needed in her most painful moments. He could do it, but he couldn't. Since officially becoming a national defense researcher, he was no longer just an individual. The principles of confidentiality meant that the country's interests always came first. Without the greater good, there could be no personal peace. Countless predecessors had come before him. They had lived in anonymity, away from their families, sacrificing personal glory and risking their lives for national research. It was their dedication that laid the solid foundation for China's current achievements. In the wars between nations, there is no room for complacency. He couldn't be the exception to this rule. In the end, Qianyang didn't take that step. But inside him, a flame of anger burned brightly. What he was doing now wasn't enough, not nearly enough. This was China, home to 1.4 billion people. It bore the lives and hopes of these people. Chinese territory could not be trampled by foreign invaders. Respect was earned through strength. He needed to do more. One day China's borders would be impervious to foreign threats. Soon, the sound of sirens filled the air. Numerous police cars quickly approached, only a few hundred meters from the black car where Lin Qingshu sat. Seeing this, Qiang took one last look at the weary Lin Qingshu before activating the curvature drive, disappearing instantly. On short video platforms, videos of Qiang flying over Kyoto in his mech were spreading like wildfire, attracting a flood of comments. Wow! This is the clearest footage of a mysterious event I've ever seen. Kudos to the uploader. Is this real? Could it be a new domestic aircraft? Uploader, you should delete this before it causes trouble. Is this CGI? It looks so real. It's definitely real. I saw this thing in Kyoto today. It vanished in an instant. Inside the National Security Agency, Liu Changqing sat in an office, staring at the various videos of the mech on his screen, his expression grim. What's going on? Why haven't these been taken down yet? Confirming that the mech was Qianyang's latest research left Liu Changqing both pleased and troubled. He was thrilled by Qianyang's groundbreaking achievement, but worried because so many people had filmed and posted it online. This complicates our work. Director, there are too many people sharing it now. Trying to delete the videos might backfire, said a technician, frustrated by the rapid spread of the footage. Liu Changqing's face turned serious. Find a way to contact the short video platforms and reduce the visibility of these accounts. Also, instruct our network team to spread the word that this video is just game effects. And get in touch with the Cultural Development Bureau. Have them divert attention to entertainment news? Anything to minimize this. Back at Kyoto University, Qianyang quickly returned to the lab in his mech. However, upon landing he miscalculated the position. Instead of landing back in the hole he had created earlier, he landed just 10 centimeters away, creating another crater. Dust and debris filled the lab, prompting the soldiers stationed there to tighten their grip on their weapons, aiming their guns at the mech. As the dust settled, Qiang waved his hand and, after Xuanwu opened his mask, called out, "Don't shoot. It's me." Qiang, seeing his face, Wang Weiman rushed over, his face filled with concern. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Qiang quickly reassured, then smiled. "Wang Lao, give me a moment to disengage from the mech." He moved to the work platform. Fortunately, his landing hadn't damaged any critical lab components. As he stood on the platform, numerous small robotic arms emerged, equipped with various tools to carefully remove each piece of his armor. Everyone watched in amazement. The mech's exterior looked even more impressive than the initial prototypes they had seen in the lab. Once free from the mech, Wang Weiman quickly approached Qiang, astonished. "Did you create this?" "It's only the first-generation model," Qiang nodded, then turned serious. "Wang Lao, I know you have many questions, but I can't explain now. Once this incident is over, I'll tell you everything." Wang Weiman asked. "Is that Lin girl safe?" Knowing Qiang's cautious nature, Wang Weiman understood that something urgent must have happened for him to act so rashly, risking his life. "She's safe," Qiang assured, hurriedly finding his phone and dialing Lin Qingshu's number. "Hello, Qingshu, Kyoto Hospital, Manhwa." In a high-level special ward, the hallway was guarded by numerous armed SWAT officers. Qiang and Wang Weiman hurriedly exited the elevator and entered the hallway. Academician Wang, Academician Chu at the National Security Bureau NSB officer approached them. Wang Weiman asked, "What's the situation inside?" "The girl's emotions are very unstable. Since the call she had with Academician Chu in the police car, she hasn't said a word," the officer explained with a troubled expression. He then looked at Qiang apologetically. "I'm truly sorry, Academician Chu. This is our fault." "It's not your fault," Qiang's face darkened. "Those people were too audacious." He glanced anxiously at the door of the hospital room. Can I see her now? Our psychologist is inside, recording her statement and providing counseling. Please wait a moment. Just then, a woman in a white coat exited the room. Seeing Chu Yang and the others, she quickly approached them. The NSB officer immediately asked, "How is she? Is the recording done?" The psychologist nodded, then turned to Chu Yang. "Are you her boyfriend?" Chu Yang's identity was still classified. Even within the NSB, only those directly involved in his protection knew his true role. "I am." Chu Yang nodded quickly. "Go see her. She needs your comfort now." Chu Yang hurried into the room. Lin Qingzhu was curled up on the bed, her eyes red from crying. Seeing this, Chu Yang's heart ached. He rushed to her side, sat on the bed, and without a word, pulled her into his arms. Lin Qingzhu immediately burst into tears again. "I'm here." Chu Yang gently patted her back, speaking softly. "It's okay, it's all over now. I promise, nothing like this will ever happen again." After a long while, Lin Qingzhu's sobs subsided. She then pushed Chu Yang away and looked at him coldly. "Chu Yang, don't you have something to tell me?" Her eyes were still red, with a few tears hanging on her lashes. She wasn't naive, far from it. As a top science student in Hunan province admitted to Peking University, her mind was sharp and clear. The mystery of Chiang's 3-year disappearance was starting to unravel. Had he really been away for treatment? The uniform he wore and the medal on his chest that couldn't be found online raised too many questions. She had avoided thinking deeply about it, choosing to trust him, even if he was lying. But now, with everything laid out before her, she couldn't escape the truth any longer. What if Chu Yang gets kidnapped next? What then, she wondered. In those 3 years, what had he been doing? Why had he provoked such dangerous people? Chu Yang was at a loss for words. What had the kidnappers told her? He quickly tried to explain. "Let me explain. This is all my fault. If it weren't for me, you would never have been kidnapped." But he trailed off, unable to finish. He clenched his fists in frustration, feeling a deep sense of helplessness. From the day he stepped into the research base, he no longer belonged to himself or his family. He belonged to the nation. His life was dedicated to national defense research, and that was his lifelong belief. At that moment, Wang Wyman, who had been listening by the door, knocked and peeked in, smiling. "If I may interrupt, let me explain." Professor Wang Chuyang turned in surprise. Lin Qingzhu looked curiously at Wang Wyman. Wang Wyman, holding a confidentiality agreement, gave Chu Yang a reassuring look before handing the agreement to Lin Qingzhu. "Sign this first, and I'll tell you everything you want to know." He sighed. Don't blame young Chu. He had no choice. Lin Qingzhu stopped crying, took the confidentiality agreement, and after reading through it, quickly signed her name. Seeing her sign the agreement, Wang Wyman smiled. "Now, ask anything you want. I just want to know what Chu Yang does," Lin Qingzhu said. "He is a researcher at the Chinese Academy of Sciences," Wang Wyman replied with a smile. "The mech you saw today? He wrote some of its key code. That's why those people kidnapped you." He bowed slightly. "We apologize for our failure." "And those 3 years?" Lin Qingzhu asked. "Yes," Wang Wyman nodded. "He was at a research institute, showing exceptional talent in computing. That's why we took him in." Lin Qingzhu glared at Xiaoyang. "Is this true?" Xiang's mouth twitched. "Yes, that's it. A computing genius? Sort of." This explanation was better than the full truth. "Why didn't you tell me?" Lin Qingzhu's eyes filled with tears again. "You didn't send me a single message in 3 years. Why? Couldn't you contact me from the academy?" Wang Wyman shook the confidentiality agreement. "Didn't you read the clauses?" Lin Qingzhu froze. "All right," Wang Wyman smiled. "Now that you've signed the agreement, keep this matter confidential for the country's sake. I'll leave you two alone." He left, closing the door behind him. Xiaoyang moved closer to Lin Qingzhu. "Qingzhu. Stay right there," she snapped. "You really think I believe you're just a regular researcher?" That man was Wang Wyman, whose photo hung on Peking University's Wall of Fame. The president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. If Chu Yang was just an ordinary researcher, Wang Wyman wouldn't personally come to explain things to her. Chu Yang was momentarily at a loss. Where had he gone wrong? But then Lin Qingzhu suddenly laughed. "All right, I'm just messing with you. I was joking." From the beginning, she hadn't wanted to delve into these questions. Now that she knew some aspects of Chu Yang's identity, she wasn't going to pry further. She wanted Chu Yang for who he was, not for any special status he might have. However, Lin Qingzhu then looked up at Chu Yang with a smile. "But I do have one question for you." "Go ahead." Chu Yang nodded. Clearing her throat with a playful smile, Lin Qingzhu moved closer to Chiang, raised her right hand as if holding a microphone, and asked, as a national-level genius recruited by the Chinese Academy of Sciences at 16, "Why did you leave and come to Peking University to cause trouble?" "Who did I trouble?" Chiang felt a headache coming on. Me. Lin Qingzhu rolled her eyes. "Didn't you confess to me a few days ago? Don't you know girls can feel very insecure sometimes? Especially when their future boyfriend keeps secrets left and right. What if you disappear mysteriously again? That would really mess with someone." Chiang laughed. "So you're agreeing to be my girlfriend?" "Don't change the subject." Lin Qingzhu feigned seriousness before bursting into laughter again. "Just answer my question first. Why did you suddenly decide to come to Peking University?" Chiang sighed. "Didn't someone say they could date at 18? So, I came. Though I'm a year late, it's not too late." Lin Qingzhu giggled. "But I never said I had to date you." At first I thought the same. Chiang smiled. "But then I realized, you're going to date someone eventually. If it's not me, it'll be someone else. I couldn't accept that, so I came." "Alright, you passed." Lin Qingzhu playfully rolled her eyes, then asked, "When can I leave here? Qian and the others don't know what's happened to me, and I can't use my phone." Her phone had been temporarily confiscated for confidentiality reasons when the police brought her to the hospital. She hadn't gotten it back yet. "Don't worry," Chiang reassured her. "Once the NSB finishes handling everything, you can leave. Until then, I'll stay with you. And I'll have them bring your phone." "Okay." Lin Qingzhu nodded obediently. Suddenly Chiang leaned in closer with a mischievous smile. "If you're bored, want to play a game?" "What game?" Lin Qingzhu eyed him warily. "Just say yes or no." Lin Qingzhu nodded. "Alright, I'm bored anyway. How do we play?" The next moment, Chiang pounced on her, pinning her to the bed. Their noses touched, and they could feel each other's breath. What are you doing?" Lin Qingzhu's cheeks flushed red, her heart racing. "I want to," Chiang said expectantly. Lin Qingzhu was confused. "Want what?" Chiang leaned in, their lips almost touching, and his breathing became heavy. "Can I kiss you?" "No." Lin Qingzhu immediately turned her head and pouted. "How dare you try to kiss me when you've made me angry?" "What did I do?" "You lied about having leukemia. How could you come up with such an excuse?" Chiang coughed awkwardly. "You were pressing me so hard, I couldn't think of a better excuse. I promise, never again." "You still want another chance?" Chiang quickly shook his head. "No, never again. This was the only time." "That's better." Lin Qingzhu smiled. "Let me teach you something. When pursuing a girl, don't ask. Just kiss. Got it?" Before she finished, Chiang leaned in and kissed her. After a long moment, Lin Qingzhu, face flushed, pushed Chiang away. "You rascal." Chiang smiled, clearly pleased. "So, did I kiss the right person?" "What do you mean?" "I kissed my girlfriend," Chiang said with a grin. "You didn't kiss the wrong person." Lin Qingzhu's eyes twinkled. "Mr. Chiang, I hereby declare you the probationary boyfriend of Ms. Lin Qingzhu." "Why probationary?" Chiang asked, puzzled. "How do I become permanent? Get certified." "Alright." Chiang laughed, pulling Lin Qingzhu close. "Lin Qingzhu, dating me means getting married." Lin Qingzhu's cheeks turned red again. She quickly pulled away. "That's too much. I need to post this on my moments." She jumped off the bed, put on her shoes, retrieved her phone from the NSB officer at the door, and returned to the room. Taking a selfie with Chiang, she smiled. "Look at the camera and smile." Chiang, though confused, complied. Click. Click. With the sound of the camera shutter, they took their first photo together in 3 years. The last one was a group photo from a school trip in their first year of high school. She immediately posted the photo on her social media. "First time showing off my love, a bit rusty." After posting, she looked at Chiang expectantly. "Do you want to post one too?" "I've never posted on social media," Chiang admitted. Since joining the 1nm lithography project, he hadn't posted anything. "That's okay," Lin Qingzhu said understandingly. "You don't have to." Chiang hesitated for a moment, then took out his phone. "This will be my first post in 3 years." He copied Lin Qingzhu's photo and quickly posted, "From now on, rain or shine, we walk together. Good evening." After the NSB finished wrapping up everything, Chiang and Lin Qingzhu left the hospital together. At the hospital entrance, Li Qian and her friends were waiting outside. Seeing Lin Qingzhu and Chiang walking out hand in hand, Li Qian immediately teased, "Qingzhu, you heartless woman, we were worried sick about you, and here you are, flaunting your relationship with Chiang at the hospital." Turning to Chu Yang, she added, "Little Junior, even though King Shu can be heartless towards her friends, I warn you, now that you're with her, you better not mistreat her. Otherwise, we won't let you off easily." Of course, Chu Yang laughed. "I appreciate your concern. As it's getting late, let me treat you all to dinner." Li Qian nodded approvingly. "Now you're talking." She quickly walked over to Lin Qingzhu, giving Chu Yang a smile. "We'll be borrowing your Qingzhu for now." After taking Lin Qingzhu from Chu Yang, the girls huddled together, eagerly chatting. "Come on, Spill. What exactly happened? We need all the juicy details." Later that night, around 9 p.m. Chu Yang returned to school with Lin Qingzhu and her friends. With their company, Lin Qingzhu didn't need Chu Yang to walk her to her dorm, so she went with her friends. Upon returning to his dorm, Chu Yang was greeted by Zhu Pengfei and the others, who immediately dropped everything, pulled up chairs, and sat in a row. "Boss, start the class. We'll even pay if we have to. Teach us your ways." Chu Yang was puzzled. "What are you guys doing?" "Listening to you," of course, Zhang Mingyang said in awe. "It's only been a short while since school started, and you've already won over Lin Qingzhu, our school's toughest beauty. We've been brothers for years. Don't you think you should share some of your secrets with us?" Wang Liai and Zhu Pengfei chimed in. "Yeah, don't keep your skills to yourself. We haven't found anyone yet. Teach us a trick or two." Although the NSB had managed to keep the kidnapping under wraps, only the people directly involved knew about it. Most of the school had no idea what had happened. However, they all saw Chu Yang's post on social media. The intimate pose in the photo was unmistakable. It's simple. Chu Yang laughed. He realized why they were suddenly so eager. "There's no secret. Honestly, it's just about looks. Truth be told, she's just attracted to me." All three of them rolled their eyes in unison. "They get lost. Shameless. You're so thick-skinned." Later that night, after taking a shower, Chiang sat down at his desk. He picked up his phone and saw a message from Lin Qingzhu from a few minutes ago. "What are you doing?" Chu Yang smiled and quickly replied, "Just finished showering, about to study some materials." Lin Qingzhu instantly replied, "Okay, then I'll let you get back to it. Good luck." She added a cheering emoji to the message. Chu Yang laughed and replied, "It's okay. I can chat with you." After sending the message, he turned on his computer, logged into WeChat, and opened the Xuanwu application. The Xuanwu's data codes were already uploaded online. It didn't need any host, existing in the vast internet space, with every computer in the world serving as its host, greatly boosting its processing power. On Xiuyang's computer, there was only a portal to Xuanwu. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory. Lin Qingzhu smiled at Xiuyang's reply and typed, "No need. I'll just raid." She put her phone aside. She wouldn't constrain Chu Yang in the name of love. He could do whatever he wanted as long as he thought of her first. That was enough. She knew the boy she liked would become a radiant son in the future. Luckily, she was his favorite. Patience is a virtue. They would eventually be curled up on the same couch, reading the same book, or watching the same movie. Back in Chu Yang's dorm. Looking at Lin Qingzhu's message, Chu Yang smiled gently. "You don't need to be together every day, just stay connected. I know you won't leave, and you know I won't change. Busy with our own things but thinking of each other. This is the best kind of love." He then issued a command through Xuanwu's portal on his computer hack into the databases of intelligence agencies worldwide. Lin Qingzhu might think the ordeal was over, but for him it wasn't. Those who dared to harm her must face the consequences. He wanted to make sure that anyone who thought of targeting Lin Qingzhu in the future would understand that messing with someone close to Chiang was not something to be taken lightly. He would ensure this incident never happened again. P.S. The previous command to find the military satellite launch schedule has been changed to hacking into the databases of intelligence agencies worldwide. The moment Chiang issued the command, Xuanwu, existing within the vast internet, immediately displayed its true power. At an internet cafe in China, rows of neatly arranged computers suddenly experienced a slight drop in speed. It was just a 0.1-second lag, but it was enough to cause a boy playing a game to start cursing. "What the hell? Why did it lag right when I was about to go ultimate?" The next second, his screen went black. In a dark room under a blanket, a phone screen flashed continuously, with shouting sounds coming through the Bluetooth earphones. Just as he was about to reward himself with some enjoyment, the network lagged, causing him to curse, "Damn, why is this site suddenly lagging now of all times?" The next moment, his face turned expressionless. "Well, that's a mood killer." On a shopping app, A handsome guy wearing black-rimmed glasses was about to snatch his favorite limited edition anime wife just as he entered the site. His phone, which had been running smoothly, lagged for a second. That 1 second delay caused the limited edition item to sell out instantly. His expression turned bitter. Damn it, I've been waiting for so long and it's gone in a second? How fast are these people? Similar incidents happened all over the country. Even some large network companies' servers experienced brief interruptions. Yusuanwu rapidly combined all available computing power. On the other side of the ocean, in a certain intelligence agency of the USA, a black-suited, tie-wearing intelligence officer leisurely walked into his office, holding his coffee and breakfast. In the massive data room, rows of high-performance computers were running continuously. This was the largest and most confidential database in the USA, storing records of spies sent to various countries and strategic deployment data. Suddenly, the entire agency's alarm system blared. At that moment, the head of the intelligence agency had just entered his office when he heard the alarm. The next second, one of his staff members rushed in. Boss, we have a problem. Our database is under attack by unknown hackers. The firewall is being breached. In no more than 10 minutes, the firewall will be compromised, and all our data might be exposed. What the head's expression darkened immediately. He threw his coffee to the floor. Take me there, now. Rushing out of his office, he ran to the data room and shouted at everyone inside, can someone tell me what the hell is going on? How is our database under attack? Can't you fend off a bunch of hackers? Has our country been funding you just for you to sit around? 10 minutes. Our country's network defenses can only hold for 10 minutes. A blond man nervously approached. Boss, this attacker is too skilled, using methods we've never seen before. We're in big trouble this time. Useless, all of you are useless, the head roared. I don't care how you do it, but you must hold the line. We can't afford to lose any data in that database. The database contained years of painstakingly gathered spy data. If it were compromised, decades of work could be undone in a day. Meanwhile, in a Red Hacker Alliance chat group in China, numerous inactive accounts suddenly sprang to life. Holy crap, did one of our red hacker gods just strike? I heard that an intelligence agency in the USA is under attack. Yeah, I heard it's their Central Intelligence Bureau. Who's that skilled? I'm sneaking in to watch. If their database gets breached, the USA will be furious, right? Aren't there a lot of spy lists inside? Brothers, this is a golden opportunity. Shall we join in? Let's go. Logging in now. Let's gather and charge. I carry the flag for our country. Brothers, charge. In Chu Yang's dorm at Jingda, Chu Yang was sitting at his desk. As Zhang Mingyang and Zhu Pengfei walked by, they noticed a data frame filled with rapidly scrolling code on Chu Yang's computer. They curiously asked, "What are you doing, old 3?" Chu Yang smiled. "I'm watching a show." Zhang Mingyang and Zhu Pengfei glanced at the screen but quickly turned away, unable to understand. Just then, Xuanwu sent a message. Boss, another hacker group from our country is also attacking the USA's intelligence database. Should I help mask their IP addresses? Xu Yang nodded, typing quickly. Do it. In the USA's Central Intelligence Bureau. When the Red Hacker Alliance joined the attack, the CIEB's server was besieged from all sides, and the defense system was about to collapse. Suddenly, a primary technician stood up. No, this isn't right. The attacker isn't just trying to breach our firewall or steal our information. They want to expose all our classified data online. The head's face turned pale. Do whatever it takes. Stop them at all costs. What? The head of the Central Intelligence Agency broke into a cold sweat. If the database containing these confidential spy data and their previous strategic plans were leaked, he would be held gravely responsible. He would be in deep trouble with no way out. In a frantic rage, he shouted, "Quick, pull the power plug." As the Central Intelligence Database, it was usually forbidden to shut it down. And now, with hackers already attacking, whether or not they cut the power, they needed to resolve this breach incident entirely. Cutting the power would only be a temporary fix. But at this moment he couldn't care less. The agency's internal information must not be leaked online. However, Chuayang's speed was unmatched. Under Xuanwu's invasion, the firewalls of world databases were like the emperor's new clothes, useless. Entering the Central Intelligence Agency should take 10 minutes. It was merely a matter of moving a finger. In the realm of the internet, Xuanwu was invincible. After Xuanwu breached the databases of various intelligence agencies, Chuayang quickly learned which country had orchestrated the spy incident. The 10-minute buffer was just to see how proficient American hackers were, and to let them struggle a bit before the inevitable. Now, it seemed, They were not much after all. Destroy them after issuing a command to Xuanwu, within seconds, before the Central Intelligence Agency could cut the power. Many of their computer hosts in the machine room started sparking and smoking. The internal systems of the Central Intelligence Agency reached their limit, crashing from the overloaded junk data Xuanwu inserted. At the same time, globally, major social media platforms were suddenly flooded with data leaked from the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency. Chiang, however, did not go too far. He only exposed some data related to espionage. The other confidential data were saved by Xuanwu but not exposed online. He backed it up for himself, intending to send it to Wang Weimin later. Otherwise, if pushed too far, everyone would be in trouble. List of U.S. spies in China. List of U.S. spies in Russia. Xuanwu meticulously organized the exposed information into documents. In intelligence agencies worldwide, people, upon seeing the detailed data leaked from the Central Intelligence Agency, burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, doesn't the U.S. pride itself on being the world's tech leader? How did their intelligence agency's secret data get completely compromised? Others were more serious. Quickly compare this with our intelligence database. If it matches, order immediate arrest operations. In the Red Hacker Alliance chat group, countless members started excitedly commenting. No way, we really breached it. We can't take all the credit, it was that God leading the way. While he was going wild, we were just tagging along. Right. That God is indeed amazing. He even helped clean up my intrusion traces before I could. Same here. Isn't this a bit too big? The Central Intelligence Agency's data got leaked. Agreed. Everyone must keep this confidential. Don't cause unnecessary trouble for the higher-ups. While hacking the CIA felt exhilarating, it was something to brag about quietly. The God among them had uprooted the entire agency. They could already foresee the intense manhunt the U.S. would launch against this God. If that God survived, occasional hits to the U.S. would likely keep their president awake at night. In Chu Yang's dorm at Jingda, scrolling through Weibo, Zhang Mingyang suddenly exclaimed, "Holy crap, guys, check out Weibo. Huge news." "What's up?" Zhu Pengfei looked up. Zhang Mingyang quickly said, "The U.S. Central Intelligence Agency spy data got leaked, along with some strategic plans against China. This is insane. Which God did this?" "No way. I need to see this." Wang Lei, shocked, quickly opened the Weibo app. Chu Yang also smiled and opened Weibo. On the trending list, numerous posts about the CIA data leak quickly accumulated comments. Greetings from Hunan Province. Greetings from Beijing. Greetings from Jiangsu Province. I knew it. Someone's behind the rumors on our internet. Turns out it's these guys. Don't believe online rumors, they might be foreign plots. This is cultural warfare, folks. Trust your country, not random online claims. After scrolling through a few posts, Lin Qingshu's message suddenly popped up. "Qiang, are you done? Check out Weibo's trending topics. The CIA had a massive data leak. I bet their president is stunned, haha." Qiang smiled, replying, "Just finished. I'll check it out now." Lin Qingshu continued, "It's hilarious. They're probably scrambling like mad. By the way, did you have anything to do with this? You always seem to know about these things first." Chu Yang chuckled, "I just have good timing. But seeing them in chaos is always fun, isn't it?" "Definitely. Let's catch up about this later. Take care." Finished reading, Chu Yang sent a message with a smile. Lin Qingshu quickly replied, "No, I just heard Qian Qian and the others discussing this, so I checked it out. It was interesting, so I thought I'd share it with you." After sending that message, she quickly asked, "Did you finish your work so quickly?" "Not really," Chu Yang replied slowly. "I just suddenly thought of you." "How much did you think about me?" Lin Qingshu, sitting in her dormitory, chuckled. Chu Yang picked up his phone, hesitated for a moment, and then a minute later, Lin Qingshu sent another message. "Where did you go? You suddenly disappeared." "I'm here," Chu Yang quickly replied. Then he sent another message. "I've been thinking about how to answer your question. But perhaps my language skills aren't good enough. I can't think of a good description. I'm sorry. However, I genuinely, sincerely thought about you for a full minute. And then. Now it's 1 minute and 1 second. Ah! How can you be like this?" Lin Qingshu, sitting in her dorm, was overwhelmed. Has Chu Yang suddenly become this smooth? This is too much. She couldn't handle it. Li Qian and the others, who had been engrossed in Weibo gossip, turned their attention to Lin Qingshu. "What's going on? What happened?" "Nothing. Nothing," Lin Qingshu laughed, shaking her head. The girls rolled their eyes. "Yeah, right. Your smile is reaching the sky. You expect us to believe you?" At the National Security Bureau, Liu Chengqing returned to his office late at night. As he made himself a cup of chrysanthemum and goji tea, he asked a nearby colleague, "Have you cross-checked the data that was released online?" The espionage information provided by Xu Yang was crucial. If accurate, it could help eradicate a significant number of pests in the country. The staff member nodded. "Yes, the data has been cross-checked and is accurate. We have our people in every region keeping an eye on things. As soon as you give the order, we can start making arrests." Good. Liu Chengqing nodded, sitting down at his desk and looking at the spreadsheets on his computer screen. Name Wu, Li. Age 48. Occupation taxi driver. Number of missions 4. Name Zhongling. Age 26. Occupation kindergarten teacher. Number of missions 1. Name Wang Hai. Age 39. Occupation vice president of Weibo operations at Xinlang Group. Number of missions 27. As he reviewed each person's data, Liu Chengqing's expression grew darker, and his hands began to tremble with anger. This is outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. The list included kindergarten teachers, school principals, taxi drivers, tech company executives, and investment company leaders. In every sector of China, there were spies sent by the US. Especially those in high positions who had completed multiple missions. Some were even noted to have coerced government officials through various dirty methods to do their bidding. The collusion between these individuals was unimaginable. Who knows how many terrible deeds they had committed in China? Liu Chengqing slammed his desk. "Arrest them. I don't care how many people are involved behind the scenes. Arrest them all." At China's customs office, a young man with an Asian face was diligently working the night shift at the customs transport plaza. Suddenly, his inconspicuous wristwatch began to vibrate. The next moment, the man quickly ran to the restroom, pulled out his phone, and opened an email from Penguin Mail. After deciphering some numeric codes within the email, his face changed dramatically. "Identity exposed, leave now." Instantly he burst out of the restroom, trying to flee the customs area. But just then, several police cars pulled up in front of him. National Security Bureau personnel, in coordination with police officers, aimed their guns at him. "Sorry, you're under arrest. Please come with us." On the sea, numerous police patrol boats sped from the dock towards international waters. Meanwhile, on a luxury yacht in the middle of the sea, a blond man with gold-rimmed glasses was sipping red wine, enjoying the moonlight. Beside him were two young women in glamorous attire. Suddenly, the satellite phone on the table rang. Answering it, the blond man said in fluent Chinese, "Sorry, Jess, I have to leave. I'm not going back home, I'll be dead if I do. There will be no more Agent James. Goodbye." He hung up and threw the phone into the sea. He was a spy leader in China. Of course, he wasn't anymore. From the moment he was dispatched overseas, he knew the risk of exposure. Exposed spies faced death, even if they returned home, unless they had made significant contributions. But he was in charge of his entire intelligence network's funds. As long as he left China and didn't return home, the money he controlled would allow him to live incognito. For spies like him, everywhere and nowhere was home. They were just rootless floaters. However, the next moment, police sirens blared as numerous patrol boats surrounded the luxury yacht. "You are surrounded. Stop your vessel immediately." And the U.S. Inside a lavish office, papers were scattered everywhere. The head of the Central Intelligence Agency stood before his desk, with black coffee dripping from his hair onto the floor. At that moment, the President of the United States was furiously berating him. "Is this the intelligence agency you're running? Years of deployed agents exposed in one morning. Do you know how many calls I received from furious congressmen? Decades of effort, all wasted. Do you know how many people are waiting to mock us? You better give me a satisfactory explanation, or I'll ruin you." The head of the intelligence agency, feeling powerless, said, "Mr. President, this outcome is as undesirable to me as it is to you. But our adversary this time was just too powerful. 10 minutes. It took just 10 minutes for their defenses to be breached. But their security systems weren't weak. Hackers worldwide constantly attacked their network defenses, yet none had ever succeeded. But now, their opponent was monstrous." The president's face was grim. "Is that your explanation? Have you identified the source of the attack? Don't tell me that the hacker who humiliated us internationally is still unknown to you." "Indeed, we haven't," the head of the agency admitted. Then quickly added, "But I suspect it's someone from China. The operatives we sent to Beijing never returned. Now, our intelligence data has leaked. My intuition tells me this was orchestrated by someone in China, likely the young man we targeted. Idiot, the president slapped him. Do you rely on intuition for intelligence work? He then sat back at his desk. Enough, I'm tired. Leave. Pack your things and leave the agency. Someone else will clean up your mess. Mr. President, please give me another chance, the head pleaded. I promised to thoroughly investigate this. Being an intelligence officer, he had made countless enemies. Once stripped of his position, survival was uncertain. The president glared, "Get out." Taking a deep breath, the head clenched his fists and left the office, his eyes filled with icy determination. He wouldn't accept this. Because of that young man named Xu Yang, his work was in shambles. If he couldn't survive, then neither would Xu Yang. As he left the presidential office and reached the street, he quickly dialed a number on the dark web. I want to place a bounty. $1 million for the life of a Chinese man. In China? Yes. Send the details. I'll arrange it. But since it's in China, it'll cost extra. More money. The former head of the Central Intelligence Agency was speechless. Isn't it just to kill an ordinary Chinese kid? Isn't $1 million enough? Just then, a man's cheerful laugh came through the phone. $1 million is actually enough, but I'm just worried you won't be able to pay. After all. The next second, accompanied by the sound of a sudden brake, a dark gray sedan suddenly shot out from a street corner and crashed directly into the former head of the Central Intelligence Agency, sending him flying several meters. The former head, now sprawled on the ground, looked incredulous. With all his remaining strength, he raised his blood-stained arm, still clutching the phone, and asked bitterly, "Why? Someone can't sleep if you're still alive." Meanwhile, in front of the president's office in the United States, a man in his 30s, dressed in a black suit, slowly knocked on the office door. "Mr. President, I am the new head of the Central Intelligence Agency." In the dormitory at Peking University, after chatting with Xu Yang for a bit, and glancing at the time on her phone, Lin Qingzhu, noticing it was almost 11 o'clock, sent a message with a smile, "When can I sleep with you?" Xu Yang was instantly stunned. "Sleep with me? What does that mean? We've just started dating and she's already bringing up such a provocative topic? Hold on. Don't laugh, don't laugh." Taking a deep breath, Xu Yang quickly replied, "Are you sure? If we sleep together, you'll have to take responsibility. I don't need money. But you have to be responsible for me for life." Lin Qingzhu was bewildered. After sending a few confused emojis, Lin Qingzhu quickly sent another message. "Xu Yang, what do you mean?" I said. "When can you sleep? Did you understand? I'm getting ready to sleep. I didn't mean I want to sleep with you, got it?" After sending the message, Lin Qingzhu couldn't help but laugh. "We've only been together for a short time, and he can't hide his true intentions?" She quickly sent another message. "Busted. Admit it, Xu Yang, you only got together with me because you're lusting after my body. You're so cheap." Xu Yang laughed. "To be honest, if I dated you without being attracted to you, why don't we just become sworn siblings?" Lin Qingzhu was stunned by the message, her cheeks turning red. Actually, what Xu Yang said made some sense. But she quickly shook her head. "Lin Qingzhu, what are you thinking? Your thoughts are too impure." She then replied, "How about I come over tonight?" Xu Yang's heart started pounding. "Are you serious? I think you wish." Lin Qingzhu laughed while sitting on her chair and quickly replied, "We'll discuss this later. When you make me happy enough, I'll reward you by letting you stay the night." "Yes, my lady." The next day, as the bright morning sun rose, Wang Wyman had just arrived at his office and made himself a cup of goji berry chrysanthemum tea. After turning on his computer, a special email popped up in his internal inbox. Seeing this, Wang Wyman was immediately puzzled. This was an email used for communication by internal personnel of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Usually, unless they were researchers from the academy, no one would send documents to him through this email. And no one had notified him in advance either. The next second, Wang Wyman put on his reading glasses and opened the email to read it. Design drawings and detailed parameters of American technology. As he read the document, Wang Wyman's pupils suddenly contracted. He quickly flipped through the pages and spent half the day without reaching the end of the email. It contained a vast amount of research and weapon design information from the United States, as well as confidential scientific data from other countries. Everything, except for the files stored on independent hard drives and within databases, had been compiled and sent to him. However, Xu Yang didn't even look at it. After getting up in the morning, he had Xuanwu organize it and sent it via the internal email. Wang Wyman was shocked. Without even verifying the content, he could guess that this information was genuine. He had previously studied some foreign scientific weapons and recognized some of the data. But he was curious. Who could have sent this information? This was the top-tier information from various countries. Who could hack into so many countries' secret databases at the same time? Without looking further, Wang Wyman found the signature at the bottom of the email. It was Chu Yang's name. Seeing Chu Yang's name, Wang Wyman instantly understood. So it was this kid who sent it. Then it's fine. However, he still took out his phone and called Chu Yang. The call was quickly answered. Chu Yang, who was having breakfast with Lin Qingshu in the cafeteria, answered the phone. Old Wang, did you see the email I sent you? Wang Wyman nodded repeatedly. Yes, I saw it. How did you get this information? I was bored last night and just browsed the internet. Wang Wyman's mouth twitched. Do you think the secret databases of various countries are your backyard? Just browsing? Curiously, he asked. Did you also send out the information about foreign intelligence personnel last night? Chu Yang nodded yes. It was just some useless stuff. I thought you might need it, so I copied it and sent it to you. Wang Wyman was stunned again. He felt a twitch in his heart. He couldn't continue this phone call, it was too nerve-wracking. You call these top-secret national defense weapon research data useless stuff? But then he thought about Chu Yang's abilities. Not only did he work on photolithography machines and curvature engines, but he also managed to create mechas. Laughing loudly, Wang Wyman said, "Ha ha ha, Xiao Chu. Thank you for your contribution to the country." After saying this, Wang Wyman's tone became more serious. By the way, Xiao Chu, has your exoskeleton technology been put into use yet? Recently, several high-ranking officials from the military have been calling me, wanting to get a few sets of your exoskeleton mechas. Through satellite surveillance technology, the video of Chu Yang dealing with those foreign intelligence personnel was recorded clearly. Now, all the big shots in the military are eager to get their hands on the mechas Chu Yang was wearing that day. It can be used, but it's still just a prototype, Chu Yang said, glancing at Lin Qingshu, who was sitting opposite him, eating dumplings. It's not the final design. If they want it, they'll need to wait a bit. Once I've improved it, we can arrange a time to test the complete data. If they're still interested, they can then consider mass production. Currently, each component of the White Tiger Type 1 mecha needs to be custom-made. The next step in optimization is to improve its adaptability. Otherwise, it would be too cumbersome to scale, even within the military, if each unit had to be custom-fitted. Another issue is the material. The Earth has yet to find a material that can significantly mitigate the effects of the curvature drive. Especially when used on a mecha, a speed of 100 meters per second is almost the limit. Beyond that, the mecha's exterior can't withstand the reactive forces from the curvature drive. Prototype Wang Wyman laughed bitterly. All right, I'll inform them to wait. Once you think it's ready for testing, I'll prepare the venue and invite some military officials to observe. Sure. Chu Yang nodded slightly and hung up the phone. When he looked up, he saw Lin Qingshu staring at him intently. Was that an important call? She asked curiously. Chu Yang nodded. Dai? Lin Qingshu didn't press further. She picked up a dumpling with her chopsticks and handed it to Chu Yang with a smile. Here, have a dumpling. You've worked hard, busy man. Chu Yang didn't refuse and ate the dumpling she offered. But the next second, he felt a chill run down his spine. The cafeteria was packed with students having breakfast, and Lin Qingshu was particularly eye-catching. Seeing this, many boys cast envious glances at Chu Yang. That bastard gets to eat dumplings fed by the goddess Lin. Does he not have hands? Why does the goddess have to feed him? If it were me, I'd use my own hands. Can't they get a room? Why flaunt their affection in the cafeteria? Unbelievable. In a corner of the cafeteria, Wang Shuji sat at a table with another boy. Watching Lin Qingshu and Chu Yang, his eyes filled with pain. Seeing this, the boy across from him tried to comfort him. Shuji, it's okay. I looked into that guy dating Lin Qingshu. He's just a freshman in the business management department. You're a future student council president, and I'm the head of the dormitory management. We can handle a freshman. Wang Shuji gave the boy a cold look and sighed. Forget it. Don't cause trouble. I'll wait for her. As long as she's not married, I'll wait. The boy's expression became pained. You're doing all this for a girl? Sometimes you should notice the people around you. The people around me. Wang Shuji was puzzled. Who are you talking about? The boy took a deep breath. Shuji, I wasn't always like this. I used to like girls. But after meeting you in college, I started to admire you and care for you. Now, I feel there's no one more important than you. I'd even die for you. Wang Shuji's face twitched. I kind of understand, but not entirely. But I'm straight, so. The boy, unwilling to give up, asked, Can we still be friends? We'll see. Wang Shuji forced a smile. But from now on, I definitely won't go to the bathhouse with you. After finishing their breakfast, Lin Qingzhu went to her class, and Xu Yang returned to the dorm with some takeaway breakfasts. Opening the door, he found Zhu Pengfei and the others brushing their teeth at the sink. Hey kids, I'm back, Xu Yang announced. Zhang Mingyang, finishing brushing his teeth, responded, Dad, you're finally back. Xu Yang waved the breakfast bags in his hand. Zhang Mingyang immediately rushed over. Dad, I love you the most. This is probably why the boys' dorm is often more harmonious than the girls' dorm. Between father and son, there is no lasting grudge. Since they didn't have morning classes, after breakfast, Zhu Pengfei started calling friends to join him for a game. Come on guys, let's get online. My Yasuo is on fire. Zhang Mingyang rolled his eyes. Your Yasuo? If it weren't for your mistake last night we would have won, right? Wang Li nodded in agreement. Exactly. I played such a crucial role last night, managing the minion waves perfectly, but we still lost. You need to take responsibility. Then Wang Lei turned to Chu Yang. What about you, Chu Yang? Want to join us for a couple of games? You guys go ahead, Chu Yang smiled. I'm not very good at that game, so I won't drag you down. He then opened his laptop, preparing for the next phase of his mecha design. Around noon, his alarm went off. Chu Yang stretched, saved the preliminary design framework, and shut down his computer. He got up and left the dorm. A few minutes later, Lin Qingzhu, now in a lovely dress, skipped over to him and said with a bright smile, All right, let's go have lunch. Xu Yang nodded and hailed a taxi to downtown Kyoto. Lin Qingzhu had already bought movie tickets. Xu Yang took her to a hot pot restaurant. They sat down, and Lin Qingzhu ordered some beef and other hot pot dishes. After the server left, Lin Qingzhu glanced at the departing server and remarked, That waitress's lipstick is so pretty. Aren't they all just red? Xu Yang asked, puzzled. I never understood how you girls can tell so many shades apart. Different reds: orange red, burgundy, tomato red. To him, they all looked the same. Just like I don't understand how you guys can tell all the Ultramen apart. Lin Qingzhu laughed. Why don't you guess what color lipstick I'm wearing today? I can't guess, Xu Yang admitted, giving up immediately. He'd rather work on his mecha than try to figure out lipstick shades. Silly, Lin Qingzhu giggled. I'm wearing the same shade as that waitress, Dior 999. It's really popular right now. Xu Yang's mouth twitched. You can tell just by looking. Lin Qingzhu nodded proudly. If you don't believe me, we'll ask her when she brings the food. Soon, the waitress returned with several plates of beef rolls. As she set the dishes down, Lin Qingzhu called out, Excuse me, is your lipstick Dior 999? The waitress nodded. Yes, it is. Lin Qingzhu beamed at Xu Yang. See, I told you. Xu Yang glanced at the waitress, then at Lin Qingzhu, confused. But her color looks darker than yours. Lin Qingzhu rolled her eyes. Who made it fade? Someone wasn't behaving in the taxi earlier. Xu Yang hesitated, then smiled indulgently. It was me. It was me. The waitress. You too? I'm just here to serve food. There's no need for this. Once the waitress left, Lin Qingzhu couldn't help but laugh. Haha, Xu Yang, you're so bad. What did I do? Xu Yang looked puzzled. Did you see the look on her face? She wanted to tear us apart. Doesn't she have a boyfriend? Xu Yang replied. Lin Qingzhu. Hopeless. This man is hopeless. After finishing their hot pot, Lin Qingzhu led Xu Yang to a nearby cinema. As soon as they entered, Xu Yang's expression turned nostalgic. It was his first time in a cinema in 3 years, and he was with Lin Qingzhu. How long has it been since you last came here? Lin Qingzhu asked with a smile. A long time, Xu Yang sighed. The last time was back in high school. It feels like ages ago. It was the summer after their first year in high school. They had come to the movies with some friends before Xu Yang joined the Chinese Academy of Sciences and spent 3 years in research at Mo Bay. Thinking back, he wished he had dressed better that day, knowing it would be their last movie together for a long time. Perfect. Let's relive that memory, Lin Qingzhu said, taking Xu Yang's hand and leading him to the ticket counter. The best part was that 3 years ago, they sat side by side in the same classroom, dreaming about the future after the college entrance exams. Now, they were still side by side, walking toward their future together. Even though they had been apart for 3 years, they had many more years ahead of them, 3, 13, or even 30 years hand in hand, facing their future together. Since they arrived early, they sat on a small couch in the waiting area. Lin Qingzhu nestled in Xu Yang's arms and looked up at him with a smile. Xu Yang, did you like me 3 years ago? Kind of. Xu Yang smiled. What do you mean, kind of? That's so half-hearted, Lin Qingshu pouted. Xu Yang shook his head gently. Because back then it was love at first sight. Then why didn't you tell me? What if it ruined our friendship? I would have said yes, Lin Qingshu giggled. Then she wrinkled her cute nose and glared at Xu Yang. But love at first sight usually means you were attracted to my looks. So you admit you had thoughts about me from the first moment you saw me. That's a strange way to put it, Xu Yang said, stroking her soft hair. I believe love at first sight is when souls recognize each other. It's a soul connection, a harmony of minds. In physics terms, it's quantum entanglement. Quantum entanglement. Lin Qingshu looked puzzled but didn't press further. She wrapped her arms tightly around Xu Yang, laughing softly. You talk so well, why don't you write a book? Xu Yang thought for a moment. If I have time in the future, maybe I will. Lin Qingshu was taken aback. She had said it casually, but he took it seriously. Was he really thinking about writing a book? But then she smiled. So, she had been a secret in his heart. Xu Yang lowered his head slightly. Why are you laughing? Just because. Lin Qingshu made a funny face at him, then asked curiously. But why did you like me? Because I'm not very good-tempered, I can be petty, I'm possessive, and extremely contradictory. I really get jealous, and when I do I won't bother you with it. I'll just get mad by myself because I'm very small-minded. You're mine, and no one else can like you. Although she was very beautiful, Xu Yang was no less attractive. In the future he would become even more exceptional. What if he met someone better? Thinking about this, Lin Qingshu's long eyelashes trembled. Would you still like someone like me? Xu Yang was so exceptional that her own shining points seemed to dim beside him. Of course, Xu Yang answered without hesitation. Why? Lin Qingshu continued. It's a decision of the heart, not something words can fully explain. Xu Yang looked at Lin Qingshu warmly. But if you want reasons, I can give you some. Like you're smart, pure, kind and cute. But I've thought about all the words of praise, and they don't fully capture why I'm with you. The main reason is that you're perfect for me in every way. So you could say it's my selfish desire to keep you by my side. So don't think my love for you is a burden, or feel grateful because of it. I like you, and only you. So with me, you don't have to grow up if you don't want to. You don't have to take the initiative if you don't want to. Being shy and contradictory is okay. It's not a problem. Because I'll understand you. Lin Qingshu's heart started to pound furiously. Oh my God, what is this man saying? It's so cheesy, it's killing me. If she didn't know Xu Yang from high school, and that this was his first relationship, she might have thought he was some kind of seasoned flirt. What girl could resist this? Taking a deep breath, she smiled sweetly at Xu Yang and asked, So, how long will you love me? Xu Yang thought for a moment before replying, As long as you're willing to listen to my nonsense, I'll keep loving you. Then he looked at her and asked, What about you? How long will you love me? Lin Qingshu nestled in his arms, tilted her adorable head, and blinked her eyes. That's a long answer. To put it simply, it depends on how long you live. Then she snuggled closer into Xu Yang's embrace. Mr. Xu, do you know that no amount of time with you will ever be enough? Xu Yang couldn't help but laugh. Then I guess I'll live for a very long time. Then you'll have to wait for a long time, Lin Qingshu said playfully. I'm telling you, from now on you can't be too nice to other girls. I'll get jealous, stomp my feet, and roll on the ground until you hug me. What will you do then? Xu Yang chuckled. I can promise you that, but you have to promise me something too. What is it? Xu Yang held her tightly. When you're angry or jealous, don't push me away. Don't say nothing's wrong when I ask. Don't bottle everything up and get upset alone. And don't secretly mark me down in your heart. Just keep me in your heart, and don't let any unhappiness in. Is that all? Lin Qingshu lifted her head. That's all. I promise. Lin Qingshu laughed, then leaned into his chest, pressing against him. Listen, and see if you can hear my heartbeat. Xu Yang froze, feeling the scent of her fragrance and the softness of her body. His blood started to surge, and he felt his body stiffen. Isn't this a bit too much stimulation all of a sudden? After all, he's just a boy nearing 20. How could he withstand this? Xu Yang didn't know where to put his hands. Lin Qingshu breathed softly in his ear. Is my soundproofing too good? You must be able to hear my heart pounding, even if we're separated by 1,000 rivers and 600 trees. Xu Yang's body softened as he gently stroked her silky hair. Dear Miss Lin. Mine? I forgot to tell you, thank heaven I met you. I hope I can always be the one by your side. They cuddled on the cinema couch for a while. When it was almost time, Lin Qingshu reluctantly lifted her head and said, Okay, it's almost time. Let's go in. Chu Yang nodded and gently took her hand. They retrieved their tickets from the electronic kiosk, and Lin Qingzhu pointed to a snack counter nearby. Chu Yang, I want some popcorn. I've heard from Qian that the movie we're watching is really good and has high ratings online. Chu Yang glanced at the ticket. It was a romance film. In his experience, domestic romance films were just so. But seeing Lin Qingzhu so excited, he smiled and said, "Sure, let's get some popcorn." At the counter, Chu Yang asked, "Can you have something cold today?" Lin Qingzhu looked puzzled. "I can." "Why?" "No reason." Chu Yang smiled. He turned to the server and ordered, 2 iced colas and a large bucket of popcorn, please. "That'll be 54 yuan," the server said, preparing the order. Chu Yang laughed and said to Lin Qingzhu, "If I don't have enough money, can I leave her here to work it off?" The server laughed, while Lin Qingzhu gave Chu Yang a playful glare and pinched his waist. "Say that again." Chu Yang winced and said to the server, "Just kidding. Please continue." With their popcorn and colas, they walked into the theater. The room was already filled with people, likely because of the movie's high ratings. They found their seats in the last row, which were love seats. The movie began, showing the familiar logo of the production company, and it dove straight into the plot, a classic story of high school love blossoming into a passionate college romance. Lin Qingzhu was quickly absorbed. When Chu Yang reached for some popcorn, their hands touched. Lin Qingzhu mischievously took the popcorn from his hand. Chu Yang turned to her. "You even steal from my hand." Lin Qingzhu stuck out her tongue. "Popcorn always tastes better from someone else's hand." "Really?" Chu Yang grinned. "What are you planning?" Lin Qingzhu glared playfully. "I'm not afraid of you." Chu Yang laughed more. "Not afraid?" "Not afraid," she insisted. "Then wait for it." Chu Yang moved closer to her. The love seats had no armrest between them. Seeing Chu Yang lean in, Lin Qingzhu covered her mouth, curling up in the seat. "Don't you dare." Chu Yang teased. "You didn't think we came to the cinema just to watch a movie, did you? Don't. There are cameras." Chu Yang leaned in and kissed her, whispering, "It's fine. They usually don't watch." After a while, Lin Qingzhu pushed him away, her face red. "Where were your hands just now?" "In the dark cinema." Her face was likely as red as a tomato. Chu Yang coughed. "My hands need to be somewhere, right?" "Pervert," Lin Qingzhu muttered, then looked at him with feigned annoyance. "You said you didn't have ulterior motives, but you asked if I could drink something cold. Were you planning something all along?" "I always have ulterior motives with you," Chu Yang said honestly. "I never claimed I had none. From your hair to your fingertips, I want all of you. Love isn't a temple. It's a cityscape, with lights that never dim. Forget it. Let's watch the movie." Lin Qingzhu rolled her eyes. But her small, soft hand still entwined with Chu Yang's fingers. The movie progressed without further incident. The final scene was a tear-jerker, making Lin Qingzhu cry. Seeing her tears, Chu Yang took out the tissues they had brought from the hot pot restaurant and gently wiped her tears. "Here, let me wipe your tears. You can still laugh," Lin Qingzhu cried. It was so touching. She glanced at him. "After all those sweet words, where are your honeyed words now? I'm crying, and you're just sitting there laughing at me." Chu Yang was taken aback. "Does this also require comforting words?" After a moment's hesitation, he tentatively said, "Sweetheart, come here. I'll lick your tears away." Lin Qingzhu stopped crying and stared at him. "What did you say?" "Sweetheart, come here. I'll lick your tears away." Lin Qingzhu covered her mouth but couldn't help laughing. "Chu Yang, has anyone told you?" "Ishan. Sometimes, you're really funny. Ha ha ha." "Sweetheart?" How did Chu Yang come up with that? She couldn't stop laughing. The movie ended, and the lights came on. People began leaving the theater. Chu Yang held Lin Qingzhu's hand and gently rubbed her head. "All right, the movie's over. What do you want to eat? I'll take you." "Why buy food now?" Lin Qingzhu looked up, curious. Chu Yang smiled. "Just as a reward for not crying too long." "Do you think I'm a child? Can't I?" Lin Qingzhu thought for a moment. "I want candied haws, 2 sticks. If you want, I'll buy you 2 bundles." They left the cinema and wandered the streets, eventually finding a street vendor selling candied haws. Chu Yang gently touched Lin Qingzhu's head. "Wait here. I'll buy them for you." "Okay." Lin Qingzhu nodded obediently. Chu Yang crossed the street and asked the vendor for the best candied haws. The vendor laughed. "Buying for your girlfriend, EA?" "Yes." Chu Yang nodded. "Girls get cuter the more you pamper them." With the candied haws in hand, he returned to Lin Qingzhu. What were you two talking about? She asked, curious. I told him my little foodie wanted candied haws. You're the foodie. Lin Qingshu rolled her eyes. Shall we head back to school now? Right after the movie, Chu Yang asked. What else? Let's walk around a bit more. Okay. They wandered until 11 p.m., sampling various snacks across the city. Lin Qingshu looked at Chu Yang. Shall we head back now? Checking his watch, Chu Yang reluctantly agreed. All right, it is getting late. I'll hail a cab, Lin Qingshu said, waving at the passing taxis. Chu Yang felt something was missing. Are we just going back? Lin Qingshu blushed. It's late, what else do you want to do? I have classes in the morning. Oh, Chu Yang hesitated, then explained. I meant, should we buy something for your roommates? No. If we go shopping again, we won't get back to the dorm tonight. A taxi arrived. It was the same driver from earlier. Hey, it's you two again. Going back to school? The driver asked, smiling. Yes, Lin Qingshu nodded. Hop in. They got into the taxi, and Lin Qingshu told the driver, we have a curfew at midnight. Could you please drive a bit faster? Chu Yang quickly added, safety first. It's okay to go slower. Lin Qingshu blushed and glared at him. The driver chuckled. Don't worry, I was a driver in the military. My driving skills are top-notch. But the young man is right, safety first. With that, he hit the gas. They arrived at the girls' dormitory just in time. Only a few couples were still strolling around. Chu Yang had been silently calculating. Lin Qingshu noticed and asked, What's wrong? You seem unhappy. Chu Yang looked up. He was speeding. That driver definitely sped. What should have been a 40-minute trip took only 20 minutes. Lin Qingshu blinked, then laughed. Were you calculating this the whole way? Chu Yang replied. What else? Come with me, Lin Qingshu said, leading him to a dimly lit corner near the dorm. What are you doing? Trying to take advantage of me? Chu Yang teased, smiling. Why not? Chu Yang spread his arms. If so, hurry up. Lin Qingshu stood on tiptoe and kissed his forehead, then rubbed his cheek. Don't be sad. Chu Yang pointed to his lips. Here too. No way. Lin Qingshu shook her head. Doctors say goodnight kisses should be on the forehead. Otherwise, kids get cavities. With that, she turned and walked back to the dorm. Goodbye. Chu Yang stood there for a while, then smiled as he watched her wave from the dorm entrance. My dear Lin, I'll be as faithful to you as I am to my country. The next day. In the lab, it was nearing noon when Chu Yang finally completed the initial design for the second-generation mech. He uploaded the design to the lab's big screen and instructed, Xuanwu, create a 3D model from this design. In an instant, a 3D model of the second-generation mech appeared on the large screen. The new mech looked bulkier and taller than the first-generation one. However, it had an internal adaptive system that could automatically adjust its interior to fit the user's height and build, ensuring a perfect fit. Simulate the data from the last combat test and compare it with the data from the first-generation model, Chu Yang ordered. Soon, the 3D model of the first-generation mech appeared on the screen, accompanied by a stream of comparative data analysis. Xuanwu quickly presented the results. White Tiger Model 1 mech customized for a height of 183 cm, specifically designed for you. Weight, 770 kg, with an additional 100 kg removable lithium-air battery, totaling 870 kg. Operating time 4 hours. Arm strength over 1.5 tons. Flight speed 100 ms. White Tiger Model 2 mech adaptable for heights from 1.7 m to 2.0 m, capable of adjusting for users from 1.6 m to 2.10 m. Weight 890 kg, with an additional 100 kg removable lithium-air battery, totaling 990 kg. Operating time 2 hours. Arm strength over 1.7 tons. Flight speed 100 ms. Comparative data analysis. Model 1 has superior endurance but slightly weaker arm strength. Model 2 has a 20% improvement in defense strength and adaptability, but energy consumption for the curvature drive is 30% higher, reducing battery life by 50%. Flexibility is decreased by 40%. The data is still lacking, Chu Yang mused. While the second-generation mech had enhanced power and defense, its increased weight resulted in higher energy consumption and decreased agility by 40%, which was unacceptable for Chu Yang's vision of the second-generation mech. Chu Yang pondered whether to improve the materials. He needed to maintain the mech's defense while reducing its weight and size. However, the current materials were already top-tier titanium alloys and special composite metals. As Chu Yang deliberated, Yuanwu's voice interrupted his thoughts. Boss, Lin Qingshu just sent a message. Chu Yang shook off his contemplations and picked up his phone from the lab table. He saw Lin Qingshu's message. What are you up to? Chu Yang smiled and replied, I'm in the lab, working on some research. After Lin Qingshu signed the confidentiality agreement, Chu Yang had explained to her that he was working for the Chinese Academy of Sciences through the lab at Beijing University due to his computing skills. Okay, Lin Qingshu replied. I was going to ask if you had time for lunch. But if you're busy, that's fine. Moments later, another message popped up. I can bring lunch to you. Bring lunch. Chu Yang considered for a moment. Having the campus beauty bring him lunch sounded appealing. He quickly typed, the lab is a secure area. Family members can come in after registering, but they can't enter the restricted zones. Lin Qingshu, aren't I family? Chu Yang, I mean legally protected family. He added with a smile, but don't worry, we'll share a household registration someday. Lin Qingshu's cheeks flushed at his message, and she quickly typed back, who said I would marry you? Shameless. After a pause, she sent another message. It's your fault. We were supposed to go home after the movie last night, but you made us stay out late. I caught a Pikachu doll with Kion yesterday, and it was so cute. I planned to wash it and dry it yesterday, but because we came back late, I forgot about it. This morning, when I went to get Pikachu, it was gone. Someone took it. You have to get me a new one. Pikachu got taken. Chu Yang laughed and replied, Alright, I'll get you a cool Pikachu. Chu Yang put down his phone, rubbed his chin thoughtfully, and looked around the lab. He saw a pile of discarded metal materials. Why not make something substantial? Xuanwu, create a 3D model of Pikachu. I want to build a metal Pikachu. 2 hours later, with lunch delivered, Chu Yang had a solid design for the Pikachu. He started assembling it in the lab, assisted by various robotic arms. Before long, a 40 cm tall white metal Pikachu stood before him, gleaming with a metallic sheen. Xuanwu, make it move. The Pikachu began to move slowly. Make it talk. It emitted a series of authentic Pikachu sounds. Pika, Pika, Pikachu. Chu Yang's eyes lit up with satisfaction. A moving, talking Pikachu, better than any plush toy. But after admiring it for a few seconds, Chu Yang felt it was still missing something. Why not add a bit more? Xuanwu, dismantle the Pikachu design. Shrink the lithium air battery to serve as the power core. And add a miniaturized curvature drive. As for weapons, how about an electromagnetic cannon? Chu Yang knew a bit about electromagnetic cannons and figured it shouldn't be too hard to make a small one. Since it's Pikachu, shouldn't it be able to discharge electricity? What else can I add? Chu Yang mused, rubbing his chin as he examined the now considerably larger Pikachu. Thinking about the kidnapping incident involving Lin Qingshu, he realized the kidnappers had guns. Despite his previous actions wiping out most foreign intelligence agents within the country, there was no guarantee that new agents wouldn't infiltrate again. While the current Pikachu design had sufficient offensive capabilities, it probably couldn't stop bullets. The curvature drive consumed a lot of energy, and if the lithium air battery inside Pikachu ran out, it wouldn't be able to provide defense. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Yang slapped his thigh decisively. Transform it like a transformer. Transformers could shift from vehicles to robots, so why couldn't his yellow mouse transform into a mech? It made perfect sense. With renewed enthusiasm, Chu Yang began redesigning Pikachu's internal structure. It didn't need overwhelming offensive power. He removed the hydraulic systems meant to enhance the mech's arm strength, focusing instead on boosting its defensive capabilities. If Lin Qingshu were in danger, she could hide in the iron shell, and within 10 minutes, he could reach her in his mech. Yes, that's the plan. Chu Yang chuckled and sped up his design work. By late afternoon, he had completed the 3D model of the second-generation Pikachu. The new Pikachu was slightly larger, around 60 centimeters tall. Internally, it could transform into a lightweight, compact mech. The curvature drive was positioned in its feet, and its hands were equipped with small electromagnetic cannons that could fire 1 cm steel balls, effectively functioning like handguns. The control systems for the curvature drive and the electromagnetic cannons were switched to passive, managed by Xuanwu to prevent any accidental discharges. With the design finished, Chu Yang gave the order. Yuanwu, start manufacturing the components and begin assembly. Xuanwu's voice echoed in his ear. Boss, are you sure this Pikachu is meant for the lady boss? You recognize the lady boss? Chu Yang was surprised. My database constantly learns from the internet. By human standards, Lin Qingshu should be referred to as the lady boss. Smart little thing. Chu Yang chuckled. Is there a problem with giving her this Pikachu? First, I agree that a metal Pikachu is cooler than a plush one, Zhuanwu replied. However, based on system calculations, this Pikachu, combined with a miniaturized lithium air battery, will weigh around 150 kg. It's too heavy for a girl to carry. Xu Yang paused. You're right. Did I go overboard? But then he had a solution in mind. Is there a way to solve this? We could use nanotechnology, Xuanwu suggested. Special materials could be crafted into nanoparticles, drastically reducing the weight while maintaining functionality. You could even buy a plush Pikachu and store the nanoparticles inside it. In an emergency, the nanoparticles would form the metal Pikachu. Nanomaterials. Of course, he could use nanotechnology for Pikachu and the second-generation mech, enhancing flexibility and adaptability. Why didn't you suggest this when I was designing the mech? Xu Yang asked, exasperated. You didn't ask. Xu Yang sighed. It made sense, frustratingly so. Xuanwu continued, however, current global nanotechnology isn't fully matured. You'll face several challenges. First, the material properties change at the nanoscale. For instance, copper conducts electricity at a macro scale but might not at the nanoscale. Magnetic materials for an electromagnetic cannon might see their magnetic properties amplified thousands of times. Secondly, nanoparticle aggregation. Due to their small size and high surface activity, nanoparticles tend to clump together, hindering their application. If you want to use nanotechnology, you must solve these two issues first. Xu Yang's eyebrow twitched. Was he just schooled by an AI? Yet, he smiled. Just because Earth's current technology couldn't solve these issues didn't mean the eternal knowledge library couldn't. Reading and learning was his forte. He imagined future mech transformations wearing special clothes to absorb shocks, a control system aligned with the body's skeletal and neural structure, and a belt or watch housing the nanoparticles. When needed, the nanoparticles would form synthetic muscles, covering the entire body as a mech suit. Perfect. Xu Yang began to picture the possibilities, feeling the excitement build. This would be a significant advancement. Late at night, Xu Yang's consciousness appeared in the Eternal Knowledge Repository. Before him lay a dozen thick volumes, such as preparation and application of nanoparticles, nanoparticle storage technology, and neural command control systems. For the next several days he planned to dive deeply into these books. Switching his focus to nanomechanics had opened up new possibilities. Just like Iron Man in the movies, Iron Man's energy reserves were unmatched by current Earth technology, but his nanotech armor had potential. A chest-mounted nanobox could store all the nanoparticles needed for the armor. Lightweight yet powerful, this relied heavily on the transformative properties of nanoparticles. Finding the right materials might result in a strength far surpassing his current hybrid metal alloys. Solving the issue of nanoparticle aggregation and developing an innovative nanoparticle control system could make a nanotech suit feasible. 5 days later, Xu Yang sat in his lab. Before him stood a shiny, metallic Pikachu. It looked similar to the previous model. It could move and make sounds, but it was much lighter and could easily be held. Under the metallic exterior, Xu Yang had built a framework using nanomaterials based on Pikachu's skeletal structure. When inactive, the nanoparticles would hide beneath the steel shell. Inside Pikachu, he also installed a nanobox filled with enough material to construct an entire suit pink-colored, no less. Once activated, the nanoparticles would quickly move and assemble around Pikachu's skeleton, forming a suit. The lithium air battery, now in nanostate, had greatly enhanced energy storage. Though not tested in real combat, Xuanwu's calculations showed it could run at full power for 8 hours, sufficient for most battle scenarios. As long as the enemy didn't deploy massive missiles or nuclear weapons, it would be nearly invincible on the battlefield. After placing the nanobox inside Pikachu, Xu Yang commanded, Xuanwu, initiate nanocoverage test. Pikachu's eyes glowed red, and countless pink nanoparticles began to cover its surface, completing the transformation in moments. Walk, Xu Yang ordered. Pikachu walked realistically across the lab table. Thunderbolt, he commanded next. Pikachu's tail arched, emitting a purple electric current that struck the lab floor with a bang, shattering a tile into pieces. This real electric attack used the concept of electromagnetic guns, with the projectile being a mass of charged nanoparticles, capable of delivering a 100,000-volt shock. Xu Yang prepared 100 rounds of these Thunderbolt nanoparticles, enough for 100 uses. However, he sighed, feeling the attack's power was still insufficient. Real lightning bolts carried far more than 100 million volts. The firepower was lacking. Xuanwu's voice chimed in, congratulating Xu Yang, boss, you've solved the nanotech issues quickly. Xu Yang waved dismissively. These are minor technicalities, Nothing worth boasting about. He then called Wang Wyman. Mr. Wang, the armor upgrade is nearly complete. Can you come over later to check it out and schedule a performance test? Complete already? Wang Wyman was astonished. You've upgraded the second generation armor? External skeletal armor was notoriously difficult to develop. Chu Yang had already achieved a functioning model in a short time, and now he had upgraded it within a week? Yes, Chu Yang confirmed. If you're free, come by this afternoon. I'll be there immediately. Wang Wyman quickly hung up and rushed out of his office. Get a car ready, I'm heading to the university lab. Upon arrival, Wang Wyman was stunned to see the metallic Pikachu. Little Chu, you're not saying this is the upgraded armor, are you? Yes, Chu Yang nodded, snapping his fingers. Xuanwu, transform Pikachu. Understood. Boss. Xuanwu's voice echoed as Pikachu began to transform again. Chu Yang demonstrated Pikachu's flying and attack capabilities. Watching the transformations, Wang Wyman was astonished. You found the super polymer chain for nanoparticles. As the head of the Academy of Sciences, Wang Wyman had a broad understanding of various scientific fields. Nanobots typically move slowly, let alone assembling into a functioning nanotech suit that perfectly mimicked muscle tissue, unless Chu Yang had synthesized a special polymer chain. Such a chain would use supramolecular bonds to link thousands of nanobots. Each bot would produce about 1 nanometer of linear movement, and collectively, they could create 10-micron contractions and relaxations, forming muscle-like tissue with strength far exceeding that of ordinary humans, perfect for an armored suit. Chu Yang nodded silently. The difficulty with exoskeletal armor lies in materials, propulsion, and overall structural design. However, nanotech armor could resolve these issues. In terms of materials, nanomaterials have strength far exceeding ordinary metals. As for propulsion, the current lithium-air battery is sufficient. When it comes to structural design, abandoning complex mechanical structures in favor of nanomolecules forming a full-body suit solves many problems. This approach also simplifies the customization of battlesuits. By producing enough nanobots, various types of nanotech armor can be infinitely manufactured. Even in combat, if the nanotech armor sustains damage or runs low on power, it can simply be immersed in a bath made of energy-supplying nanobots. Under Xuanwu's control, the armor would easily be restored to its original state. Hearing Chu Yang's confirmation, Wang Wyman took a sharp breath. Chu Yang's development of nanotech armor could revolutionize multiple fields, from energy sustainability to superpolymer chains in nanomaterials, and even his creation of a nanotech electromagnetic cannon. When scaled up, such technology could create a massive electric field on the battlefield, proving lethal. However, Wang Wyman was curious, but why use a Pikachu as the model? Can it really be worn by a person? While a steel Pikachu in the lab isn't implausible, it's hard to associate such a cute figure with a battlefield weapon. This one is a special edition. Chu Yang smiled. It's a gift for my girlfriend. The other versions are with me. As he spoke, Chu Yang began to remove his clothes. Wang Wyman quickly intervened. Hey, what are you doing, Xiao Chu? I'm a respectable man. What are you thinking? Chu Yang laughed, removing his lab coat to reveal a triangular nanobox on his chest. He pressed the button in the center, and nanobots swarmed out, quickly covering his entire body to form a shining suit of armor. A moment later, the nanobots around his head receded, revealing his face. He looked at Wang Wyman. I've integrated bio-nanobots to interface with the body's bioelectric currents, decoding neural signals to enhance the armor's controllability. As he spoke, the nanobots in his hand quickly formed a sword, then a gun, and finally a glowing circle in his palm. This is a laser emitter, Chu Yang explained. Though its power is currently limited, it can emit a beam of about 20,000 degrees Celsius over a range of 50 meters. I'll demonstrate, he said, and the nanobots reformed around his head. A targeting system appeared before his eyes, and he fired at a pile of scrap metal 20 meters away. The metal melted instantly into a red-hot liquid. After demonstrating the laser, Chu Yang removed his helmet and said, "The lab is too small for comprehensive tests, but this shows some of the armor's capabilities. Full testing requires more space to truly showcase its performance." Wang Wyman was too stunned to speak. While the world's exoskeletal armor technology still relied on alloy materials and external weapon modules, Chu Yang had leapfrogged to nanomaterials and even included a laser cannon. Excited, Wang Wyman asked, "Where do you plan to test it? Have you chosen a location, or should I arrange one?" "You decide." Chu Yang retracted the nanobots and pondered for a moment. "I have one condition." "What is it?" Wang Wyman nodded. Chu Yang took a deep breath. "I want to invite veterans from the military hospital, those who have been disabled due to injuries, to witness the test." Chu Yang's original intent in developing nanotech armor wasn't to create a battlefield weapon, but to help disabled soldiers stand and live with dignity. He envisioned fathers who had lost limbs to be whole again, able to hold their children. He wanted parents to see their children return home safely from the front lines. I can't save the world like a saint, Chu Yang thought, smiling, but I can do what I can for these incredible people. You protect our country, I will protect you. As evening approached, the warm summer breeze gently rustled the leaves of the camphor tree near the dormitory entrance. Chu Yang stood quietly at the entrance of the girls' dormitory, holding a yellow mechanical Pikachu he had assembled. Soon, Lin Qingshu rushed out of the dormitory, looking around until she spotted Chu Yang. She quickly ran over to him. Seeing the mechanical Pikachu in his hands, her curiosity was piqued. What is this? Chu Yang raised his hand slightly and handed the Pikachu to Lin Qingshu. You mentioned you wanted me to replace your Pikachu. I thought buying one wouldn't be very original, so I made one in the lab from some materials. He smiled and continued. This little thing can walk like a mechanical dog, and even make Pikachu's original sounds. He placed the Pikachu on the ground and commanded, move forward. The Pikachu obediently took 2 steps forward. Move back. Move back. It stepped back a few paces. Turn in place. The Pikachu began to spin in circles, its tail wagging. Finally, it walked up to Lin Qingshu, looked up, and cheerfully called out, Pika Pika. Lin Qingshu's heart melted at the sight. Although the mechanical Pikachu had a techie look, its endearing movements and sounds won her over. The cute display drew the attention of nearby girls. Look! That Pikachu can actually make sounds. And its tail is wagging. So adorable. A mechanical Pikachu is so cool. Many girls looked at the Pikachu with bright, admiring eyes. Some began whispering. Hey, isn't your boyfriend a grad student in the Intelligence Systems department? Maybe he could make you one too. One girl immediately rejected the idea. No way. I just got a boyfriend, I don't want to stress him out. Lin Qingshu crouched down and picked up the Pikachu. Although it was relatively light, it still felt sturdy like metal. Holding it in her hands, she playfully looked at Chu Yang. I just realized, if we ever live together, we won't need to buy any new appliances if they break. You'll just fix everything. Considering this, she laughed, imagining Chu Yang fixing everything at home. Chu Yang pondered for a moment before nodding. That's very likely. He then gently patted her head. All right, go put Pikachu in your room first, and I'll take you out for dinner tonight. Okay, Lin Qingshu beamed. After giving Chu Yang a quick kiss on the cheek, she hurried back to her dorm with the mechanical Pikachu. Watching her leave, Chu Yang couldn't help but smile. Inside the Pikachu were nanobots that would regularly come to him to replenish their energy. Some bio-nanobots would even circulate within her bloodstream, maintaining their power through her bioelectric currents. If her brain sent out a distress signal, the Pikachu would instantly transform into a nanobot armor, ensuring her safety. After putting Pikachu away, Lin Qingshu quickly returned and grabbed Chu Yang's arm. Let's go get something delicious. Chu Yang chuckled and led her to the school cafeteria. They ordered 2 clay pot rice dishes and sat down. Lin Qingshu took a piece of braised pork rib from her bowl and placed it in Chu Yang's bowl. In response, Chu Yang took a large piece of braised pork from his bowl and put it into hers. Lin Qingshu pointed behind him, look over there. Chu Yang instinctively turned to look. Lin Qingshu swiftly moved the large piece of braised pork back into his bowl. When Chu Yang turned back and saw the meat returned, he laughed and picked it up with his chopsticks. Lin Qingshu covered her bowl with her hand. No more giving me food, or I'll get mad. Chu Yang smiled. Don't be so dramatic. I was planning to eat it myself. Lin Qingshu pouted. HMP bad guy. She gave him a playful glare and said, Fine. I'm not talking to you. Let's eat. She then sneakily took a smaller piece of braised pork from his bowl and made a funny face. You don't want me to eat it? Well, I will anyway. The next morning, an armed helicopter hovered above the lab at Peking University. Seeing this, several students who were out for their morning exercise turned their attention to the helicopter. Wow! Another armed helicopter. Our school has been pretty busy lately. I heard we have a new joint lab with the military. I accidentally wandered near it once and was stopped by several men in black suits before I could get close. Which genius in our school has come up with something incredible again? Despite their chatter, the students at Peking University were quite used to such scenes by now. This sort of thing happened often enough that it had become part of their routine. Soon, the helicopter landed on a large flat surface within the lab. Wang Wyman quickly disembarked and approached Chu Yang, who was waiting nearby. Chu Yang, is everything ready? The test site is set at the special training base of the Beijing military camp. It can simulate all wartime environments, so it should fully showcase the capabilities of the mech. Xu Yang nodded slightly, and then boarded the helicopter with Wang Weiman. After about an hour of flight, the sun was high in the sky. Below, a large special training ground of the military camp came into view. In the center of the field, numerous experts in military engineering from the Chinese Academy of Sciences, military researchers, and high-ranking officers had already gathered. Additionally, several disabled veterans from the military hospital had been invited to observe. In front of them were various obstacles, several decommissioned tanks, and various hot weapons like rocket launchers and mortars. A group of military researchers clustered together, discussing animatedly. I heard that the person who developed the exoskeleton technology is a young guy under 20. Do you think that's true? I'm not sure, but if he really developed the exoskeleton technology, I'll be impressed. This setup is quite grand. So many military leaders are here. It shows how seriously they're taking this. I just hope the test results are good. There were some skeptical voices in the crowd, which was understandable. The Military Armament Research Department and the Chinese Academy of Sciences were both managed by the Ministry of Science and Technology. However, the Armament Research Department focused more on weapon modifications for the military, with exoskeleton technology being a key area of research. Despite investing billions over more than a decade, they had seen little success. Now, a young man under 20 claimed to have developed it. It felt like a slap in the face. In the helicopter, Wang Weiman sat beside Xu Yang, carefully explaining the testing process. Xu Yang, this test will be divided into 3 parts. First, we'll test the mech's top speed. Then, we'll assess its arm strength and overall attack power. Finally, we'll test its defensive capabilities. We've prepared life-sized humanoid models. Once the mech is on them, we can conduct the final defense test. After explaining, he asked, "If you're ready, we can arrange for the helicopter to descend." Sure, Xu Yang nodded but then added, "However, Mr. Wang, I won't be going down with the helicopter. Open the hatch, and I'll jump directly from here." Are you sure? Wang Weiman was taken aback. The helicopter was about 100 meters off the ground. Jumping from that height would be lethal for a normal person, even with a mech. The risks were significant. The Special Forces captain of the Beijing military camp also looked at Xu Yang in surprise. They knew what Xu Yang was there to test, and had seen footage of him testing the first-generation White Tiger mech. However, this was 100 meters up. Any error in the mech's function could result in irreparable harm. "It's fine," Xu Yang smiled calmly. "For me, the test begins the moment I step into the training base." He turned to the captain, "Please open the helicopter hatch for me." The captain hesitated for a few seconds but eventually complied, opening the hatch and nervously advising, "Be careful." Xu Yang smiled. "See you down there." He got up from his seat, walked to the hatch, and with the wind roaring around him, he looked down at the ground where people seemed like ants. With a light laugh, he stepped out and plummeted from the helicopter. "Look, someone just jumped from the helicopter." As Xu Yang jumped, the military researchers and high-ranking officers on the ground looked up. "He just jumped from 100 meters up? Is he crazy? What's going on? Did something go wrong?" Some high-ranking officers were visibly alarmed. It was almost unheard of for someone to fall from a military helicopter without an accident. But then they saw Xu Yang being swiftly covered by a layer of nanomechanical armor, glinting in the sunlight as he plummeted to the ground. What is that? What's that thing covering him so quickly? What kind of tech has this guy created? Everyone around was instantly stunned. High-ranking military officials looked especially serious. This must be the legendary Xu Yang, but what on earth was he doing? Was he out of his mind? Even with a mech, you can't just jump from 100 meters up. They were well aware of Xu Yang's importance. He was one of the only 2 recipients of the National Scholar Medal in the past century, and at such a young age. If anything happened to him under their watch, the consequences would be dire. Some even felt a surge of anger. How could the Special Forces commander on the helicopter let Xu Yang do this without reporting it? This was no joke. But before anyone could stay shocked for too long, Xu Yang had already sliced through the sky, rapidly descending to the ground without any hesitation. Boom! With a loud crash, dust clouds erupted, rolling across the training field. The entire area shook violently. Silence. Instantly, the whole place fell silent. Everyone held their breath, afraid to make a sound. The military officials' hearts were in their throats. What's going on? Why such a big commotion? Why has it gone quiet suddenly? Could something have happened? Amidst the shock, the gathered scientists and military leaders turned their eyes to the center of the dust cloud. Through the haze, Chu Yang's figure became faintly visible, wearing a fiery red nanosuit, one hand on the ground, crouched steadily. Beneath him, the old concrete ground of the training field had cracked and sunken in places, clearly showing the impact force he had endured. The next moment, many military leaders and scientists hurriedly rushed to Chu Yang's side, their faces oscillating between shock and concern. They were astonished that Chu Yang had actually jumped, and worried about the consequences if he was hurt. One elderly man in his 50s quickly called out, "Notify the emergency rescue team immediately. We must ensure Professor Chu is not harmed." However, before he could finish speaking, Chu Yang slowly stood up, took a deep breath, and walked towards them. With each step, the sound of metal hitting the ground echoed. As he reached the crowd, Chu Yang controlled the nanosuit to retract the helmet from his face. "Sorry for worrying you all." While he had piloted mechs before, this was his first time jumping from such a height. The experience was exhilarating. Seeing this, countless scientists around turned their eyes to Chu Yang's nanosuit, filled with disbelief. Is this really achievable with current technology? He's completely fine. My God, am I seeing things? The high-ranking military officials were also stunned but quickly felt a surge of joy. The anti-impact capabilities of the suit were extraordinary. Normally, even the best paratroopers with the finest gear could perish if they miscalculated their parachute opening. Yet here was Chu Yang, jumping from 100 meters and landing unscathed. The senior military officer, about 50 years old, quickly approached Chu Yang, initially extending his hand for a handshake but hesitating when he saw the nanosuit. Once Chu Yang's nanoparticles retracted, he warmly clasped Chu Yang's hand. "The chief engineer Chu, hello. I'm Yang Xinghua, the commanding officer of this base." Chu Yang glanced at his shoulder insignia and smiled. "Hello, Commander Yang. Thank you for preparing for this test. Once Mr. Wang arrives, I'll explain the data on this nanosuit, and then we'll proceed with the actual tests." "Chief Engineer Chu, you're too kind." Yang Xinghua nodded. "We're eager to see the results." Among the crowd, the initial shock and excitement gave way to a mix of curiosity and admiration. The scientists, realizing Chu Yang's youth, were amazed. "He's so young. This is the youngest professor at the Chinese Academy of Sciences." They had only learned about Chu Yang's identity today. They had imagined someone at least in their 40s, not this youthful figure before them. It was almost unfair how young he was. Yet, some who had been skeptical now felt a deep respect and admiration. They had been working on exoskeleton technology for years without success. Now, seeing a fully functional suit before them filled them with a sense of accomplishment and relief. The successful development of such technology meant achieving their lifelong dreams of contributing to national defense. On the other side, among the injured soldiers invited from the military hospital, a young man who had previously talked with Chu Yang was visibly trembling with excitement. "It's him. It's really him." He remembered Chu Yang's face, the man who had boldly claimed he would enable them to live normal lives and return to their units within a year. He had thought Chu Yang was joking. But now, seeing such advanced technology, he believed that if Chu Yang could create such precise mechs, he might also be able to develop the prosthetics that could restore their normal lives. Soon, Wang Weiman's helicopter landed nearby. Seeing Chu Yang in the nanosuit, Wang Weiman was visibly shaken. "Chu Yang, don't ever do that again. You scared the life out of me." He had watched Chu Yang jump from 100 meters. If he didn't have faith in Chu Yang's tech, he might have fainted from fear on the helicopter. "I'm fine. Aren't I?" Chu Yang smiled and turned to the curious scientists and military leaders, explaining the mech's parameters. "Now that everyone's here, let me introduce the data of the mech. This is the second-generation White Tiger mech. The suit utilizes nanotechnology. When activated, it can fully cover the body within 30 seconds. It uses the latest lithium air batteries, which are several times more powerful and capacious than typical lithium batteries on the market. In nano form, the battery's efficiency is further enhanced. In standard mode, the White Tiger 2 can operate for 8 hours fully loaded, with arm strength reaching 1.8 tons. In curvature mode, it can run for 4 hours, though this mode isn't always needed. The suit also features a nano-link program, allowing it to integrate various nano-level weapon modules. Current weapon modes include a combat knife for close quarters, a laser cannon that can emit a 20,000-degree beam within 50 meters, and an electromagnetic cannon that can create a 100,000-volt electric field within 100 meters. The central control system in the suit can connect to global satellite frequencies, allowing for remote control and operations. In extreme situations, there is also a self-destruct protocol. As Chu Yang finished explaining, Commander Yang Xinghua and the surrounding military personnel were in awe. Military researchers, accustomed to the slow progress of exoskeleton tech, were floored by the advancements in Xu Yang's suit. The lithium-air battery, still theoretical in most places, was a reality here, enhancing the mech's operational time and power. The military leaders knew this suit could change warfare, offering a level of strength and versatility previously unseen. It could withstand tremendous impacts, provide powerful offensive capabilities, and adapt to various combat scenarios. An excited senior researcher approached Xu Yang. "Chief Engineer Chu, is this all real? This is crucial for national security, you mustn't joke about this." Xu Yang nodded. "You've already seen the initial demonstration, but let's proceed with practical tests to confirm these stats." With that, the fiery red nanosuit enveloped Xu Yang once more, shining brightly under the sun, as the blue in his helmet reflected a brilliant light. In front of Xu Yang, 3 distinct areas were mapped out. The first area was a simple speed testing zone, approximately 1 kilometer long, designed to measure Xu Yang's top speed. The second area was the strength zone, featuring a 3-ton military jeep to test the mech's arm strength. The final area was an abandoned urban warfare simulation zone to test the mech's agility. As the Armed Research Institute's personnel installed portable sensor testing instruments on various parts of Xu Yang's suit, he suddenly vanished from his initial position. Above, several military drones hovered, capturing the entire test and transmitting the footage to the researchers' computers. Various data quickly appeared on their screens. Speed, 360 km/h. Left arm strength, 1.84 tons. Right arm strength, 1.85 tons. Additionally, metrics that the testing instruments couldn't directly measure, such as the mech's attack power and specific agility, were captured by the drones and displayed to everyone. A kilometer away, Xu Yang lifted and threw the military jeep several meters. Almost instantaneously, a white laser beam sliced the airborne jeep in half, which then plummeted to the ground in pieces. Next, Xu Yang appeared in the abandoned urban area, darting through the chaotic terrain and ending up atop a large chimney within the city. Covering nearly 3 kilometers, the entire test took him less than a minute. Witnessing these results, the researchers stood frozen in place, unable to process what they had just seen. Hearing Xu Yang explain the data was one thing, but seeing his performance was another. A speed of 360 kilometers per hour was almost equivalent to China's fastest high-speed trains. At that speed, the mere impact of a collision could be fatal, not to mention the additional weapon modules on Xu Yang's mech. And the mech's endurance, 4 hours of continuous operation at this speed, was astonishing. In special operations, maintaining such high-speed combat would be unimaginably advantageous. Moreover, the mech's agility surpassed any current exoskeleton technology globally. The mech's movements were so human-like that it seemed as if Xu Yang wasn't wearing any external equipment. Even his basic running speed reached an impressive 15 meters per second, far exceeding the fastest human sprinters. Coupled with the mech's formidable defensive capabilities, this technology was unparalleled. When Xu Yang finished the test and returned, he retracted the nanoparticles back into the storage box on his chest and faced the crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen, are you satisfied with these results?" "Very satisfied," an elder from the Armed Research Institute responded enthusiastically, rushing to Xu Yang. "So, Professor Chu, how about coming to work at our institute? If you agree, I'll immediately appoint you as deputy director. If that's not enough, I can even step down and let you be the director." The Armed Research Institute wasn't just any research facility. It was a parallel institution to the Chinese Academy of Sciences, overseeing nearly 1,000 weapons research and development units. The director's position was on par with the president of the academy. Hearing this, Wang Weiman was visibly upset. "Old he, that's not fair. I brought our guy from the academy here for testing, and you're trying to poach him. Over my dead body." He had discovered Xu Yang and nurtured him to this point. The idea of someone else reaping the benefits of his hard work was infuriating. "Old Wang, hold on," the director laughed. "Let's see what Xu Yang thinks. Xu Yang, my offer stands. If you want, you can have my position as director." Xu Yang had demonstrated not just mech technology but also breakthroughs in lithium air batteries, nanotechnology, laser cannons, and even electromagnetic cannons. Each of these achievements was impressive on its own. Combining them into a single mech was extraordinary. Wang Weiman smirked. "Go ahead, see if you can convince him." He was confident that Xu Yang, who had stayed loyal to the academy and preferred working at the university's lab, wouldn't easily be swayed. He wasn't about to let the Armed Research Institute take Xu Yang away. Xu Yang awkwardly smiled and addressed the director. "Director He, I appreciate the offer, but I don't have plans to change my work environment for now. If I ever do, you'll be the first to know." "Really no plans, Director?" He was persistent. The director's position right here for you. The administrative level of the director was as high as one could go. Offering this to a 20-year-old was unprecedented. Xu Yang respectfully declined. Thank you for your kind offer. Turning to Wang Wyman, he said, Mr. Wang, could you please have the soldiers bring the equipment I brought from the lab? Wang Wyman nodded eagerly. Of course. Before boarding the helicopter, Xu Yang had brought 2 large boxes. The onlookers were curious. What else did he bring? Xu Yang glanced at a group of injured soldiers sitting in wheelchairs nearby. Compared to the mech, this is what I truly wanted to show today. He paused and continued, or rather, the initial purpose of developing the nanosuit was for them. As a child, he hadn't understood why strong soldiers died in battle. Now he knew they protected peace behind them and faced war ahead. They sacrificed themselves to safeguard the nation. If he could, he wanted to help those who survived continue living fulfilling lives. For those who risked their lives for the country, he could only strive to support them within his capabilities. He wished to help the injured soldiers regain their ability to stand tall, to ensure the little girl whose father lost an arm could have a whole father again, and to allow the elderly parents awaiting their soldier children to see them return safely. He couldn't save everyone or end all wars, but he could make a difference for these brave individuals. With a smile, Xu Yang thought, you protect the nation, and I will protect you. What is this? The crowd immediately grew curious. Soon, several Special Forces soldiers retrieved 2 large boxes from the helicopter and brought them over. Xu Yang stepped forward and opened one of the boxes, revealing a special prosthetic limb, about the length of a human arm, crafted from various intricate components and emitting a silvery sheen. Displaying the prosthetic limb to the crowd, Xu Yang began to explain, this is a prosthetic limb I developed, incorporating the same bio-nanomaterials used in the nanosuit. It can perfectly adapt to the wearer's body. Xu Yang then approached the young man he had spoken with at the hospital and smiled, I made this specifically for you. Would you like to try it? The young man was taken aback, his expression a mix of disbelief and anticipation. Can I really? Of course. Xu Yang nodded and crouched down. He lifted the empty pant leg and attached the prosthetic limb to the young man's amputated leg. At the connection point, the nano-robots began to work, and as a faint electric current coursed through his body, sensation gradually returned to his previously numb right leg. All right, stand up and give it a try. Xu Yang encouraged him with a pat on the shoulder. The young man nodded vigorously, his face alight with excitement. He used his hands to push himself up from the wheelchair, standing with some difficulty. Having not used both legs for a long time, he initially wobbled, almost falling over. Xu Yang quickly moved to support him, encouraging, it might take a little while to get used to. Try walking a few more steps, you'll get the hang of it. With tears of joy in his eyes, the young man began to take tentative steps. At first he was unsteady, but with each step he gained more control over the prosthetic limb. Soon he was walking confidently without support. He took one step, then another, until finally he broke into a run, shouting with joy, I can walk again. Mom, Dad, the country hasn't forgotten us, the people haven't forgotten us. Your son is standing again. Comrades, I can stand. Do you see this? Our sacrifices were not in vain. People still care about us. They're doing everything they can to protect us, just as we protected them. Do you see this, squad leader, deputy squad leader, Xiao Liu? They're protecting us too. Seeing this, everyone present was moved to tears. Several high-ranking military officers hurried to Xu Yang, asking, Professor Chu, can these prosthetics be distributed throughout the military? Even those not involved in research understood the significance of this prosthetic. Despite the advancements in prosthetics, none could match the seamless integration and functionality of Xu Yang's design. If these could be widely distributed, countless injured soldiers might no longer have to leave their beloved military careers behind. Absolutely. Xu Yang nodded. These prosthetics are based on the technology from the first and second generation mechs. I've developed 2 versions. The one this gentleman is using integrates nanotechnology, directly receiving bioelectrical signals from the body to perform movements and enhancing the user's strength. However, this version is more costly. There's also a simpler version that doesn't enhance strength but allows the user to live a normal life, providing 95% of the functionality of a natural limb. Upon hearing this, the military officers were silent for a moment. Then, led by Yang Xinghua, they all stood to attention and saluted Xu Yang. Everyone, salute. Yang Xinghua's eyes were red as he led a perfect military salute. All the soldiers around him followed suit, their expressions solemn and respectful. Xu Yang quickly stepped aside. Commander Yang, what is this? I don't deserve such an honor. You do, Yang Xinghua said firmly. Professor Chu, on behalf of all the soldiers, I thank you for everything you've done. This salute you fully deserve. If Chu Yang's prosthetics could be distributed throughout the military, it would solve a significant issue, and every soldier would owe Chu Yang a debt of gratitude. Soon, the young man, having run a few laps around the field, returned to Chu Yang. His eyes were red, and he saluted Chu Yang. After lowering his hand, he said emotionally, "Professor Chu, thank you so much. I never imagined I would be able to stand and run like this again." Chu Yang shook his head with a smile. "No need to thank me. I'm just doing what a national defense researcher should do." Then, he laughed. "By the way, I forgot to ask your name last time. What's your name?" The young man stood at attention. "My name is Yang Chengjun." Yang Chengjun, Chu Yang repeated thoughtfully. "That's a good name. I'll remember it." Yang Chengjun looked at Chu Yang. "Professor Chu, can I ask, will the mech you demonstrated also be available for the military?" He had seen the mech's power during Chu Yang's demonstration. Of course, Chu Yang smiled. "Why? Are you interested? If you want it, you'll have to earn it." The cost of the nano suit was indeed high, making it impractical for everyone to have one. "No, it's not that." Yang Chengjun hesitated, then his voice trembled. "It's just that flesh and blood are too fragile on the battlefield. The squad leader is gone, the deputy squad leader is gone. My best friend Xiao Liu died on the day his daughter was born." He tried to laugh. "If we had these suits earlier, maybe I wouldn't have to buy so much wine and cigarettes for their graves every year. I could save a bit of money, don't you think?" He tried to joke, but his tears and trembling voice revealed his deep pain. He missed his comrades and didn't want more people to suffer the same fate. Chu Yang stood in front of Yang Chengjun, raising his hand as if to comfort him, but hesitated. Words failed him as he realized the enormity of their sacrifice. Finally, with a heavy sigh, Chu Yang placed his hand gently on Yang Chengjun's shoulder. "Live well with their hopes. As long as we remember them, they will never truly be gone." Back at the university, Chu Yang was still feeling a bit down. As he pushed open the dormitory door, he saw Zhang Mingyang sitting in his chair, looking miserable and furiously typing on his phone. Seeing Chu Yang come in, Zhang Mingyang forced a smile and said, "You're back, third brother." "Old Zhang. What's wrong with you?" Chu Yang asked, puzzled. Zhang Mingyang's face was pale, looking as if he had gone through a rough time. "Don't even ask," replied Wang Lei, who was sitting on the other side. "Old Zhang took the wrong medicine and is now trying to convince our counselor to let the whole dorm get guaranteed grad school admission. But you're already on the integrated bachelor's, master's and doctoral track, so it doesn't matter to you." Guaranteed admission. Chu Yang's mouth twitched. "Old Zhang, what did you take?" Zhang Mingyang looked despondent. "I wasn't feeling well this morning and thought I had a cold, so I planned to take some Manhwa Qingwen capsules. But I was so groggy that I accidentally took amoxicillin capsules instead." He raised 8 fingers in despair. 8 capsules. I took 8. I started feeling unwell after class. Now I just want to sleep, feel nauseous, and want to vomit. But I'm afraid to sleep or look it up online. What if it says I'm going to die?" At that moment, Zhang Mingyang's phone buzzed with a message from the counselor. "Zhang Mingyang, what did you take? Have you been to the infirmary?" "Stay in the dorm, I'm not at school, but I'll drive over right away." Zhang Mingyang replied, "Counselor, don't worry. My parents are reasonable, they won't make trouble for the school if I die. Just grant my roommates guaranteed admission to grad school. That's my only wish." Amoxicillin. Chu Yang couldn't help but laugh. "Old Zhang, did you burn your brain with a fever? Amoxicillin is an antibiotic. Feeling drowsy and nauseous is normal, but it won't kill you. Just sleep it off." "Really?" Zhang Mingyang was skeptical. "Don't fool me, I didn't study much." "I'm not fooling you." Chu Yang nodded firmly. "Damn!" Zhang Mingyang jumped up from his chair. "Then there's no chance for you guys to get guaranteed admission." He hurriedly tried to retract his previous message, but ended up deleting it instead. Seeing this, he slumped back into his seat. "It's over. Your grad school chances are over, and so am I." He had written a 1,500-word will, and now he couldn't take it back. His plan to secure grad school spots for his roommates was ruined. Life felt dark and hopeless for a moment. Chu Yang couldn't help but laugh at how dramatic Zhang Mingyang was. However, Zhang Mingyang quickly bounced back. After explaining the situation to the counselor and his mother, he lay down. "Guys, let's celebrate my survival and mourn your lost grad school spots. Let me nap, and when I wake up, we'll hit the big bathhouse near the university." Bathhouse. Chu Yang and Wang Lei were puzzled. Being from the south, and with their dorm having private bathrooms, they had never experienced a bathhouse before. Zhu Pengfei, who had been lying in bed, suddenly sat up with bright eyes. "Old Zhang, now I'm wide awake. Are we talking milk baths, vinegar baths, or wine baths?" Zhang Mingyang sighed. Boss, shouldn't you be worried about me taking the wrong medicine? I already checked, it won't kill you, Zhu Pengfei replied. Why didn't you say so earlier? Zhang Mingyang glared at him. I was caught up in my game, Zhu Pengfei said sheepishly, scratching his head. So milk bath, vinegar bath, or wine bath? All of them. Zhang Mingyang laughed, and then quickly climbed into his bed. Wake me at 7. I have no classes this afternoon, so I'll nap now, and then we can go have a good soak and follow it up with some barbecue. Perfect. Shortly after, Zhang Mingyang's phone rang. Seeing it was his mom, he turned it off and muttered, "It's already embarrassing enough. If I'm not embarrassed, someone else will be." By 6 in the evening, without needing to be woken up, Zhang Mingyang sprang out of bed, full of energy. Guys, ready? Let's go. Just finishing this game, Zhu Pengfei yelled, not looking away from his screen. Watch my Yasuo wreck everyone, ha ha ha. Xu Yang, after a moment of thought, nodded. It wouldn't hurt to try the bathhouse experience in the capital. Zhang Mingyang was quite familiar with the bathhouse near the university. He confidently led Xu Yang and the others there. Wang Lei, curious, asked, Old Zhang, what's the process like? Zhang Mingyang laughed. It's simple. Once you've been a few times, you'll get the hang of it. First you get a token, then you get a bar of soap, what we call yeezy in the old capital dialect. It's a small bar of soap. Then, if you're fancy, you can get some shampoo, lather up with the soap, rinse off, and then soak. After a good soak you can get a scrub. It's not expensive, 50 yuan or so. Trust me, once you try it, you'll be hooked. Wang Lei nodded, half understanding. At the bathhouse they were greeted by a wave of hot steam. After paying and getting their tokens, they stored their clothes and received small bars of soap. Xu Yang asked Zhu Pengfei, Boss, isn't this soap too small? Normal, Zhu Pengfei replied calmly. If it were too big, people would take it home. This small size makes it easy to drop, and in the bathhouse, that's a way to make friends. Make friends? Xu Yang was puzzled. The logic seemed sound, but something felt off. Zhu Pengfei patted Xu Yang on the shoulder, laughing. Third brother, why are you looking at me like that? Don't worry, I won't ask you to pick up the soap. Xu Yang instinctively took a step back. Stay away from me, boss. I don't feel safe. Pick up the soap? As if I don't get what that means? Zhu Pengfei and the others burst into laughter. But their laughter quickly faded as they saw a group of guys walking toward them, led by none other than Xu Yang's former rival, Wang Zhuji. Several guys flanked Wang Zhuji, and as they passed by, they all glanced at Xu Yang. After all, Xu Yang and Lin Qingshu being together was no longer a secret at the university, especially among Wang Zhuji's friends who knew the backstory. Suddenly the competitive spirit among the men flared up. They all sped up their pace, except for one pale-skinned boy walking beside Wang Zhuji, who slowed down, casting an odd glance at Xu Yang. Xu Yang felt a chill and turned to Zhang Mingyang. Who's the guy next to Wang Zhuji? Why does he seem off? Was it Zhu Pengfei's joke lingering in his mind? Or was there something really strange about that guy? Oh, him. Zhang Mingyang glanced back. He's Wang Zhuji's right-hand man, always sticking close to him. He's also the head of our dormitory management. Why do you ask? Zhang Mingyang looked puzzled. Nothing, just curious, Xu Yang said, shaking his head. After grabbing disposable towels they headed to the shower area. Coincidentally, Xu Yang ended up next to Wang Zhuji's right-hand man. As soon as Xu Yang turned on the water and started washing up, a small bar of soap slid over to him. Excuse me, could you help me pick up my soap? The dormitory head asked with a strange look. Xu Yang felt a shiver down his spine and quickly left the shower area. Ah, you can get it yourself. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was off with this guy. The dormitory head looked disappointed but still went into Xu Yang's shower to pick up the soap. As he returned, Xu Yang finished rinsing off. Then he heard the dormitory head's voice again. Shuji, I dropped my soap. Can you help me pick it up? Xu Yang glanced at his own small bar of soap. Was it really that easy to drop? Next he heard Wang Zhuji's almost frantic response, I'll get it for you, but don't come near me. Finally, after the four roommates finished showering, they headed to the main bath area. The warm water was incredibly relaxing. Want some water? Zhang Mingyang asked. I think we can soak for a while before getting a scrub. Zhu Pengfei grinned. Forget the water, old Zhang. Do you know what I like to drink? What? Zhang Mingyang was confused. Zhu Pengfei laughed. I like taking care of you. Zhang Mingyang rolled his eyes. What did I just hear? I might need to wash my ears. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Mingyang said nervously, Boss, don't mess around in the bathhouse. I'm scared. So? It's okay in the dorm, Zhu Pengfei joked. Get lost. Zhang Mingyang splashed water at Zhu Pengfei. Zhu Pengfei then moved to Wang Lei. Third brother, do you often drink carbonated drinks? Wang Lei was puzzled. Otherwise, how do you stay so bubbly? Wang Lei jumped into a defensive stance. Boss, we're brothers. Don't mess around. If you need someone, I can find you someone. Zhu Pengfei laughed heartily, and then approached Chu Yang. Before Zhu Pengfei could speak, Chu Yang said calmly, Boss, are you a playboy? Why? Because you're so corny. Hey, Zhu Pengfei splashed water at Chu Yang. That's not cool, third brother. No personal attacks. I'm known as a pure-hearted guy, not a playboy. Chu Yang and the others didn't believe a word. Laughing awkwardly, Zhu Pengfei explained, I've been eyeing a girl at our university. I learned some pickup lines online and wanted to try them out on you guys first. How did it go? Not great, he asked. It's a bit cheesy, Zhang Mingyang admitted. A bit greasy, Wang Lei added. Chu Yang shrugged. I rely on my looks. I don't know how to use pickup lines. Damn it, Zhu Pengfei, Zhang Mingyang, and Wang Lei all splashed water at Chu Yang. Don't act cocky, third brother. We're still friends. It was past 9 o'clock when they finally emerged from the bathhouse, feeling refreshed. I haven't had a bath like that in ages, Zhu Pengfei said contentedly. The old masters here are really good at scrubbing. We should come more often. You're treating next time, Wang Lei asked. No problem, Zhu Pengfei laughed. I'm feeling good but a bit hungry. Let's find something to eat, Wang Lei suggested. They had come on an empty stomach, and now it was past 9, they were starving. Let's go. My treat tonight, Chu Yang said. Way to go, third brother. Then we won't hold back. I need to eat more oysters to boost my energy. Don't regret it, third brother. As they laughed and joked, a cold wind blew, and Chu Yang's phone rang. Seeing that it was a call from Wang Wyman, he frowned slightly and answered, Mr. Wang, this is Chu Yang. What's the matter? Wang Wyman usually wouldn't call, especially not this late. Wang Wyman's voice was heavy. Chu, I'm sorry to bother you so late, but there's an urgent matter that needs your help. After a brief pause, he continued, How many sets of nano armor do you have in your lab? 9 sets, Chu Yang replied. Good, Wang Wyman sighed in relief. In half an hour, military personnel will pick you up by helicopter. Bring all 9 sets of nano armor. The military. Come first. I can't explain the details over the phone. Wang Wyman's tone was grave, carrying a strong sense of urgency and helplessness. Half an hour later, Chu Yang, carrying the nano storage boxes containing 9 sets of nano armor, boarded the military helicopter and quickly flew towards the military base in Kyoto under the cover of night. During the flight, Chu Yang curiously glanced at the young soldier sitting next to him. What happened that's so urgent? Being summoned overnight was one thing, but being asked to bring 9 sets of nano armor? Was there an immediate need for combat? However, the military hadn't trained with the nano armor yet, so wouldn't they need to familiarize themselves with its functions before using it in action? The soldier beside Chu Yang shook his head. I don't know. Our mission is just to escort you. We don't have any other information. Chu Yang frowned but said nothing more. Over an hour later, Chu Yang arrived at the Kyoto military base. This time, it wasn't at the training ground. After multiple security checks, he was taken to the military's command center. Seeing this, Chu Yang's frown deepened. A command center was typically only used during drills or actual wartime scenarios, and even if there was a conflict, why would they bring him here? Entering the room, Chu Yang saw some familiar faces, but also many new ones, some even wearing lab coats, indicating they had been urgently brought in from their laboratories. The military high command sat solemnly, their expressions grave. What on earth had happened? As soon as Chu Yang walked in, Yang Xinghua stood up and, without any pleasantries, led Chu Yang to the front of the command center, instructing a soldier to project a video onto the main screen. Professor Chu, please watch this video first. Instantly, the screen displayed a tropical rainforest scene, dense trees reaching high into the sky. In the center of the screen were several dogs clad in steel armor. Yes, dogs. Their bodies were covered in steel, and they were 2 or 3 times larger than regular dogs. Their ferocious fangs were exposed, and thick saliva dripped continuously from their mouths. When the saliva hit the ground, it sizzled and emitted smoke, clearly highly corrosive. What is this? Chu Yang's expression tightened. There shouldn't be dogs this large on Earth. These dogs, which resembled oversized German shepherds, had black fur like sharp steel needles in the areas not covered by steel. Their eyes were blood red, devoid of any emotion, filled only with a desire for slaughter and plunder. This is why we urgently called you here, Yang Xinghua said quickly. This footage was transmitted from our border about an hour ago, from a Special Forces defense zone. Our soldiers on routine patrol encountered these strange armored dogs crossing the border. We suspect they are genetically modified organisms created by a criminal group. These creatures are bizarrely resilient. They can't be killed with bullets, and even fire can't burn a single hair off them. We've already lost an entire Special Forces squad trying to stop them. As Yang Xinghua explained, Chu Yang watched the video closely. His heartbeat quickened as various thoughts raced through his mind: genetic fusion, genetic mutation, or perhaps super genes. This was the first time he had seen such creatures. However, given his knowledge of the Eternal Knowledge Repository's genetic technologies, these dogs had clearly been genetically modified, incorporating traits from various species. In the footage, bullets did injure these mutant dogs, but their wounds quickly healed. Their strength was extraordinary, capable of cutting down massive trees with a single swipe. This wasn't merely genetic evolution, it was someone tampering with their genetic code, inserting other genetic fragments. The complexity of this genetic engineering was comparable to creating the super warriors described in the Eternal Knowledge Repository. But according to Chu Yang's understanding, no current technology on Earth could achieve this level of genetic modification. And even if it did exist, no nation would so openly deploy genetically engineered creatures across borders. Given the urgency, Chu Yang had no time to ponder further. "What do you need me to do?" he asked. "These creatures are beyond the capabilities of ordinary soldiers, even special forces. They've transcended normal biological limits," Yang Xinghua explained gravely. "Right now, a dozen of our special forces are battling these mutant dogs in the rainforest. If these creatures break through the border defenses and enter civilian areas, the consequences would be catastrophic. We need to deploy the nano armor to our troops to stop them." "Understood." Chu Yang nodded decisively. "However, since they're not familiar with the nano armor, I'll need to remotely control the armor to assist our soldiers in combat. Additionally, after this mission, I need a complete corpse of one of these mutant dogs for genetic research." For the first time, Chu Yang's face showed a serious expression. There was something hidden within these mutant dogs that needed to be uncovered. These creatures were brought here for joint research between the Chinese Academy of Sciences and our military research department, Yang Xinghua explained. "If we manage to kill these mutant hounds, I will personally deliver one of their corpses to your lab for study." "Understood." Chu Yang nodded firmly. "How soon can the mechs be deployed?" "The fighter jets are ready to take off at any moment. Under ideal conditions, they can reach the border battlefield within 50 minutes." Yang Xinghua gritted his teeth. To save the border villagers and the surviving Special Forces soldiers, they had deployed the most advanced fighter jets available and issued a no-fly zone directive across all airspaces. This was to ensure the fastest possible arrival at the border area. Chu Yang nodded in agreement. On the large screen in the command center, live footage continued to show Special Forces soldiers fighting the mutant hounds at the border. Chu Yang took a seat, took a deep breath, and then pulled out his phone to message Lin Qingshu. "There's an urgent task at the academy. I won't be coming back to school tonight. I might not be able to join you for breakfast tomorrow morning either. Be good. Once I'm done, I'll bring you that strawberry cake you love so much, okay?" Soon, Lin Qingshu received the message in her dormitory. Upon reading it, a playful smile appeared on her beautiful face. She replied, "Approved." After a few seconds of thought, she quickly sent another message. "If you're too busy, it's fine. We can eat together anytime. I just want to have a meal with you. Whether early or late, as long as it's with you, it's fine. You go ahead." "No need to reply." Putting down her phone, Lin Qingshu smiled. Love or the lack thereof can be shown in the details. Clear communication, prompt responses, and follow through on promises, these are enough. Half an hour later, in the tropical rainforest at the border, countless Special Forces soldiers dressed in camouflage and equipped with night vision goggles were lying in ambush at various locations. Some were even carrying rocket launchers. "Captain, what's the situation now? When will reinforcements arrive?" "These things are too strange." One team member lay in a leaf-covered spot, night vision goggles on, holding a heavy sniper rifle loaded with armor-piercing rounds aimed at the mutant hounds within their encirclement. Soon, a steady voice came through his earpiece. "We need to hold out for another 20 minutes. After that, the military will deploy our most advanced equipment to help us eliminate these creatures. Brothers, we're the front line. Behind us are the people of our country, the countless families whose lights we protect. We must hold this position for 20 minutes. We can't let these creatures break through our blockade. Better to die moving forward than live stepping back. Even if there's only one of us left, you must hold the line against these things. Can you do it?" Instantly, voices of men and women alike echoed through the surrounding forest. Roger. Understood. No retreat. Determination flashed in everyone's eyes. From the moment they joined the military, especially after entering the special forces, they were prepared for sacrifice. Today they fought for their country and for its people. Though they may die, they had no regrets. Meanwhile, as they coordinated, the mutant hounds began to sniff out the human scent, their eyes glinting with vicious intent. With a frenzied roar, they charged towards one of the soldiers' positions. Fire, the captain ordered. Countless muzzles flashed as bullets rained down on the mutant hounds' heads and necks. Yet, the bullets either bounced off their steel armor or were deflected by their black fur. The barrage only slowed their advance slightly. Suddenly, with a deafening roar, a rocket-propelled grenade launched, striking one of the mutant hounds and sending it flying. Its steel armor shattered, and patches of its black fur were blown away, exposing raw flesh. However, the wounds quickly began to heal. "It's hurt. Keep firing at its head," the captain's voice came through the earpiece. "One rocket isn't enough, hit it with two." Another rocket was launched, and with a painful howl, the hound was blasted again, its aura weakening, and its regeneration slowing. Seeing this, the other hounds paused, warily scanning their surroundings. A deep crack echoed as an armor-piercing round fired from a sniper rifle struck the injured hound's head, penetrating its skull. With a final whimper, the hound collapsed, struggling briefly before finally going still. "We did it," the surrounding soldiers cheered. They had followed this process several times, and now they had finally killed one. "Well done," the atmosphere lightened, and someone sighed in relief. "I told you, if we can't beat them, it just means we need more firepower. Keep hitting them, and they'll go down eventually." No sooner had the words left his mouth than someone shouted through the earpiece, "Look!" Everyone turned to see the remaining hounds swarming the dead one's body, tearing at its flesh. In moments, nothing was left but a bloodstain on the ground. As the surviving hounds devoured their fallen comrade, their auras intensified, and they seemed to grow larger. At that moment, every soldier's heartbeat quickened, but they held their breath, not daring to make a sound. They watched in shock and disbelief as this. "Evolution, Captain. How long until reinforcements arrive?" As everyone regained their composure, they began calling out over the communication channel. The initial mutant hounds had already been difficult to handle, but now these creatures were evolving after consuming their fallen companion. The Special Forces captain glanced at his tactical watch. 5 minutes. "No matter what, everyone must hold out for the last 5 minutes. Even if we die, we cannot let these monsters leave this jungle." "Understood. Understood. Understood." At this moment, determination was etched on everyone's faces. The Special Forces captain then switched his communication channel to the rear command center. "This is Leopard Squad 1, Captain Qin Yu reporting. The monsters have mutated, and the situation is currently unknown. My team and I are willing to defend our country's borders to the death. If we fall in battle, please inform our families that we are at peace. Leopard, fight to the death." In Beijing, within the command room where the border footage was being relayed, the eyes of many military officers were red with emotion. They clenched their fists tightly. Xu Yang remained silent, his eyes slightly reddened, holding back a surge of anger. It's not enough. What he had achieved so far was not enough. If he could develop more advanced national defense weapons, if he could create more cutting-edge technology, perhaps today's outcome would have been different. In the jungle, Captain Qin Yu of the Leopard Squad took out a photo from his combat uniform. It was a picture of him with his wife and 3-year-old daughter. He lovingly caressed the photo with his gloved hand, then quickly put it back into his chest pocket. His gaze grew firm as he gripped his weapon tightly. No longer thinking about the reinforcements, he looked resolutely at his team members. "Everyone, I'm sorry. Today I've let you down. We won't make it out of here, but in the next life we'll be brothers again." With that, he stood up from the ground and roared, "Leopard, never surrender. Fight to the death. Never retreat." Seeing this, the others also emerged from their cover, raising their weapons and launching an attack. At that moment, a vow they had made before joining the army echoed in their minds. "I am a citizen of China. Serving in the military is my glorious duty. To fulfill the sacred responsibilities of a revolutionary soldier, I swear to be loyal to my country, loyal to the people, to defend the territory and national security, and to protect the lives of the people." They hadn't come here to wait for rescue. Their mission was to defend their country. 5 minutes. They would use their blood and flesh to buy 5 more minutes for the people behind them. In the Beijing command room, Xu Yang was already seated at a computer, his expression serious. The screen showed that the nanosuits had been delivered to the border. Seeing the 9 Special Forces members already equipped with the nanosuits, He gritted his teeth and swiftly began operating the computer. Faster. Faster. As long as the nano suits arrived in time, they could save these people. They were true heroes. Soon, 9 Special Forces soldiers wearing the nano suits were rushing out from the border camp under Chu Yang's control. At the same time, Chu Yang's deep voice echoed in the ears of the Leopard Squad members in the jungle. This is the Beijing Command Center calling Leopard Squad 1. Repeat. This is the Beijing Command Center calling Leopard Squad 1. All squad members, ensure your safety. Reinforcements are on the way, expected to arrive in 1 minute. We stand with you. The Beijing Command Center awaits your triumphant return. Reinforcements are here. Reinforcements are here, ha ha. Brothers, hold out for 1 more minute. The Leopard Squad members shouted excitedly. A burly man with a rocket launcher on his shoulder quickly pulled the trigger. The others fired their weapons as if they had an endless supply of bullets. Some even wielded Gatling guns, spraying red-hot bullets at the mutant hounds. The mutant hounds, now enraged, charged at the soldiers. One leapt high into the air, its 2-meter-tall body aiming to maul a soldier with its bloodthirsty jaws. But at the critical moment, 9 different colored nanosuits hovered above them. Activating night vision assistance system. Laser cannon activated. Target locked. Chu Yang's eyes grew cold as he controlled the 9 suits from the sky, issuing commands to Zhuanwu to coordinate the attack. Damned beasts. Let's test the combat capabilities of these suits. Fire the laser cannons. Under Chu Yang's control, one of the suits aimed at the leaping mutant hound. A powerful laser shot out from its palm, sending the hound flying. But that wasn't enough. The hound quickly got up, the hole from the laser starting to heal. Chu Yang sneered, maneuvering the other suits to shield the Leopard Squad and counterattack the mutant hounds. Let's see how many times you can regenerate. If you step into our territory, you'll stay here forever. Those who offend China will be destroyed. The Leopard Squad members were stunned. What? What is this? Are we in a movie? They even have mechs. What is that? Some even reverted to their native dialects in their astonishment. The sci-fi scene was beyond their imagination. Chu Yang focused on controlling the suits, issuing battle commands to Zhuanwu to coordinate the relentless assault. Some suits wielded nano swords, others fired intense laser beams. Some even engaged in close combat, pummeling the mutant hounds into submission. It was time for the hunt. The mutant hounds were also stunned by the sight of the mechs, but their only instinct was to tear them apart. Some hounds slashed at the nano suits, sparks flying, but they caused minimal damage. Their sharp teeth were useless against the agile mechs. Pathetic, they couldn't even bite them. The Leopard Squad had retreated from the combat area, watching the battle from a distance. One soldier turned to Qin Yu, eyes wide with disbelief. Boss, where did these mechs come from? They had witnessed the ferocity of the mutant hounds, but the mechs turned the tide, making the hounds seem almost docile. I don't know. Must be the latest national research results, Qin Yu said, rubbing his hands in excitement. We need to get our hands on a few of these mechs. Their defense and attack power are incredible. Nearby, the squad's combat medic looked serious. I'm more curious about where those mutant hounds came from. These hounds are clearly being controlled by something. And I bet it's not human. The squad members turned to the medic. What do you mean? My ancestors were veterinarians. Remember, the medic managed a weak smile, then grew serious again. Those hounds have no emotions in their eyes, like tireless killing machines. They even cannibalize their own, which is highly unusual. Their eyes only show killing and devouring instincts. No human training could remove all emotions like that. I suspect some biological lab created these things and implanted strange genetic fragments into them. As he spoke, the medic's expression grew more somber. They are evolving. If they get enough food, they might keep evolving endlessly. I bet the people who created them are probably all dead. Otherwise, these creatures wouldn't have just stormed into our borders. He laughed bitterly. Humanity might end up destroying itself. These monsters were a warning. Genetic modification was inherently uncontrollable. Who knows what horrors might be created in the future? The squad fell silent, but Qin Yu soon rallied them. What are you scared of? Didn't you see those mechs? When this is over, I'll get each of you one of those mechs. We'll make Leopard Squad the strongest. No matter what weird creatures come, we'll take them down. One soldier hesitated. Can you really get them for us, Captain? Qin Yu. You brat. Always doubting me? Looks like you're not tired enough. Tonight, we're doing a 5-kilometer weighted run. On the other side, even though the mutant hounds had grown larger and stronger, they were still essentially just hounds. Apart from simple biting and clawing, they had no other means of attack. They were even reluctant to spit out the foul, corrosive flame they carried onto the nanosuit surfaces. Within just 3 minutes, Chu Yang, controlling the 9 nanosuits, swiftly brought down the mutant hounds. Seeing this, everyone in the military command center in Beijing breathed a sigh of relief. A smile of satisfaction appeared on Chu Yang's face. These mutant hounds, though strange, were not invincible. He surmised that their life force was exceptionally strong, which enhanced their cells' regenerative abilities. However, their life force was finite. Once it was exhausted, the hounds would fall. This reminded him of how adrenaline works in the human body. Normally, adrenaline levels remain stable, but if someone were injected with a large amount, their heart rate would spike, blood flow would increase, pain would be masked, fear would diminish, and strength and reflexes would multiply. However, after the effects wore off, or if the dosage was too high, the person could suffer from blood vessel rupture, heart failure, and death. Similarly, these mutant hounds likely had a gene sequence in their DNA that significantly boosted their life force, enhancing their physical abilities. The one thing that puzzled him was the speed of their genetic evolution, which far exceeded that of any known earthly organism. Such rapid evolution seemed impossible, unless the genetic fragments had an extraterrestrial origin. This thought sent a chill down Chu Yang's spine. Could these hounds be of alien origin? Given the knowledge contained in his eternal knowledge vault, he couldn't dismiss this possibility. He quickly instructed Xuanwu to transport the soldiers back to the border base and turned to Yang Xinghua. "Commander Yang, how soon can these hound corpses be brought to Beijing?" Yang Xinghua pondered for a moment. "If you need them urgently, I can arrange for them to be sent overnight. However, these hounds are quite large, so it won't be possible by fighter jet. The earliest would be by tomorrow morning. But if you need smaller samples, they could be brought back by the pilots within an hour and a half." Chu Yang nodded. "How long will it take to decode their genetic sequences?" A nearby scientist replied, "If we're quick, about 3 days, otherwise, within 10 days. Genetic sequencing is a meticulous process, and even with round-the-clock work, this timeline was the best they could achieve." "All right, I'll wait for your results," Chu Yang agreed. He hadn't formally studied biology or genetics, so it was best to leave this to the experts. He then added, "When the full corpses are transported, please send one to my lab at Beijing University." "No problem," Yang Xinghua agreed without hesitation. As this had been previously arranged. Chu Yang continued, "Moreover, I suggest immediately dispatching personnel to clear the battlefield, collecting all flesh and blood samples from these mutant hounds. Ensure no one, or any animal, comes into direct contact with their remains. I suspect these biological tissues might have the ability to induce mutations in other organisms." Everyone present was taken aback, but soon agreed, realizing the potential danger. At around 1 a.m., Chu Yang finally left the military base. Unable to return to the university at this hour, he found a comfortable hotel near the school. After a quick wash, he saw Lin Qingzhu's goodnight message sent over an hour ago. He replied briefly, explaining he had rented a room near the school to rest, and then sent a goodnight message. Lying in the hotel bed, his mind raced with thoughts. The day's events, initially appearing as a simple case of animal genetic mutation, took on a more sinister light when he considered the possibility of extraterrestrial origins. The more he thought about it, the more questions arose. The source of his eternal knowledge vault, whether it was an artifact of an alien supercivilization or an advanced terrestrial one, and the truth behind ancient myths and legends. Feeling overwhelmed, he curled up in bed, breathing heavily as fear gripped him. It was the first time he felt such intense fear, contemplating the implications of these mysteries. At that moment, his phone buzzed with several messages. He saw that they were from Lin Qingzhu. "Are you resting this late? Did something happen? Pick up the phone." Seeing these messages, he took a deep breath and tried to steady his shaking hands. He went to the bathroom, splashed cold water on his face, and returned to the room to answer the call. Soon, Lin Qingzhu's clear voice came through. "Chu Yang, are you asleep?" He forced a smile. "Not yet." "Why aren't you asleep? You were supposed to be sleeping already." "I couldn't sleep," she replied softly. "Missing me?" "A little," she admitted. "I saw your message. Are you unhappy?" Women are very perceptive, and she had sensed his distress from his message. "Why do you say that?" he asked. "Just a feeling. I know you're upset. So you called. I'm worried you're keeping things bottled up. Don't keep your troubles to yourself. Talk to me. Don't be sad alone," she urged gently. "I'll come to you. You don't have to face this alone." "But it's past curfew," he pointed out. Lin Qingzhu laughed playfully. "A little curfew can't stop me from seeing my man." After hanging up the phone with Chu Yang, Lin Qingzhu quickly got out of bed. She carefully stepped onto the floor, quietly opened her wardrobe, and selected a casual outfit to change out of her pajamas. As she was about to leave the dormitory, the light from a phone screen flashed from the bed opposite hers. Lee Qian peeked out from under her covers, curiously looking at Lin Qingshu, who was already dressed. "Qingshu, where are you going so late? You're still awake?" Qian Lin Qingshu hesitated for a moment before approaching Li Qian and whispering urgently, "It's time for you to help out your sister." "What are you up to?" Li Qian asked cautiously. "I need to go out for a bit. To see Chu Yang." Li Qian quickly guessed. Lin Qingshu nodded silently. "Girl, you've got my attention now," Li Qian said excitedly, hopping out of bed and whispering, "Are you sneaking into the boys' dormitory? How thrilling." "What are you thinking?" Lin Qingshu rolled her eyes in the dark. "Chu Yang isn't in the dorm tonight. He got a hotel room, and I'm going to meet him there." Li Qian smirked. "So, our campus queen can't stand the loneliness, huh? What nonsense are you spouting?" Lin Qingshu's face reddened. This girl always had such wild thoughts. Li Qian nodded knowingly. "I get it. Just going to chat under the covers, right? So, what's the plan?" she asked. Climbing out the window, Lin Qingshu grinned. When they had returned late from shopping once, they had a classmate secretly open the ground floor dormitory window for them, allowing them to sneak back in. Lin Qingshu continued, "We'll sneak downstairs and make sure the dorm supervisor is asleep. I'll climb out the window, and you just need to close it behind me." "Got it." Li Qian agreed without hesitation, then added with a playful smile, "Just be careful and use protection. I don't want to be godmother to your baby next year." Yet lost. The two sneaky girls quickly made their way downstairs. After opening the iron door that separated the dormitory floors, they reached the ground floor lobby. The dorm supervisor's room, where she usually slept, was dark, with moonlight spilling onto the floor outside. Lin Qingshu and Li Qian quickly went to the window against the wall. Working together, they carefully opened it. Lin Qingshu agilely climbed out and turned to Li Qian, "I'm off. Lock the window after me." "Okay." Li Qian gave her a thumbs up. In the next moment, Lin Qingshu hopped out, landing softly on the ground. However, she stepped on an empty soda can, producing a loud noise. The dorm supervisor's room light immediately turned on. "Which little rascal is sneaking out through the window again?" Lin Qingshu's face turned pale. "Run, sister," Li Qian called out. "You be careful too," Lin Qingshu replied before dashing away. Li Qian quickly shut the window and, seeing the dorm supervisor's shadow moving, ran back upstairs. Half an hour later, Lin Qingshu knocked on the door of Chu Yang's hotel room. Seeing her standing there, Chu Yang asked, "How did you get out?" "You didn't know our dorm windows can be opened from inside," she replied playfully. "I climbed out the window." Dressed in a casual summer outfit and pink flip-flops, her toes wiggling as she spoke, she looked adorable. "Won't you let me in, Mr. Chu?" "Don't worry, I won't bite." Chu Yang stepped aside, letting her in. Lin Qingshu jumped onto the bed, lifted the covers, patted the empty spot beside her, and motioned for him to join her. Chu Yang, trying to hide his heavy thoughts, lay down beside her. "Aren't you afraid I might lose control and do something to you?" "I'm not afraid," Lin Qingshu responded boldly. Chu Yang stared at her, causing her to blush. "Don't just keep staring at me," she protested, her confidence wavering. "Come here, I need a hug," he said, opening his arms. After a brief hesitation, she hugged him, and he buried his head in her embrace like a small animal seeking comfort. She gently stroked his hair, staying silent, allowing him to feel her warmth. When he finally looked up, she asked, "What happened? Why are you so upset?" Chu Yang shook his head. "I can't talk about it." "Okay." Lin Qingshu sighed, then lay down with her head on his lap, looking up at him. "If you can't talk about it, let's not talk about it." Then she heard his stomach growl. "Are you hungry?" she asked with a curious expression. Chu Yang paused before laughing a bit. He hadn't eaten since the evening. "Do you want some late-night snacks?" Lin Qingshu asked, blowing a warm breath into his ear. "You always said you didn't want to eat at night because you'd gain weight." "I'll order for you," she said, snuggling into his arms. "Will you eat some too?" "If you invite me, I might nibble a bit," she teased. "Just a little." "Better not," Chu Yang teased back. "I don't want you blaming me if you gain weight." "Let's flip a coin," Lin Qingshu suggested. "Heads, we eat. Tails, we don't." "If the coin breaks, we don't eat," she added with a mischievous grin. "All right, no coin then," Chu Yang laughed. "You'll just have to share a bit of my snack." "You're inviting me, remember?" she grinned. Chu Yang's mood lightened significantly with her presence. After placing the order, Lin Qingshu suggested watching some TV while they waited. Snuggled together, they watched a romantic drama. The room was quiet except for the sound of the show and Lin Qingzhu's occasional giggles. She had a habit of moving around when she laughed, her scent filling the air and making Chu Yang's heart race. Watching TV was out of the question. Soon, Lin Qingzhu sensed his restlessness. Blushing, she looked up and saw his flushed face. Gaining a sudden burst of courage, she kissed his cheek, then found herself pinned beneath him. Chu Yang's breath quickened, his eyes filled with a mix of desire and restraint. Lin Qingzhu's heart raced as she sensed what might happen next. But instead, Chu Yang kissed her lightly on the lips and whispered, "I admit, I really want to right now." Taking a deep breath, he sat up. "I'm not a saint. I have desires, but I love you too much to rush things. I want to be with you forever, but if we ever part, I want you to have no regrets." Lin Qingzhu was stunned, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She relaxed, resting her head against his chest, not saying a word. "What are you thinking about?" Chu Yang asked softly. "About our future," she replied with a dreamy look. "Our home, the furniture we choose together, the flowers we plant. We'll have a cat, and I'll cook for you. You'll come home, and I'll hug you. Everything will be perfect." Chu Yang nodded. "Yes, we'll be together, always." Lin Qingzhu continued, "Even when we're old, we'll have each other. I'll tell our grandchildren stories about us, and they'll know we were in love from the start." "Definitely," Chu Yang agreed. "No matter what happens, we'll face it together." Lin Qingzhu leaned closer, eyes sparkling. "Is that all?" With that, Chu Yang leaned in for another kiss, sealing their promise. In that moment, all his fears melted away, replaced by the warmth of her love. Novice gamer troubles. New gamers often share a common trait despite not being skilled: they love to play. Lin Qingzhu was no exception, she was among the best at this. Given the late hour, the only takeout options were spicy hot pot and barbecue. Worried that Chu Yang might be too hungry, Lin Qingzhu ordered a bit of both. When the food arrived a few minutes later, Chu Yang found himself enduring the burning sensation of the spicy food, eating slowly and taking deep breaths between bites to cool his mouth. Seeing this, Lin Qingzhu burst into laughter. "Haha, serves you right. How is this my fault?" Chu Yang touched his mouth, feeling wronged. She had been the one to provoke him, yet he ended up with a bitten lip. "Serves you right," Lin Qingzhu teased, sticking out her tongue playfully. "Come on, 5 more minutes of kissing. Let's see who gives up first." 5 minutes. Chu Yang thought about his lung capacity and suggested, "How about we break it up? Let's start with 5 seconds. Lin Qingzhu was baffled. Was this something that could be broken up? Chu Yang continued, "You know what they say." "What?" Lin Qingzhu asked, puzzled. "I enjoy something that takes your breath away. And it's not life." "Then what is it?" "It's me." Lin Qingzhu's cheeks quickly turned red. "You're such a rogue. Bad boys are more lovable." Chu Yang chuckled, reaching for his phone. "I'm going to change your contact name." To what? Lin Qingzhu asked, now wary. "September's persimmon." "What does that mean?" she asked, confused. "Soft and sweet." You. Lin Qingzhu glared at him, annoyed. "Then I'll change yours too." "What to?" "August's persimmon," she declared triumphantly. "And that means?" "Yellow and sour." As they continued bantering and eating, they eventually got ready for bed, brushing their teeth and washing up together. Finally they lay down, content, and Chu Yang turned off the bedside light, holding Lin Qingzhu close. She whispered, "Good night, Mr. Chu." "Is that all?" Chu Yang teased. "What else do you want?" Lin Qingzhu asked, confused. "I want." "What?" "I mean, a good night kiss." Chu Yang gently kissed her forehead. "Good night, my dear Lin." Lin Qingzhu beamed, snuggling into his chest, and soon fell asleep peacefully. Troubling dreams. That night, for the first time, Chu Yang did not study in the eternal knowledge treasury. He decided to take a break from his relentless pursuit of scientific advancements. As the night progressed, with the air conditioner humming and cool air circulating, Chu Yang suddenly began to sweat. His brow furrowed in pain, his face contorted in a grimace. "No, no," he suddenly shouted, sitting up in bed. Seeing the faint light of dawn outside, he exhaled deeply. Lin Qingzhu, awakened by his cry, groggily rubbed her eyes and leaned against his chest, hearing his racing heartbeat. "Did you have a nightmare?" she asked, worried. "Yes," Chu Yang nodded. Lin Qingzhu kissed his lips gently, smiling. "It's okay, I'm here with you. Go back to sleep." Chu Yang squeezed her soft hand, took another deep breath, and lay back down. But the nightmare had left him deeply unsettled. In his dream he saw a massive, grotesque creature under the sea, devouring everything around it. Above, a vast fleet of ships powered by warp drives hovered, their intentions unclear. cities burned, and strange creatures roamed, slaughtering survivors. In the void, countless human warriors stood, including himself. His hands were stained with blood of various colors. Death, silence, war, and disaster spread across the world, with darkness looming over everyone. One by one, human fighters charged at the gigantic monster, only to be struck down. Those who fell were immediately replaced by others, all determined to continue the fight. Chu Yang was overwhelmed by the vividness of these scenes, as if he had lived through them. The pressure and tension in the dream were immense, suffocating him with a heavy, oppressive force. Despair, guilt, pain, and fatigue overwhelmed him. He started questioning if the person in the dream was truly him, and what events led to such a state. He tried to push the dream out of his mind, but the more he tried to forget, the clearer the memories became. Unable to fall back asleep, Chu Yang decided to immerse himself in the eternal knowledge treasury, not to seek answers to his dream but to find solace in learning. Only by continuously learning, integrating new knowledge, and becoming stronger could he find a semblance of peace. The next day, close to noon, Chu Yang slowly woke up in Lin Qingshu's arms. Awake, Lin Qingshu was quietly playing on her phone beside him. Seeing Chu Yang wake up, she smiled gently. "Are you hungry? Do you want to get up and eat something?" "Do you have no classes this morning?" Chu Yang asked, curious. "No," Lin Qingshu shook her head. "But I have a big lecture this afternoon, so after lunch we should head back to school early." "No problem," Chu Yang nodded, still snuggling close to Lin Qingshu and slowly closing his eyes again. "You really like to sleep, don't you, lazy pig? Get up already." Lin Qingshu laughed, pinching Chu Yang's cheek. Chu Yang held Lin Qingshu tightly, still not opening his eyes. He grinned. "If I were an emperor in ancient times, it would be perfect." "Isham. And what would happen if you were an emperor?" "I'd never attend morning court again." Lin Qingshu giggled. "All right, Your Majesty, you can continue your sweet dreams then." Afternoon. At around 1 p.m., Chu Yang took Lin Qingshu to a nearby restaurant for a simple lunch before escorting her back to school. When Lin Qingshu returned to her dormitory, her roommates immediately stopped what they were doing. Li Qian quickly approached her with a teasing smile. "Qingshu, you're back so early. We were ready to sign you in if you didn't show up." Lin Qingshu rolled her eyes at Li Qian. "It's already noon. I'm not eloping or anything." "That's different." Li Qian shook her head. "We thought you might be too tired to come back today, especially since it was your first time." She then leaned closer, a mischievous glint in her eyes. "So, how was it? Was Chu Yang amazing?" Hearing this, Lin Qingshu blushed as memories from the previous night flashed through her mind. She glared at Li Qian. "Can you stop thinking so indecently? We were perfectly innocent. He didn't do anything all night." Lin Qingshu nodded. "My God, you better be careful." Qingshu, Li Qian exclaimed. "Careful of what? Maybe he's ... not capable." Li Qian looked genuinely shocked. Lin Qingshu, such a beautiful girl, lay beside Chu Yang all night, and he did nothing. Unbelievable. It must mean he has some issues. This is something that should be taken seriously, for Qingshu's future happiness. HMP. Lin Qingshu snorted, her face filled with sweetness. "You all think too much. Chu Yang isn't as indecent as you think." But even as she said this, she couldn't help but chuckle. She wasn't entirely sure about Chu Yang's inner thoughts, but he was definitely ... fond of her. Meanwhile, Chu Yang. Back at his dorm, Chu Yang found the room empty. His roommates must have gone out for lunch, but they soon returned together. Seeing Chu Yang sitting and playing on his phone, Zhu Pengfei called out, "Hey old third, you're back." Chu Yang nodded. On the other side, Zhang Mingyang sniffed the air and naturally walked over to Chu Yang. He sniffed Chu Yang's clothes intensely and then stood up. "Old third, that's not cool. So last night you didn't abandon us for work, but for a midnight rendezvous with a lady." Chu Yang opened his mouth to speak, but Zhang Mingyang cut him off. "Don't bother explaining. My nose never lies. I might not detect a man's scent, but a woman's. I can tell immediately. Be honest, did you spend the night playing cards with our campus belle Lin?" "No cards." Chu Yang shook his head, a smile forming as he thought about last night. "Just got a little love bite from a kitten." The three others immediately focused on the mark on Chu Yang's lip, seeing the obvious bite mark. They groaned in unison. "Damn, old third, you're killing us here. We just finished lunch, and now you're stuffing us with dog food. If I've committed a crime, let the law punish me, not this knife to my heart like old third is doing." "Old third, stop showing off, and we'll still be friends." They mockingly scolded Chu Yang, but Zhu Pengfei soon suggested a change of pace. "The weather's nice today. How about we hit the basketball court for some exercise?" Basketball. Zhang Mingyang was immediately interested. I'm in. Wang Li adjusted his glasses. Back in high school, I was known as the 3-point king. The three turned to Chu Yang. Chu Yang hesitated. I'll join, but I don't have any sports clothes. He hadn't played basketball since entering the academy, though he used to love it. No problem. Zhu Pengfei smiled. We have spare jerseys. You can wear mine. At the basketball court. Bunki. Soon, the four of them, dressed in basketball gear, headed to the school court. Chu Yang's appearance drew a lot of attention, particularly from the female spectators. Though he spent most of his time in the lab, his good looks and reputation as the campus belle's boyfriend made him a notable figure. Zhang Mingyang lamented, I shouldn't have brought old third. Now, all the girls are looking at him. They had come to play, but also to attract some admiration. Now, all the attention was on Chu Yang. Chu Yang smiled, dribbling the ball Zhu Pengfei had brought. Don't be discouraged, Zhang. Looks are from our parents, can't change that. But don't worry, I'm taken. They won't be interested in me. He patted Zhang Mingyang's shoulder. Play well, and you might get some girls asking for your number. Zhang Mingyang's eyes lit up. You're right. Zhu Pengfei had invited 2 more classmates to join them, making a total of 6 for a half-court game. At first Chu Yang was a bit rusty, having not played in a long time. But as the game progressed he found his rhythm. His movements became fluid layups, fadeaway shots, even 3-pointers, all impressively accurate. Gradually Chu Yang's smile broadened, and his spirit lifted. He felt a rush of freedom and joy, as if he had found a part of himself he had forgotten, carefree and unrestrained, just like the old days. Nice shot. After successfully sinking a 3-pointer, Zhu Pengfei, who was on Chu Yang's team, ran over to him, laughing and giving him a high five. Old third, I didn't realize you were this good at basketball. Zhang Mingyang, on the opposing team, sighed in frustration. Old third, you're too much? It's bad enough you're top of the class, but now you have to show us up on the court too. Can't you give us regular folks a break? Chu Yang looked at Zhang Mingyang with a playful smirk. A regular guy who got a direct admission to Peking University. Go away. Zhang Mingyang waved his hand dismissively. What's there to brag about? Everyone here got into Peking University, it's no big deal. Though he tried to be humble, the barely suppressed grin on his face betrayed his true feelings. Just then, Zhang Mingyang's gaze shifted to the edge of the basketball court. He quickly nudged Chu Yang, old third. Look over there, isn't that your girl? Chu Yang turned and smiled. Lin Qingshu was standing there, holding a book in one hand and a bag of water in the other, clearly just finished with her classes. She was watching them with a gentle smile. Chu Yang jogged over to her, raising a hand to pat her head but reconsidering since his hands were dirty from playing. He settled for putting his hands on his hips and smiling at her. What brings you here? Lin Qingshu smiled back. I saw your text. We just finished class and had no more for the day, so I decided to come by. Chu Yang raised an eyebrow. Just happened to pass by. Exactly. Lin Qingshu nodded playfully and handed him the bag of water. The Red Bull is for you, the rest is for your roommates. And this was just on your way. Got a problem with that? Chu Yang shook his head with a smile. Nope, no problem at all. He turned to his friends. You guys take a break and have some water. I'll be right back. Lin Qingshu shook her head. No need. You keep playing. Qian and I will watch for a bit, then we'll head out. It's been a while since I watched you play basketball. Next to her, Li Qian rolled her eyes so hard they almost got stuck. She muttered to herself about how this was all far from casual, recalling how Lin Qingshu had rushed to buy water and then hurried over here. All right, Chu Yang chuckled. Don't leave. We're almost done. Let's have dinner together afterward. Okay. Back on the court. Chu Yang returned to the court and handed out the water bottles. Take a break, guys. Have some water. Zhang Mingyang glanced at the Red Bull in Chu Yang's hand. Old third, why do you get Red Bull while we only get water? Third sister-in-law is too biased. Chu Yang laughed. Why don't you get a girlfriend too? Zhang Mingyang was speechless. Can you stop stabbing me in the heart with every word? After a few minutes of rest, Zhang Mingyang picked up the basketball again and looked at Chu Yang with a challenging grin. Old third, I'm marking you this time. If you score, I'll write my name backward. Whatever. Zhu Pengfei laughed and looked over at Lin Qingshu's direction. Old third, show off a bit in front of our school bell. Chu Yang nodded with a smile and then turned to Zhang Mingyang. No need to write your name backward. Just start calling me dad when I score. Zhang Mingyang rolled his eyes but smiled back. We'll see who ends up calling whom dad. Evening. As the sun set, the game ended with everyone drenched in sweat. Chu Yang and his roommates walked over to Lin Qingshu and Li Qian. Hello, Lin Qingshu greeted Zhu Pengfei and the others with a smile. Hello, third sister-in-law, they responded, laughing. Lin Qingshu stood beside Chu Yang, holding his hand. Let's go to the cafeteria for dinner. My hands are dirty. Chu Yang tried to pull his hand away. They're filthy. Lin Qingshu just smiled and held his hand tighter. I don't mind. I'll hold your hand no matter how dirty it is. The sunset cast a warm glow on Lin Qingshu's face, making her look even more beautiful. The following days. For the next few days, Chu Yang didn't go to the lab or access the Eternal Knowledge Repository. He spent his time playing basketball with his roommates, eating, shopping, and attending classes with Lin Qingshu. Weekend. Early on the weekend morning, Chu Yang got up early, shaved, and quickly freshened up. He was ready to head out, having planned a day at the amusement park with Lin Qingshu. Just as he was about to leave the dorm, his phone buzzed. In the girls' dorm. Lin Qingshu also woke up early, donning a white dress and putting on light makeup. She even had Li Qian help curl her hair. Qingshu, you're really going all out, Li Qian remarked while curling Lin Qingshu's hair. You're already so pretty without makeup. Now with makeup and curled hair, you're going to make Chu Yang drool. She teased. Be careful you don't end up staying out all night. It's our first time going to the amusement park alone, Lin Qingshu said, smiling. I have to look my best. Tsk Yuan shook her head in mock resignation. A girl in love is hard to keep at home, Chu Yang sighed. Chu Yang looked at his phone, hesitating for a few seconds before answering the call from Wang Weiman. Mr. Wang, what's going on? Wang Weiman's voice was urgent. Xiao Chu, the military research results are out. When can you come to the Military Research Institute? We've made a significant discovery. The gene sequencing is done. Chu Yang was taken aback. Is it urgent? Yes, Wang Weiman's tone was grave. The gene sequencing results are very unusual. It's a type of gene sequence that has never been seen on Earth before. When can you come to the Research Institute to take a look? Chu Yang hesitated for a moment. I might need some more time. I want to stay at school for a bit longer. Wang Weiman was puzzled. Is something the matter? Chu Yang had previously shown great interest in the genetic data from the mutated hunting dogs. Not really, Chu Yang replied with a gentle smile. I might just be a bit tired from all the work recently. I want to take a proper break. He didn't see himself as omnipotent, especially when dealing with unknown phenomena. Even though he was prepared to face certain assumptions, right now, he wanted to be selfish for once. The world turns just fine without any one person. Sometimes he even thought about living a simple life at school, graduating, falling in love with Lin Qingshu, getting married, and having kids. Living a peaceful, contented life didn't sound bad at all. How long do you need to rest? Wang Weiman asked urgently. This might be something only you can solve. Currently, all the researchers, whether from the Chinese Academy of Sciences or the military, were stumped by the genetic data extracted from the mutated hunting dogs. That's why he called Chu Yang, hoping Chu Yang could provide a solution. Chu Yang sighed deeply. I'm not sure. I might take an extended break. Wang Weiman was at a loss for words. Eventually he sighed as well. All right then, take your time to rest at school. Chu Yang had already done more than enough for the country. Even if he never touched research again, his contributions had already earned him a significant place in scientific history. All right, I'll rest for a while, Chu Yang said with a smile, ending the call. But as he lowered his phone, the smile faded from his face. 3 years ago, he had gone to the Northwest to work on the photolithography machine. For what, exactly? Outside the girls' dormitory. Lin Qingshu, arriving cheerfully to meet Chu Yang, immediately sensed something was off. Since that night, Chu Yang hadn't been himself. She could feel it. She had seen him as confident and fearless, but now, despite his relaxed demeanor, there was a heavy air around him. This wasn't like him. What's wrong? Lin Qingshu asked softly, gently taking his arm. Nothing. Chu Yang forced a smile, though it looked hollow. Is it something at the Chinese Academy of Sciences? Lin Qingshu was smart, or rather, she knew Chu Yang well. Something that could affect him this much was likely related to his research. Chu Yang remained silent for a moment before nodding. Is it serious? Lin Qingshu asked, concerned. Chu Yang nodded again. More serious than anything I've encountered before. It could even cause international turmoil. If it was confirmed that the gene sequence came from outer space, and had such strange capabilities, the world would be thrown into chaos. Lin Qingshu fell silent. Chu Yang had once been the boy who napped in class, asking her to keep watch. Now, he was dealing with matters of this magnitude. It was as if the little monkey from Flower Fruit Mountain had suddenly become the great sage, equal to heaven. Why was he hesitating now? Was it because of her? Or was it a sense of responsibility? She knew that Chu Yang's sense of duty ran far deeper than he let on. Was he afraid of shouldering this responsibility? Thinking this, Lin Qingshu tiptoed to kiss him on the cheek. Then, she let go of his hand, pretending to be nonchalant. Go on, return to where you're needed. Chu Yang was surprised. So we're not going to the amusement park today? Idiot Lin Qingshu laughed. We have all the time in the world. Whether we go to the amusement park today or next time, what difference does it make? She held his hand tightly. Although I don't fully understand what you're working on, haven't you always done a great job? You have to believe that you're not just my sunshine. With your abilities, you can be the sunshine for many more people. After a brief pause, she added with a mischievous smile, of course, you can shine your light on everyone, but in your heart, there should only be room for one girl, me. I'm quite possessive that way. Lin Qingshu looked at him with a glint of admiration in her eyes. I believe that the man I fell in love with will always be the invincible hero, clad in golden armor and stepping on colorful clouds, standing tall and fearless. Chu Yang's eyes sparkled. He gently squeezed her hand, his gaze becoming resolute. Standing tall and fearless, could he do it? Perhaps he could. An hour later, a military helicopter took off from Peking University's lab. On the school field, Lin Qingshu sat on the grass, watching the helicopter fade into the distance. After a long silence, she couldn't help but smile. This was the true Chu Yang. I hope my favorite boy stays safe and unharmed. I'll be waiting for you at school. The armed helicopter transported Chu Yang directly to a secret life gene laboratory in Kyoto. The perimeter of the lab was heavily guarded by armed special police officers. After verifying his identity, Chu Yang was escorted inside. Wang Wyman met him with a serious expression and led him straight to a central computer in the lab. Take a look at this first, he said. It's a video sent by our border armed police while you were on your way here. Chu Yang looked at the screen. The video showed a luxurious biological laboratory. In the center of the lab were 3 sealed transparent containers filled with a thick, yellowish liquid. Inside these containers were 3 biological corpses. Of varying colors, all insect-like, but unlike any insects found on Earth. The first noticeable difference was their size. Each corpse was nearly as tall as an adult human. They had fearsome, razor-sharp mandibles, iron-hard antennae, and limbs as sharp as razors with extremely dense exoskeletons, resembling creatures from a science fiction movie. Despite being dead for an unknown period, they appeared lifelike, almost as if they were still alive. Where were these found? Chu Yang asked, his expression tightening. Wang Wyman's tone was grave. Our armed police followed the trail of those mutated hunting dogs to a secret laboratory in the Silver Triangle area outside the border. The Silver Triangle is a lawless region riddled with underground black market forces and rampant chaos, so finding such a specialized biological lab there wasn't surprising. Wang Wyman continued. Everyone in the lab was dead, presumably killed by these mutated hunting dogs. We found surveillance footage too. It's a bit gruesome, so brace yourself. Chu Yang nodded slightly. Wang Wyman then played another video, a compilation of surveillance footage. It showed several researchers in white lab coats and some armed personnel. The footage was from the day the mutated hunting dogs appeared. In one scene, researchers extracted a vial of blue blood from one of the biological specimens. The scene shifted to a sealed glass chamber where several ordinary hunting dogs were restrained. From outside the chamber, the researchers injected the blue blood into the dogs. Instantly, the dogs' eyes turned blood red. Gradually, they stopped barking and began to shrink as if starved, their emaciated bodies revealing prominent bones. The experiment seemed to be proceeding normally until the dogs suddenly became violently agitated. Despite their skeletal frames, their limbs displayed astonishing strength, breaking free from their restraints and ramming the glass walls. Panic erupted among the researchers, evident in their frantic shouting. Moments later, green toxic gas filled the glass chamber. After about 10 minutes, the gas cleared, and the room fell silent. Several researchers, now in protective suits, entered the chamber. The mutated dogs appeared unconscious on the floor, but as the researchers approached, the dogs sprang up, eyes blazing red, and attacked the researchers savagely. The footage ended with the chamber floor covered in blood and the mutated dogs reverting to normal size. Armed personnel arrived and gunfire ensued, but the bullets barely slowed the dogs. Each time a dog consumed blood food, its size and strength increased, and their bodies developed a steel-like exoskeleton similar to that of the biological specimens in the containers. The video ended. After the video, Chu Yang took several deep breaths. Wang Wyman, noticing his discomfort, slid a trash can over just in time for Chu Yang to vomit violently. When he finally stopped, Wang Wyman handed him a bottle of water to rinse his mouth. Pale-faced, Chu Yang stood up and asked, "What were the gene sequencing results?" Wang Wyman played another video, an animated simulation. It showed a normal DNA chain and a blue, special DNA chain. The blue chains continually infected and consumed the normal DNA chains, replicating and evolving with each cycle. Every 20 replications, the blue DNA chain underwent a slight structural change, becoming stronger and more mutated. After the video, Wang Wyman spoke gravely. "Xiao Chu, do you know what we found? Those mutated hunting dogs aren't the final form of these altered organisms. Our analysis shows these special gene fragments represent cells with unlimited division capabilities," he continued. In other words, if given enough energy, these cells can infinitely divide and evolve. Eventually, he concluded, these mutated hunting dogs could achieve a state of immortality. Chu Yang looked up in surprise. "Isn't this just like cancer cells? In theory, cancer cells could grant immortality. Human death ultimately results from the limited number of times human cells can divide. To prevent excessive cell division and subsequent mutations, human cells have a special mechanism. After about 20 divisions, each division causes the cell to age. When most of the body's cells have aged, life comes to an end. Cancer cells, however, can divide indefinitely. Theoretically, they are immortal. The only issue is that cancer cells do not perform the normal functions of human cells. As cancer cells continue to divide uncontrollably, they destroy the body's other cells, leading to death. Immortality is possible, but the body cannot handle the limitless division of cancer cells." Wang Wyman nodded heavily. "That's a fair comparison, but there's a key difference. These mutated cells have extremely aggressive and hostile characteristics. Their division speed is faster than that of cancer cells, and they possess many special functions. For example, the self-healing capability we observed earlier," he continued. "As long as enough life energy is provided, they can continually repair any damage to themselves and constantly strengthen their cellular structures. This explained why the mutated dogs grew so large and evolved rapidly after consuming their kind. The only way to kill these special cells was to completely deplete their life energy, preventing them from receiving further energy, causing the cells to lose vitality and ultimately die. In other words, they had to be starved to death." Chu Yang pondered for a few moments before asking, "When will those 3 special organisms arrive in Kyoto?" "They're already en route," Wang Wyman replied. "They should be in the lab by 4 p.m. today." Chu Yang hesitated. "Are these alien organisms? Preliminary analysis suggests they originated on Earth," Wang Wyman said thoughtfully. "Based on our studies, these 3 special creatures likely belong to the same species and have existed on Earth for tens of thousands of years, possibly longer. Their preservation is likely due to being instantly frozen during a past ice age, burying them under the polar ice caps. These entities were probably excavated by some ambitious individuals from the permafrost," he added. Such discoveries were not uncommon. With the recent warming climate, polar ice caps have been melting, revealing biological remains from thousands of years ago, such as mammoths and ancient viruses. These 3 special organisms might be among those finds, but their genes were far more sinister and unique. Hearing this, Chu Yang's pupils contracted sharply. Could they be researching immortality? Humans are creatures of desire, and that desire knows no bounds. Poor people want wealth, the wealthy want more wealth, and when money becomes just numbers, they turn to pleasures. As they age, they grow more fearful of death and, with ample resources, begin seeking eternal life, hoping to wield their wealth forever. Even Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor who unified China, sought immortality at the height of his power. Boldly thinking, what if some ancient Chinese myths about monsters were based on these special creatures? Or, what if Qin Shi Huang himself had researched similar entities? Quite possible. Wang Wyman nodded firmly. The only uncertainty now is whether these special organisms exist elsewhere in the world's laboratories. If their blood alone can achieve such effects, he continued with concern. Imagine what would happen if they self-resurrected. Given their demonstrated abilities, these creatures might indeed revive. Moreover, with the poles connected to the world's oceans, and humans having yet to fully explore the seas, these organisms could appear underwater and start infecting marine life. This would spell catastrophe for humanity. Chu Yang remained silent, but soon he chuckled. Perhaps humans can unlock the secrets of immortality from these creatures. If you live another 1,000 or 2,000 years, I'll be sure to celebrate your millennium birthday. Wang Wyman was momentarily stunned. You're still joking at a time like this? It's good to plan ahead, Chu Yang said, his smile broadening. But if these organisms are indeed on Earth, and might eventually revive or infect other beings, humans won't just sit idle. He laughed lightly. In the worst case, we drop a Tsar Bomba and achieve world peace. Wang Wyman was speechless. This young man's attitude had shifted significantly. He wasn't always so cheeky. Xu Yang continued, Mr. Wang, could you give me a copy of the mutated dog's special gene structures? I'd like to study them alone. No problem, Wang Wyman quickly nodded. I'll have someone print a copy for you immediately. Half an hour later, Xu Yang's consciousness entered the eternal knowledge repository. Give me some paper and a pen. With a thought, a lab table, a white A4 sheet, and a pen appeared before him. Quickly sketching out the special gene structure, Xu Yang then asked, can you identify the origin of this gene structure? The eternal knowledge repository contained boundless information. While Earth might not have records of such organisms, the repository might. In an instant, a thick book appeared before him. The origins and historical development of the Zerg, a cosmic species. Zerg? As Xu Yang suspected, the repository indeed had records on this. He opened the book and began reading quickly. As he absorbed the detailed descriptions of the Zerg, he took a deep breath, and a spark of excitement ignited in his eyes. This world was becoming increasingly fascinating. The Zerg are one of the advanced species in the universe. Due to their robust vitality and mutation capabilities, they once held a dominant position in the cosmos. However, the Zerg posed a significant threat. They emerged from mutations in ordinary insect genes, and as they evolved, they developed a unique evolutionary gene. This gene enabled them to absorb life genes from various organisms they devoured, accelerating their evolutionary process. Because of this ability, the Zerg continuously invaded different planets to hasten their evolution, leading to widespread devastation and earning them a notorious reputation across the known universe. Eventually, they were eradicated by a coalition of other cosmic species, wiping out all Zerg civilization. In this great war, only a few Zerg larvae scattered across the universe, weakly continuing the spark of Zerg civilization. The Zerg on Earth are likely the remnants of those larvae that drifted to our planet after the Zerg's downfall. After finishing the book, Xu Yang looked up and asked the void, so, there have been other advanced civilizations on Earth. According to the book, the Zerg had an incredible reproductive capacity and a fierce nature, even turning on their own kind. If no other advanced civilizations had existed on Earth, even suppressed Zerg larvae wouldn't have remained hidden until they were frozen to death. A synthetic voice echoed in the void, yes. Xu Yang's pupils contracted slightly. Then why did these civilizations eventually vanish? If Earth had indeed seen civilizations capable of suppressing the Zerg, why had those advanced civilizations disappeared? Insufficient permissions, the cold electronic voice responded. Xu Yang was stunned. He had access to the eternal knowledge repository for years, exploring various technological resources. Why, then, was he encountering a permissions issue now? This was the first time he had experienced such a limitation. What must I do to gain the necessary permissions? Xu Yang continued to ask. Raise Earth's overall civilization level to a level 10 cosmic civilization, and you will unlock the relevant permissions. Level 10 cosmic civilization, Xu Yang pondered. What level is Earth currently at? 0.7 cosmic civilization level. Xu Yang was a bit disheartened. The gap between 0.7 and 10 was vast. However, it made sense. Earth's technological civilization had not yet reached the point where it could control the entire planet, let alone conduct large-scale interstellar colonization. According to the origins and historical development of the Zerg, a cosmic species, the known universe contained thousands of superclusters. At the height of their power, the Zerg only occupied 1% of these superclusters, yet they became the universal enemy. Even so, the Zerg's civilization level barely reached level 9. To elevate Earth's civilization to level 10 would be an immense journey. One last question. Xu Yang took a deep breath and asked, do other human civilizations exist in the universe, and at its peak, what level did Earth's human civilization reach? That's 2 questions. Answer me. Xu Yang's eyes narrowed. Firstly, humans currently exist only on Earth. As for the civilization level, the universally recognized levels were established by ancient human civilizations on Earth. The voice from the eternal knowledge repository began to fade. Humans created the civilization levels. Xu Yang was astonished. To create the rules means having the power to break them. If the levels were set by humans, how glorious must human civilization have been? Why then did such a splendid human civilization end up confined to this small planet, disconnected from other advanced civilizations in the universe? Even if humanity declined, it shouldn't have fallen so far. At this moment, Xu Yang felt that as he delved deeper into the universe's truths, the surrounding fog grew thicker, obscuring his vision more and more. It was like staring into an endless dark abyss, the darkness threatening to engulf him entirely. Regaining his composure, Chu Yang asked, "Why did you?" He wanted to know why the Eternal Knowledge Repository had chosen him and its role in this. However, before he could finish, the voice from the repository echoed again, "Do not ask. Insufficient permissions." A few lines of frustration appeared on Chu Yang's forehead. Couldn't it at least let him finish his question before refusing? By 5 p.m., after struggling to digest the information from the Eternal Knowledge Repository, Chu Yang returned to the Life Sciences lab. The 3 Zerg corpses had already arrived. Wang Wyman and several biologists from the Chinese Academy of Sciences were gathered around them. Wang Wyman turned to Chu Yang. "Xiao Chu, what do you think of these 3 special organisms?" Chu Yang examined the Zerg bodies in the special glass tanks and smiled. "They're interesting. High protein content, 600 times that of beef." These creatures looked very similar to the Zerg described in the book. Despite their strong reproductive capabilities and unique devouring evolution method, their base gene structure determined their appearance. No matter how they evolved, they would always have fierce mandibles, sharp antennae, and intricate exoskeletons. These were the most defining features of the Zerg. Wang Wyman was taken aback by Chu Yang's casual comments. The other researchers around them had peculiar expressions on their faces. They wanted to laugh but restrained themselves due to the serious atmosphere. Chu Yang continued, "If these creatures do come back to life in the future, we should first see if they are edible. If they aren't, we can research if they can be used in medicine. If that doesn't work, we can try using them to brew some potent alcohol. And if even that fails, maybe their exoskeletons and skin could be repurposed into new types of weapons." Despite their grotesque appearance, the Zerg were indeed valuable. Chu Yang wasn't sure if they could be eaten, but their exoskeletons and skin were incredibly strong. Researching them might lead to the development of new scientific products. "Are you finished?" Wang Wyman asked, looking like he had seen a ghost. The other researchers were equally perplexed. They had spent the whole afternoon worrying about how humanity could defend itself if these creatures were revived. Chu Yang, on the other hand, was already thinking about how to use the Zerg corpses. Some researchers nodded thoughtfully. "These creatures do contain many unique nutrients. If we can't eat them, we might be able to grind them up and use them as fertilizer," one of them suggested. Wang Wyman's mouth twitched as he looked at the speaker. "Another one gone mad? Well. I called you all here to find solutions, not to come up with fertilizer ideas." After pondering for a few seconds, Wang Wyman silently agreed. The idea of using them for agriculture did seem somewhat plausible. But he quickly dismissed the thought and refocused on the task at hand. "Xiao Chu, do you have any real solutions for these creatures?" Chu Yang glanced at the Zerg corpses again and said, "These creatures resemble Earth's insects. We can call them Zerg. It seems their revival is only a matter of time. We can't predict when that will happen. So our best approach is to study these Zerg bodies while simultaneously strengthening our national defense. Even if the Zerg do revive, we need to ensure humanity can put up a fight." He added with a smile, "We don't need to be overly pessimistic. We managed to eliminate those Zerg-infected mutant dogs. Plus we have rocket launchers, mortars, missiles and even nuclear weapons. The only thing to fear is inadequate firepower. If the Zerg couldn't dominate Earth in the past, they won't dictate our future either." The researchers nodded thoughtfully. Chu Yang then turned to Wang Wyman with a grin. "All right, Mr. Wang, I'll need a complete Zerg corpse for my research, just like with the mutant dogs. Also, if possible, I'd like the most advanced genetic equipment and plenty of literature on genetic studies." Wang Wyman was taken aback. "Are you planning to start from scratch with genetic engineering?" Chu Yang chuckled. "Why not? Isn't that a bit too ambitious?" Wang Wyman hesitated. He knew Chu Yang had no formal background in genetics. He had hoped Chu Yang might come up with some new weaponry, or improve the second-generation nanobots, maybe even speed up their production. The goal was to have a mech combat group ready to face any future Zerg invasion. Chu Yang replied with a smile, "What's there to worry about?" Wang Wyman, still hesitant, asked, "Are you sure you're up for this? Have you ever received the National Scholar Award?" Chu Yang asked. Wang Wyman shook his head. "No." "And how old are you?" 78. "And how old am I?" 20. "And who developed the 1nm lithography machine?" "You did." After answering the last question, Wang Wyman felt a bit lost. What was this line of questioning about? Chu Yang laughed. "So don't worry about me. I'll come up with something within a year. The pinnacle of science is often indistinguishable from magic. After reaching the limits of foundational science, the next step is to unlock the secrets of genetics." There was a time when Chu Yang thought such things were far beyond his reach. Now, He was about to dive headfirst into genetic research. It seemed fate had its own plans. He turned to leave, but Wang Wyman stopped him. Where are you going? Back to school. If I hurry, I can still have dinner with my girlfriend. Wang Wyman shook his head in exasperation. This kid is getting more and more out of hand. He then addressed the surrounding researchers. Did you all catch what we discussed? Some looked puzzled. Catch what? We're setting up the genetics lab at Peking University. Gather the best equipment you can find and send it over there. A few researchers were unhappy. Mr. Wang, while it's true that Chu Yang is talented in research, he has no background in genetics. Aren't you worried that this favoritism might cause some resentment among us? Despite having signed high-level confidentiality agreements, they knew enough about Chu Yang's identity. Still, genetic engineering and mechanical engineering were worlds apart. Could Chu Yang really accomplish anything in this new field? Wang Wyman glared at them. Have any of you won the National Scholar Award? They shook their heads. No. Then it's settled, Wang Wyman snapped. This is not up for debate. As he prepared to leave, Wang Wyman glanced back at the Zerg corpses. If they were ground up into fertilizer, would the crops taste good? Back at the university, Chu Yang stood at the entrance of the girls' dormitory holding a bouquet of fresh flowers. His presence immediately drew the attention of many girls nearby. Shortly after, Lin Qingzhu emerged from the dormitory, looking radiant. She had changed from her daytime dress into a casual white t-shirt, her long, glossy black hair cascading naturally over her shoulders, embodying youthful vitality. Here, these are for you, Chu Yang said with a smile, handing the bouquet to Lin Qingzhu. Lin Qingzhu smiled brightly, quickly taking the flowers from Chu Yang. I didn't expect you to be so romantic today, Chu Yang. Trying to bribe me with flowers, she teased. Didn't I promise to bring you flowers last time? Chu Yang laughed. I read on Baidu that a bit of romance between couples helps strengthen their bond. After a brief pause, he looked deeply into Lin Qingzhu's eyes. But to me, giving you flowers isn't about romance. It's because they're for you that it feels special. Lin Qingzhu was momentarily stunned, her cheeks quickly turning a rosy hue. This guy. What is he up to? Even after all they've been through, he could still make her blush with just a few words. With a sweet smile, Lin Qingzhu said, Wait here for a few minutes, okay? I'll go put these in my room and then we can go to dinner. Chu Yang nodded, watching as she bounded back to the dormitory, her happiness evident in every step. Pushing open the dormitory door, Lin Qingzhu was met with curious looks from her roommates. Qingzhu, didn't you just leave for dinner with your boyfriend? Why are you back so soon? Did he stand you up? Li Qian asked, puzzled. Not at all, Lin Qingzhu replied cheerfully. She found an empty glass vase on the balcony, filled it with water, and placed the bouquet inside. Just wanted to put these flowers in water first. You mean you're not mad at him for standing you up this afternoon? One of the roommates asked, surprised. I was never mad. He just had something important come up. It's no big deal, Lin Qingzhu said with a contented smile. Besides, we have plenty of time to go to the amusement park in the future. She then hurriedly added, all right, I won't keep you single ladies any longer. He's waiting for me to go to dinner. The roommates exchanged glances, feeling slightly envious. So, you just came back to show off and give us some dog food before dinner, huh? That's harsh. Lin Qingzhu just giggled and headed back to meet Chu Yang. Returning to Chu Yang's side, Lin Qingzhu grabbed his hand and said with a grin, all right, let's go. I want to eat crayfish tonight. You seem happy today. What's the good news? Chu Yang asked with a smile. Not telling you, Lin Qingzhu teased, sticking out her tongue and leading him forward. Her joy wasn't just from receiving the flowers. It was knowing that Chu Yang remembered a casual remark she made earlier. The feeling of being remembered was wonderful. They soon arrived at a crayfish restaurant outside the campus. As the waiter brought out a large bowl of spicy crayfish, Chu Yang asked, What made you crave crayfish today? Lin Qingzhu replied, I was watching a drama in the dorm where the main characters were eating crayfish, so I wanted some too. Well, then eat as much as you want today, Chu Yang said, putting on disposable gloves and starting to peel the crayfish. Lin Qingzhu also donned gloves and began peeling her crayfish. After a while, she looked up at Chu Yang and asked, Can you help me tuck my hair behind my ears? These strands keep getting in the way. She waved her gloved hands, indicating her predicament. Chu Yang nodded, took off his gloves, wiped his hands clean, and gently tucked Lin Qingzhu's hair behind her ears. Lin Qingzhu suddenly looked up and said, Open your mouth. Chu Yang hesitated for a moment, but before he could react, Lin Qingzhu fed him a piece of crayfish tail. Thank you, Mr. Chu, she said, her eyes sparkling. Chewing on the crayfish tail, Chu Yang felt his cheeks heat up slightly. Was he being flirted with? Lin Qingshu, noticing his reaction, asked playfully. Did you like the crayfish? Xu Yang, still a bit flustered, replied, it was delicious. Lin Qingshu beamed with satisfaction, feeling triumphant. Over the next hour, the table became piled high with crayfish shells. Unlike Lin Qingshu's neat pile, Xu Yang had used the shells to create a detailed model of one of the Zerg creatures he had seen in the lab. Finally, Xu Yang peeled the last crayfish and fed it to Lin Qingshu. Then, he placed the final piece of a crayfish shell on the model, completing it. Looking at the intricate Zerg model made from crayfish shells, Lin Qingshu chuckled, you and your science experiments. Even with crayfish shells. Xu Yang smiled. Just keeping things interesting. Is this the alien version of crayfish? Lin Qingshu asked with a curious smile, looking at the crayfish shell model Xu Yang had built. I must say, if crayfish were really this big, just one would be enough to fill you up. It was already the end of September, nearing October. At this time of year, crayfish meat tended to be lean and a bit tough. Not as succulent as in May or June. But Australian lobsters are that big, Xu Yang remarked with a grin. That's different. Lin Qingshu shook her head. Australian lobsters are expensive. I'd rather eat crayfish. She then glanced around at the other tables, where shells were piled haphazardly. Only Xu Yang had made something creative out of them. Laughing, she gave him a thumbs up. You really managed to turn eating crayfish into an art form. Wiping her mouth with a napkin, Lin Qingshu asked, by the way, I forgot to ask earlier. Did you finish your work? Is everything sorted? Xu Yang nodded slightly. For now, everything seems under control. Glancing at the insect-like model on the table, he chuckled. If all goes well, we might have a new dish on our menu soon. Really? Lin Qingshu was intrigued. Xu Yang had a glint in his eye as he responded. Just wait. If our research pans out, I'll make sure you get the first taste. The idea amused him. Who knew, maybe these alien creatures could end up being a delicacy. He didn't doubt the voracious appetite of the Chinese people or the exceptional skills of Chinese chefs. After all, crayfish themselves had once been an invasive species causing headaches. But now, they were a beloved dish, even requiring artificial farming to meet demand. If it turned out these alien insects were edible, their fate might mirror that of crayfish. But first, they had to ensure they were safe to eat. After their meal, they didn't linger. Xu Yang asked the restaurant owner to pack 4 portions of spicy crayfish to take away. He and Lin Qingshu then left, but not before Xu Yang discreetly dismantled his insect model. Best not to draw attention to the existence of these creatures just yet. Back at the dormitory entrance, Lin Qingshu reluctantly turned to Xu Yang. I guess I'll head up now. All right, Xu Yang nodded. But as she was about to leave, he called her back. Wait, I almost forgot to tell you something. Lin Qingshu returned, curious. What is it? Xu Yang smiled, tousling her fragrant hair. Nothing major. I just wanted to let you know that you're the second woman to ever feed me. Today's a day worth remembering. Lin Qingshu playfully glared at him. Who was the first? Another girl. My mom. Xu Yang chuckled, leaning in to whisper in her ear, she fed me well, but next time, I'd like you to do it. Directly with your mouth. The warmth of his breath sent a shiver down Lin Qingshu's spine, her face turning crimson. She quickly stepped back, stammering, You. What? Xu Yang teased with a smile. You're a rogue, Lin Qingshu retorted, eyes wide. Do you talk like this to other girls too? Xu Yang laughed. What are you talking about? This isn't being a rogue, it's called being romantic between a couple. And besides, even if I were being a rogue, it's only with you. Don't go telling others and ruin your cool, aloof image as the school beauty. Lin Qingshu pouted. Fine, I'm going back to the dorm. She gave him a playful glare before rushing inside. Back in his dorm, Xu Yang was greeted by the excited shouts of his roommates. Guys, check this out. It's epic, Zhang Mingyang exclaimed. Wang Leiai and Zhu Pengfei quickly gathered around Zhang's computer, eyes wide with anticipation. What are you guys watching? Xu Yang asked, walking over. Zhu Pengfei turned, grinning. Educational content. Want to join? Xu Yang glanced at the screen, recognizing a popular anime series from Japan. He cleared his throat. I heard epic waves and thought you were watching a nature documentary. His roommates rolled their eyes in unison. Stop pretending to be innocent. Zhang Mingyang smirked. Come on, admit it. Wanna join us? Xu Yang thought for a moment. Perhaps it wouldn't hurt to study a bit. A few minutes later, Zhu Pengfei and the others were fighting for a turn in the bathroom to take a shower. Xu Yang took a deep breath and sat at his desk, chuckling at the absurdity of the situation. Just then, Lin Qingshu messaged him. What time are you going to bed tonight? Chu Yang grinned and replied, Why does it matter to you if we're not sleeping together? HMPF, don't provoke me, Lin Qingzhu replied. But since you brought it up, why don't we sneak out together before curfew? I suddenly want to see you shower. Chu Yang felt his face heat up again. Damn that anime. He quickly typed back, I'm game. Lin Qingzhu laughed. On second thought, maybe not. I'm worried you'll get out of hand. Chu Yang was stunned. This girl was driving him crazy. But he couldn't help but laugh, responding, Don't worry, I'm a man with a plan. A few days later, during the National Day holiday, Lin Qingzhu decided to take a break and go home for the 7-day holiday, while Chu Yang stayed behind at the school. With the arrival of several truckloads of precision biological instruments from the military, a new life genetics research laboratory was quickly set up on the second floor of Chu Yang's previous lab. Along with these instruments came a complete Zerg corpse and a mutated hunting dog carcass. Chu Yang planned to use this holiday to thoroughly investigate whether the Zerg meat was edible. On the first day of the holiday, after seeing Lin Qingzhu off at the airport, Chu Yang took a taxi back to the school. Inside the lab, the Zerg corpse was placed securely in one corner. The liquid inside the transparent glass tank, which kept the Zerg corpse preserved, had been analyzed. It turned out to be a specially formulated nutrient solution designed to prevent the Zerg corpse from decaying and to maintain the stability of its blood. Yes, maintaining the stability of its blood. Although these Zerg appeared dead, the freezing process had kept their bodies exceptionally fresh. Even though their blood had lost its vitality, it still retained some of the Zerg's genetic characteristics. This explained why the researchers had chosen to inject the Zerg blood directly into ordinary hunting dogs, causing them to mutate. The Zerg genes inherently surpassed those of the hunting dogs. With their powerful destructive capability, even the slightest remnant of the Zerg's genetic code could rapidly overtake and modify the hunting dog's entire genetic structure, essentially taking over their bodies. For now, Chu Yang decided not to tamper with the blood from the Zerg corpse, as there were only 3 known Zerg corpses in the entire country. Each experiment would consume a portion of this precious resource. He spent these days immersing himself in genetic studies within the Eternal Knowledge Repository. When he felt confident enough to research the Zerg genes, he would consider using the Zerg blood. Meanwhile, the mutated hunting dog corpse provided plenty of material for research. First, he performed a routine viral check on the specimen. Both the Zerg and the mutated hunting dog were valuable subjects. Their unique genetic material warranted careful study. The hunting dog's corpse was stored in a freezer. In the freezing room, Chu Yang's hands were soon covered in swarms of nano-robots, forming a protective layer over his hands, and a nano-scalpel materialized in his palm. Using the scalpel, enhanced by the mechanical arm's strength, he carefully cut a small piece of meat from the mutated hunting dog. After obtaining the sample, Chu Yang returned to the lab and placed the meat in an analyzer for toxicology testing. 3 hours later, the test results were in. Aside from detecting minor parasites with trace toxins, no lethal toxins were found in the mutated hunting dog's tissue. Chu Yang's eyes lit up at the result. No toxins? That meant the meat might be edible. However, Chu Yang was cautious. Relying solely on a standard toxicology test was insufficient for determining the safety of eating meat infected with Zerg genes. He needed further experimentation. He returned to the freezer and cut a larger piece of meat from the hunting dog, preparing samples for steaming, boiling, raw consumption, medium rare and well done. He then moved to the laboratory section where they kept the lab mice. In front of him was a cage made of alloy, wrapped in materials sturdy enough to form a nanosuit. Inside were several adorable lab mice. Opening the cage, he placed the various samples of mutated hunting dog meat into the mice's food dishes. The aroma from the cooked meat quickly attracted the hungry mice, who had been starved for several days. The mice eagerly devoured the meat. 10 minutes after eating, Chu Yang began recording observations in his notebook. The first mouse, which had eaten raw meat, became extremely agitated, frantically moving around the cage. The second mouse, which ate boiled meat, remained calm but seemed more energetic. The other mice that ate cooked meat showed no significant adverse effects, but those that ate undercooked meat displayed varying degrees of hyperactivity within 10 to 20 minutes. The mouse that ate raw meat died within 15 minutes from internal hemorrhaging. The mice that ate undercooked meat showed signs of increased strength and size but remained alive. Chu Yang then prepared to draw blood from the surviving mice for further genetic analysis. External changes were not enough. He needed to understand the genetic implications.
Hi guys, your opinion means a lot to me. I'm working on improving the stories to make them more interesting for you. Please leave a comment and let me know what you liked about this story. Your feedback helps me get better and create content that you'll enjoy. Your feedback is very important to me. Thank you for your support and attention. If you enjoyed this story, I can't wait to share its continuation with you.